Chapter 1. So you want to break up with me? Blue Star. 3 months after the spiritual energy was revived. In a cafe not far from the newly established Supernatural Academy in Hwarong City. There were 2 women and 1 man sitting there at this time. One of the women, although of average appearance, exuded an air of superiority. She was Xiao Ming's girlfriend, Yi Ning. Sitting next to Yi Ning was a woman with a gentle temperament. Xiao Ming also knew this woman. She was Yi Ning's best friend. Her name was Zhao Xia, a very gentle and lovely girl. However, Xiao Ming just took a glance and then turned his attention to his girlfriend Yi Ning. Xiao Ning, is there anything you want me to come over for? I still have to work. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Yi Ning's expression was extremely calm, and the aura from her body made people feel hot when they got close to her. Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Yi Ning uttered a few words lightly. Xiao Ming, let's break up. Break up? Xiao Ming was obviously stunned when he heard this. Then he said with a smile, Xiao Ning, stop joking. But the smile seemed very stiff. At the same time, Zhao Xia glanced at Xiao Ming with an expression of pity, but did not say anything. I'm not kidding, Xiao Ming, do you know? I have become a fire-type mutant. Do you know what this means? There are countless types of superpowers in the world, but the 5 elements superpowers are the strongest. Among the 5 elements of supernatural powers, the fire attribute is the one with the strongest attack power. As Yi Ning spoke, her face was full of pride, and the look she gave Xiao Ming was filled with deep disdain. After hearing this, Xiao Ming understood in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, as if unwilling to accept it. He gritted his teeth and asked, so you want to break up with me? Yi Ning looked at Xiao Ming sarcastically. Do you want me to explain it more clearly? Seeing that Xiao Ming didn't say anything, she continued, okay, then I'll just say it directly. Why would you, a loser who can't even get into a supernatural school, be with me? Xiao Ming's eyes were red and his whole body was shaking with anger. Although he could not awaken his special powers, he worked as a delivery man day and night just to earn more money so that Yi Ning could live a better life while going to school. In the past few months, he only kept a little of his salary every month and gave the rest to Yi Ning, but he didn't expect to get such a result. Seeing Xiao Ming's appearance, Zhao Xia on the side couldn't bear it anymore. She also saw what was going on between the 2 of them. After all, they were all students at the same university and in the same class. It is because of the revival of spiritual energy that the world has undergone tremendous changes. Their original university was disbanded and the current school of supernatural powers was established. Those who can awaken their special powers will be admitted, while those who cannot will be expelled from the school. It was at that time that Xiao Ming was expelled from school. Xiao Ning, don't say such harsh words. After all, Xiao Ming still loves you very much. Zhao Xia said to Yi Ning with a look of pity. After hearing this, Yi Ning glanced at Zhao Xia with disdain, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. In the past, she was actually very jealous of Zhao Xia's beauty. Countless rich young men in the school pursued Zhao Xia, which made her very jealous. But not anymore. When she thought that Zhao Xia had only awakened the space-related supernatural power, she found it funny and felt a little proud. Don't think that space-related abilities are very powerful. In fact, they are quite useless. This country has already conducted very clear experiments on this point. Although space-related abilities are extremely powerful after they grow up, the talent and resources required for growth are even more than 100 times that of the 5 elements abilities. No matter how powerful your superpowers are, what good are they if they can't grow? Do you think your family has a mind? Zhao Xia, it's not your turn to lecture me yet. Yi said lightly. Looking at Zhao Xia's astonished eyes, he looked at Xiao Ming again. I know you did spend a lot on me in the past. As she spoke, Yi Ning took out a bank card from her backpack and said, here is 100,000 yuan, enough to compensate you. The password is 88. From now on, there will be nothing between us. That heartless look made Xiao Ming very disappointed. He looked at the bank card on the table and didn't say anything for a long time. Seeing this, Zhao Xia changed her usual gentleness, bit her lips lightly, and said to Yi Ning hesitantly, Xiao Ning, how can you be like this? Even if we can't be lovers, at least we used to be classmates. Zhao Xia, I have tolerated you for a long time. Don't think that you have awakened special powers. You are just not much different from that loser Xiao Ming. Yi Ning looked at Zhao Xia with contempt. Zhao Xia looked at Yi Ning in disbelief. Why do you say that? Aren't we best friends? Best friend? Ha ha ha. Yi Qiuning felt sick when she heard this word and almost laughed to tears. Do you really think I treat you as my best friend? Yes, that's right, I did treat you as my best friend at the beginning, but what about you? At this point, Yi Qiuning gnashed her teeth and looked at Zhao Xia. You just treat me as a foil to you. No, I didn't. Zhao Xia's face turned pale and she shook her head quickly. No need to say more, you two pieces of trash, huh? Yi Qiuning gave Xiao Ming and Zhao Xia a mocking look, then stood up and left. Why, how could this happen? Zhao Xia looked at Yi Qiuning's leaving back with a confused look on her face. Xiao Ming on the side didn't say a word, but his clenched fists and trembling body seemed to be telling of his inner anger. Trash? Ha, trash. In fact, he has heard these two words more than once in the past few months. But he always just laughed it off. I just didn't expect to hear these two words from my girlfriend's mouth today. Strength, does strength really represent everything? Ding, a suitable host has been detected, system binding in progress. Binding successful. Reward for newbies, a gift pack of 100 spirit stones. Award 1 lucky draw. By binding with a character, the bound character will help the host defeat the enemy and gain lottery draw times. The host can choose the binding role by himself. After the character is bound, the host can check the character's loyalty. The voice that suddenly sounded in his mind shocked Xiao Ming. He didn't expect that he actually had a golden finger. He knew that spirit stones were a very scarce resource for cultivation after the revival of spiritual energy, and they were even sold for as much as 100,000 each. 100! Thinking of this, Xiao Ming became excited. Looking at Zhao Xie, who was abandoned like himself, a little confused and disappointed, Xiao Ming suddenly made a decision. Zhao Xie, do you want to quickly improve your strength, protect your family, protect yourself, and become someone that everyone admires? Chapter 2 Awakening of Superpowers. Xiao Ming's words made Zhao Xie, who was in a daze, turn her head. There was a hint of sadness in Xiao Ming's eyes. My parents died. As she spoke, she lowered her head and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Ming understood that when the spiritual energy had just revived, a large number of wild beasts rushed into the city. A lot of people died during that time. And Zhao Xie's parents must have died at that time. He quickly comforted her and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Zhao Xie shook her head, gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and tucked her flowing long hair behind her ears. It's okay, I don't blame you. I want to improve my strength, but I have space-related abilities. As she spoke, Zhao Xie looked very lost. Xiao Ming smiled slightly, it's just resources. I can give you resources and let you improve quickly, but I have a request. Zhao Xie glanced at Xiao Ming in confusion. She was very clear about Xiao Ming's situation. I don't have much money, how can I have resources for you? But she still asked curiously, what request? You wait. After saying that, Xiao Ming hurried out. After a while, when Xiao Ming came back again, he was holding a black plastic bag in his hand. The plastic bag was heavy and you could tell at a glance that it contained a lot of stuff. After coming in, Xiao Ming placed the plastic bag next to Zhao Xie, chuckled and said, open it and take a look. Zhao Xie looked at Xiao Ming in confusion, then carefully opened the bag. The next second, she was so surprised by what was inside that her beautiful eyes widened. Spirit stone. I saw 10 spirit stones quietly placed inside. Xiao Ming looked at Zhao Xie's reaction with satisfaction. He just went out and found an empty alley, then took out 10 spirit stones from the system space. Because he knew that only if Zhao Xie saw the spirit stone would she not doubt what he said. These 10 spirit stones are for you. I will continue to provide you with resources in the future. And my request is that you obey my orders unconditionally. After saying that, Xiao Ming looked at Zhao Xie with anticipation. However, Zhao Xie's reaction surprised Xiao Ming a little. Zhao Xie quickly tied the bag, looked at Xiao Ming anxiously and said, Xiao Ming, where did you get this? You must not do anything illegal. While speaking, he looked around from time to time, afraid that someone would notice him here. Looking at Zhao Xie's cute appearance, Xiao Ming laughed in his heart, don't worry, I got this from a formal channel, you can definitely use it without worry, but I can't tell you how I got it. You should answer my question. Do you agree to that request? Looking at Xiao Ming's serious expression, Zhao Xie patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. But then her pretty face turned red and she looked at Xiao Ming hesitantly. What does it mean to obey his orders unconditionally? To be honest, Zhao Xie actually has a very good impression of Xiao Ming. She really admired Xiao Ming's sincerity in love and his dedication to Yi Qiuning over this period of time. She saw all of this. No, I can't take so many spirit stones. Zhao Xia hesitated and shook her head repeatedly, but the look in her eyes as she looked at the bag showed that she wanted it very much. Xiao Ming smiled slightly. Don't worry, just take it. Just think of it as me hiring you as my employee. I also expect you to protect me after you are promoted. No, I still can't take it. It's too expensive. Zhao Xia bit her lip lightly and shook her head with a conflicted look on her face. Xiao Ming frowned. Take it if I tell you to. Otherwise I'll be angry. No, I'll take it. Great. Xiao Ming was delighted. This girl was still frightened. He quickly said to the system in his mind, System, bind Zhao Xia. Ding, binding successful. Roll, Zhao Xia. Loyalty, 62. Well, why is the loyalty only 62? Xiao Ming asked himself puzzledly. Ding, host, loyalty above 60 is already very high. Above 60 indicates trust. 70 or above is considered as heart-to-heart communication. Above 80 is admiration. 90% or more will never leave. When the maximum value reaches 100, it means never betraying. It seems that Zhao Xia still trusts me very much? Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Zhao Xia on the side and said, You should go back to school and practice hard. Try to break through from an apprentice psychic to the first level as soon as possible. If you don't have enough spirit stones, just come to me for them. Yes, I will. Zhao Xia nodded seriously, holding the bag, feeling a little nervous. However, since she had already agreed to Xiao Ming's request, she could only consider herself as being hired by Xiao Ming. There was also a hint of gratitude towards Xiao Ming in my heart. She really wanted to improve, and this process would definitely require a large amount of spirit stones and other resources. However, she had silently made a decision in her heart that when she grew up, she would find a way to help Xiao Ming become a superpower as well. Watching Zhao Xia leave, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered something and quickly said to the system, System, do I have a chance to draw a lottery? Yes, host, do you want to draw a lottery? Yes. Ding, the lottery is successful, and you get the Superpower Awakening Potion. Potion for awakening superpowers? Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, the Superpower Awakening Potion can awaken superpowers 100%, but people with superpowers cannot use it. Xiao Ming didn't listen much to what the system said. He quickly took out the potion from the system space. He drank it down without even looking at it. His desire for superpowers had already driven him nearly crazy. Boom! Just as he drank the potion, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and a dull sound rang out in his chest. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and endured the pain. After a full half hour, Xiao Ming was already sweating profusely. His hands, which were gripping the handles of the chair, were already trembling slightly, and his whole body was so weak that he almost fainted. Finally, the pain disappeared and Xiao Ming collapsed in the chair. But even so, he couldn't hide his excitement, and asked the system quickly, System, what superpowers have I awakened? Although a superpower detector is needed to detect superpowers, Xiao Ming believes that the system must also have such a function. Ding, please wait. The next second, Xiao Ming felt his whole body being scanned. The host's awakened ability is devouring. By devouring the opponent, you can comprehend the opponent's skills. In principle, there is no upper limit to the skills you can learn by devouring. After hearing this simple introduction, Xiao Ming began to tremble with excitement. As far as he knew, people with special abilities were divided into levels 1 to 10. And every time you advance to a higher level, you can learn a new skill. A person with strong talent for psychic abilities can comprehend 2 skills, but so far I have never heard of anyone comprehending 3 skills after being promoted. This ability of mine, that is, I can selectively comprehend skills? Even comprehend multiple attributes? When Xiao Ming thought of this, he became excited. Chapter 3. Come to my house tonight. 3 days have passed since Xiao Ming was asked to break up. During these 3 days, Xiao Ming and Zhao Xia both practiced hard. Xiao Ming hadn't even gone to deliver food for several days. I guess the supervisor at the food delivery station must be furious, right? However, it seems that he doesn't need to do things according to his mood. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's lips. At this time, in a small woods of the supernatural school, Zhao Xia was holding a spirit stone in her hand and absorbing it quietly. With her eyes slightly closed, she sat cross-legged on the ground, the breeze blowing her hair, revealing a peaceful atmosphere. During these 3 days, she has absorbed the spiritual energy from 9 spirit stones and feels that she is on the verge of a breakthrough. After absorbing all the spirit stones, she should be able to break through to the first level psychic. At that time, you will be able to comprehend the skills. Just then, 3 figures appeared in the woods. Xiaoning, I was wondering why I haven't seen Zhao Xia in the past few days. It turns out she is secretly absorbing spirit stones here. One of the girls said to Yi Xiaoning, who had a gloomy face. The other girl also nodded repeatedly, looking at Zhao Xia with deep jealousy. Yes, spiritual stones. We are reluctant to use spiritual stones for cultivation. We can only absorb the spiritual energy in the air. Where did this girl get the spiritual stones from? The 2 of them were roommates of Yi Qiuning and Zhao Xia. One was called Lili and the other was called Deng Qing. Humph, where else could she have gotten it from? That loser I dumped must have bought it for her. That loser is always generous. Yi Qiuning said coldly. That is right. In her heart, the 100,000 yuan she gave to Xiao Ming must have been used by Xiao Ming to buy spirit stones and given to Zhao Xia. Although the 2 had broken up, she felt jealous and unhappy when she saw Xiao Ming using her own money to buy things for Zhao Xia. I am reluctant to spend money on spirit stones for cultivation, so why should Zhao Xia do the same? This should have been my treatment. Why did it suddenly become yours, Zhao Xia? Thinking of this, Yi Qiuning strode over to Zhao Xia. Seeing this, Li Li and Deng Qing looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Zhao Xia, who was absorbing spiritual energy, did not notice the approach of several people until the spiritual stone in her hand was suddenly snatched away. Then she reacted. Yi Qiuning? Li Li, Deng Qing, why are you here? Zhao Xia stood up and looked at them in surprise. Humph, Zhao Xia, you are really good at tricks. I broke up with Xiao Ming and you hooked up with him right after. Yi Qiuning glanced at the spirit stone in her hand and said with a sneer. No, it's not like that. Zhao Xia frowned slightly. TSK, you still say no? Then why did Xiao Ming use the 100,000 yuan I gave him to buy spirit stones for you? Yi Qiuning looked at Zhao Xia with contempt. This. Looking at the spirit stone in Yi Qiuning's hand, Zhao Xia didn't know how to explain. However, her appearance made Yi Qiuning more certain of her thoughts and even more indignant. Humph, since you bought this with my money, then it's mine. You wasted so much of my spiritual energy, so compensate me. I don't want much, just give me 10,000. Yi Qiuning put away his spiritual energy and looked at Zhao Xia with a mocking expression. She knew that Zhao Xia would definitely not be able to take it out. Sure enough, after hearing Yi Qiuning's words, Zhao Xia said aggrievely, I don't have any money. Oh, no money? Lili, Deng Qing, beat her up for me. Yi Qiuning chuckled. Haha, okay. Lili and Deng Qing's eyes lit up. The 2 of them were also very jealous of the beautiful Zhao Xia, not to mention that Yi Qiuning was now a big tree, and they would definitely try their best to please her. After hearing this, Lili punched Zhao Xia in the stomach in front of her incredulous look. Bang! Ah! Zhao Xia screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Then, Lili and Deng Qing stepped forward and started punching and kicking Zhao Xia, who was lying on the ground. Listening to Zhao Xia's screams and looking at her miserable appearance, Yi Qiuning felt very happy in her heart. A few minutes later, Yi Qiuning chuckled and waved to Lili and the others. Then she walked to Zhao Xia's side, squatted down and said sarcastically, I have successfully advanced to the first level. Tomorrow, the teacher will take us out to hunt monsters and comprehend our own skills. No matter how hard you try, you can't beat me. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Yi Qiuning stood up and left with Lili and the other person, laughing. Only Zhao Xia, covered in wounds, was left lying on the ground, sobbing silently. Looking at the figures of several people leaving, there was a hint of anger in Zhao Xia's weak eyes. She couldn't understand why they became like this when they were obviously good friends. After resting for a while, Zhao Xia endured the pain all over her body, stood up shakily and walked towards the dormitory. Along the way, facing the strange looks from passing classmates, Zhao Xia bit her lips and tears kept flowing down. At this time, Xiao Ming had no idea what was happening in the school. He was in a high-end restaurant, eating 2 servings of exquisite monster meat. Just today, after absorbing the spiritual energy from a spirit stone, he successfully broke through to the first level. I couldn't wait to experiment with my own abilities. After finding a store that sold spirit stones, Xiao Ming took out a spirit stone, sold it for 90,000 yuan, and then came to this restaurant. Looking at the delicious food made from a flame chicken and a wild boar in front of him, Xiao Ming became excited. These are the meats of two first-level monsters that he selected. The main reason was that he was attracted by the skills of the two monsters. They are Flame Jet and Brutal Collision. These two delicacies cost him 10,000 yuan, and he felt so sorry for it. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't wait to take a bite of the pork. After taking a bite, he suddenly felt an epiphany. But it's not particularly obvious. Then, Xiaoming finished the whole portion of pork in big mouthfuls. Boom! In the next second, my mind suddenly became clear and my chest suddenly shook. The usage of Brutal Collision is clearly imprinted in my mind. He had a feeling that he could use this skill with just a thought. It worked. Xiaoming laughed. He knew that it must have succeeded. But he looked at the other portion of flame chicken meat and hesitated. The main reason is that I can't eat anymore. Moreover, he had not expected that in order to comprehend skills through devouring, he would have to eat to a certain extent. I guess I need to eat more flame chicken meat before I can comprehend the second skill. Waiter, make me another serving of flame chicken and pack both together. He decided to have flame chicken for dinner that night. After returning to the rented house and putting down the packed flame chicken, Xiaoming thought for a while and called Zhao Xie. The call lasted for dozens of seconds before it was connected. Zhao Xie's voice came from inside, clearly suppressing her emotions. Hello, Xiaoming, what's going on? What's wrong with you? Xiaoming frowned slightly. No, nothing. Hearing that Zhao Xie didn't want to talk, Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and didn't ask any further. After all, everyone has their own privacy. Have you broken through to the first level? It's almost there. Zhao Xie said hesitantly on the phone. Hearing this, Xiaoming became even more confused. Why haven't you broken through yet? Is it because you don't have enough spirit stones? There was silence on the phone. Seeing this, Xiaoming confirmed what he was thinking. This girl must have used up all the spirit stones, but was too embarrassed to ask him for more. Thinking of this, Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Come to my house tonight and I'll help you break through to the first level. Tomorrow we'll go out of the city and hunt monsters." Chapter 4 I'm Your Boss. Boom boom boom. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a knock on Xiaoming's door. Xiaoming, who was preparing dinner, immediately knew that Zhao Xie was coming and hurried over to open the door. "You're here." After opening the door, Xiaoming smiled and invited Zhao Xie in, but the next second, he saw that although Zhao Xie handled it very well, there were still obvious bruises on her body and face. Close the door silently. After arriving in the living room, Xiaoming looked at Zhao Xie, who was standing there weakly, pinching the corner of her clothes, and asked, "Who hurt you?" "No, I'm not hurt." Hearing Xiaoming's words, Zhao Xie's body trembled slightly, and she raised her head and gave Xiaoming a forced smile. "Tell me, don't forget, I'm your boss now." Xiaoming's face was gloomy, and the bruise at the corner of his mouth was so obvious, but he said he was not injured. I don't want to say it." Zhao Xie saw this, with a look of aggrieved and stubbornness on her face. Seeing this, Xiaoming hesitated for a moment. Seeing that she didn't want to say anything, it must be someone that both parties knew. Then, Xiaoming's face changed, and he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Zhao Xie gloomily and said, "Even if you don't say it, I know that it was Yi Qiuning who did it, right?" "How do you know?" Zhao Xie looked at Xiaoming in surprise. "Really?" Xiaoming clenched his fists tightly. He was completely disappointed with Yi Qiuning. Unexpectedly, after becoming a psychic, Yi Qiuning has changed so much. "Okay, let's stop talking about that and come eat." Xiaoming smiled and took the initiative to change the subject. He took Zhao Xie to the dining table and sat down. Seeing this, Zhao Xie felt relieved. "Here, have some of the flame chicken I bought. But don't eat too much. You'll get a sore throat if you eat too much." Xiaoming half-jokingly picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and gave it to Zhao Xie. "Flame chicken?" Zhao Xie stared at Xiaoming with wide eyes. She knew the price of the flame chicken. Monster meat was very expensive and she had never dared to think about it before. Xiaoming smiled slightly, ignored the surprised Zhao Xie, and started eating the flame chicken meat in big mouthfuls. A trace of enlightenment came over Xiaoming, and he slowly immersed himself in the process of eating meat. Half an hour later, 2 servings of flame chicken were almost all eaten by Xiaoming alone. Suddenly, Xiaoming felt a shock all over his body, his mind became clear, and the method of releasing the jet of flame was imprinted in his mind. A wave of heat suddenly surged throughout my body. Boom! Zhao Xie on the side was forced back by the heat wave in shock and stood aside. After a while, the heat wave disappeared, and Xiaoming smiled as he looked at Zhao Siye, who was standing aside in surprise. Zhao Siye, yes, I have also awakened my superpowers. That's great. Zhao Siye was truly happy for Xiaoming. Are you full? If you are, it's your turn. Xiaoming smiled slightly, stood up and said. Yeah. Zhao Siye nodded slightly, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. She knew that Xiaoming came here today to help her break through. But I don't know what method Xiaoming is going to use. He brought Zhao Siye to his bedroom. At this time, Xiaoming had paved the ground in the middle of the bedroom into a circle using spirit stones. At first glance, there are at least some stones and spiritual stones. Looking at so many spirit stones, Zhao Siye was confused. Go ahead, sit in there and absorb the spiritual energy to your heart's content. Xiaoming smiled at the dazed Zhao Siye. This is such a waste. Zhao Siye said with heartache as she looked at the more than 10 spirit stones on the ground. That's right, by absorbing them piece by piece, you can also absorb all the spiritual energy in the spirit stone into your body and transform it into spiritual power. But if absorbed in this way, most of the spiritual energy will be lost in the air. No one has that luxury. Zhao Siye was very surprised at this time. When did Xiaoming have so many spirit stones? Then don't worry about it. What you need to do now is to break through to the first level as soon as possible. Then tomorrow I will take you to fight in the suburbs. Through fighting, I want you to understand your own skills. Xiaoming looked at Zhao Siye seriously and said. Only when Zhao Siye improves can she help herself defeat the enemy and get the chance to draw a lottery. What's the point of wasting such a few spirit stones? Xiaoming believed that he would be able to obtain more spirit stones through the lottery. Well, okay then. Zhao Siye nodded hesitantly. Sitting in the center of the spirit stone circle, she still had a feeling of unreality, but after trying hard to calm herself down, she quickly entered into a state of cultivation. The spiritual energy was drawn out and slowly inhaled into Zhao Siye's body through her mouth and nose. After becoming a mutant, an energy crystal will form on the chest. After the spiritual energy enters the energy crystal, it will slowly be converted into usable spiritual power. However, the converted spiritual power will depend on the attributes of the psychic. Seeing that Zhao Siye had entered the state, Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction and left the room. An evening passed. When it was almost dawn, Xiaoming suddenly felt a strong breath coming from his bedroom. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he slept on the sofa. He stood up and looked towards the bedroom. After a while, Zhao Siye came out happily. Xiaoming clearly discovered that after breaking through to the first level psychic, the bruises on Zhao Siye's face disappeared. Xiaoming, I broke through, I finally broke through. Zhao Siye said excitedly. From the very beginning, when she learned that she had space-related abilities, the loss in her heart was beyond words. I even thought that I would never be able to make a breakthrough in my lifetime. Unexpectedly, Xiaoming helped her break through to the first level in such a short time. Thinking of this, she looked at Xiaoming with gratitude. Ding, Zhao Siye's loyalty +5. Current loyalty, 67. Listening to the voice in his mind, Xiaoming's mouth curled up. He stood up and said, Congratulations. It's daybreak now and we should set off. Are you ready? Zhao Siye nodded excitedly. Well, I'm ready, but those 10 or so spirit stones have no spiritual energy left. After saying this, Zhao Siye looked regretful. It's okay, don't worry about it, let's go. Xiaoming smiled and waved his hand. As they spoke, the two left the rented house, took a taxi, and headed towards the suburbs. At the same time, on the playground of the supernatural school. At this time, a huge crowd had gathered. In the middle of the crowd stood more than 20 students. On the stage, a middle-aged man looked at the 20 or so students with admiration. Today is the day when the first batch of students from our school who have successfully been promoted to the first level psychics will go out to gain experience and comprehend their own skills. I will lead the team in this training. My name is Louis, and I am a third-level wood-type mutant. I hope that all the students who go this time will actively participate in the battle. After Louis finished speaking, cheers broke out from the audience. Among the more than 20 people, Yi Ning held her head high like a proud swan. Looking at the envious and admiring eyes of countless classmates around her, her vanity was strongly satisfied. Okay, without further ado, let's go. Louis nodded with a smile, waved his hand, and walked off the stage. Taking these 20 or so students, they boarded the bus specially prepared by the school and headed for the suburbs. Chapter 5 Ah, My Kidney. Bang! Huff, huff. A small wild boar struggled a few times and then fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Xiaoming looked expectantly at Zhao Ziye, who had dealt with the wild boar. How is it? Have you learned the skill? Not long after arriving at the woods in the suburbs, Xiaoming and his companions discovered this little wild boar. It had not yet become a first-level monster, but it was not far from becoming a monster. As an opponent of Zhao Ziye who has not mastered any skills, it's just right. Zhao Ziye turned around, looked at Xiaoming with disappointment and shook her head. No. Am I stupid? Zhao Ziye pursed her lips as she spoke. Haha, no? It's okay, let's continue looking for the next target. Xiaoming was a little disappointed in his heart, but he still smiled and comforted. Because the wild boar just attacked Zhao Ziye, it does not count as helping Xiaoming defeat the enemy. There will be no lottery draw. Xiaoming only found out this after asking the system just now. Just as the two were about to leave, there was suddenly a lot of noise coming from the woods next to them. Xiaoming quickly looked over vigilantly. Wait, be careful. Zhao Ziye nodded and looked over there warily. Huff, huff. In the next second, countless wild boars rushed out. Except for those little wild boars that have not yet evolved into monsters, all other wild boars have evolved into first-level fang boars. The skill of the is similar to that of the, and it also charges into the enemy. However, the savage charge will form a layer of protective shield on the body surface the moment the skill is activated. Can defend against a large amount of damage. But the attack power is not that strong. Although the gorilla has no protective shield, the fangs in its mouth can cause fatal damage to people. And their skill is also called bloodthirsty charge. As the enemy's blood grows, their attacks become stronger. Seeing this, Xiaoming's eyes suddenly widened. Zhao Ziye was also afraid and hid behind Xiaoming, saying in a trembling voice, Xiaoming, what should we do? The one we just killed should be their son. Get on my back. I'll carry you and we'll rush out. Xiaoming gritted his teeth and said coldly. Okay. Zhao Ziye blushed, but she also knew that now was not the time to care about these things, so she jumped onto Xiaoming's back. Subconsciously, Xiaoming pulled his hands back. They were so soft that he sighed in his heart. Zhao Ziye's pretty face flushed as Xiaoming moved. At this time, the pig herd on the opposite side saw the body of the little wild boar lying on the side and suddenly became angry. Dozens of first-level fang boars attacked Xiaoming. Seeing this, Xiaoming yelled, hold on tight. Then, he used the skill brutal charge for the first time. Boom! When he collided with the first wild boar, Xiaoming felt a tightness in his chest. The whole person also paused, and intense pain followed. However, he had no time to catch his breath, as countless boars were about to approach him. Xiaoming gritted his teeth and looked to the side, aiming at a direction and using his skills again. Boom boom boom. With the impact, Xiaoming's face turned pale. During this process, he opened his mouth from time to time and sprayed out large amounts of flames. At this moment, a sea of fire had already started here. Many wild boars struggled and howled in the sea of fire. Xiaoming was also seriously injured and spat out some blood. Zhao Ziye, who was behind Xiaoming, felt a pain in her heart when she saw this. She felt deeply guilty in her heart. If it weren't for me, Xiaoming would have broken out long ago. At this moment, the two men's eyes lit up and there were no more wild boars blocking their way. Xiaoming excitedly said to Zhao Ziye behind him, Zhao Ziye, hold on tight, we are going to rush out. Yeah. Zhao Ziye nodded heavily. Ah. Xiaoming roared and quickened his pace. However, just as he was about to rush out, a figure suddenly flashed by. Zhao Ziye turned her head and looked, and was immediately horrified. Xiaoming, be careful. However, Xiaoming was completely unable to react and dodge at this moment. The brutal charge skill did not give Xiaoming any chance to react. In the next second, the black shadow directly hit Xiaoming's side. Bang! Oh, my kidneys! After being knocked away by the black shadow, Xiaoming fell heavily to the ground and howled in pain. Zhao Ziye also fell to the side. But she quickly got up, supported Xiaoming, and asked with concern, Xiaoming, how are you? No, it's okay, you go first, I'll be there in a while. Xiaoming gritted his teeth and stood up, only to feel a piercing pain in his waist. You're bleeding. Zhao Ziye looked at Xiaoming's waist, covered her mouth in shock, tears welling up in her eyes. It's okay, let's go. Seeing the boar that had just attacked him rushing towards him again, Xiaoming roared and pushed Zhao Ziye away with force. Seeing this, Zhao Ziye looked at Xiaoming painfully. She was not stupid and knew that staying here would only drag Xiaoming down. So he ran in the direction of the newly opened channel. Feeling Zhao Xia leaving, Xiaoming also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the tusk that was not far in front of him, Xiaoming gnashed his teeth and roared, "Come on, I'll spray you to death." Boom! This time, the moment Xiaoming's brutal charge hit the boar, he grabbed the other's fangs tightly. Veins bulged on its arms and the boar struggled constantly in Xiaoming's hands. Jet flame! Boom! A large amount of flames spurted out of Xiaoming's mouth. The next second, the wild boar turned into a huge fireball and struggled in the flames. I saw that the wild boar was finally solved. Xiaoming dragged his injured body and staggered in the direction where Zhao Xia fled. The flames continued to burn. Most of the hogs and wild boars have fled. The place was reduced to ashes, with sporadic flames. In the center of the fire, there were several charred pig carcasses. Just then, a large number of footsteps were heard in the woods again. The leader was Louis. "Ha! There was a big battle here?" Seeing the situation on the field, Louis, along with Yi Ning and other students, walked over quickly. Looking at the dead boar on the ground, Louis recognized it at a glance. There was a flash of amazement in his eyes. Who is this fire-attributed psychic who could fight 6 wild boars alone and kill them all? "Teacher, is he very powerful?" Yi Ning asked doubtfully. Louis nodded. "Yes, if it were me, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with it, but if it was a second-level psychic, it would be very impressive to be able to do this." "Teacher, why can't it be a first-level mutant?" At this time, a young man in the team raised his hand and asked. Immediately, a discussion was heard behind him. "Are you kidding me? Can a first-level mutant deal with so many first-level Feng pigs? That's it. Are you stupid?" The young man who asked this question also realized that he was wrong and touched his head in embarrassment. Louis looked at these students and smiled. It is almost impossible for a first-level fire-attribute mutant to do this. Although his attack power is very strong, his body is very weak. Faced with so many tusk pigs attacking at the same time, you can't use more than a few moves before you get killed. "Teacher, is it possible that he is a third-level fire-type mutant?" Yi Ning said, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "It's impossible. I know almost all the third-level psychics in Huarong City, and I have never heard of anyone with fire attribute." Louis thought about it and shook his head. "That's really amazing. Don't worry, teacher. I will be able to do the same when I reach the second level." Yi Ning's face was full of pride and confidence. "Well, that's good. It's good that you have this confidence." Louis was very satisfied with this girl who had awakened the fire attribute ability. Chapter 6: Protecting Women is Our Duty. "Xiaoming, let me help you sit down and rest for a while." Zhao Xia helped Xiaoming sit down with a concerned look on her face. Just now she was worried about Xiaoming's comfort, so she didn't run far. As soon as Xiaoming left that area, he found Zhao Xia. I'm fine. I'll be fine after resting for a while." Xiaoming smiled at Zhao Xia with a pale face. Blood was still dripping from his waist. Seeing this, Zhao Xia quickly said, "Let me bandage you." After saying that, under Xiaoming's surprised gaze, Zhao Xia grabbed the edge of her skirt. Hiss. "Come on, take off your clothes." Seeing the usually weak Zhao Xia showing such a tough side and looking at him with concern, Xiaoming's heart was beating fast. He nodded blankly, took off his shirt and stood up. When Zhao Xia saw the bleeding wound on Xiaoming's waist, she couldn't help but shed tears again. But she said nothing, bit her lips lightly, and silently helped Xiaoming bandage the wound with the edge of her skirt that she had just torn off. After finishing, he stood in front of Xiaoming weakly. "Xiaoming, I don't know if this will work, but it should be able to stop the bleeding, right?" "Well, good, the bleeding has stopped," Xiaoming said with a smile. "That's great." Seeing this, Zhao Xia also smiled happily. Swish swish. "Careful." At this moment, Xiaoming's eyes suddenly widened and he pushed Zhao Xia away. Pa. The next second, several vines were seen pulling Xiaoming away. Xiaoming groaned and fell heavily to the ground. He quickly raised his head and looked in the direction of the attack. I saw emerald green frog the size of a wash basin appear under a big tree, with something like a vine growing on its body. Green vine frog. Although Xiaoming had not awakened his special powers before, he often went to the library and memorized clearly the types of monsters that had mutated in the world recently. This is a wood-type monster. Judging from the strength of its attack just now, it should be a first-level monster. Xiao Ming's face darkened. In my current state, it is very difficult to defeat the opponent. He had just rushed out of the encirclement of the wild boars and had almost used up all the spiritual power in his body. Xiao Ming. After Zhao Siye reacted, she screamed and ran over quickly. Stand behind me. If I can't beat you, just run away. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and stood up with the help of Zhao Siye. After saying that, without caring whether Zhao Siye heard it clearly or not, Xiao Ming roared and launched a brutal charge towards the green vine frog. Pa, pa, pa. Countless whips hit Xiao Ming, but he ignored them. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiao Ming finally arrived next to the green vine frog and knocked it away with a shoulder. Although he achieved such a result, Xiao Ming did not relax. He knew that a brutal charge alone would not cause much damage. After all, strictly speaking, Savage Charge is a defensive skill, but it can also cause some damage. Quack! Sure enough, the next second, the angry cry of the green vine frog was heard in the grass. Countless vines sprang out from the grass, and Xiao Ming quickly dodged. The whip hit the ground with a crisp sound. Moreover, vines would whip Xiao Ming's body from time to time. Before long, Xiao Ming's upper body was covered in blood. Zhao Siye, who was standing far away, was already in tears. She clenched her fists tightly and shouted to Xiao Ming, "Xiao Ming, let's run. Go away quickly, I'll help you tie it up." Xiao Ming roared, and another rattan whip hit his body, blood splattering. "Hurry up, let's go together." Why are you working so hard?" Zhao Siye said, crying. At this moment, Xiao Ming was hit hard by a rattan whip and fell to the ground. He climbed up tremblingly, looked at Zhao Siye with a weak smile and said, "Isn't it our duty as men to protect women? So, leave now." After saying that, Xiao Ming struggled to stand up straight, and with trembling steps, he walked firmly towards the direction of the green vine frog. Looking at Xiao Ming's appearance, Zhao Siye was deeply moved. Xiao Ming. At this moment, two young people, a man and a woman, were standing in the woods not far from them. The man has long blue hair and is handsome. The woman, standing slightly behind the young man, appeared very respectful. Her enchanting figure and charming face made her look very sexy. "Dean? Aren't we going to save them?" At this time, looking at Xiao Ming, the woman said to the young man with a soft smile. After hearing this, the young man's mouth curled up slightly. This young man actually has a rare dual attribute ability, and his willpower is so strong. I want to see where his limit is. After saying that, the young man turned around and glanced at the beautiful woman. "Mei Yang, how is the school going?" "I just went over to check, it's very safe," Mei Yang said with a smile. "Well, that's good. This is the first time we bring students out to practice and learn skills, and there must not be any mistakes." The young man nodded with a smile. "Yes, Dean." Ah! At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the field. The two of them quickly turned their heads to look over. This is space power. The young man's eyes suddenly froze. Zhao Siye, who was in the field, looked at Xiao Ming, who was constantly whipped by the whip, and a powerful energy burst out from her body. The whole person screamed and disappeared instantly. When she appeared again, she was holding Xiao Ming, dodged the attack of the whip, and came to the other side. Quack! Looking at the prey that suddenly disappeared before its eyes, the green vine frog called out in confusion. "Xiao Ming! Wu, Xiao Ming! I will take you away." Zhao Siye cried as she looked at Xiao Ming, whose body was covered in scars and blood, in her arms. "Ahem, Zhao Siye. Have you mastered the skills?" "Ahem, not bad." Xiao Ming looked at Zhao Siye with a smile while coughing up blood. "I'll take you away now." Zhao Siye cried and tried to help Xiao Ming up. But he was immediately stopped by Xiao Ming. "No, I want you to defeat it." Xiao Ming sat on the ground with difficulty, and pointed with a faint smile at the green vine frog that discovered the two of them. You're like this." Zhao Siye looked at Xiao Ming worriedly, tears already covering her pretty face. Xiao Ming shook his head. "Defeat it and show me your strength." "I believe in you." That's right, letting Zhao Siye defeat the green vine frog can help her to improve her skills, and the green vine frog's target of attack is herself, so she can also get a chance to draw a lottery. Looking at Xiao Ming's determined eyes, Zhao Siye understood in her heart that Xiao Ming wanted to train herself. Biting her lips lightly, Zhao Siye stood up and nodded heavily. "Don't worry, I will definitely defeat it." After saying that, he turned around to face the green vine frog and stood in front of Xiao Ming. Ding, Zhao Siya's loyalty plus 15. Zhao Siya's loyalty, 82. Chapter 7, Spatial Ability, really very strong. Listening to the voice of the system in his mind, Xiao Ming did not expect that Zhao Siya's loyalty to him had suddenly risen to the level of admiration. This is an unexpected gain. When the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, the wound on his face was affected, and Xiao Ming gasped in pain. Then he watched Zhao Siya's battle attentively. At this time, the green vine frog had already arrived not far in front of Zhao Siya. Looking at the human who was blocking its way, the green vine frog cried out angrily. A large number of vine whips shot out from its body. Faced with such a scene, Zhao Siya remained very calm and waited until the whip was about to hit her. Then her spiritual power burst out and she flashed. When it appeared again, it was already behind the green vine frog. He punched the green vine frog. The green vine frog was surprised at the disappearance of Zhao Siya, and suddenly felt a strong force coming from behind. Boom! By the time it reacted, it had already been knocked flying. Quack! With a cry of pain, the green vine frog turned over and crawled up from the ground, looking at Zhao Siya with a hint of suspicion. It seemed as if he didn't understand why the human in front of him could suddenly disappear and then appear behind him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming nodded secretly. Yes, it seems to be a skill of teleportation. Although it is an auxiliary skill, when combined with the physique of a first-level psychic, it can still cause an overwhelming victory over enemies of the same level. The intelligence of a first-level monster is not very rich. Although the attack of its enemy Zhao Siya was inexplicable, the pain in its body still aroused its wildness. He angrily began to hit Zhao Siya with a rattan whip. Swoosh! Zhao Siya seemed to be dealing with it very easily. Every time she was about to be hit by the whip, she would flash away, and when she appeared again, she was already behind the green vine frog. Bang, bang, bang. There were a series of hitting sounds and the screams of the green vine frog at the scene. Seeing this situation, Mei Yang in the woods smiled slightly. Dean, it looks like they are no longer in danger. The young man nodded and said with a smile, well, these two young men are very good. After the battle is over, let's go out and get to know them. Okay, Dean. Mei Yang chuckled and said that others are young people, and you are also a young person. At this time, the battle was coming to an end. The green vine frog was knocked flying by Zhao Siya again, and there was a hint of fear in its eyes when it looked at Zhao Siya. With a loud scream, just as Zhao Siya was looking at the other party vigilantly, thinking that it was going to attack again, the green vine frog turned around and ran away. In the blink of an eye, he escaped into the woods and disappeared. Ding, the bound character defeats the enemy, the number of draws +1. Listening to the voice in his head, Xiao Ming smiled slightly. The injuries on my body didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. System, draw a lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 bottles of first-level spiritual fluid. Spiritual fluid? In doubt, Xiao Ming opened the system space and clicked on the properties of the spiritual fluid to check. Level 1 spiritual liquid can quickly restore spiritual power. A level 1 psychic can instantly restore all spiritual power. Xiao Ming was just about to be happy when he saw the properties of the spiritual liquid, but at this moment Zhao Siya ran over excitedly. Xiao Ming, I succeeded, I defeated it. Well, that's good. The space-type psychic is indeed very strong. Xiao Ming nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Siya's expression suddenly became lost. Yes, but the resources consumed are also very large. It's okay. I'm here. You don't have to worry about resources. Xiao Ming smiled faintly. Yeah. Although Zhao Siya only regarded Xiao Ming's words as comforting herself, she knew that for a space-type mutant to grow, the resources required were astronomical, but she was still very touched. Let's go out. The dean in the woods smiled at Mei Yang, and the two of them prepared to go out. But at this moment, a noisy sound suddenly came. Make them stop moving. Xiao Ning, you are amazing. Among all of us, you are the first one to comprehend a skill, and 2 skills at that. You are truly a genius. Ha, you can do it too. At this time, Yi Qiuning held his head high, listening to the flattery of people around him, feeling extremely proud. Just now, while fighting with a first-level monster, she directly comprehended 2 fire-related abilities. This proves that she is extremely talented. It was obvious that Teacher Louis looked at me with a hint of envy and respect. How could he not respect him? Louis was not stupid. He knew that such a gifted child of destiny would soon surpass himself. If you associate with such a person, it will definitely be beneficial to your future. Ah, Zhou Ning, that's good, not bad. You must never forget your teacher in the future. Louis looked at Yi Qiuning with a smile. No, teacher. Yi Qiuning looked down on him in her heart, but she said it with a smile on the surface. Ha, Qiuning, when are we going to get married? At this time, the young man who had been next to Yi Qiuning came over and looked at Yi Qiuning with a smile. Seeing this, everyone looked at the two of them in surprise and started talking. Mr. Li? Could it be that Yi Qiuning is already Mr. Li's girlfriend? Haven't you heard? Yi Qiuning seemed to have had a boyfriend before, but they broke up some time ago. I haven't even started yet, but young Master Li got there first. TSK, don't you look at yourself? How can you compare with Master Li? Hey. While others were talking, Li Fan looked at Yi Qiuning steadily with a warm smile on his face. Yi Qiuning was very disdainful of this rich young man who had awakened water-related abilities. I only agreed to be with him because of his family's money and resources. When it comes to things like getting married, she obviously has no plans to do so. So he glanced at Li Fan with a faint smile and said, Mr. Fan, don't be impatient. Relationships need to be cultivated slowly, right? After saying that, he walked forward with the team. Looking at Yi Qiuning's figure, Li Fan's face darkened. Humph, bitch, if I wasn't impressed by your talent, would I be with you? She also asked me for 300,000 yuan. Damn, if I had known this, Li Fan would never have given it to her so readily no matter what. Thinking of this, Li Fan felt angry. But he couldn't say anything now, so he had to follow. Everyone looked at Li Fan's expression, glanced at each other, and chose to remain silent. At this moment, Yi Qiuning's surprised voice suddenly came from the front. Xiaoming, Zhao Xie, why are you here? Chapter 8. This system is a bit tricky. Yi Qiuning was very surprised at this time. She could understand why Zhao Xie was here, after all, she was also a psychic. But was Xiaoming, an ordinary person, looking for death by coming here? Xiaoning, do you know them? Li Fan walked forward and looked at Xiaoming and the other man with a puzzled look on his face. However, when his eyes noticed Zhao Xie, he showed a look of surprise. Louis, who was leading the group, was also very confused and just stood aside quietly without saying a word. I know him, of course I know him, this is my useless ex-boyfriend. Yi Qiuning said, then continued with a mocking look at Xiaoming. Why are you coming to the suburbs instead of staying in the city? Do you think you can run around like a psychics? Wow. When people heard Yi Qiuning's words, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone started talking, but they all looked at Xiaoming with mocking eyes. After hearing this, Louis suddenly realized and looked at Xiaoming with a contemptuous smile. Yi Qiuning, since there is no connection between us anymore, what does it have to do with you where I go? Xiaoming said with a gloomy face. Seeing this, Yi Qiuning became angry and was about to say something, but at this time, Li Fan on the side stood up. Oh, so you are the good-for-nothing ex-boyfriend. Ha, I've heard about him a long time ago. Now I see that he is really a good-for-nothing. You. Humph, Xiaoming, let's go. Zhao Xie looked at her classmates angrily. Li Fan glanced at Zhao Xie who was next to Xiaoming, and suddenly felt jealous. Why can a loser like you be accompanied by such a beautiful girl? Thinking of this, Li Fan sneered in his heart. Today, I am going to tease you. Coming in front of Xiaoming, Li Fan patted Xiaoming's shoulder, pa. Hiss. Xiaoming took a breath of cold air when the wound was touched, and looked coldly at Li Fan in front of him. Damn, you trash, you're covered in blood, lick your hands clean. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today. Li Fan looked at the blood on his hands with disgust and said coldly to Xiaoming. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. Yi Qiuning and Louis looked at Xiaoming with amusement, and had no intention of dissuading Li Fan. Dean, shouldn't we go out and stop it? Mei Yang frowned as she looked at what was happening in front of her and said to the young man. The young man's face was also gloomy at this time. Hearing Mei Yang's words, he raised his hand and said coldly, wait, I want to see what Louis is going to do. Also, these students are too arrogant. Go back and ask the education department to teach them a lesson. Yes. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Xiaoming's eyes. At this moment, he wished he could kill Li Fan in front of him. Li Fan also caught his eyes and suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. Shit, since when has a piece of trash ever looked at me like this? Thinking of this, Li Fan cursed loudly, raised his hand and slapped Xiaoming. Fuck, you rubbish dared to glare at me? Just when everyone thought Xiao Ming was going to be beaten, a figure suddenly flashed. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Ming and grabbed Li Fan's wrist with one hand. You, a space-related mutant? Li Fan widened his eyes and looked at Zhao Xie in disbelief. Wow! The classmates around were in an uproar again, looking at the delicate girl in front of them in disbelief. They guessed that this girl was a psychic, but they didn't expect that she was a psychic who had awakened the space ability. Yi Qiu-ning's pupils also suddenly contracted. He muttered to himself, I didn't expect that she also broke through to the first level and comprehended a skill. No wonder Xiao Ming went to the suburbs with her. It turned out that he came to accompany her to learn skills. Thinking of this, Yi Qiu-ning felt a surge of jealousy in her heart. Humph, you can forget about getting what I don't want. I don't allow you to hurt Xiao Ming. A cold look appeared on Zhao Xie's innocent face. The next second, in front of Li Fan's shocked eyes, he kicked out. Bang! Ah! In mid-air, Li Fan screamed and fell heavily to the ground. Yi Qiu-ning, what are you still looking at? Beat her, beat this bitch to death. Li Fan was helped up by 3 or 4 classmates and roared at Yi Qiu-ning. Yi Qiu-ning's face looked very bad. But he still stood up and looked at Zhao Xie coldly. Zhao Xie, you dare to hurt my boyfriend, today I will teach you a lesson. Come on, Yi Qiu-ning, from today on, we are no longer best friends, and I am no longer afraid of you. Zhao Xie looked at Yi Qiu-ning coldly. Because of Xiao Ming, she mustered up the courage in her heart. Today, Xiao Ming can risk his own life for her, and she can also resist all enemies for Xiao Ming. Humph. Yi Qiu-ning narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, and a wave of hot air suddenly surged from his body. Everyone stepped back. Seeing this, Louis took the other classmates to stand aside. Faced with such a situation, he was obviously not going to stop it. It was just right that Yi Qiu-ning could use this space-related psychic in front of him to train his combat experience. Go ahead, Xie, I support you. Xiao Ming said to Zhao Xie with a chuckle, and silently stepped aside. He knew what Zhao Xie was thinking. It was for him and also to end her friendship with Yi Qiu-ning. Yeah. Zhao Xie turned around and looked at Xiao Ming gently, then looked at Yi Qiu-ning in front of her with a serious face. Oomph, fireball. Yi Qiu-ning snorted coldly and waved her hand at Zhao Xie. A fireball the size of a basketball shot towards Zhao Xie at a very fast speed. Boom! Just when it was about to reach Zhao Xie's figure flashed and the fireball shot directly into the woods. An old man was knocked down by the fireball, and the next second, a fire started. But no one was paying attention there at the moment. Seeing Zhao Xie suddenly appear behind Yi Qiu-ning, everyone's heart was lifted. But it was obvious that Yi Qiu-ning had already prepared for Zhao Xie's attack method. The moment she disappeared, Yi Qiu-ning turned around and punched behind her. Bang! The two men exchanged punches fiercely and then retreated. Watching the two fighting, Xiao Ming asked the system in his mind, System, Xie just defeated that guy named Li Fan, why didn't she get any draws? Ding, the enemy was not repelled. After hearing this, Xiao Ming immediately understood and cursed in his heart, the system is a bit deceptive. At this moment, Li Fan, who was watching Yi Qiu-ning and Zhao Xie fighting, walked towards Xiao Ming unwillingly. Xiao Ming, although I haven't mastered the skills yet, can I not defeat you, an ordinary person who was seriously injured? As he approached, Li Fan smiled grimly. Li Fan blamed Xiao Ming for the punch he had just received. Chapter 9 You are a piece of trash. Meng Yang, who was watching this scene from a distance, asked the young man, Dean, aren't we going to take action yet? After hearing this, the young man smiled and said, wait a little longer. The big shots always appear at the end. Isn't that right? The corner of Meng Yang's mouth twitched and she looked at the young man in front of her speechlessly. The dean is good in every way, except that he is a little naughty. At this time, Xiao Ming had also noticed Li Fan's approach and sneered in his heart. In just a short while, he had recovered some of his spiritual power. I can barely use one move. As long as he dares to attack him, Xiao Ming will definitely make things difficult for him. At this time, on the battlefield, the battle between Yi Qiu-ning and Zhao Xie had entered a fierce stage. Although Zhao Xie's instant movement is very troublesome. But knowing her attack method, it is not that difficult to defend against. Even if you were hit accidentally, at the same level, you would only suffer minor injuries. But in just a short while, Yi Qiu-ning had already been punched several times. Although the injury was not serious, she felt very depressed and angry. At this moment, Zhao Xia flashed again, and the whole person came into the air behind her, kicking towards Yi Chioning's head. Yi Chioning shouted loudly and used her second skill. Fire explosion. Zhao Xia's pupils suddenly contracted and she subconsciously used instant movement. Boom boom boom. Just as she disappeared, something within a 5-meter radius around Yi Chioning suddenly exploded. Puff. Although he dodged in time, Zhao Xia was still hit by the blast and spat out blood. Ha ha ha, Zhao Xia, you are not my opponent, you never will be. Looking at Zhao Xia who was vomiting blood, Yi Chioning burst into laughter. At this moment, Zhao Xia disappeared again. Yi Chioning was shocked and tried to turn around quickly. But Zhao Xia did not appear behind her, but appeared beside her. Bang! Ah! With a scream, Yi Chioning was kicked hard and flew away. He got up from the ground with a grim look on his face, and was about to attack Zhao Xia again. But at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the side. Boom! Then came Li Fan's scream. Everyone looked over quickly and saw Li Fan being knocked flying by Xiao Ming. Earth attribute power. That guy is also a power user. There was an uproar at the scene. Everyone looked at Xiao Ming in surprise, who had a pale but resolute face. But the more outstanding Xiao Ming was, the more unhappy Yi Chioning felt. Why did Xiao Ming also awaken his superpowers? Wasn't he not supposed to be able to awaken his superpowers? Yi Chioning was almost going crazy. His face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. Looking at Yi Chioning's gloomy face, Louis on the side pondered for a moment, then looked at Xiao Ming with a sinister smile. You all come together, I hope that through fighting, you can all comprehend your own skills. What? Everyone looked at Louis in surprise. Louis snorted coldly, why don't you hurry up? Seeing this, Zhao Xia was shocked and shouted angrily, aren't you a teacher at the supernatural school? How can you make such a decision? You are unworthy of being a teacher. I'm doing this for the school to train talents. I don't think I'm wrong. Besides, I won't let them beat that guy named Xiao Ming to death. Louis glanced at Zhao Xia and said lightly. After all, if this word gets out, it will have a great impact on one's reputation. After hearing this, Yi Chioning's lips curled up into a smile, and she looked fiercely at Xiao Ming who was standing there resolutely. Today is the day you die. So what if you have superpowers? So what if you have skills? Can you be a match for so many people? Go ahead. Hearing the teacher's words, all the students suddenly yelled and excitedly attacked Xiao Ming. Seeing this, Zhao Xia flashed and quickly stood in front of Xiao Ming. But the next second, a fireball shot out. She quickly dodged again and looked angrily at Yi Chioning who was sneering at the side. Yi Chioning snorted coldly, your opponent is me. Humph, damn it, how could our school produce a scum like Louis? The young man in the woods nearby growled angrily. Dean? Are we going to take action now? Mei Yang asked. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for that guy to be beaten to death? The young man said unhappily and was about to rush into the field. But the next second, his eyes suddenly stopped on the bottle in Xiao Ming's hand. He screamed in surprise, what is that? Spiritual fluid. The first spiritual fluid developed by the country. I don't even have it. How come he has it? No, his spiritual power has been fully restored? It's even stronger than the spiritual liquid developed by the country? You know, the country's latest spiritual liquid can only restore half of the spiritual power after drinking it. And after drinking a bottle, you need to wait 30 minutes before taking it again, otherwise there will be sequelae. That's right, at this moment Xiao Ming looked at the people rushing towards him, unnoticeably took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from the system space, and drank it in one gulp. Feeling the spiritual power in the energy crystal in his chest quickly filling up, Xiao Ming was filled with confidence. Spiritual energy bursts out from the whole body. A strong earth-attributed aura emanated. Wild, brutal, charge. Looking at the people rushing over, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and roared word by word. The next second, in the horrified gaze of everyone, Xiao Ming seemed to have turned into an angry beast. His whole body was radiating golden light as he charged through the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collisions and screams rang out. What kind of potion is that? It's so magical? Louis also showed an astonished look at this time. Just now he clearly felt that Xiao Ming was at the end of his strength and had no spiritual power left in his body. But after drinking that bottle of potion, his spiritual power was instantly restored. Such a powerful potion is truly a life-saving product. Thinking of this, a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Seeing his students being knocked away one by Xiao Ming, he couldn't help it anymore. He shouted loudly and used his special ability towards Xiao Ming, thorns and thorns. Xiao Ming, who was rushing forward, was immediately entangled by countless thorns. The barbs on the thorns pierced his skin directly, and combined with the injuries he suffered at the beginning, he instantly turned into a bloody man. Xiao Ming. Zhao Siye discovered Xiao Ming's miserable condition and screamed in pain. But at this moment, Yi Qiuning seized the opportunity. A fireball hit Zhao Siye directly. Boom! Ah! Zhao Siye screamed, fell heavily to the ground, and immediately spurted out a large mouthful of blood. The skin at the injured area was charred and burning with pain. But she crawled on the ground with difficulty, crawling towards the bloody Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, don't die, you must not die. Ah, Xiao Ming, give me that thing you just had, and I can spare your life. Louis walked in front of Xiao Ming with a big laugh. At this moment, a loud shout was heard suddenly, and a surging breath instantly pressed all the psychics present to the ground. Stop it, you piece of garbage. Chapter 10. Put away your ignorance. A powerful force came suddenly in front of everyone's horrified gaze, and blasted Louis away. Many trees were knocked down along the way. After falling to the ground, Louis was very angry. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain all over his body, and stood up with a roar. Who attacked me? I am a teacher at the School of Supernatural Powers. Although he said so, Louis was also very shocked in his heart. With such attack power and unparalleled momentum just now, it is definitely much stronger than his own realm. At this time, the thorns entangled with Xiao Ming had all fallen to the ground as Louis was injured. Xiao Ming, covered in blood, fell down helplessly. Xiao Ming. Seeing this, Zhao Siye got up crying, ran to Xiao Ming and hugged him with heartache. Seeing this scene, Yi Qiuning was very angry, but at this moment, like everyone else, she was pinned to the ground by the momentum and unable to move. He looked at the man and woman who suddenly appeared on the scene with shocked eyes, and kept wondering in his heart, who are these two people? Don't cry, I'm fine. Xiao Ming grinned, then his eyes rolled up and he fainted. Xiao Ming! Xiao Ming! Zhao Siye shouted twice, her tears falling like pearls from a broken string. Seeing this, the young man frowned, and quickly brought Mei Yang to Xiao Ming's side, and put one hand on Xiao Ming to check him. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zhao Siye with a smile, "Don't worry, this kid is fine." At this moment, Louis also rushed out. Seeing his student being pinned to the ground by the momentum, he became even more angry. You are so powerful, so great? How dare you not give face to the School of Supernatural Powers? Thinking of this, Louis shouted at the young man, "Boy, who are you? Don't you know our supernatural school? Hurry up and put away your arrogance." Louis, don't you recognize me? Mei Yang turned around and looked at Louis with a sneer. Seeing this beautiful face, Louis's expression suddenly changed, and he said tremblingly, Mei Yang. Obviously, he had recognized Mei Yang's identity. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at the young man, Dean Luqian. What? Dean? Seeing Louis's appearance, all the students present were shocked at the same time. Even Zhao Siye turned around and glanced at the young man curiously. She didn't expect that this young man who looked very powerful was actually the dean of her college. You still know that I'm the dean? Who gave you the courage to act so arrogantly outside the school? Lu Qian slowly turned around and looked at Louis coldly. Lu Qian's words made Louis sweat profusely. He glanced at the unconscious Xiao Ming and quickly pointed at him and said loudly, "Dean, it's all because of this guy. He attacked our students for no reason. I took action to stop him. Please understand, Dean." After saying that, he lowered his head, feeling extremely nervous. He knew that this young dean had the strength of the 5th level. If you want, you can kill yourself with just one slap. Hearing Louis's words, not only Lu Qian showed a playful expression, but all the students who participated in the attack on Xiao Ming buried their heads in embarrassment. Oh, you are really good at putting the blame on someone else. After saying that, Lu Qian's face turned cold, and he quickly raised his hand and drew a line in the air towards Louis. There was a flash of golden light, and before anyone could see clearly, Louis suddenly let out a scream. Blood splattered, and all the students discovered with horror that Louis's left arm had been chopped off. You bully the weak and allow students to fight each other. From today on, you will be expelled from the college and one of your arms will be crippled. Do you accept this? Lu Qian said in a cold voice. I'm convinced. Louis covered his broken arm, lowered his head deeply, and said with gritted teeth. He looked towards Xiaoming with deep resentment. Then get out. Lu Qian waved his hand impatiently. Yes. Watching Lu Qian leave, all the students felt very nervous. At this moment, Lu Qian suddenly put away his aura. Everyone, get up. All the students looked at each other and got up from the ground trembling with fear. Stand there respectfully. After we go back, all those present here will be given serious disciplinary actions. The benefits provided by the academy will be stopped for 1 month, and they will be expelled from the academy after 2 disciplinary actions. Lu Qian looked at these students coldly, expressing his great disappointment in his heart. Yes. The students didn't dare to say anything at this time and responded one after another. However, there was a look of dissatisfaction on Li Fan's face. Yi Qiuning directly refuted, Dean, I am a fire-type mutant, and I have mastered 2 skills. Mei Yang looked at Yi Qiuning with an amused expression. Lu Qian also turned his head playfully, glanced at Yi Qiuning, and slowly walked in front of her. Facing Lu Qian's approach, Yi Qiuning held her head high with confidence in her eyes. She believed that the school would not give up on her as a talented student. Unexpectedly, when Lu Qian came to Yi Qiuning's side, his face turned cold. Put away your ignorance, your talent is worthless in my eyes. Go back. You. Yi Qiuning's face turned pale. However, after saying this, Lu Qian never looked at Yi Qiuning again, and turned to Zhao Xia. Smiling, he said, Come on, I'll take you back. Don't worry, he will receive the best treatment. Thank you, Dean. Zhao Xia helped the unconscious Xiaoming up, looked at Lu Qian with gratitude and thanked him repeatedly. Well, Mei Yang, let's go. After saying that, he turned around and left with Mei Yang, Xiaoming, and others. He paid no attention to the talented people present. Yi Qiuning, what should we do? Yes, Yi Qiuning, we are all helping you. The classmates around gathered together and looked at Yi Qiuning with dissatisfaction in their eyes, but they didn't dare to say anything too serious. After all, Yi Qiuning's talent is indeed too strong. Don't worry, everyone. It's just a school welfare benefit. After you go back, I will give each of you 50,000. Li Fan stood beside Yi Qiuning and said loudly. There was no other way. In order to get Yi Qiuning to marry him, he had to put in a lot of effort. After saying that, Li Fan smiled and looked at Yi Qiuning, whose face was ashen. Qiuning, stop looking. Let's go back to school. Yi Qiuning withdrew her gaze and turned to glance at Li Fan. The more I look at him, the more I feel annoyed. Trash. What a waste. He is not even as good as that trash Xiaoming. He just has a little money at home. Thinking of this, she snorted coldly, turned around and left. You. Li Fan's face darkened. You bitch, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. What are you still looking at? Go back. Don't you want your money? Turning his head to look at the students watching the show around him, Li Fan yelled angrily and quickly chased after Yi Qiuning. TSK, you can't catch up with others, so you take it out on us. That's right. Chapter 11. This guy must be a funny guy. Xiaoming felt groggy, and when he woke up, he didn't know how many days had passed. Before I opened my eyes, I heard Zhao Xia's excited voice. Xiaoming, you're awake, great. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhao Xia standing beside his bed excitedly, with a sparkling look in her eyes. Xiaoming subconsciously glanced at Zhao Xia's loyalty. Zhao Xia's loyalty, 87. It's already so high. It seems that Zhao Xia's loyalty increased again when I was unconscious. I struggled to sit up and took a look at the surroundings. I was in a hospital ward. Xiaoming chuckled and asked, How long have I been unconscious? Zhao Xia smiled happily and shook her head, It won't take long, just 1 day. Hiss, no wonder my whole body still hurts. He took a breath of cold air, but Xiaoming really felt the power of the psychic. With the injuries I suffered that day, I must take a month to recover. Now Xiaoming clearly felt that there was no problem for him to go to the bottom lane. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that I have Earth-attributed abilities. After all, the defensive power of the Earth attribute ability is still very strong. Just when Xiaoming was about to ask about what happened after he fell into a coma that day, suddenly, the cell phone next to him rang. Zhao Xia quickly helped Xiaoming take it, and put it next to Xiaoming's ear after it was connected. Xiaoming, are you still going to rent the house? If not, get out of here. I just happen to be selling this house. The landlord's voice was heard swearing at me over the phone. Xiaoming frowned slightly after hearing this. I still need to rent it. Rent? You're in arrears with rent every fucking month. What the hell are you still renting? You have until now to come and pack up your stuff. After saying that, the landlord didn't care about Xiaoming and hung up the phone. Looking at the hung up phone, Xiaoming took a deep breath. In the past, most of the money he earned was given to Yi Qiuning, leaving not much for himself. So I often default on rent. He had nothing but nice things to say about the landlord's bad attitude. But not now, huh? The voice on the phone was very loud and Zhao Xia could hear it clearly. She didn't expect that Xiaoming was still living in a rented house. Seeing that Xiaoming can take out so many spirit stones in one breath, he should be able to make money. Did he spend all the money he earned on spiritual stones? And gave them to me? Thinking of this, Zhao Xia felt even more upset. Xiaoming. Huh? What's wrong? Xiaoming, who was thinking about something, looked at Zhao Xia in surprise. She looked uncomfortable. Then he immediately reacted and said with a smile, "It's okay, you don't have to worry about me, I have plenty of money." Yeah. Zhao Xia bit her lip lightly, thinking that Xiaoming was comforting her. She nodded gently without saying anything. Just at this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. Lu Qian and Mei Nian walked in with a smile. Xiaoming looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman in confusion. It seemed like he didn't know them. Xiaoming, he is the dean of our college, Lu Qian, and this sister is Mei Niang, she is the dean's secretary. Thanks to them for saving us. Zhao Xia quickly stood up and introduced. After hearing this, Xiaoming suddenly realized what was going on. However, because of his relationship with Lu Yi and those students who attacked him, he really had no good feelings towards this supernatural academy in Huarong City. He just nodded calmly, "Well, thank you very much." You're welcome. I'm glad you're okay. Lu Qian smiled indifferently. He also knew something about Xiaoming's thoughts. Then he continued, "I have punished those students. As for the teacher named Lu Yi, I cut off one of his arms and expelled him from the academy. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Xiaoming looked at Lu Qian in surprise. He was just a small figure, so why did the other party care about his thoughts? However, Xiaoming was still very grateful that he could do this, so he finally smiled and nodded, "Thank you, Dean." Hey, there's no need to be so distant. We are about the same age. Just call me Brother Qian. Lu Qian waved his hand in pretended dissatisfaction. Poochie. Mei Niang on the side covered her mouth and chuckled when she saw this. Lu Qian glanced at her and quickly shut his mouth. And Zhao Xie also looked at Lu Qian with a puzzled look. Ahem. Xiaoming coughed awkwardly. He was very uncomfortable with such enthusiasm. Dean, if you have anything to say, just say it. Brother Xiao is a quick-witted person. I really like dealing with people like you. Lu Qian laughed. Seeing Xiaoming's veins popping up, he wanted to beat him up, so he immediately said seriously, "Can you let me see your spiritual liquid?" After hearing this, Xiaoming's heart moved. It turned out that he came here for the spiritual liquid. I was about to refuse, but then I remembered that the landlord had just called and asked to kick me out. I really need some money now. To be honest, he has long wanted to have his own house. However, since the revival of spiritual energy, housing prices have risen rapidly. Even in Huarong, a second or third tier city, housing prices have risen to 31,000 renminbi per square meter, and the closer to the city center, the more expensive it is. Xiaoming gave up the idea. But now that there is such an opportunity, Xiaoming is struggling over whether or not to sell the spiritual liquid. Seeing Xiaoming's conflicted look, Lu Qian's eyes lit up and he thought to himself there was a chance. He quickly said, "Don't worry, Brother Xiao, I'm a good person. I won't tell anyone else about this. And I have the ability to buy them. Let me have a look first. If you like them, I'll take as many as you want. How do you think?" Xiaoming glanced at him speechlessly. He didn't know whether he was a good person or not, but this guy must be a funny guy. After thinking for a while, Xiaoming looked at Zhao Xia on the side. "Xia, help me up, let's go." Hey, Xiaoming, don't, even if you don't plan to sell it, it's not bad to make friends. Lu Qian was very optimistic about Xiaoming. After all, he had rarely seen many people with dual attributes. Xiaoming got off the bed with the help of Zhao Siye and turned to look at Lu Qian unhappily. Wait here, I'll go get the spiritual liquid. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lu Qian was stunned for a moment, then nodded excitedly. After leaving the hospital, Xiaoming discovered that this was Huarong City First Hospital. At the store next to the hospital, Xiaoming bought a black plastic bag. Then he found an empty corner and took out 5 bottles of spiritual liquid from the system space and put them into a plastic bag in front of Zhao Siye. Looking at Zhao Siye's shocked expression, Xiaoming smiled and said, "There are some things I can't tell you. It's not that I don't trust you. I hope you understand." "Yes, I know." Zhao Siye nodded gently, feeling very grateful for Xiaoming's trust in her heart. After all, such things can be completely hidden from your own eyes. Zhao Siye was very curious and shocked about Xiaoming's ability to create things out of thin air, but she didn't ask too many questions. Let's go. From now on, if you need spirit stones, just ask me. I have plenty. Xiaoming emphasized again. Moreover, letting Zhao Siye see her own abilities was also to prevent her from deliberately saving money for herself and delaying her cultivation in the future. Yeah. Zhao Siye nodded obediently and finally believed what Xiaoming said. Chapter 12. Come buy a house with me. The two returned to the ward. Lu Qian and Mei Yang were both waiting here expectantly. When Lu Qian saw Xiaoming coming in, he stood up in surprise and said, "You're back so soon? Where did you get it? Don't worry about it. Just take a look and see if this is what you want." Xiaoming said unhappily, then handed the plastic bag in his hand to Lu Qian. Lu Qian took it doubtfully, opened it, and his eyes immediately lit up. Yes, it's spiritual fluid. Excitedly, he took out a bottle and unscrewed the lid. Suddenly, the spiritual energy inside filled the air. Lu Qian and Mei Yang looked at the spiritual liquid in shock. Such a rich spiritual energy, and it hasn't dissipated. Mei Yang opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Lu Qian also nodded in shock, muttering to himself, "Yes, not only that, but this spiritual energy is also very pure and very easy to absorb." No wonder Xiaoming was able to recover all his spiritual power immediately after taking this spiritual liquid. This is simply a miracle drug. Thinking of this, Lu Qian suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and quickly put the lid back on his hand. He looked at Xiaoming seriously and said, "I want this spiritual liquid. How much is it?" Xiaoming, who was standing by, saw the expressions of the two people and felt even more satisfied with the system's product. Hearing Lu Qian's question, Xiaoming looked at the two of them calmly and said, 1 million. 1 million for 5 bottles, should be acceptable, right? With this 1 million, it should be enough for the down payment. 1 million for a bottle? Okay, I'll take it. Lu Qian was overjoyed after hearing this. Such spiritual liquid only cost 1 million. You know, the latest spiritual liquid developed by the country is much less effective than Xiaoming's, and it costs 300,000 per bottle. Mei Yang, send money to Brother Xiao immediately. Yes. Mei Yang nodded with a smile and looked at Xiaoming. Xiaoming, can you tell me your bank card number? Xiaoming stared at the two of them blankly and subconsciously told them his bank card number. It wasn't until he received a bank message on his phone that he reacted. He quickly opened his phone and looked at the 5 million in it, with a confused look on his face. That's the 5 million, right? Don't worry, I keep my word. If there's spiritual liquid like this in the future, I'll take it all. Lu Qian smiled. Even if I don't use this kind of spiritual liquid myself, I can still make a lot of money by selling it, right? Okay, got it. Xiaoming nodded, his heart beating faster. I didn't expect that my spiritual liquid could be sold for 1 million per bottle. Make a fortune. Okay, in that case, let me tell you the second thing. Lu Qian put away the 5 bottles of spiritual liquid with satisfaction, and then looked at Xiaoming seriously. Are you willing to enter our supernatural academy? Lu Qian had already conducted a brief investigation on Xiaoming during this day. It is learned that Xiaoming was originally a student of this school, but after the establishment of the Academy of Superpowers, he was expelled because he could not awaken his superpowers. This made him hate those teachers who tested superpowers very much. This is called not being able to awaken superpowers? Then how do other people get dual attribute superpowers? Negligence of duty. Therefore, when Lu Qian learned what had happened, he immediately demoted those teachers to auxiliary teachers. I'm not going. As expected, Xiaoming shook his head lightly. Well, alright, I was hoping you could take part in the provincial college freshman competition in a month on behalf of the school. Since you don't want to, I won't force you. Main Yang, let's go. Lu Qian said this and prepared to take Main Yang away. Wait. But when Xiao Ming heard this, he suddenly shouted. Lu Qian turned to look at Xiao Ming in confusion. What's wrong? Will Yi Qiuning participate in the provincial competition? Xiao Ming asked calmly. Yi Qiuning? Lu Qian was puzzled. Who is this? He didn't even know her. It was Main Yang who was standing next to him who reminded him softly, she is the one with fire attribute ability, and also Xiao Ming's ex-girlfriend. Oh. Lu Qian suddenly realized, looked at Xiao Ming with understanding and said with a smile, at that time, each college will send 3 most talented students to participate in the competition. If everything goes as expected, she should have a place. Okay, then I'll join the academy, but I won't stay in school for long. Xiao Ming nodded. He clenched his fists tightly and would never forget the humiliation Yi Qiuning brought to him that day. It would be fine if others called him a waste, but he didn't expect that the woman he loved most would also call him a waste. He wanted to defeat Yi Qiuning fairly in the competition. Humph, didn't you say that strength is the most important thing? Aren't you arrogant? Okay, no problem. As long as you represent the academy in the competition, it'll be fine. Academies are just like universities, so you can come to class whenever you want. Lu Qian smiled slightly, turned around and left with Main Yang. At this time, Zhao Siye was in a very low mood. As expected, Xiao Ming still cared very much about Yi Qiuning. Siye, come on, let's go buy a house together. Xiao Ming said to Zhao Siye with a smile. Oh. Okay. Zhao Siye quickly concealed her emotions and nodded with a smile. Zhao Siye helped Xiao Ming to be discharged from the hospital, and the two of them left in a taxi. Arrived downstairs of the community where the rental house is located. Before I went upstairs, I heard the landlord's voice coming from upstairs. Hey, don't leave. This is such a nice house, 2 bedrooms and a living room, 89 square meters, not far from the city center. Then, another middle-aged man's angry voice came, Humph, go away. If I had known you were a gambler and sold your house after losing money, I wouldn't have come to see you. It's a waste of time. At this time, Xiao Ming and the other person had already arrived at the stairs to the second floor, and just happened to see a middle-aged man leaving angrily. After seeing Xiao Ming, the landlord's face changed and he said sullenly, You've come at the right time. Pack up your things and get out. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the house. Xiao Ming, why do you, the landlord, speak so harshly? Zhao Siye said angrily. Xiao Ming shook his head. He knew that the landlord loved gambling, but it was none of his business. He took Zhao Siye upstairs and walked into the house. At this time, there were several young men who looked like gangsters in the house, looking at the landlord with a mocking look on their faces. Ha, what do you think? Just sign the contract, and we'll settle the rest of the bill slowly. The landlord, who was in his 40s, frowned and looked at the yellow-haired man leading the group in a flattering manner. Brother Phone, look, the price you guys paid for your house is too low, 100,000. The current house price is 30,000 per square meter. After hearing this, Brother Feng's face darkened and he snorted coldly, You owe us 500,000, you must pay it back today, otherwise don't blame us for cutting off one of your hands. We are here, and no one dares to buy this house. After saying that, Brother Feng's expression softened again, however, as long as you sign this contract, we can give you a few days' grace. Sweat kept beating down the landlord's forehead. He didn't dare to offend these thugs, nor could he afford to offend them. But how could he be willing to sell his house which was worth several million for only 100,000? Chapter 13 You should move in later. Just at this moment, Xiao Ming walked in with the support of Zhao Siye. At this time, Xiao Ming was wrapped in gauze, with ointment on his face and body, and looked very weak. After seeing Xiao Ming, the landlord vented his anger on Xiao Ming, Go pack your things quickly. Several hooligans sneered at Xiao Ming, and the leader, a yellow-haired man, snorted and said, Boy, are you here to buy a house too? The landlord was shocked when he heard this and quickly explained, He is just a poor boy, where did he get the money to buy a house? He used to be my tenant here. Oh, so that's how it is. Pack up and get out quickly. This house is ours from now on. The yellow-haired man sneered and waved at Xiao Ming. Seeing this, Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment, then smiled at the landlord, Sorry, I'm here to buy your house. Xiao Ming, what are you doing? Are you kidding me? The landlord looked at Xiao Ming with a gloomy face. At this moment, Huang Mao saw Zhao Siye supporting Xiao Ming, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his hand and called out, "Wait." Then he stood up with a smile, walked to Zhao Siye, and looked at her with an evil smile. "Little sister, how old are you now? Do you want to go play with your brother?" Zhao Siye loves to wear miniskirts. She has a pure face, black and shiny hair, and especially her well-proportioned figure of 170 centimeters, which makes people feel bright at first sight. Seeing this, Xiao Ming frowned deeply and stood in front of Zhao Siye. "What do you want to do? Lawlessness? Lawless? Ha ha ha, we are lawless. What do you think, kid? You want to compete with us?" The yellow-haired man and the other three gangsters looked at each other and burst into laughter. After laughing, the yellow-haired man's face changed, and he raised his hand and slapped Xiao Ming in the face. "Get the hell out of here." Bang! But the next second, he was surprised to find that his wrist was grabbed by the innocent little girl in front of him. The next second, the little girl snorted coldly and punched him in the stomach. Suddenly he collapsed in pain like a shrimp. Superpower. The other three thugs, including the landlord, were all shocked. The three thugs quickly ran forward and helped the distressed yellow-haired man up. "Wait, don't leave if you have the guts. Our boss is also a superpower. Watch our boss take care of you." After saying that, they ran out of the house in a panic, taking Huang Mao with them. Ding, number of draws +1. Listening to the voice in his head, Xiao Ming smiled at Zhao Siye with satisfaction. When Zhao Siye saw this, she lowered her head shyly. Superpower, Xiao Ming, I didn't expect that you actually have a girlfriend with superpowers." The landlord looked at Xiao Ming and Zhao Siye with an incredible expression. "No, I'm not." Zhao Siye hurriedly prepared to explain. But Xiao Ming was in no mood to explain to the landlord, and simply said, "Tell me, how much do you want to sell this house for? Do you really want to buy my house? It's not that I look down on you, but I won't sell this house without a few million." Although the other party has superpowers, the landlord still spoke firmly. "Ha, I have money. Is this enough?" Xiao Ming sneered, opened the banking app on his mobile phone and handed it to the landlord. The landlord looked over suspiciously, and the next second his eyes widened. 5.08 million, you actually have so much money? Seeing this, Xiao Ming put away his phone and said in a pretentious manner, "Since you don't want to sell it, forget it, see ya, let's go." Having said that, he prepared to leave. Looking at Xiao Ming's actions, the landlord's face began to struggle violently. Just as Xiao Ming and his partner were about to leave the house, the landlord ran over, hugged Xiao Ming's arm and said loudly, "Sell it, I'll sell it, 2.6 million, give me 2.6 million and I'll sell it." Xiao Ming knew in his heart that according to the original price, it would have cost 2.67 million. However, Xiao Ming still thought it was too expensive, and turned to look at the landlord coldly. "You have to think about it carefully. If I don't buy it, then your house will be bought by those people for 100,000 yuan. I won't cheat you. 2 million, let's round it up. If you're willing to sell it, then sell it. If not, forget it. I'll leave right away and I won't even clear out my stuff." Not cheating me? This is not cheating me? The landlord was constantly struggling. Xiao Ming was right. If he didn't sell it now, he would not be able to sell it in a while. You absolutely cannot afford to offend those people. So he thought about it, gritted his teeth and nodded, "Okay, I'll sell it. But you have to pay me right away." "Okay, no problem, Siye, go to the typing shop outside the community to print the contract." Xiao Ming smiled. "Yeah." Zhao Siye went out happily. After a while, someone came in with 2 contracts. The two signed them respectively, and the landlord handed over the property certificate and keys. Xiao Ming also transferred the money directly into the landlord's card. Don't doubt whether you can transfer so much money at one time. After the revival of spiritual energy, the bank's limit has been lifted. After all, people with special abilities spend millions to buy spiritual stones and other cultivation resources. The limit is too troublesome. Okay, then I'll leave. The transfer procedures can be done at any time. Just give me a call, said the landlord, and left quickly. Obviously, he was afraid that those thugs would come again. Lying comfortably on the sofa, Xiao Ming felt completely different this time. This is your own house. Siya, will you move in later? Ha? Zhao Siye turned to look at Xiao Ming in surprise, her pretty face flushed, and she lowered her head without saying a word. Ha, don't get me wrong. I may go out to kill monsters at any time in the future. It's too troublesome for you to run back and forth in school. Don't forget that you are my employee now. Xiao Ming explained with a smile. That's right, this was exactly his plan. If he wanted to obtain more training resources for the two of them to improve, he had to rely on Zhao Siye to help him defeat the enemy. But to be honest, Xiao Ming felt very distressed to let Zhao Siye, such a gentle and lovely girl, fight for him. But there is nothing we can do about it. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Zhao Siye felt a little disappointed, but still nodded with a smile, okay. At this moment, there was a sudden loud knock on the door and a deep male voice. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Who is it that dares to deal with Shi Lang's little brother? You don't want to live, right? The enormous force caused several dents on the security door. Seeing this, Xiao Ming's face turned pale, and he said to Zhao Siye in a cold voice, Siye, help me up, let's see where the superpower came from. Chapter 14 I will spare your life too. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise and the security door was kicked flying. Xiao Ming's face turned gloomily as he looked at the group of people who appeared in the scene. The leader was a sturdy bald young man with a deep scar on his eye. A yellow energy aura burst out from his body. A user with earth attribute abilities. Beside him, there were two young men who looked very ordinary, but they also exuded a strong aura. Boss, that's him, that woman is a mutant. At this time, behind the three of them, the yellow-haired man who had just left stood up, pointed at Xiao Ming and spoke loudly to the bald man. Xiao Ming. At this time, the three bald men looked at each other, and there was a flash of fear in their eyes. What? Do you know me? Seeing this, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment. Zhao Siye next to him said quickly, Xiao Ming, I know them. The day before yesterday, they also attacked you. They are students from the school. So it's you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Xiao Ming looked at the three people with cold eyes. Shi Lang's eyes flickered for a moment, and he glanced at Xiao Ming who was covered in injuries. He felt relieved, let out a long sigh, and gave Xiao Ming an evil smile. Xiao Ming, I know you are powerful, and I admire your ruthlessness. But you didn't expect that, did you? The three of us all learned our own skills because of your attack that day. Now we have three people, all of whom have skills, and you are seriously injured. This space class girl next to you is no match for us. After hearing this, Zhao Siye quickly stood in front of Xiao Ming, looked at Shi Lang and the other two warily and said, Xiao Ming, let me deal with them. Siye, stand behind. How can a man need a woman's protection? Xiao Ming chuckled and pulled Zhao Siye behind him. Then he looked at Shi Lang and the others coldly and said, Since you are looking for death, I will grant your wish. If you can't leave here, come to the rooftop if you have the guts. After saying that, Xiao Ming, supported by Zhao Siye, walked straight out the door. When passing by Shi Lang and his companions, they looked at Xiao Ming jokingly. Get out of the way. Xiao Ming snorted coldly. Let him go. He looks so arrogant. I hope you have the capital to be arrogant. Shi Lang waved to the others. When he walked out of the house, Xiao Ming discovered that there were many gangsters guarding outside the house. They all looked at him with mockery. But he ignored it and walked upstairs silently. Arriving at the rooftop, Zhao Siye looked at Xiao Ming worriedly. Xiao Ming, your injury. Don't worry, it's okay, I know what I'm doing. Xiao Ming smiled. The injuries all over his body were still very painful, but he endured it. I was secretly angry in my heart. He would never let anyone call him a waste again, no matter who it was. And through what happened the day before yesterday, he finally understood the world today. Strength is respected. If Lu Qian had not appeared in time that day, he might have died there. Lu Qian was stronger than Louis, so the other party had no problem saying anything when Louis cut off one of his arms. He wanted to become stronger, and stronger, so that all his enemies would be terrified when they heard his name. After Shi Lang and his two other companions came up, they drove away Huang Mao and the other thugs. Then he looked at Xiao Ming with a mocking expression. Xiao Ming, since you are so ruthless, be my little brother, and then give Zhao Siye to me, and I can spare your life. Xiao Ming, I. Zhao Siye looked at the other party angrily. It's okay. Xiao Ming patted her shoulder gently, then looked at Shi Lang coldly and said, Okay, I will spare your life later. Bring it on. After saying that, Xiao Ming's whole body shook, and the powerful aura of an Earth-type mutant burst out. Bang, bang, bang. The gauze on his body burst, and blood immediately stained his clothes. Xiao Ming. Zhao Siye looked at Xiao Ming worriedly. I'll deal with this guy in a moment, you help me to tie up the other two people, be careful. Xiao Ming said softly. Seeing Zhao Xie nod, he said to Shi Lang, what are you waiting for? Oof, well, since that's the case, don't blame me, let's go together. Shi Lang said coldly. Go ahead. The other two looked at each other, gave Zhao Xie an evil smile, and went forward one after another. Wind blade! One of them shouted, and with a wave of his hand, a strong wind blade appeared out of thin air and slashed towards Zhao Xie. Zhao Xie's face turned cold, and she used instant movement. When she appeared again, she was already behind the young man. Bang! He kicked the opponent on the shoulder, and the opponent gritted his teeth and took a few steps back. Space system, it's really powerful. Another person also rushed up at this time, raised his hand towards Zhao Xie, and said, spray venom. Crash! A stream of purple liquid shot towards Zhao Xie. Zhao Xie's face changed. The name didn't sound like a good thing. He quickly used instant movement again to dodge. The purple liquid fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound. After a short while, a small piece of the ground was corroded. Seeing such a strong poison, Xiao Ming and Zhao Xie's faces changed. A poison-type psychic? Be careful. Xiao Ming took a deep breath and looked at Shi Lang. Come on, it's our turn now. After saying that, he didn't care whether Shi Lang was ready or not and rushed forward with a brutal charge. Humph. Shi Lang had long known about Xiao Ming's special abilities and was very disdainful at this moment. Bending his body, Shi Lang also let out a loud roar, brutal charge. Ha! Xiao Ming was startled and saw Shi Lang rushing towards him using the same moves as himself. Boom! The next second, the two of them collided directly with each other. There was a deafening sound. Xiao Ming was knocked back repeatedly, and blood began to spread all over his body. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his body, staring at the triumphant Shi Lang in front of him. I must use all my strength to end this battle quickly. Haha, Xiao Ming, we used the same moves, but I'm much stronger than you. What, you still don't admit defeat? Shi Lang laughed wildly. Humph, give up? There is no such word in my dictionary. Brutal charge. Xiao Ming roared and rushed towards Shi Lang again. Humph, you're looking for death. Shi Lang's face changed and he used his skills again. Boom! As the two collided again, this time they did not separate. Xiao Ming hugged Shi Lang's arms tightly. Get out of my way. Shi Lang roared and hit Xiao Ming's stomach hard with his knee. Puff! Xiao Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fixed on Shi Lang, his bloody mouth stretched into a smile, and under Shi Lang's incredulous gaze, he slowly uttered a few words. Jet flame. Boom. Chapter 15. Come find me here tomorrow. Ah. Shi Lang was surrounded by flames and fell to the ground with a scream. His two companions also looked over in shock. Dual attributes? How is that possible? Zhao Xie seized this opportunity, focused her eyes, and used instant teleportation twice in succession. Bang! He kicked both of them hard, one by one, and sent them flying. Puff! The two men fell to the ground and spit out blood. This time, the two were completely unprepared for Zhao Xie's attack. Just when Shi Lang had finally rolled away the flames on his body. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt a heavy body pressing down on him. The next second, countless fists fell. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and punched the stone waves beneath him frantically. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Shi Lang's screams continued to be heard. When the other two saw this, they shouted, Brother Lang! I immediately stood up to help. But just as they made a move, Zhao Xie's graceful figure appeared in front of them and kicked them away. Bang! After a few times, both of them lay down on the ground obediently, not daring to get up again. And the pain in their bodies didn't allow them to get up. Ah, Xiao Ming, I was wrong, stop fighting. Puff! Stop hitting me. Shi Lang vomited blood and wailed continuously, but Xiao Ming ignored him and hit Shi Lang desperately without saying a word. Looking at Xiao Ming's red eyes, Shi Lang was really scared. He had never seen such a cruel person. It was as if he really wanted to kill himself. Not only is he ruthless to his enemies, he is even more ruthless to himself. Xiao Ming was covered in blood, making him look like a Shura demon king in Shi Lang's eyes. Just as Xiao Ming was about to punch Shi Lang in the head, Shi Lang yelled frantically, I'll be your subordinate, stop hitting me. Call. A strong wind blew over, and Shi Lang looked at the fist in front of him with beads of sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself, this is a close call. If this punch came, he would probably be killed. Xiao Ming. At this time, Zhao Siye also came over and looked at Xiao Ming worriedly. Oomph, why don't you get out of here? Xiao Ming snorted coldly and turned to look at the two psychics. Brother Lang. They both looked at Shi Lang at the same time. Get out. Get out now. Shi Lang shouted angrily. At this moment, his whole body ached and his bones seemed to be falling apart. There was also a burning sensation on my body. After hearing Shi Lang's words, the two of them crawled away. Seeing this, Xiao Ming felt relieved. He stood up with the help of Zhao Siye, and his whole body swayed and he almost fell down. But he still stood up straight and looked at Shi Lang coldly. I hope you will keep your promise. As he spoke, he pretended to touch his pocket and threw out a spirit stone. This spiritual stone is for you. Recover quickly and come find me here tomorrow. If you don't come. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes and a hint of cold light emerged. Come, I will definitely come. Shi Lang looked at the spirit stone on the ground in surprise, but after hearing Xiao Ming's order, he nodded repeatedly. Take your people and get out. Yes. Before Shi Lang left, Xiao Ming said to the system in his mind, System, bind Shi Lang. Ding, character binding. Shi Lang loyalty, 41. Xiao Ming was surprised to hear that Shi Lang's loyalty was 41. After a quick thought, he knew the reason. It must be his behavior just now that scared Shi Lang. This makes him dare not to rebel, so his loyalty is so high. As Shi Lang left, Xiao Ming suddenly collapsed on Zhao Siye's body. Xiao Ming. Zhao Siye screamed and quickly held Xiao Ming's body tightly. She didn't feel the slightest bit of aversion towards Xiao Ming leaning on her. Help me down. Xiao Ming said, gritting his teeth. The outburst just now made his injuries worse. Aha! Zhao Siye nodded repeatedly, and with tears in her eyes, she helped Xiao Ming back to the house. Looking at the collapsed door, Xiao Ming's eyes became gloomy again. Siye, call the door repairman over. I'll just change the door. I'm going to take a rest. If there's nothing else to do, don't disturb me. After saying that, Xiao Ming walked into his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. Accepting Shi Lang was actually just Xiao Ming's momentary thought. Now that I own this system, I must bind more characters so that I can get more draws. However, Xiao Ming still felt that he couldn't let Zhao Siye stand in front of him and help him deal with the enemy. Shi Lang just happened to be delivered to my door, so I'll take it. He was not afraid that Shi Lang would not obey him. After all, his loyalty could be monitored at any time. If there is a problem. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Ming felt pain in the wound again. He quickly took out 10 spirit stones from the system space and placed them in front of him. He mobilized the spiritual power in his body and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit stone. During the absorption process, Xiao Ming constantly used his spiritual power to heal his injuries. The spiritual power of a psychic is not only used for attack, but can also heal his own injuries. However, if people with conflicting attributes treat each other, it will have a counterproductive effect. Hey, Xiaoning, come here, I brought you another spiritual stone, let's practice and improve together. At this time, in a small villa not far from the center of Huarong City, Li Fan was holding a spirit stone and looking at Yi Xiaoning with a smile. This is Li Fan's private villa, and usually no one comes here. Today, he finally got Yi Xiaoning to come over. Looking at the spirit stone in Li Fan's hand, Yi Xiaoning took it without thinking. Well, okay. Yi Xiaoning chuckled and nodded, but a hint of disdain and contempt flashed in her eyes. But Li Fan, starting from tomorrow, I want to practice in seclusion and break through to the second level as soon as possible. I hope you can support me. Li Fan frowned. Why? How can I cultivate feelings when you are in seclusion? Moreover, who will provide the resources for the seclusion? If you don't give me some benefits, do you expect me to be a sucker? Seeing Li Fan's expression, Yi Xiaoning guessed what he was thinking. While sneering in his heart, he smiled at Li Fan and said, I will participate in the school's freshman competition selection in a month. I heard that the 3 winners can represent the school to participate in the Provincial Supernatural Academy freshman competition. If I win the Provincial Supernatural Academy freshman championship, wouldn't it be a great honor for your Li family? You mean, after you win the championship, you will announce our marriage? Li Fan's eyes lit up. Thinking this way, it really is worth it. Yeah. Yi Qiuning chuckled and nodded. In his heart, he sneered, when I win the provincial college freshman championship, not only will the province take over all my training resources, but countless major forces will also recruit me. In addition, the province will arrange for the most powerful psychic teacher to come to our school to specifically guide me. By then, your Li family will be nothing in my eyes. However, Li Fan obviously did not think of this. At the moment, he was immersed in the glory of his wife being the provincial champion. He nodded repeatedly with a smile on his face. Okay, Xiaoning, just focus on your retreat. All the resources will be provided by our Li family. Chapter 16. I'm not interested in women. Xiao Ming spent the entire afternoon recovering from his injuries. He didn't even get up to eat dinner. It was not until the next morning that all the injuries on his body were almost healed. But there are still many scars, it's impossible for them to heal so quickly. Fortunately, his injuries were mostly external. I took out my cell phone and checked the time. It was now past 7 in the morning. There should still be some time before Zhao Siye gets up. Xiao Ming said to the system in his mind, "System, draw the reward." Yesterday, Zhao Siye helped him drive away the yellow-haired guy, but she got a chance to draw a lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 first-level soundwave bracelets. Sonic bracelet? Xiao Ming murmured curiously, then clicked on the introduction of the sonic bracelet and started reading. First-level soundwave bracelet. It can prevent monsters from actively attacking by emitting similar sound waves that all monsters can sense. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. It was of great help to me in my departure today. That's right, Xiao Ming is going to the suburbs again today. The thorns that Louis released that day made him very envious. Now I have attack skills and defense skills, the only thing missing is a control skill. Although the flamethrower skill has strong attack power, its attack speed is not that fast. If Xiao Ming had not caught the opponent in advance every time, he could have successfully avoided it as long as he was prepared. This made Xiao Ming very distressed. But with the skill of Thorn Entanglement, it is different. It can cause damage to the enemy and control the enemy at the same time. However, according to Xiao Ming's understanding, the only monster that possesses this skill is the first-level Thorn monster. It evolved from thorns. This kind of thing has no edible value, so it is basically impossible to buy it in the city. I can only try my luck in the suburbs. Just as Xiao Ming was thinking about these things, his phone suddenly rang. I took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, so I answered the call in confusion. Hello? Who is this? Brother Xiao, it's Lu Qian. Lu Qian's giggling voice came from the other end of the phone. What's the matter? Xiao Ming found it funny when he heard the voice. How can a dean be so? You didn't forget that you were coming to the college, did you? Lu Qian said in surprise. Didn't I say yesterday that I usually don't go to the academy? Xiao Ming frowned. Yes, you don't have to come often, but you have to at least report in and fill in the information. Lu Qian was speechless. After all, you are a college student, don't you know such a small thing? Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Xiao Ming hung up the phone after he finished speaking, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Then he walked out of the room. To his surprise, Zhao Siye had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for Xiao Ming. After seeing Xiao Ming coming out, Zhao Siye stood up happily and said, Xiao Ming, you're awake. Try the breakfast I made and see if it's delicious. Ha! You can cook too. Xiao Ming looked at the century egg and lean meat porridge on the table with a look of surprise. You know, there are not many girls who can cook nowadays. Well, I used to cook often. Zhao Siye lowered her head shyly. Not bad, it's delicious. Xiao Ming took a bite and couldn't help but praise it. After hearing this, Zhao Siye also showed a happy smile. After they finished eating, Shi Lang finally came to Xiao Ming's house with a nervous mood. Xiao Ming. Well, come with me to the academy. We will leave for the suburbs in a while. You can also wait for me outside the academy. Xiao Ming glanced at him indifferently, and then set off with Zhao Siye. Shi Lang followed Xiao Ming with his head lowered. When he arrived at the college, the environment here was still the same as before. Xiao Ming looked at the students of all kinds and revealed a look of emotion. However, he did not linger too much and went straight to the dean's office. Zhao Siye and Shi Lang did not go in, but waited outside. Xiao Ming, you are finally here. Lu Qian was very happy to see Xiao Ming. Mei Yang also smiled knowingly. After coming back yesterday, the dean was very happy. Come, fill out this form, and you will be a student of our college. As he spoke, he handed a form to Xiaoming. Xiaoming just took a look at it and found it was similar to the previous enrollment form, so he quickly filled it out. After filling it out, Xiaoming looked at Lu Qian and said, "Is everything alright? I'll be leaving now, okay?" Having said that, he was ready to turn around and leave. Wait, what are you going to do today? Your injury hasn't fully healed yet? Lu Qian asked puzzledly. I'm going to take a walk in the suburbs. Xiaoming explained lightly and walked out of the office directly. The corner of Lu Qian's mouth twitched. Look, he is even more arrogant than me and even goes for a walk in the suburbs. Aren't you afraid of encountering high-level monsters? Dean, why don't you let me investigate Xiaoming? An ordinary person actually possesses spiritual liquid that is more effective than those developed by the country. Aren't you curious? Mei Yang stepped forward and said, with deep curiosity in her eyes. After returning yesterday, she asked Lu Qian, but Lu Qian did not allow her to investigate Xiaoming. She expressed great incomprehension. Lu Qian looked at Mei Yang meaningfully. You are right, but do you think we can find out the true identity of the person who possesses the spiritual liquid? You can check if you want. I am 100% sure that you will find nothing. All you will find is the identity of an ordinary person. Really? Mei Yang looked unconvinced. I'll ask someone to check it out later. Okay, let's not talk about investigating him for now. Go and protect him in secret. If he encounters danger, you take action. Be sure not to accidentally let him know that we helped him. Do you understand? Lu Qian turned and looked at Mei Yang meaningfully. Oh, I see. Mei Yang nodded blankly. Well, go ahead, come on. Mei Yang. After leaving the academy, Xiaoming took Zhao Xie and Shi Lang and set off in a taxi. Not far from the taxi they were riding in, a van also followed. The driver was Lu Yi, who had a broken arm. There were two middle-aged men sitting in the car. One of them had a black mole on his chin and his eyes were gloomy. The other person was wearing a black robe and his face could not be seen clearly, but he was very thin. At this time, the middle-aged man with the mole looked at the taxi in front of him and spoke. Old Lu, was it the boy in front who caused you to lose an arm? Yeah. Louis nodded with a gloomy face, with deep resentment in his eyes. It's him, Xiaoming. Okay, we'll help you deal with him today, but you have to leave that woman to me. As he said that, the middle-aged man with the black mole licked his lips with an evil smile. I'm not interested in women. The man in black robe, who had been silent, spoke in a low voice. Okay, I just need to kill Xiaoming and avenge my broken arm. Lu Yi nodded. Not far behind their car, a pink sports car followed. The three cars drove towards the northern suburbs of the city at the same time. Chapter 17. I'll give you a warning this time. After arriving at the woods outside the northern suburbs of the city, Xiaoming took the backpack that had been prepared in advance from Zhao Xie. After all, there are outsiders here, so Xiaoming needs to use this backpack as a cover. It is also convenient to take something from the system space. After taking the backpack, Xiaoming searched inside it, took out an exquisite dagger and handed it to Zhao Xie. Xie, take this dagger, and it will achieve a very good effect when combined with your teleportation. Well, thank you Xiaoming. Zhao Xie's eyes lit up and she nodded with a smile. Shi Lang just followed behind and watched the two of them silently without saying anything. Although he admired Xiaoming's ruthlessness, he was very reluctant to follow Xiaoming. At this moment he was thinking in his heart, forget it, let's just do it for that spirit stone at that time. Xiaoming just glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. The few of them walked into the woods. Shortly after they left, a beautiful figure appeared where they had just been. It was Mei Yang who followed. Mei Yang curled the corners of her mouth, smiled lightly, and followed. Hiss! Suddenly, just as Xiaoming and his companions moved forward not far, a snake more than 2 meters long jumped out from the bushes nearby. The speed was not very fast. Xiaoming and the other two reacted at the same time. However, a mouthful of emerald green venom gushed out from the snake's mouth. Xiaoming quickly turned his head to avoid it. Swish! In the blink of an eye, a cold light flashed. Hiss! The next second, the long snake screamed and broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Ding, number of draws +1. Looking at Zhao Xie who slowly put away the dagger, Xiaoming showed a praiseful smile on his face. See ya, not bad. It seems that this dagger is very suitable for you. Yeah. Zhao Xia nodded happily, and raised the dagger in her hand, appearing to like it very much. Suddenly, Xiaoming's face turned cold and he raised his leg and kicked Shi Lang next to him. Bang! Falling heavily to the ground, Shi Lang looked at Xiaoming angrily. What are you doing? Why didn't you take action just now? Xiaoming looked at him coldly. That's right, the long snake just shot over from the direction of the stone waves. Although Xiaoming didn't know why the snake attacked him, Shi Lang could easily stop the snake before Zhao Xia could make a move. When Shi Lang heard Xiaoming's words, his expression changed. That's right, he did have selfish motives just now, although he knew that this snake alone could not hurt Xiaoming. But I just don't want to take action. Looking at the silent Shi Lang, Xiaoming snorted coldly. This time I'm just giving you a warning. If it happens again, I'll cripple one of your arms. If it happens twice, I'll cripple both of your arms. Xiaoming's words made Shi Lang's pupils shrink suddenly, and a cruel look flashed in his eyes. But he immediately disappeared again. Xiaoming had been paying attention to Shi Lang's expression and obviously discovered it. But he didn't care, and said calmly, "Get up, help me well, you won't be short of spiritual stones." After saying that, he turned around and left with Zhao Xia. Shi Lang stood up and curled his lips in disdain. He obviously did not believe what Xiaoming said. If Xiaoming was really rich, why would Ji Qiuning dump him? But he turned out to be a dual attribute psychic. I have never heard of anyone being able to awaken two attributes. This talent is even stronger than Yi Qiuning's. Thinking of this, Shi Lang is still very shocked. Xiaoming, what are we doing here this time? On the way, Zhao Xia looked at Xiaoming in confusion. Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, looked at Zhao Xia and asked, "Xia, do you know where there is a thorn bush?" A thorn bush? Zhao Xia looked at Xiaoming in confusion and nodded. There was a thorn bush not far ahead. Zhao Xia pointed in a direction and said with a lost look in her eyes, "In the past, in the spring, Yi Qiuning, I and a few other girls came here several times for a spring outing." Xiaoming felt a pain in his heart and remembered his experience with Yi Qiuning. Then he shook his head and put those unhappy things behind him. He smiled at Zhao Xia and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he walked over there. Ouch! After taking only 2 steps, a wolf howl suddenly came from the front. It's very close to them. Xiaoming and the others all looked unhappy. The next second, a giant wolf the size of a calf appeared in the sight of several people. He looked at the few people ferociously, with his claws firmly gripping the ground, as if making an attacking gesture. Wind wolf? Xiaoming said in a deep voice. The next second, before anyone could react, the giant wolf on the opposite side turned into a gust of wind and quickly attacked Xiaoming, who was standing in the front. Xiaoming's face changed and he immediately launched a brutal charge. Boom! The powerful defense only forced Xiaoming to take a few steps back. But Xiaoming was not happy. Instead, he shouted, "Be careful, this is a second-level monster." That's right, a first-level wind wolf would definitely not have such fast speed and strength. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Zhao Xia and Shi Lang were both shocked. Sure enough, in the next second, the wind wolf opened its mouth wide. A sharp wind blade shot towards Zhao Xia. Swish! Zhao Xia's face turned pale and she quickly used instant movement to barely avoid the wind blade's attack. However, a strand of black hair fell down, and the end of Zhao Xia's hair was actually cut off a little. Shi Lang, the two of us will create opportunities for Xia. Xia, stab him when you see the chance. Faced with such a situation, Xiaoming made arrangements quickly. The next second, he launched a brutal charge at the wind wolf. Looking at Xiaoming, who was rushing towards him quickly, a trace of disdain flashed in the wind wolf's eyes. A breeze blew by, and the figure of the wind wolf disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already not far behind Xiaoming. Xiaoming, be careful. Zhao Xia was horrified. He watched helplessly as the wind wolf used wind blade on Xiaoming's back. He immediately moved over to help Xiaoming block the attack. At this critical moment, a ball of yellow energy rushed over domineeringly. Successfully blocked the wind blade's path. Boom! The wind blade hit the yellow energy, Shi Lang's face turned pale and he retreated repeatedly. Stone wave. At this time, Xiaoming turned around and was very surprised to see Shi Lang, who helped him block the attack. However, Shi Lang just snorted coldly and said nothing. He was not stupid. If Xiaoming and the other man died, he would definitely not be able to escape the attack of the Gale Wolf. Squeak! Ouch! At this moment, the wind wolf suddenly let out a howl. The two of them looked over quickly and saw Zhao Siya seize the opportunity, flash to the side of the wind wolf and stab the dagger in his hand. But unfortunately, the wind wolf apparently dodged it and only cut a gash on its back. But even so, the wind wolf's eyes turned red and it roared at Zhao Siya. Now! Xiao Ming's eyes lit up and he looked at Shi Lang. They both launched a brutal charge towards the wind wolf at the same time. Moreover, Xiao Ming even used jet flame at the same time. Chapter 18. I want to hear you call me Brother Ming. Bang! Boom! With two loud bangs, Xiao Ming and Shi Lang crashed into the wind wolf at the same time. The burst of flames made the wind wolf howl miserably in the flames. Xiao Ming and Shi Lang quickly stepped back. After all, even these first-level psychics can't stand the burning of flames. Looking at the wind wolf struggling in the flames, Xiao Ming and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It should be fine. Xiao Ming looked at Zhao Siya and Shi Lang with a smile. Xiao Ming was very satisfied with the cooperation among several people this time. But just when everyone was relaxing, suddenly a hurricane blew. Boom! With a loud bang, the flames enveloping the wind wolf suddenly expanded due to the wind. The next second, the wind wolf let out a mournful howl, and the howl revealed the breath of death. Xiao Ming's face changed drastically and he shouted, "Not good, everyone be careful." Just as he finished his words, the wind wolf wrapped in flames rushed towards Shi Lang at a speed that the three of them could not react to. Ah! With a scream, Shi Lang's raised arm was bitten directly by the wind wolf. The huge bite force made Shi Lang feel that his arm was about to break. This was not the most painful thing. What was even more painful was that the flames on the wind wolf began to spread towards Shi Lang. The scorching heat that came towards him made Shi Lang feel frightened and ruthless at the same time. He raised his left arm and punched the wind wolf on the head again and again. As they struggled, the man and the wolf rolled to the ground. A large amount of blood splattered out, but was evaporated by the flames in the air. Seeing this, Zhao Siya's pretty face turned pale. Xiao Ming seemed very calm. After hesitating for a moment, he turned to look at Zhao Siya and said, "Give me your dagger." Zhao Siya glanced at Xiao Ming in astonishment, and immediately knew what Xiao Ming was going to do. But now Shi Lang and the wind wolf were surrounded by flames, and if Xiao Ming went over there, he would be committing suicide. So Zhao Siya quickly put the dagger behind her back, shook her head and stepped back. "No, Xiao Ming, don't go, you will die." Seeing this, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. He knew that if he didn't explain things clearly to Zhao Siya, he would not be able to save people. So he organized his words and said quickly, "I am not a saint. I can be very cruel to my enemies, but Shi Lang followed me after all, and he just helped me block an attack. If I don't save him now, will you agree with me like this?" Sure enough, after hearing Xiao Ming's words, Zhao Siya hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head firmly, tears welling up in her eyes, and looked at Xiao Ming beggingly. "Xiao Ming, can we not go? I don't care what kind of person you are, I don't want you to die." Listening to Zhao Siya's words and looking at Zhao Siya's current appearance, Xiao Ming's heart was deeply touched. With a smile on his lips, Xiao Ming stretched out his hand to Zhao Siya. "Believe me, I won't die." Ah! At this moment, Shi Lang's screams became even more intense. Xiao Ming hurriedly said, "Hurry, otherwise he won't survive." "Okay, fine, then you must come back alive." Zhao Siya withdrew her hand from behind with difficulty and handed over the dagger. "Well, when I come back, I want to hear you call me Brother Ming from now on." Xiao Ming nodded with a smile. After saying that, Xiao Ming handed the backpack to Zhao Siya, then turned around, gritted his teeth and launched a brutal charge towards the ball of fire. Looking at Xiao Ming's fearless figure, Zhao Siya's pretty face blushed, but immediately her eyes fixed on that side, revealing deep worry. Boom! Xiao Ming crashed directly into the wind wolf, and flames flew everywhere. But it was obvious that the wind wolf was determined to die, and it bit Shi Lang's arm tightly and refused to let go. Seeing this, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and used a brutal charge again, but this time he did not hit the wind wolf. Instead, the moment the protective shield appeared, he rushed directly into the flames and grabbed the huge head of the wind wolf. The dagger in his hand kept falling. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered, and soon Xiao Ming clearly felt that the breath of the wind wolf had disappeared. But its teeth were still biting the stone wave. Xiao Ming, save me." Shi Lang's weak voice was heard from under the wind wolf. "Don't worry, I will definitely save you," Xiao Ming said, gritting his teeth. At this time, the fire had already enveloped his body. The intense burning turned all his clothes into ashes in an instant. But the good thing is that he himself possesses fire-attributed spiritual power. In such a big fire, we can still hold out for a while. Thinking of this, Xiaoming inserted the dagger directly into the big mouth of the wind wolf. He roared, and used all his strength to pry it open. Crack! With a crisp sound of bones, the mouth of the wind wolf was pried open by Xiaoming. Xiaoming's eyes lit up and he kicked the wind wolf away. Finally, the stone waves pressing down on him were revealed. At this time, Shi Lang was surrounded by fire and had no strength to struggle. Xiaoming rolled over and extinguished all the flames on his body. Then he shouted to Zhao Ziya, "I'll take out the bedsheet from my backpack." That is right, in order to conceal his identity, Xiaoming stuffed a bedsheet into his backpack so that the backpack would look bulging, and no one would be suspicious when he took things out. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Zhao Ziya quickly took out the bedsheet and threw it over. Xiaoming picked up the bedsheet and quickly put out the fire on Shi Lang's body. Looking at Shi Lang, who had turned into a black man, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost fatal. Fortunately, Shi Lang was a first-level psychic, otherwise he would have died in such a short period of time. After taking a look at the two naked people, Xiaoming cut the bedsheet in half and draped it over the two of them. Xiaoming, thank you for saving me," Shi Lang said to Xiaoming while lying weakly on the ground. The look in his eyes when he looked at Xiaoming was very complicated, but in the end it turned into deep determination. He knew that if it weren't for Xiaoming, he would have died. Ding, Shi Lang's loyalty plus 41. Shi Lang loyalty, 82. Ding, Zhao Ziya's loyalty plus 4. Zhao Ziya's loyalty, 91. Stop talking so much. Can you sit up? Xiaoming said unhappily and took the backpack handed to him by Zhao Ziya. He took out a spirit stone from it and threw it to Shi Lang. Take it, and recover from your injuries quickly. Xiaoming had not expected that Shi Lang's loyalty had reached the level of admiration, and it had increased by more than 40 points all of a sudden. Zhao Ziya only added 4 points of loyalty. It seems that it will be very difficult to increase the loyalty later. However, it has reached the level of never giving up. Just as several people were recovering from their injuries on the spot, in the woods not far from them. Seeing this scene, Mei Yang patted her pounding chest in fear. He glanced at Xiaoming from a distance and murmured, "I'm scared to death. This guy really doesn't care about his life." In fact, she had already arrived when Shi Lang and the wind wolf were both engulfed in flames, but it was too late. She didn't expect that Xiaoming would risk his own life to save others. Although he was blaming Xiaoming, the look in his eyes when he looked at Xiaoming was also filled with deep admiration. Chapter 19, I'll entangle them. Hey, Lao Lu, why did you call us a mere first-level mutant? The middle-aged man with the black mole looked at Louis with a depressed look on his face. The man in black on the side also looked over curiously. Seeing this, Louis hesitated for a moment and said, "You don't know that the girl next to Xiaoming is a space-based mutant?" Space system? The two looked at each other, both showing a look of astonishment. But then the middle-aged man with the black mole smiled contemptuously, "So what if it's a space system? A first-level space system? A first-level space system is useless in front of us. Well, I just wanted to be on the safe side. Besides, I gave each of you 100,000, so you won't lose anything." Louis nodded lightly. As for what was in his heart, Louis did not say it. He suspected that Lu Qian had sent someone to protect Xiaoming. Although he didn't know why, it seemed to him that day that Lu Qian seemed to care about Xiaoming very much. At this time, they were already very close to the location of Xiaoming and the others. At this moment, Louis raised his hand and looked forward. "Here we are. It looks like they just experienced a battle." As he spoke, his eyes turned to the corpse of the Gale wolf lying not far from Xiaoming and the others. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Seeing Zhao Ziya's pretty figure again, the middle-aged man with the mole licked his lips. He couldn't hold back any longer. "Well, you don't have to do it. I want to kill Xiaoming myself. You just help me to scout the formation." As he said that, a fierce light flashed in Louis's eyes. He walked towards Xiaoming and the others. "Louis? Who are those two? Are they also third-level psychics? Oh no, I have to tell the dean immediately." At this time, Mei Yang had already discovered the figures of Louis and others. She was shocked and quickly took out her mobile phone to start making a call. At this time, Xiaoming and his companions had just taken a break. But Zhao Ziya was not seriously injured, so she stood aside and was alert. Suddenly, there was a loud laugh. Xiao Ming and Shi Lang, who were regulating their breathing, quickly opened their eyes and looked over. Louis walked out of the woods with a grim smile. Louis! Xiao Ming and Zhao Siye were suddenly shocked. Shi Lang secretly thought that something was wrong in his heart, as he knew what happened that day. It seems that Louis is here to seek revenge on Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, because of you, I lost an arm. Don't you have any remorse in your heart? Louis stopped more than 10 meters away from Xiao Ming and his companions, looked at Xiao Ming with hatred, and pointed at his broken arm. Zhao Siye didn't waste any words. She just gripped the dagger tightly and stood in front of Xiao Ming, looking at Louis vigilantly. I was unconscious that day and I didn't know what happened. Xiao Ming looked at him and said lightly. Ha ha ha, what a great I don't know. Do you think you can survive by saying I don't know? Louis laughed crazily. Then what do you want to do? Xiao Ming frowned, constantly thinking of countermeasures in his mind. But he found that it was extremely difficult to leave safely. Even if the opponent lost an arm, he was still a third-level psychic. On his side, everyone is at the first level, and Shi Lang is seriously injured, so the only ones who can fight are Siye and himself. What comforted Xiao Ming a little was that at least Zhao Siye was able to escape. What should I do? Of course I have to kill you to relieve the hatred in my heart. Louis said with a grin. But then he changed the subject and said with a cold smile, however, as long as you hand over the liquid from that day to me, I can still let you live. Liquid? Do you mean spiritual liquid? Xiao Ming frowned slightly, then looked at Louis with understanding. Yes, it's the spiritual liquid. What do you think? Leave it to me. Louis said excitedly. Xiao Ming wants to kill him, and he wants the spiritual liquid too. Why do you think I would carry a treasure like that with me? It's at my house, or should we go back and get it now? Xiao Ming said calmly. I was nervous, hoping that this guy would have a brain seizure. But it was obvious that Xiao Ming was going to be disappointed. Louis' face changed and he shouted angrily, Do you think I'm a fool? Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Tangled in thorns. As Louis roared, the pupils of Xiao Ming and others suddenly contracted. Countless thorns suddenly emerged from the ground. At this critical moment. Suddenly, a delicate voice came from the side, hallucination. The next second, under the surprised gaze of Xiao Ming and others, a pink ripple enveloped Louis from top to bottom. Louis inside the ripples laughed crazily, Ha ha, Xiao Ming, you're finally dead. This is what happens to you for going against me. Seeing this, Xiao Ming and Shi Lang quickly stood up and looked at the person who came. Mei Yang? Mei Yang mobilized her spiritual power and quickly came in front of the few people. She shouted anxiously, Go! Just when Xiao Ming and the others were confused, suddenly a loud shout and 2 attacks came. Court death. Boom! Mei Yang gritted her teeth and used all her strength to emit a pink spiritual energy. The 3 energies collided with each other, and Mei Yang retreated repeatedly, her face turned pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood. I'll hold them back, you guys go. Ignoring the 2 people who suddenly appeared, Mei Yang shouted at the astonished Xiao Ming and the other 2, and used her skills on them again. Hypnosis. 2 ripples suddenly covered the middle-aged man with the mole and the man in black respectively. Go! I can't hold on much longer. Seeing that the 2 men were temporarily subdued, Mei Yang yelled at Xiao Ming. Let's go together, Siye, take Mei Yang with you to teleport. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and gave the instructions seriously. Then he grabbed Shi Lang, who was unable to move, and left first, rushing directly into the woods next to him. Zhao Siye came to Mei Yang and grabbed her shoulder with one hand. With a flash of light, the 2 disappeared from the spot. Just a moment after they left, Louis and the others regained consciousness at the same time. Damn it, Mei Yang, it's indeed Mei Yang. Louis screamed madly. His guess was correct. Lu Qian indeed sent people to protect Xiao Ming. A psychic with weak attack power, so there's nothing to worry about. Lao Lu, let's keep chasing him, said the middle-aged man with the mole with a gloomy face. However, the eyes of the man in black flashed a few times under his black cloak, and he said calmly, Psychic ability users, although their attack power is not a concern, their control skills are hard to defend against. What? Are you scared? The middle-aged man with the mole looked at the other person with contempt. In fact, neither he nor Louis were very familiar with this person. However, the few of them had met each other several times and could be considered acquaintances, so Louis also called him this time. That woman should be the secretary of Lu Qian, the dean of the Academy of Superpowers. Louis, why didn't you tell us? The man in black ignored the sarcasm of the middle-aged man with the black mole, and looked at Louis indifferently. I don't know. Louis argued forcefully. After saying that, he looked at the man in black impatiently and said, Are you going or not? If not, Lao Hei and I will go. Okay, go ahead. I won't offend the Academy of Superpowers just for 100,000. After saying that, the man in black turned into a black mist and flew straight into the sky and disappeared. Humph, coward, Lao Lu, let's go. Lao Hei gave Hei Wu a mocking look, then turned and said to Louis. Louis nodded gloomily, and the two of them quickly chased in the direction where Xiao Ming and his companions fled. Chapter 20, Only One Gamble. Xiao Ming, let me go. You can't escape like this. Shi Lang said to Xiao Ming. At this time, he was being taken away by Xiao Ming. The speed is obviously not that fast. Hearing Shi Lang's words, Xiao Ming just glanced at him calmly. I don't have the habit of abandoning my comrades. After saying that, he put his head down and ran forward with all his might. Shi Lang was silent, and looked at Xiao Ming with even more gratitude. In his hand he held the spirit stone that Xiao Ming had just given him. He also didn't expect that Xiao Ming could actually take out spirit stones for him to use. Could it be that Xiao Ming could really provide him with endless resources? If that was the case, then it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to follow him. Thinking of this, Shi Lang's eyes lit up. I have already made the decision in my heart. At this time, Zhao Xie and Mei Yang were already running ahead of them. But there was no continuous teleportation. Xie, wait for them. I'm worried that Louis and the others will catch up with us. Mei Yang looked at Zhao Xie and said. After hearing this, Zhao Xie nodded without thinking. Stopped. After a few seconds, Xiao Ming and Shi Lang came to the two of them. Behind them, Louis and Lao Hei caught up with them, laughing. Ha, Xiao Ming, today is the day you die. Louis, you dare to kill Xiao Ming, aren't you afraid that the dean will kill your mother? Mei Yang's face changed and she shouted loudly. Afraid? I'm already a cripple, what else is there to be afraid of? Louis snorted coldly, and then said, Humph, Mei Yang, you should think about yourself. As he said this, Louis glanced at Lao Hei beside him. Sure enough, Lao Hei looked at Mei Yang and Zhao Xie with a greedy expression. Ha, they're all mine. Fist of power, collapse of the mountain. Following Lao Hei's loud shout, Xiao Ming suddenly felt a huge momentum coming from behind him. Then, Zhao Xie and the other girl in front of them showed a look of horror and shouted to Xiao Ming, be careful. Subconsciously, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and launched a brutal charge. Boom! But the attack still fell on him. A powerful force came, and Xiao Ming felt as if his body was hit by a high-speed truck. He was knocked away directly. But Shi Lang was still caught tightly by him. In mid-air, Zhao Xie used instant movement to catch Xiao Ming. Looking at Xiao Ming with concern, Xiao Ming. Run, take them and run. Xiao Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, roared with difficulty, and handed Shi Lang to Zhao Xie. After saying that, he launched a brutal charge and continued running forward. Given Zhao Xie's limit, Xiao Ming knew that it would be good enough if he could bring two people. It's impossible to bring your own. Seeing that Xiao Ming had run away, Zhao Xie's face was conflicted for a moment. She bit her lip lightly, and teleported with Shi Lang to Mei Yang's side. Then it flashed again, and the three people had disappeared from the spot. Want to run? No way, I'll go chase Xiao Ming. As for Mei Yang and the others, I'll leave them to you. Louis snorted coldly and said to Lao Hei. No problem, go ahead. Lao Hei smiled and chased in the direction of Mei Yang and the others. Louis glanced coldly at Xiao Ming's embarrassed figure, kicked his legs, and quickly chased after him. Xiao Ming was running in front, with a clear idea in his head. If his guess was correct, the thorn bush that Zhao Xie mentioned should have at least some thorns evolved into monsters after the revival of spiritual energy. But it won't be too severe, and the long position will only be at the first level. If I run there and attract some first-level monsters on the way, I should be able to kill Louis with the sonic bracelet I drew from the system. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming's eyes became firm. He took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and drank it, then desperately urged the spiritual power in his body to run towards the place where the thorn bush was. Fortunately, Louis himself is a wood-attributed mutant, and his speed is not particularly fast. To release skills, one needs to be within a certain range. Xiao Ming used brutal attacks from time to time, but he always kept a distance from Louis. Ha, run, I want to see how far you can run. Louis sneered and looked at Xiao Ming in front of him. Just now he saw Xiao Ming drink another bottle of spiritual liquid, and a greedy look flashed in his eyes. The boy really carried it with him. At this time, he had already thought of killing Xiao Ming and taking the spiritual liquid for himself. He never thought that a third-level psychic like himself would not be a match for a first-level psychic. No matter how strong this first-level psychic is, it won't work. Not long after, Xiao Ming could see the thorn bush appearing in the distance. However, perhaps due to the influence of Luyi's aura as a third-level psychic, no other monsters appeared around. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and looked at the quiet thorn bush. I'll just have to take a gamble. After saying that, he quickly took out the sonic bracelet and put it on his wrist. Rushed directly towards the thorn bush. Louis, who was behind him, saw Xiao Ming running into the bush and immediately showed an amused look. This kid, doesn't he know that I'm a wood-attributed mutant? How dare you run into the thorn bush? With a sneer, Louis rushed in without thinking much. Coming here, in the center of the thorn bush, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. He had just paid close attention to the thorns around him. I noticed that some of them trembled slightly when I passed by. Although it stopped immediately, Xiao Ming knew that his guess was correct. As expected, some thorns had evolved successfully. So he stopped and waited quietly for Luyi's arrival. Ha, why don't you run away? Louis looked at Xiao Ming, who was standing there with amusement. Humph, die. Xiao Ming sneered. What? Luyi's face changed and he looked around vigilantly. The next second, he discovered to his horror that the thorns around him began to move automatically without any wind. Demon beast? First-level monster? At this time, he didn't know that most of these thorns had turned into monster beasts. He turned around angrily and yelled at Xiao Ming, don't you want to die? Humph. Xiao Ming just looked at him coldly without saying anything. Seeing this, Louis didn't care about Xiao Ming and immediately wanted to turn around and run away. But it was too late now. All I heard were countless schwa, swish, swish sounds. The overwhelming thorns entangled Louis. Ah! The next second, Louis's figure disappeared directly under the thorns. Only a thorn ball formed in the center, and Louis kept screaming inside. Thousand-leaf flying knife. With a roar, the sphere exploded, and countless flying leaves turned into blades that chopped the thorns. Louis's figure also appeared, but his clothes were torn and his body was stained with blood. He glared at Xiao Ming fiercely with his exposed eyes and was about to run away again. But the next second, the thorns in the sky came around again. Just when he was about to use the same trick to break out. All he could hear was Xiao Ming's roar from behind him, spray flames. Boom! No! At this moment, Louis was horrified to find that Xiao Ming was actually a mutant with dual attributes of fire and earth. As the flames spurted out, the thorn bush instantly turned into a sea of fire. Xiao Ming also quickly used a brutal charge and rushed out. Standing on the edge of the sea of fire, looking inside quietly. Chapter 21, Good Jump, Jump More. As time passed, Luyi's screams in the sea of fire also disappeared. Xiao Ming thought of Zhao Xie and the others, and felt a little worried. But with Mei Yang here, we shouldn't be defeated so quickly. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming calmed down. Said to the system, draw a lottery. He remembered that after Zhao Xie helped him kill the snake, he got a chance to draw a lottery which he had not used yet. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 vermilion fruits. Red fruit. Xiao Ming's mind moved, and he quickly opened the system space. When he saw the red fruits quietly placed inside, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is a kind of natural treasure that appeared after the revival of spiritual energy. I heard that you can't buy it even if you have money. It contains huge spiritual energy, which can be fully absorbed after taking it. I don't know how many people with special abilities dream of this. Unexpectedly, I got 10 at once. Ha ha ha. But after only a moment of excitement, Xiao Ming began to hesitate. He wanted to take the vermilion fruit now and advance to the second level. But he always had doubts in his heart, as if after he mastered the skill of jetting flames, the spiritual energy required for promotion became greater. I don't know if this is my illusion. At this moment, the system voice rang. Ding, the host's guess is correct. As the host comprehends more attributes, more spiritual energy will be needed to improve strength. However, for the same number of attributes, the number of skills learned will not affect the improvement of strength. After hearing this, Xiao Ming understood. After making a secret estimate, Xiaoming gritted his teeth and took out 2 red fruits from the system space. Ding, please think carefully, if you cannot break through after taking 2 red fruits, your body will burst. The system's words made Xiaoming hesitate again. However, thinking that Zhao Xie and the others were still facing danger, he had to break through before he would have a chance to rescue them. So without saying anything, he stuffed the red fruit into his mouth. Immediately, a powerful spiritual energy entered the abdominal cavity directly. Xiaoming howled miserably and fell to the ground. Veins popped up all over his body and an intense pain spread throughout his body. A trickle of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Xiaoming clenched his teeth and forced himself to sit up. He activated the energy crystal in his chest and began to vigorously transform and absorb the spiritual energy in his body. A trickle of blood flowed out from his pores, indicating that Xiaoming's current condition was very dangerous. However, Xiaoming ignored it, as if he was indifferent to the pain all over his body, and immersed himself in cultivation wholeheartedly. Half an hour later. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from Xiaoming. Boom! The gust of wind directly blew out some of the fire that had not yet been extinguished. Slowly, Xiaoming opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Ding, the host has been detected to be upgraded to level 2, the system is automatically upgraded. Current system level 2. The number of items obtained from the lottery has increased, and there is a chance to draw a second level item. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Breakthrough. What he didn't expect was that the system was actually promoted. This was a pleasant surprise. Then, Xiaoming stood up and watched the fire slowly subside, revealing the thorns burned into charcoal. Xiaoming grabbed one directly, peeled it, took a look inside, and muttered, "Fortunately, it's edible." After saying that, he started eating with big mouthfuls. After one, a hint of enlightenment appeared in Xiaoming's eyes. Green energy emerged from his body. How come I comprehended it with just one strand this time? That's right, it must be because I broke through to the second level, and I can comprehend new skills again. So Xiaoming didn't think much about it and glanced at the direction where Zhao Xie and others left. He took a step and ran quickly in that direction. Boom! Puff! Mei Yang was knocked back repeatedly by Lao Hei's punch, her eyes were very solemn. She didn't expect that the other party was actually a mutant with special attributes, strength attributes. The power is so great that it's simply not human. Mei Yang! Zhao Xie screamed and hurried forward to support Mei Yang. As soon as they escaped here, they were stopped by Lao Hei. Zhao Xie's instant movement can only move about 10 meters at a time. After carrying 2 people, her energy was almost exhausted. With no other options, Mei Yang had to go forward to meet him. Although Mei Yang controlled Lao Hei for a while, she did not have powerful attack skills. Even if Zhao Xie stabbed him with a dagger, it only left a scratch on Lao Hei's body. After all, a third-level strength attribute mutant has good defensive capabilities. As for Shi Lang, at this moment he could only use the spirit stones in his hand to recover from his injuries as quickly as possible. Shi Lang felt very aggrieved when he saw Zhao Xie and the other girl fighting against the enemy. This is the first time in his life that a girl has protected him. Ha ha ha, 2 beauties, let's have some fun here. Lao Hei looked at the charming Mei Yang and the pure Zhao Xie with an evil smile. The excitement in my heart cannot be increased. Xie, you can go first and don't worry about us. The Dean will definitely come to save me. Mei Yang gritted her teeth and said softly to Zhao Xie. Among the people present, only Zhao Xie had the ability to escape. But Mei Yang's voice was obviously heard by Lao Hei. Lao Hei's face changed and he snorted coldly, "None of you can leave." After saying that, he pushed hard with one leg and flew towards Zhao Xie. "Xie, be careful. Dream dance." Mei Yang's pretty face changed and she screamed. The whole person danced quickly, her dance moves were enchanting and full of strong temptation. Layers of pink halos emanated from Mei Yang's body, making her look very dreamy. Lao Hei, who had just approached, stopped immediately and looked at Mei Yang, who looked like a fairy, with drooling eyes. But it only took a few seconds for Lao Hei's dull eyes to recover. He looked at the charming Mei Yang with an evil smile. "Huh, you dance well, dance a few more times for me later to help me have fun." Mei Yang's face turned pale and she stopped. The next second, Lao Hei rushed directly to Mei Yang and punched her. Boom! The powerful force directly knocked Mei Yang away. While in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood and then fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Xie looked at Lao Hei, who was giving her an evil smile, with a face full of fear, and slowly backed away. Ha, it's your turn. Lao He laughed evilly and rushed over under Zhao Siya's horrified gaze. Shi Lang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, couldn't bear it any longer. He roared, mobilized some of the spiritual power he had just recovered, and launched a brutal charge. You want to touch my sister-in-law? I'll fight you. Boom! The stone weight hit Lao He directly, and the powerful impact caused him to spit out blood. But he held Lao He's waist tightly and did not let go. Instead, he yelled, "Sister-in-law, Mei Yang, run away and leave me alone." Looking for death. Lao He's face was gloomy and he hit Shi Lang on the lower back with his elbow. Puff! Shi Lang! Zhao Siya shouted, her eyes blurred by tears. Mei Yang watched all this helplessly, muttering to herself, "Dean, please come quickly." Chapter 22, not excessive at all. Puff! Ah! Shi Lang spat out a mouthful of blood, roared angrily, and bit Lao He on the waist. Lao He let out a scream and looked at Shi Lang with anger in his eyes. "I will kill you." After saying that, he raised his right fist, which was filled with a large amount of golden energy. The next second, it was about to attack Shi Lang's head. Feeling the momentum coming from above his head, Shi Lang felt the approach of death. Shi Lang! Mei Yang and Zhao Siya cried out at the same time. At this critical moment, a loud shout interrupted everyone's thoughts. Tangled in thorns. Swish swish. Countless thorns rose directly from under Lao He's feet, and in less than half a second, they wrapped Lao He tightly. Zhao Siya's eyes lit up and she quickly seized the opportunity, using instant teleportation to rescue Shi Lang. Shi Lang, are you okay? Xiaoming hurriedly ran to Shi Lang and took a look at him, frowning deeply. At this time, Shi Lang was spitting out blood. It looks like it's about to fail. But when he saw Xiaoming, he grinned. "Brother, I didn't let my sister-in-law get hurt." Xiaoming was stunned for a moment. "What did you call me?" "Brother, you saved my life and gave me the spirit stone. From now on you are my brother," Shi Lang said intermittently with a sincere look in his eyes. Zhao Siya next to her didn't care that Shi Lang called her sister-in-law. At this moment, her eyes were full of tears and she kept sobbing. Xiaoming raised his eyebrows after hearing this. "Okay, I will be your big brother from now on. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Eat it." Red fruit. Mei Yang next to him widened her eyes and looked at Xiaoming in surprise as he took out a red fruit from his backpack. But then I felt relieved. It doesn't seem strange for someone with a mysterious identity like Xiaoming to own the red fruit. Bang! "Ha, Xiaoming, you're here? Where's Lao Lu?" Just then, there was a loud explosion behind them, followed by Lao He's loud laughter. Although the thorns did not hurt him, they tore his clothes and made him look very miserable. "See, yeah, let Shi Lang eat this, and leave the rest to me." Xiaoming ignored Lao He, handed the red fruit in his hand to Zhao Siya, and then took the dagger from Zhao Siya's hand. Then he walked towards Lao He with a cold expression. "Xiaoming, don't be impulsive. I have already called the dean. We just need to delay time." Mei Yang quickly grabbed Xiaoming's wrist and whispered in his ear. "Wait for him to come? We'll all die." Xiaoming thought about it in annoyance. Mei Yang's breath was as sweet as orchid in his ear, making his ears itchy. He glanced at her calmly and said, "Help me protect them." After saying that, he strode towards Lao He. Seeing Xiaoming's determination, Mei Yang swung her arms angrily and secretly cursed Xiaoming for acting impulsively. But there was no better way now, so she returned to Zhao Siya and the others, and decided in her heart that if Xiaoming couldn't do it for a while, she would definitely take action. He suddenly thought of the skill that Xiaoming had just used, and his eyes suddenly widened. 3 attributes. Xiaoming not only had the abilities of fire and earth, but also wood. Suddenly, Mei Yang's heart was filled with turmoil. "Ha, kid, I didn't expect you to escape from Lao Lu's hands. It shows that you are still quite capable. But to me, you are nothing." Lao He was surprised that Xiaoming actually had the dual attributes of wood and earth, but he was also very disdainful. No matter how powerful he is just a first-level guy. Louis did not tell Xiaoming about his fire attribute ability, so he didn't know. So much nonsense. Xiaoming said coldly, holding the dagger in his hand, and used the brutal charge skill towards Lao He. Lao He sneered, his right fist flashing with golden light, and he punched directly at Xiaoming. Boom! During the collision, the powerful force directly knocked Xiaoming away. Xiaoming fell heavily to the ground, took a deep breath, rubbed his aching chest and climbed up. Even if he used a brutal charge, he could still cause such great damage to himself. A power-type psychic is indeed awesome. TSK, garbage, waste. Lao He shook his head and looked at Xiaoming with mockery. Hearing this, Xiaoming, who had just crawled up from the ground, looked unhappy. Waste? Ha ha. A cold light flashed in Xiaoming's eyes. He roared angrily and charged at Lao He violently again. Come again? Is it any use? Lao He said with disdain, this time, I will send you to hell. After saying that, he widened his eyes, shouted loudly, and an even more powerful momentum than before burst out from his fists. Zhao Xie and the other two were watching this scene nervously. Zhao Xie bit her lips, stared at Xiaoming with her eyes, and murmured to herself, Brother Ming, you can do it, you can do it. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiaoming, who was halfway through his charge, suddenly stopped and stretched out one hand forward. A huge amount of green energy instantly poured into the land in front of Lao He, thorns entangled. This trick doesn't work on me. Lao He sneered, but the next second, his expression changed. It was obvious that the thorns this time were much more resilient and powerful than the previous ones. You are a second-level mutant. Lao He looked at Xiaoming in astonishment and punched the thorns that were entangled around him. Boom! At this time, he finally became alert, but it was too late. The thorns were broken, but more thorns continued to entangle. Xiaoming sneered and did not respond to Lao He's words. Take advantage of the moment when the thorns are entangled to jump high. Jet flame. Boom! A tongue of fire more than 10 meters long spurted out. At this time, Lao He was entangled by countless thorns and had no time to react. He could only watch the flames sweep towards him. No! Spare my life! The next second, his figure was surrounded by flames, and his screams of struggle could be heard from inside. Falling to the ground, Xiaoming gasped heavily. There were still waves of pain in my chest. He thought to himself that it was a close call. If he had been hit by another punch, he might have really died. Brother Ming! That's great! Zhao Xie excitedly ran to Xiaoming and held his arm. Mei Yang was so shocked that she kept muttering to herself, how is this possible? How can a level 2 defeat a level 3? Although I cannot deny that Lao He underestimated his enemy, but a level 2 fighter defeating a level 3 fighter is still a brilliant achievement. At this moment, a loud shout came from the woods, Mei Yang, Xiaoming, I'm here to save you. Everyone looked over in silence. A golden light flashed, and Lu Qian actually appeared on the scene riding on a flying sword. That look is very handsome and cool. Hee, aren't you a psychic? Xiaoming looked at Lu Qian in midair with surprise and suspicion. Hey, what's going on? Am I late? Lu Qian looked at the messy battlefield in confusion, then nodded at Xiaoming with a smile. Yes, I am a gold-type mutant. It's not too much for me to control a flying sword, right? The corner of Xiaoming's mouth twitched, and he glanced at the flying sword under Lu Qian's feet with a little envy. Not too much at all. Chapter 23. It's up to you this time. Whoosh! Lu Qian jumped off the flying sword. The flying sword circled in the air for several circles and flew steadily into Lu Qian's hands. Lu Qian came to the side of the few people and frowned slightly at the embarrassed people. Why are they all injured so badly? Where are Louis and the others? As he spoke, Lu Qian's face turned cold. He didn't expect that he had let Louis go last time, which made him hold a grudge against him. You are late. The guy who just followed Louis and called Lao He has been killed by Xiaoming. Mei Yang gave Lu Qian a cold look and pointed to the fire that was still burning on the side. Lu Qian didn't know what Lao He's strength was, he just thought he was a first-level younger brother brought by Louis. So he nodded without taking it seriously. Oh, what about Louis? I can't let him go this time, otherwise where will my face be? After hearing this, Mei Yang and the others looked at Xiaoming in confusion. Louis was also killed by me. Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. After all, he had just killed Lao He, a third-level master, and everyone present had seen it, so he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Louis was killed by you? Ha, Xiaoming, don't tease me, it's not funny. Lu Qian looked at Xiaoming in surprise and said with a laugh. Dean, it should be true. Mei Yang looked at Lu Qian seriously and said. Really? How is that possible? Tell me in detail. Lu Qian looked at Mei Yang with disbelief. How come this girl learned how to lie after just one trip? But Xiaoming didn't have time to listen to them. At this moment, a strong aura suddenly came from Shi Lang's side. Boom! Xiao Ming and others looked over in surprise. Shi Lang broke through? Xiao Ming did not expect that Shi Lang would break through to the second level just by eating a red fruit. It seems that Shi Lang has entered the first level for some time. However, he has not yet mastered his skills in the past few days. It seems that his talent is not very good. After entering the second level, Shi Lang's injuries recovered a lot. He stood up from the ground with difficulty and looked at Xiao Ming excitedly. Brother, thank you, I have made a breakthrough. Well, that's great. You guys chat, we'll leave first. Xiao Ming nodded with a smile, glanced at Lu Qian and Mei Yang, and turned and left with Zhao Xie. Watching Xiao Ming and the others leave, Lu Qian grabbed Mei Yang's wrist and asked curiously, Mei Yang, what happened? I just played with a 5th level monster for a while, so I came late. Did I miss something? Aren't you afraid that we will be killed? Mei Yang glared at Lu Qian in annoyance. Although Lu Qian said it easily, Mei Yang understood him and knew that when she called him, she must have been going through a tough battle. So there is no need to dwell on this issue. Thinking of Xiao Ming's specialness, Mei Yang took a breath and said slowly, Xiao Ming is actually a 3-attribute mutant of wood, earth, and fire, and has been promoted to the second level. And he has things like vermilion fruit, so he should have quite a few. Remembering that Xiao Ming had just given one to her younger brother, Mei Yang said uncertainly. His 3 attributes? Lu Qian was also shocked, muttering to himself, dual attributes are already very rare, and the resources required for cultivation are almost as huge as those of space, time, and other attribute superpowers. These 3 attributes, unless they don't grow, will definitely be the most abnormal among the abnormal. No, judging from what Xiao Ming used, this guy must be a talent cultivated by some powerful force. Thinking of this, Lu Qian's expression became solemn. Mei Yang, I have a task for you. Follow Xiao Ming. You don't have to go out of your way to find out what force Xiao Ming belongs to, but you must make friends with him. Ask from the side whether Xiao Ming's faction is an enemy or a friend, and what attitude they hold towards the country. After hearing Lu Qian's words, Mei Yang also realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded solemnly. Well, then I will stay with Xiao Ming during this period of time? Well, go ahead. Be sure to protect him. Lu Qian nodded with a smile. He trusts Mei Yang very much. Seeing this, Mei Yang hurriedly took a step and chased in the direction where Xiao Ming and his companions left. Talent, come on and grow up, the country needs talents like you. Lu Qian smiled and murmured as he looked in the direction where Mei Yang left. Not long after, Xiao Ming and his companions arrived at a place not far from the suburbs. Xiao Ming had no objection to Mei Yang following him. After all, it was nice to have such a pleasing beauty following him, which was a feast for the eyes. Not to mention that he is a 3rd-level master. Just as the few people were passing through a forest, they suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting coming from the woods. Some people even shouted help. Daughter, go. No, Dad, let's go together. Hearing these voices, Xiao Ming paused and frowned slightly. I don't want to meddle in other people's business. But just as he was about to leave, Zhao Xie gently pulled the sheet around Xiao Ming's waist and said, Xiao Ming, let's go over and take a look. It looks like a little girl. He glanced at Zhao Xie who was looking at him expectantly, and then Mei Yang and Shi Lang were also looking at him. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment. There shouldn't be any powerful monsters here, so this would be a good opportunity to increase his chances of winning the lottery. So he nodded and said, okay, but Mei Yang, you don't have to do anything later. See yeah, this time it's up to you. Xiao Ming gave some instructions and then led a few people into the woods. At this time, there were a lot of human corpses lying in the woods. Each person's body was covered with bite marks. Beside them, there were also automatic rifles scattered on the ground. In the middle of the corpses, there stood a pretty girl wearing sportswear, with a ponytail and a delicate face. Next to the girl stood a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. In the middle-aged man's hand, he was holding an automatic rifle similar to the one on the ground, and he was staring vigilantly at the uneven ground in front of him. Daughter, hurry up and leave. You have already mastered the skills and have a bright future ahead of you. You can't die here with your dad. After returning, we must run our auction house well. The middle-aged man pushed the girl away excitedly. At this time, several rats as big as wash basins attacked the two from the holes in the ground. The speed was so fast that it was simply beyond the ability of ordinary people to react. The middle-aged man was immediately hit in the arm by a rat. He let out a loud roar and fired indiscriminately at the rats rushing towards him with the rifle in his hand. While firing, he yelled at the girl he had just pushed away, "Daughter, run!" "Dad, I won't leave," the girl cried out in tears. Lightning appeared in her hands, and as she swung her arms, a large amount of lightning struck the rats. But the mice were very cunning. The moment the lightning appeared, they all jumped to the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning struck the ground, but caused no substantial damage except for raising a cloud of dust. "Dad, let's go." Seeing this, the girl hurried over, grabbed her father's uninjured arm, turned around and was about to run away. But the next second, dozens of mice rushed out from the ground again. One of them even hit the girl directly in the chest. Bump! Puff! "Daughter!" The middle-aged man looked at his daughter in horror as she was knocked flying and spit out blood. Chapter 24, A Lottery Draw. "Brother Ming, let's go." Zhao Xie turned and looked at Xiao Ming. At this moment, they were in a position where they could clearly see the awakening in the field. Xiao Ming and the others also knew about the monster that attacked the father and daughter. They are all just first-level burrowing rats. Possessing the ability of Earth attribute, he can quickly escape into the ground and attack the enemy very quickly. Their teeth are so sharp that it is hard to defend against them. No wonder so many of these people died even though they were armed. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, then said to the others, "Let's do as we discussed. I'll go out first to attract the attention of the earth-burrowing rats, and then Xie, you launch the attack." "Yeah." Zhao Xie nodded impatiently, looking at the injured girl with deep pity in her eyes. "Brother, let me go up for a while." Shi Lang volunteered to stand up. Xiao Ming glanced at Shi Lang, who was unable to stand steadily, and said unhappily, "You should have a good rest. Although you have just been promoted to the second level, your injuries have not recovered yet." After saying that, Xiao Ming launched a brutal charge towards the girl. Because in just a short while, the girl's father stood in front of the girl, and a lot of ground rats were already entangled on his body. "If I don't go now, I'll probably die." Boom! With Xiao Ming's attack, a large number of earth rats were knocked away. The girl and her father's eyes were filled with hope for Xiao Ming's arrival. However, the middle-aged man was covered in blood. He was kneeling on one knee on the ground with a rifle in his hand, looking weak. He looked at Xiao Ming, who suddenly appeared, and begged, "Sir, I beg you, please take my daughter away." "Don't you want to leave?" Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged man curiously. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and shook his head. "There are too many burrowing rats. We can't get away." As he spoke, the middle-aged man pointed in a direction. Xiao Ming turned his head and looked, his pupils contracted. Sure enough, in the woods, with Xiao Ming's arrival, dense swarms of ground rats rushed out. "Please take my girl away." The middle-aged man showed a determined look, and after he finished speaking, he dragged his scarred body in front of Xiao Ming, and the girl roared, and the rifle in his hand spit out flames at the rushing rat. Although the earth rats could burrow underground very quickly, the middle-aged man still killed a few of them due to their large numbers. Come on, I'm going to fight you beasts." The middle-aged man laughed wildly. "Dad." The girl stood up and looked at her father with tears in her eyes. At this moment, countless earth rats rushed to a place not far in front of the middle-aged man, jumped high towards him, and pounced on him. Seeing this, Xiao Ming circulated his spiritual power and flashed to the side of the middle-aged man. Jet flame. Boom. A tongue of fire more than 10 meters long spurted out, and a large number of burrowing rats did not react in time and were directly engulfed in the flames. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The father and daughter were shocked by Xiao Ming's skills. Dual attribute mutant. Big brother is so awesome. The girl looked at Xiao Ming, who was standing next to her father, with admiration and shock. However, although Xiao Ming burned many earth-burrowing rats to death, more earth-burrowing rats rushed forward fearlessly. "Sir, run quickly, it will be too late if you don't leave now." The middle-aged man shouted at Xiao Ming when he saw this. However, Xiao Ming ignored them and just looked at the group of earth-burrowing rats coldly. "Oh." Seeing Xiao Ming ignoring him, the middle-aged man sighed deeply. "It's over, there's no escape." "Dad." The girl also walked forward, with blood on the corner of her mouth, but she held the middle-aged man's hand with a smile on her face. Okay, let us die together." The middle-aged man suddenly smiled sadly. Looking at his lovely daughter, the middle-aged man felt only deep regret in his heart. "My daughter is only 16 years old, but she has already awakened her thunder attribute ability and successfully advanced to the first level. I didn't expect that I would die here today." looking at the huge number of ground rats showing their sharp teeth and pouncing towards us ferociously. There was a look of despair on the middle-aged man's face. Just as the father and daughter were waiting for death to come, suddenly, Xiaoming shouted coldly. See ya, come on. Under the surprised gaze of the father and daughter, a graceful figure with long fluttering hair suddenly appeared in the field. The slender figure swayed left and right among the group of burrowing rats, as if performing a beautiful dance, constantly waving the dagger in her hand. Every time it was swung, blood would splatter and the life of a burrowing rat would be lost. Ding, number of draws +1. Ding, number of draws +1. Listening to the increasing number of draws in his mind, a smile appeared on Xiaoming's lips. That's it, see ya, you are awesome. This time I finally got a lot of chances in the lottery. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Soon, the group of earth-burrowing rats showed horrified expressions at this human who suddenly appeared, whose figure was so elusive and whom they could not bite no matter how hard they tried. As countless calls rang out, all the earth rats fled underground. In a blink of an eye, there were no other living earth rats at the scene except for the humans and the corpses of earth rats. Xiaoming checked and found that in just a short while, there had already been 23 draws. But a quick look at the dead bodies of marmosets on the ground showed that there were far more than 23 of them. It seems that the target of the burrowing rats attack later became Xie, so the number of draws was not counted towards her. However, Xiaoming only felt a little regretful and turned to look at the father and daughter who were already shocked by Zhao Xie's strength. Okay, it's safe now, let's go. After saying that, he was about to take Zhao Xie away. Big brother, what's your name? The girl looked at Xiaoming's back with anticipation. Xiaoming. Xiaoming said lightly without looking back. Benefactor, we have a car. Are you going back to the city? You can take our car, the middle-aged man shouted hurriedly. After hearing this, Xiaoming stopped moving forward. He turned around slowly and coughed, where is the car? Take us there. Seeing this, both father and daughter were delighted. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, it's on the side of the road, go this way. As he said this, he dragged his injured body and limped ahead to lead the way. At this time, Mei Yang and Shi Lang also came over. The father and daughter looked at the two people who appeared again without asking any questions. They should be Xiaoming's friends. Not long after, the few people saw 5 cars parked on the path beside the road. Arriving in front of the leading car, the middle-aged man sighed, this time we brought more than 20 people and weapons, but I didn't expect that we were almost wiped out. After saying that, the middle-aged man looked at Xiaoming and smiled, Mr. Xiao, get in the car. You can drive the car behind you at will. The key is in the car. Afterwards, Xiaoming and Zhao Xie got into the car of the father and daughter, while Mei Yang and Shi Lang drove another car, and they drove towards the city. Chapter 25 Your Xie's Pursuer? On the way back, Xiaoming also learned the identities of the two. The father's name is Lu Tao and the girl's name is Lu Zimo. The Lu family is a big family in the city and runs the largest auction house in the city. The reason he came out this time was because Lu Zimo had awakened his thunder attribute ability at the age of 16 and broke through to the first level. I brought her out to understand my skills. Before coming here again, I have sent people to investigate all the monsters within the route. Logically, there shouldn't be these earth-burrowing rats. As he spoke, Lu Tao showed a solemn look. Xiaoming did not respond. He did not want to meddle in other people's affairs. He just glanced unhappily at Lu Zimo, who was shyly glancing at his naked upper body. Why? Haven't you seen enough? Lu Zimo shyly covered her pretty red face with her hands and turned away. I got discovered, so embarrassing. Xiaoming explained with a smile, my clothes were burned in the battle just now, so I can only wrap myself with a bedsheet. Mr. Xiao, I didn't expect you to be a dual attribute psychic. That's amazing. Lu Tao, who was driving, glanced at his shy daughter in the rearview mirror, chuckled, and praised Xiaoming. Is it amazing? I used to be a loser. Xiaoming said self-deprecatingly. How could it be possible? How could such a capable person like Big Brother be a waste? Lu Zimo on the side quickly retorted unconvinced. After hearing this, Xiaoming smiled and said nothing. Zhao Xie on the side looked at Xiaoming with great understanding and concern. Not long after, Xiaoming and others were sent downstairs of the community. When they separated, Lu Tao invited Xiaoming, Mr. Xiao, please change your clothes first. I will send someone to pick you up for dinner. I must thank you for saving my life. This isn't necessary, right? Xiao Ming pondered for a moment. He was very uncomfortable with someone treating him so warmly. Big brother, just go. Lu Zimo looked at Xiao Ming expectantly. Okay then. Xiao Ming glanced at Zhao Siye beside him and saw that she also wanted to go, so he sighed lightly and nodded. Yeah, great, I'll come pick you up later. After saying that, Lu Zimo and Lu Tao each drove away in a car. Watching the two people leave, Xiao Ming curiously asked Meng Yang, who had been silent, 16 years old, can you drive? Meng Yang shrugged, who knows? It's a rich man's world. You're not afraid of being fined, right? At this time, everyone passing by in the community was pointing at Xiao Ming and Shi Lang. Their looks made Xiao Ming very uncomfortable. Let's go back and change our clothes first. What Xiao Ming didn't expect was that Meng Yang actually followed him home. Why are you following here? Aren't you Lu Qian's secretary? Xiao Ming asked with a frown. Have some manners, please. He's the dean of the school. Meng Yang rolled her eyes at Xiao Ming, then sat casually on the sofa. The dean asked me to follow you during this period of time. Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows after hearing this. Okay, whatever you want. But there are no rooms left, so find a place to stay at night. After saying that, he went straight into the bathroom with his change of clothes. Taking advantage of this time, Shi Lang ran to the clothing store outside and bought a new set of clothes. After Xiao Ming and Shi Lang finished showering and changed their clothes, they finally washed off the bloody smell on their bodies. At this time, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Xiao Ming's phone rang. When he saw it was Lu Zimo calling, he chuckled and answered the call. Hello? Big brother, I'm downstairs at your house, come down. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ming looked at the people in the room. Meng Yang waved her hand, you guys go, I won't go. Brother, I will go wherever you go. Shi Lang smiled. During this period of time, the red fruit in Shi Lang's body was completely digested. His spiritual power has been fully restored, and although his injuries have not yet healed, they do not affect his movements. Okay. Xiao Ming nodded and went downstairs with Zhao Siye and Shi Lang. Sure enough, as soon as he went downstairs, he saw Lu Zimo had also changed his clothes and was standing in front of a pink car looking at Xiao Ming. Big brother, please go. Looking at Lu Zimo's enthusiasm, Shi Lang, who was following behind Xiao Ming, suddenly laughed twice for some reason. As the car started, half an hour later, the few people arrived at Dingtian Hotel in the city center. The level of luxury was so great that Xiao Ming felt like not daring to go in after taking a look at it. I smiled bitterly in my heart. Even though I have some money now, I still can't change the loser's mentality. Arriving at the hotel entrance, Lu Zimo handed the car keys to the doorman, then happily took Xiao Ming's arm. Big brother, let's go in. Xiao Ming pulled away awkwardly, but didn't pull away, so he just let her be. However, when Zhao Siye, who was following behind, saw the scene, her face changed and she suddenly felt jealous. Zhao Siye bit her lips lightly, said nothing, and followed with her head down. Several people took the elevator and arrived outside the innermost private room on the 8th floor. At this time, a handsome young man was standing here, as if waiting for someone. When he saw Lu Zimo and his group, he greeted them with a smile. Ha, sister, I heard that you survived a disaster and also acquired some skills? When saying this, Xiao Ming noticed that a hint of cruelty flashed across the young man's eyes. Well, yes, it was this big brother who saved me. His name is Xiao Ming, a very powerful dual attribute psychic. Lu Zimo introduced Xiao Ming proudly. Xiao Ming looked at her speechlessly, she sold herself out so quickly. Fortunately, I didn't let her know more about myself. The main thing is that Xiao Ming felt something was wrong when he looked at this young man. Oh? Really? Then I really have to thank you. The young man pretended to be surprised and glanced at Xiao Ming, then smiled and stretched out his right hand. My name is Lu Ming, and I'm Lu Zimo's cousin. Hello? Xiao Ming shook it gently. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly discovered Zhao Siye standing behind Xiao Ming, and a look of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. Siye, why are you here? After hearing this, Zhao Siye raised her head in confusion. When she saw Lu Ming's appearance, her face changed and she subconsciously hid behind Xiao Ming. Lu Ming, I came here with Brother Ming. Brother Ming? Lu Ming's face darkened and he looked at Xiao Ming. What is your relationship? Brother, what do you mean? Xiao Ming is my savior. Lu Zimo looked at Lu Ming with dissatisfaction. I know, but so what? Zhao Siye, I've been pursuing you for a year, but you didn't agree to me. It turns out you're with this guy. At this moment, Lu Ming was filled with boundless anger. Damn it, who on earth is this guy? He ruined my and my father's plan, and he's so close to Zhao Xie. If I had known earlier, I would have forced myself on Zhao Xie. And I was so foolish to chase her. I am such a fucking idiot. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's face darkened, and he felt as if he had been slapped hard in the face. What? Are you Xie's suitor? Xiao Ming looked at the angry Lu Ming with amusement. After hearing this, Zhao Xie quickly shook her head and explained, Brother Ming, don't misunderstand me, I have nothing to do with him, he is the one who keeps pestering me. Boom! Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, and boundless anger filled his chest. Chapter 26 I Want to Be a Female General. Seeing that Zhao Xie cared so much about Xiao Ming, the fire in Lu Ming's heart felt like it was about to explode. But then he took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Ming with a mocking smile. Mr. Xiao, right? Where are you working? What does your family do? Lu Ming, that's enough. Big brother is my savior. Lu Zimo was very dissatisfied with his cousin. Now seeing him treating Xiao Ming like this, he became even angrier. But she didn't expect that her cousin actually knew Sister Xie. Facing Lu Ming's question, Xiao Ming smiled calmly, I have no father or mother, I am an orphan, and I am currently studying at a supernatural school. Ha, so you're a loser. Lu Ming said jokingly. Boom. At this moment, Shi Lang couldn't help but burst out his spiritual power. In the moment when no one could react, he grabbed Lu Ming's neck. Looking at the burly man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, and the aura made him tremble all over. Level 2 Psychic. Boy, I've put up with you for a long time. If you dare to disrespect my big brother again, I'll chop you to pieces. Shi Lang roared at Lu Ming with his mouth wide open. Brother Lang is so awesome. Lu Zimo was surprised. Xiao Ming laughed in his heart, but pretended to be dissatisfied on the surface, and said to Shi Lang, let go of young Master Lu. Humph. Shi Lang snorted coldly and pushed hard. Lu Ming staggered a few times and finally managed to stand firm. He looked at Shi Lang with a gloomy face, and then looked at Xiao Ming. Humph, okay, come in. After saying that, he turned and walked into the private room. Big brother, let's go. Lu Zimo breathed a sigh of relief. Although she couldn't stand her cousin, she would be in a very difficult situation if Xiao Ming really had a conflict with him. Yeah. Xiao Ming nodded and walked in with Zhao Xie and Shi Lang. Xiao Ming, what happened outside just now? Why was it so noisy? As soon as he entered, Xiao Ming saw a white-haired old man sitting in the first seat. On his left and right sat Lu Tao and another middle-aged man. He looks very similar to Lu Tao, and Xiao Ming guessed that he must be Lu Zimo's uncle. Below them were two middle-aged women, who should be the wives of both parties. Grandpa, it's nothing, but this student named Xiao Ming seems to look down on people from our Lu family. Everyone present looked over in surprise. Lu Zimo quickly stepped forward and said, Grandpa, don't listen to your cousin. Xiao Ming is my savior. Just now outside, it was my cousin who provoked me first. Humph, a loser, even if he has a second-level friend, can he just hold our Lu family members' necks at will? Sister, do you think you are taking our Lu family seriously? Lu Ming sneered and said loudly. This. Lu Zimo was suddenly speechless. Okay, everyone sit down, the old man said lightly. After hearing the old man's words, Lu Zimo and Lu Ming stopped arguing. But Lu Ming glanced at Xiao Ming with a sneer. He knew that Xiao Ming had already left a very bad impression in his grandfather's eyes, and that was enough. Everyone took their seats, and Xiao Ming and his companion sat at the lower seats at the table. The old man glanced at Lu Zimo calmly and said, Zimo, first of all, congratulations on breaking through the first level and realizing your own skills. Lu Zimo smiled happily after hearing this. Thank you, Grandpa. Yes. The old man nodded, and then continued, Taozi, from now on, the work of the auction house will be handed over to Jiangzi. Hearing this, Lu Tao and others were stunned. Lu Ming, on the other hand, smiled. Father, why? I took good care of it. Lu Tao asked hurriedly. Is it well managed? How many people were sacrificed in our auction this time? Mr. Lu turned and looked at Lu Tao. This. But, I have made a lot of contributions to the auction house, and now the auction house's income is also booming. Lu Tao said hurriedly. Yes, Grandpa, if it weren't for my father, who knows what the auction house would be like now? Lu Zimo looked at the old man with an unconvinced look on his face. Without my second uncle, the auction house won't be able to operate. Lu Ming sneered. Xiao Ming, don't be rude. Lu Jiang on the side scolded Lu Ming lightly, but it was obvious that he was not angry. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, father. Lu Ming nodded and looked at Lu Zimo with a smug smile on his face. You. Lu Zimo looked at Lu Ming angrily. Taozi, Zimo is a girl after all. The responsibility of the auction house in the future will still be handed over to Xiao Ming. I won't say much, you understand it in your heart. Old Master Lu glanced at Lu Tao indifferently. Yes, father, I understand. Lu Tao sat dejectedly on the table. The beautiful woman next to him gently patted Lu Tao's back to comfort him. Grandpa, I don't accept it. Why can't a woman run an auction house? Hearing this, Lu Zimo stood up unconvinced. Xiao Ming looked at this scene and shook his head secretly in his heart. This is the sorrow of a big family. But he was too lazy to say anything. After all, it was someone else's family affair. He called Zhao Xie and Shi Lang, and the three of them picked up their dishes and started eating. Zmo, stop fooling around. How dare you talk to your grandfather like that? Sit down. Lu Tao frowned and scolded Lu Zimo. Humph, I just don't accept it. What kind of society is this now? Do you still value boys over girls? We have female generals in Long Kingdom who guard one side. I will definitely become such a person in the future. Lu Zimo raised his head with confidence. Pfft, ha. Zimo, it's you? And you're a female general, don't make me laugh to death. Lu Ming almost burst out laughing. Lu Jiang and his wife also looked at Lu Zimo with mockery on their faces. Although Mr. Lu disdained what Lu Zimo said, he admired Lu Zimo's spirit. Just when Lu Tao was about to scold Lu Zimo again, old man Lu raised his hand and said, Okay, I'll give you a chance. The next auction will be in a week. Whoever between you and Xiao Ming can come up with an exciting auction item will have the right to operate the auction house. Okay, Grandpa, I have no objection. Lu Ming looked at Lu Zimo with contempt. What kind of rare treasure could a 16-year-old girl find? Lu Tao did not stop her. There was a hint of expectation in her eyes when she looked at her daughter, but not much. He also knew that relying solely on his daughter's connections, it would be impossible to find rare treasures. Okay, Grandpa, I agree. Lu Zimo nodded confidently. Well, since you have no objection, then it's settled. The old man nodded. Then he glanced at Xiao Ming and his companions who were eating and drinking, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Mr. Xiao, thank you very much for saving Zimo. Taozi, I will transfer 1 million to Mr. Xiao as a thank you gift. After eating, Mr. Xiao, you can leave now. Chapter 27 Divine Fire 100 Slashing Sword. Xiao Ming's hand holding the chopsticks paused. Zhao Xie also frowned slightly. Shi Lang raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and excitedly whispered in Xiao Ming's ear, Hey, brother, you can get 1 million for saving a person, what a good deal. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. This guy, can't he see that others are just trying to get rid of him? In fact, he was not the only one who noticed it. Everyone present, except Lu Zimo and Shi Lang, noticed it. However, Lu Tao thought about it and hesitated to speak. Lu Ming's family of three looked at Xiao Ming sarcastically. Seeing this, Xiao Ming smiled faintly, put down his chopsticks, stood up and said, In that case, let's go. But there's no need for money, we're not beggars. Shi Lang, see ya, let's go. After saying that, Xiao Ming turned around and walked out of the private room with the two of them. He is quite sensible. Old Master Lu said indifferently. Grandpa. At this time, Lu Zimo finally reacted. He looked at Grandpa Lu angrily and hurriedly chased after him. Big brother, wait. Just when Xiao Ming and his companions arrived at the lobby downstairs, Lu Zimo caught up with them. He looked at Xiao Ming with an apologetic look and said, Big brother, I don't know why this happened. Please don't be angry with me. Looking at Lu Zimo's cute look full of apology, Xiao Ming chuckled, Why should I be angry with you? It's not your fault. Do your best. Lu Zimo knew what Xiao Ming meant, smiled, and nodded heavily, Well, I will definitely try my best to defeat my cousin. At this time, Lu Ming happened to come out of the elevator. Hearing this, he couldn't help but twitch his lips, then showed a disdainful smile and walked over. Xiao Ming, now you know the gap between us, right? After saying that, Lu Ming looked at Zhao Siye behind Xiao Ming again. Siye, I heard that you have awakened the space ability. How do you improve by following this guy? I can promise you that as long as you follow me, I will do my best to provide you with resources. How about it? Think about it. Lu Zimo looked at Lu Ming angrily and didn't even want to call him brother. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Xiao Ming also glanced at Lu Ming playfully, then turned his attention to Zhao Siye. He absolutely believed in Zhao Siye. After all, her loyalty to him had reached the point of never leaving him. Sure enough, Zhao Siye did not hesitate at all and firmly rejected Lu Ming. Sorry, I only follow brother Ming. After saying this, Zhao Siye glanced at Xiao Ming inconspicuously, and found that Xiao Ming was also looking at her with a faint smile. Her pretty face immediately blushed and lowered. Seeing this, Lu Ming became furious and clenched his fists tightly. Why? How can I be inferior to this loser? Ha, Lu Ming, that's so embarrassing. Lu Zimo laughed and added fuel to the fire. Humph. Lu Ming looked at them coldly, then turned and left. Seeing this, Xiao Ming also smiled at Lu Zimo. Then we'll leave, you go upstairs and continue eating. Well, take care, big brother. I'll come play with you later. Good. Xiao Ming and the other two took a taxi directly back home. Mei Niang looked at them curiously. You're back so soon? Since you're back, I'll go back. Didn't you say you would follow me? Xiao Ming looked at the charming woman with amusement. Yes, while you are out, I have rented a house in your community. Call me if you have any questions. Mei Niang glanced at Xiao Ming with a coquettish smile and walked out of the room with a charming step. Ah, brother, where do I live then? Shi Lang touched the back of his head and looked at Xiao Ming embarrassedly. You sleep on the sofa. Xiao Ming gave him an unpleasant look and walked into his room. After closing the door, Xiao Ming sat cross-legged on the bed. I felt excited. There are 23 draws, and I don't know how many good things I can win. In just these few days, a large amount of spirit stones were consumed. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming said to the system in his heart with anticipation, System, draw them all. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Spirit Stone plus 20. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Spirit Stone plus 20. More than 10 times in a row, they were all Spirit Stones. Apparently, these are the lowest level items in the Spirit Stone System lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the second level weapon, the Divine Fire 100 Slashing Blade. Hearing this, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up and he quickly opened the space. There was indeed a long sword with a sharp appearance and unique patterns inside. Xiao Ming immediately clicked on the properties of the Divine Fire 100 Slashing Sword to check them out. Divine Fire 100 Slashing Sword can cause devastating damage to second-level creatures. Fire-attributed psychics can use their spiritual power to release sword energy. Ah, good, that's great. Xiao Ming laughed excitedly. With this knife, Xiao Ming was confident that he would be able to defeat a third-order psychic head-on. Not only that, there are more than 100 red fruits and more than 200 spirit stones in the system space. Xiao Ming took a look and lay down on the bed contentedly. In a room in a villa. Lu Ming looked with grim eyes at a young man standing respectfully in front of him. Sun Yong, you are already at the second level now, right? The young man nodded respectfully. Yes, thanks to Mr. Lu's support. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. Well, just remember it. Now I will give you 2 tasks. For the first task, you go find someone and tell my sister that there is a red fruit on the top of Kangmang Peak in the north of the city. Sun Yon looked up at Lu Ming in shock. Young Master Lu, that Kangmang Mountain is listed as a restricted area on the surrounding map. I heard there is a 4th level water-attributed giant python on the top of the mountain. That's right, I just want to lure my sister over there. Lu Ming did not hide his intentions at all, and said to Sun Yong coldly, Don't worry, my sister has a carefree personality, she won't even look at the surrounding map, and she won't know that there are no red fruits there. Just do as I say. After that, Lu Ming took out a box from the drawer and placed it in front of Sun Yong, saying calmly, There are 10 grenades in it. I want you to bring a few people with you. I will give you 10 rifles later. Go and help me kill someone. After hearing this, Sun Yong was shocked. It's easy to lure Lu Zimo out, but if you let yourself kill someone in the city, you will be shot. Seeing Sun Yong's look, Lu Ming chuckled and said, Don't worry, after this is done, there will be no connection between us anymore, and I will also arrange for someone to send you out of Huarong City. I'll give you some money when the time comes so you can live a carefree life. After hearing this, Sun Yang's eyes flickered continuously, and finally he nodded respectfully, yes. Lu Ming showed a sinister smile, well, okay, go ahead, the rifle is in the next room. Chapter 28. You will pay the price for this. The next morning, Zhao Siya prepared another sumptuous breakfast. While eating, Shi Lang said to Zhao Siya with a smile, sister-in-law, the food you cook is really delicious. Hearing Shi Lang's words, Zhao Siya's pretty face suddenly blushed. She looked at Xiao Ming shyly and said to Shi Lang unhappily, if it tastes good, eat more. Xiao Ming was smiling on the side, but he didn't say anything. In fact, he also had some thoughts about Zhao Siya in his mind. However, when he thought of his ex-girlfriend Yi Qiuning, his heart became gloomy. This was a hurdle in his heart, and he wanted to defeat Yi Qiuning fairly in the provincial competition. And only after defeating Yi Qiuning in a crushing manner did he start thinking about other things. He wanted to let Yi Qiuning know that in this world, strength cannot explain everything. I want her to know that her talent is insignificant in my eyes. Brother Ming, what's wrong with you? Zhao Siya noticed Xiao Ming's expression and asked in confusion. Xiao Ming smiled faintly, it's okay, eat. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Boom boom boom. Hearing a very rhythmic sound, Shi Lang stood up and walked over curiously, who is it? But the person knocking at the door did not answer. Shi Lang cursed as he opened the door, damn it, I want to see who it is. Xiao Ming and Zhao Siya also looked over curiously. The moment Shi Lang opened the door, Xiao Ming's face changed drastically, Shi Lang, be careful. I saw more than a dozen young men in black t-shirts standing outside the door, each holding a grenade in his hand. The moment the door opened, they pulled the safety of the grenade and threw it into the house with a grin. Shi Lang saw this and cursed loudly, fuck, without Xiao Ming's reminder. Then he rushed into the house with a violent charge. Swish swish. The next second, countless grenades were thrown in, and Xiao Ming's face turned pale. Damn it, there's no place to hide. The next second, Xiao Ming felt his body being embraced by a pair of soft arms. Boom! Puff! As his sight moved, Xiao Ming found himself already in the room. However, the huge impact still made Xiao Ming very depressed. But he couldn't care less at this moment, and quickly turned around to look at Zhao Siya who was spitting blood behind him. Siya, damn it, why are you standing in front of me? Cough, brother Ming, I didn't, cough, think so much. Zhao Siya fell into Xiao Ming's arms, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. However, when he saw that Xiao Ming was not injured, a happy smile appeared in his eyes. It was only then that Xiao Ming discovered that the hand he was holding the other person was stained with blood. Obviously, Zhao Siya's back was covered in blood. Damn it! I killed them. Xiao Ming said this with gritted teeth, then raised his hand and took out a red fruit from the system space. Put it into Zhao Siya's mouth, eat it, mobilize the spiritual power in your body, recover from your injuries, and leave the rest to me. Gently placed Zhao Siya on his bed. Xiao Ming walked out with a gloomy face, and as he walked, he took out the Divine Fire 100 Slashes sword that he had drawn yesterday. Today, I will use you to test my knife. Bang, bang, bang. Before I could go out, I could hear the sound of countless bullets being fired outside. Xiao Ming's face changed and he rushed out with a violent charge. The next second, Shi Lang was seen lying in a pool of blood. Shi Lang! Xiao Ming shouted, and rushed to Shi Lang in the hail of bullets, grabbed Shi Lang and returned to his bedroom again. Bang, bang, bang. In just a short while, even Xiao Ming used the skill of Wild Charge. He was also hit by several bullets. With blood on the corner of his mouth, he glanced at the unconscious Shi Lang. He gritted his teeth, took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from the space, and poured it directly into Shi Lang's mouth. After taking a look at the seriously injured Zhao Siya and Shi Lang, Xiao Ming's anger was beyond description. He swore that no matter who it was, he would make the other party pay the price. Thinking of this, he rushed out again. He mobilized all the spiritual power in his body and concentrated it on the long sword in his hand. As the spiritual power was injected, the entire blade of the long sword turned red. When he came out of the room, Xiao Ming didn't even look at the door, but roared and swung the long knife in his hand. In Sun Yang's eyes, he looked in horror as a strong blade of energy slashed towards him. Subconsciously, he used the skill Follow the Wind. Wow! A strong hurricane wrapped around his entire body and he quickly dodged to the side. But at this moment, the sword energy was already approaching. Boom! The powerful force caused screams. Even Sun Yang was knocked hard and hit the wall behind him, spitting blood. Falling to the ground with eyes full of shock, Sun Yong looked in disbelief at Xiao Ming, who was walking towards him coldly with a long knife in his hand. With just this one move, he found that all his companions were killed. He himself was seriously injured and couldn't even get up from the ground after struggling. How is this possible? What kind of skill is this? How can it be so powerful? Tell me. Who sent you here? Xiao Ming pointed the knife coldly in front of Sun Yong's eyes. He wasn't worried at all that the neighbors would come out and see this scene. After all, this is an era of spiritual revival, and even in the city, scenes of people with special abilities fighting can often be seen. It's not a rare thing anymore. When encountering such things, ordinary people usually stay away and dare not look, for fear of getting into trouble. Ha ha. I won't tell you. Sun Yong smiled with blood in his mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Ming frowned. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard downstairs. Xiao Ming turned around and saw that it was Mei Yang. His eyes suddenly lit up. Mei Yang, you're here just in time, interrogate him for me. Mei Yang, who had just heard the noise and rushed over, was stunned for a moment, but then she glanced at Sun Yong on the ground and nodded quickly. Hypnosis. A pink halo enveloped Sun Yong's entire body. Sun Yong's eyes were dull. Tell me, who sent you here? Mei Yang slowly walked to Sun Yong and looked down at him. It's young Master Lu. He asked me to come and kill Xiao Ming and snatch Xiao Xie. Sun Yong said blankly. It's him. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and turned to look at Mei Yang. Mei Yang, can I kill him? Mei Yang hesitated for a moment, then turned her head to look inside the room that was devastated by the grenade. In principle, as long as it does not affect ordinary people, the country will not interfere in the battles between superpowers. That's enough. Xiao Ming said coldly. The next second, he swung down the divine fire 100-slashing sword in his hand. Puff! Blood splattered and Sun Yong's head fell to the ground. Murder, murder, help! At this moment, an ordinary person happened to walk down from upstairs, looked at this scene in horror, and ran back upstairs as if escaping. Mei Yang rolled her eyes at Xiao Ming when she saw this. If it causes social panic, the country will have to intervene. But don't worry, leave it to me. After saying that, Mei Yang walked upstairs. Watching Mei Yang leave, Xiao Ming murmured with a gloomy face, Lu Ming, you will pay the price for this. Chapter 29 Departure to Kangmang Mountain. Afterwards, Xiao Ming immediately returned to the bedroom. Shi Lang has not yet woken up, but the spiritual energy in the spiritual liquid has begun to flow around Shi Lang's body, slowly healing his injuries. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. Taking a look at the system space, there were more than 60 bottles of spiritual liquid. After thinking about it, Xiao Ming took out 10 bottles and placed them on the bed. Then he helped Shi Lang, who was lying on the ground, up and made him sit cross-legged. Then he looked at Xiao Xie, who was regulating her breathing on the bed, and Xiao Ming took a deep breath. With both hands on Shi Lang's back, a large amount of spiritual power began to flow into Shi Lang's body through his palms. It was also the first time for him to help someone recover from an injury in this way. However, he only activated the earth-attributed spiritual power in his body, so that it could have a healing effect on Shi Lang. After a while, Mei Yang came back, but saw Xiao Ming and others were treating their injuries. He took the initiative to go to the living room to clean up the furniture and other items that had just been destroyed by the grenade. Half an hour later, Shi Lang slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the spiritual power coming from behind, Shi Lang said weakly to Xiao Ming with gratitude, Big brother, you saved me again. Ding, Shi Lang's loyalty +5. Shi Lang loyalty, 87. Hearing the voice in his mind, Xiao Ming smiled slightly, don't say so much, you are my little brother, as the big brother, I will definitely protect you. After saying this, Xiao Ming's face turned pale. In just a short while, he was sweating profusely and his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Then he withdrew his hand, picked up a bottle of spiritual liquid on the bed and drank it. I felt a little better only after my spiritual energy began to recover. Then he looked at Shi Lang with a faint smile and said, you and Xie should recover well. I will be outside. After saying that, Xiao Ming walked out of the room and came to the living room. When he saw that the living room had been cleaned up by Mei Yang, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Now that you're out, are they okay? Mei Yang asked with concern. It's okay. Xiao Ming shook his head and sat on the sofa. Taking advantage of the situation, he said to Mei Yang, do you know the address of the Lu family? What do you want to do? Xiao Ming, Don't be impulsive. Mei Yang was shocked and said quickly. To tell you the truth, I want to kill Lu Ming. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, looked at Mei Yang seriously and said. I understand, but you must not go directly to their house. Mei Yang nodded and frowned and said, not to mention that they also have many subordinates with superpowers at home. Just take their defense system for example. It's not something a second-level psychic like you can break into. Is that so? Xiao Ming nodded and lowered his head to think. Killing is a must, and Xiao Ming will never show mercy to anyone who wants to kill him. It seems that I have no choice but to find other opportunities. At this moment, Xiao Ming's phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was Lu Zihan calling. Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment and did not ask Lu Zihan directly because Lu Ming was her cousin after all. Now that he and Lu Ming have an irreconcilable conflict, Lu Zihan will be in great trouble. Xiao Ming still admired this girl very much. After thinking for a while, Xiao Ming answered the phone, trying to sound as relaxed as possible. Hello, Zihan, what's up? Brother, that's great. I was just worrying about the auction in a week, but I didn't expect to hear news about the vermilion fruit today. Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows. Red fruit? Is that thing very important to you? He knew that the Zhu fruit was precious, but he didn't expect that the Zhu fruit was so precious that Lu Zihan could defeat Lu Ming with it. Yes, big brother, the vermilion fruit is very rare and basically difficult to be found by people. The main reason is that the vermilion fruit is also very attractive to monsters. Where it appears, there must be a monster guarding it. So I treasure it very much. As long as I get that red fruit, I am confident that Grandpa will let me manage the auction house. Lu Zihan said excitedly. Is that so? Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment. He was considering whether he should give a few of the red fruits directly to Lu Zihan. Anyway, I have plenty of them now. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up. After all, they had only known each other for a day or two. Okay, where is it? I'll go with you. Hearing Xiao Ming's agreement, Lu Zihan seemed very happy. Kang Nangshan, I'll come pick you up now, we'll set off right away. After saying that, Lu Zihan couldn't wait to hang up the phone. Mei Yang on the side also obviously heard the content of the call. She frowned deeply and muttered to herself, Kangmang Mountain? What's wrong? Xiao Ming noticed Mei Yang's expression and asked in confusion. It seems like a restricted area with powerful monsters in it. Mei Yang said uncertainly. After all, she usually follows Lu Qian and deals with academy matters, so she hasn't looked at the recent maps much. The distribution map of monsters is actually not accurate, after all, monsters run everywhere. Therefore, the map will be updated once in a while. A powerful monster? Xiao Ming frowned, but when he thought of his current strength, plus the presence of Mei Yang, a third-level master. Even if you encounter a third-level monster, you can kill it easily. Now, it is only more than 3 months away from the revival of spiritual energy, and monsters above level 3 are still very rare. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming smiled and said, It's okay, we are very strong now. Yeah. Seeing this, Mei Yang relaxed her brows and nodded. Indeed, according to the current time of spiritual energy recovery, the Dean's level is already considered a pervert among perverts. And his cultivation level of the third level is the top level under normal circumstances during this period. Not long after, Lu Zihan's excited voice was heard from downstairs. Xiao Ming responded and walked into his room. See ya, Lang, I'm going to be out for a while. There are 9 bottles of spiritual liquid on the bed. You can use them as you like. Recover from your injuries at home. Mei Yang, who was standing nearby, was shocked by the spiritual liquid on the bed and thought to herself, this guy actually has so much spiritual liquid. Brother Ming, I'll go with you. Zhao Siye struggled to get up. Seeing this, Xiao Ming hurried forward and held her shoulders, saying with concern, How are you going to get out like this? Stay well. After saying that, he looked at Lang, who was also lying on the ground. After I leave, you guys have to be careful. I don't think Lu Ming will let it go. Well, don't worry, big brother. Even if I risk my life, I will not let him hurt big sister-in-law. Lang nodded heavily. Xiao Ming smiled, glanced at the two of them, and walked out of the house with Mei Yang under Zhao Siye's worried gaze. Chapter 30 Master, I am not a thing. Meow, have Xiao Ming and my sister left the city? Inside the room of the villa, Lu Ming sneered as he looked at a muscular man standing in front of him with a silly smile. Sun Yon, this useless wretch, brought so many people and weapons, but he couldn't even kill Xiao Ming. But it doesn't matter, as long as he goes to Kangnang Mountain, he will die anyway. Yes, boss, I saw them leave the city with my own eyes and head towards Kangnang Mountain. A Miao replied with a silly smile. Hee, who are the people around Xiaoming? There's only your sister and a sexy and charming woman in her 20s. As he spoke, a Miao's mouth began to drool. Sexy woman? Lu Ming pondered for a moment. At least it wouldn't be Zhao Siye, so that was fine. Okay, go down and wait for me, and come out with me later. Okay, boss. After Miao left the room, Lu Ming took out his cell phone and called his father Lu Jiang. Hello? Dad, can you lend me Mr. Liang for a while? Hey, okay, thanks Dad. After saying that, Lu Ming hung up the phone excitedly, with a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Humph, Zhao Siye, if you don't want the face I give you, then don't blame me. After saying that, he also walked out of the room and went downstairs. Miao, come with me. At this time, Xiaoming and his companions had already driven to the foot of the Kangnang Mountain. After getting off the car, Lu Zihan looked at Xiaoming embarrassedly. Big brother, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm too weak. It's too dangerous to come to the suburbs alone. Don't you have many people with special abilities in your Lu family? Xiaoming asked tentatively. Yes, but those people with special abilities only listen to Grandpa. No one can mobilize them without Grandpa's order. Otherwise, Dad and I wouldn't have been in so much danger last time. Lu Zihan pouted, his face full of dissatisfaction. So that's it. Xiaoming murmured to himself. It seems that the psychic who attacked him in the morning should have been trained privately by Lu Ming. What's wrong? Lu Zihan looked at Xiaoming curiously. Xiaoming smiled slightly. Nothing, let's go up the mountain. Mei Yang followed Xiaoming with a hint of worry in her eyes. She was considering whether to tell the dean about this matter. However, I saw Xiaoming and Lu Zihan had already walked up the mountain. I had no choice but to follow him and decided to talk about it after we got down the mountain. Half an hour later, the group had walked to the hillside of Kangnang Mountain. As he got closer to the top of the mountain, Xiaoming's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Right here, he stopped and looked at Mei Yang in confusion. Mei Yang, do you feel anything unusual? After hearing Xiaoming's words, the two women looked around vigilantly. Mei Yang frowned deeply and said, It seems that you have also discovered that we did not encounter any attacks when we came up. Yeah. Xiaoming nodded. In this era of spiritual revival, it is very abnormal to walk up the mountain without encountering any attacks. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass next to him. Xiaoming quickly stood in front of the two women vigilantly and waved his hand. The divine fire 100 slashing sword, emitting a scorching aura, appeared in the hands of the two women as they stared at them in astonishment. Such a sharp aura. Looking at the long knife in Xiaoming's hand, Mei Yang opened her mouth slightly and felt that Xiaoming was becoming more and more mysterious. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just then, a small light blue snake crawled out from the grass. However, after taking a look at Xiaoming and the others, he collapsed to the ground. If it hadn't trembled from time to time, Xiaoming and his companions would have thought that the snake was dead. Blue snake? Xiaoming frowned deeply. This was definitely a monster. However, he did not sense any compelling aura from the monster. Not daring to let his guard down, Xiaoming gave the two women some instructions and carefully approached the little blue snake with the divine fire 100 slashing knife. Xiaoming, be careful. Mei Yang reminded him with concern. Yeah. Xiaoming turned his head to look at Mei Yang and the nervous Lu Zihan, and nodded. When he came to within 1 meter of the blue snake, Xiaoming carefully pulled it with the divine fire 100 slashing knife. But when he found that the other person was really like dead and limp, he became bolder. Just reach out and pick it up. The little snake is very beautiful, and its light blue scales sparkle in the sun. Xiaoming looked at him carefully and muttered to himself, Are you hurt? After hesitating for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking, he took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from his backpack, opened the lid and fed it into the little snake's mouth. At this time, Mei Yang and Lu Zihan saw that there was no danger and gathered around. Seeing what Xiaoming did, a trace of pity flashed in Mei Yang's eyes, and she secretly cursed Xiaoming for wasting talent. He actually fed such a precious elixir to a snake. Don't give it to me. Lu Zihan didn't know what Xiaoming was feeding him, so he took a curious look and asked, Big brother, what are you feeding me? Water. Xiaoming answered perfunctorily, his eyes fixed on the little snake in his hand. He found that after the spiritual liquid entered the little snake's mouth, the little snake slowly opened its eyes, looked at him, and then took the initiative to drink it in big gulps. Xiao Ming actually saw gratitude in that look. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly came in my mind. Ding, active binding monster found, do you accept? Active binding? Xiao Ming's eyes widened. Was this the first time he encountered such a thing? I nodded subconsciously. Ding, binding successful, monster space activated. The host can send the bound monster into the monster space at any time. The bound monster's loyalty is automatically 100. Monster space? Just when Xiao Ming hadn't reacted yet, a female voice like a silver bell suddenly came from his mind. Thank you for saving me, Master. Yes, are you talking to me? Xiao Ming widened his eyes and looked at the little blue snake in his hand that was staring at him. Xiao Ming, what's wrong? What did you say? Mei Yang and Lu Zihan looked at Xiao Ming, who was talking to himself with confusion. Cough cough, nothing. Xiao Ming coughed twice, put the little snake into his backpack, and then continued walking up the mountain. Mei Yang and the other girl looked at each other in confusion and followed. At this moment, the pleasant female voice continued to come from Xiao Ming's mind. Yes, Master, thank you for saving me. Wow, you still have that liquid in your bag? Can I drink it? Wait, tell me first, what exactly are you? Xiao Ming tried to say in his heart. The next second, a slightly dissatisfied female voice was heard, confirming Xiao Ming's thoughts. He was actually able to communicate with the little snake in his mind. Master, I am not a thing. I am a 4th level monster, the Qingshui Python. Chapter 31. Is this bad? Boom. Xiao Ming stood there as if struck by lightning. Level 4. What the hell? I didn't expect that I would pick up a 4th level monster by chance. What kind of divine luck is this? Xiao Ming, what's wrong? Have you found something wrong again? Seeing this, Mei Yang and Lu Zihan hurriedly looked around vigilantly. Xiao Ming shook his head gently, took a deep breath, and calmed his excitement. In his heart, he asked the water python, since you are a 4th level monster, why do you look injured to me? Also, are there any red fruits on this mountain? Speaking of this, the water python's voice became angry. I was injured because a gorilla suddenly broke into my territory, but I didn't expect that he was stronger than me. As he spoke, Cheng Shuimon's voice became proud. Although he is stronger than me, he is not doing well either. At least he is seriously injured. By the way, Master, what kind of water was this just now? How could it contain such pure spiritual energy? This is spiritual liquid. Xiao Ming answered, then continued to frown and asked, in other words, there are no red fruits on this mountain? The only one is a gorilla with the same strength as you? Yes, that's right, Master. Can you give me some more spiritual fluid? I can recover my strength and take back my territory. The water python said angrily. After hearing this, Xiao Ming was also somewhat moved. I don't know what the attributes of that gorilla are. He said that he ate his meat and learned his skills. That should be very awesome, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Ming turned around and looked at Lu Zihan and Mei Yang. You two should go back, there are no red fruits on this mountain. Big brother, how did you know? Lu Zihan looked at Xiao Ming in confusion. I guessed. We have been here for such a long time and haven't seen a single monster. If there were vermilion fruit, this wouldn't happen. Xiao Ming said as he looked at the two of them with a faint smile. That's true. The two women looked at each other and nodded. Lu Zihan then revealed a dejected look, but without the red fruit, how can I compete with that guy Lu Ming? Xiao Ming smiled slightly when he saw this, fumbled in his backpack, and took out 5 red fruits. Look, are these enough? Lu Zihan and Mei Yang stared at the red fruit in Xiao Ming's hand with wide eyes. Zhu fruit? Big brother, how come you have so many zhu fruits? Lu Zihan jumped up excitedly. Sorry, this is a secret. Xiao Ming looked at Lu Zihan with a smile. Well, big brother, don't worry. I'll give you whatever price you get after the auction. Ha, with so many zhu fruits, I wonder what that guy can do. Lu Zihan held 5 zhu fruits excitedly. Well, in that case, you guys go back, I'll be back soon. Xiao Ming nodded. Then you be careful. Mei Yang looked at Xiao Ming in confusion. Although she didn't know what Xiao Ming was going to do, she didn't ask too much. Good. Watching the two women disappear into the woods, Xiao Ming immediately took the water python out of his backpack. Looking at the light blue little snake, Xiao Ming liked it more and more. Do you have a name? No. Shang Shu Weimong shook his head in confusion. Then I'll give you a name. How about I call you Xiaolan from now on? Xiao Ming thought for a while and said with a smile. That's great, master. I like it very much. Xiaolan looked at Xiao Ming with joy. Okay. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and took out all the remaining spiritual liquid in the system space. Drink it. This amount should be able to quickly replenish your spiritual power. Wow, that's great. Xiaolan circled happily, her whole body shaking. The bottle containing spiritual fluid shattered. Just when Xiao Ming was shocked, all the spiritual liquid seemed to be pulled by something and gathered into a sphere in the air. At this moment, something happened that shocked Xiao Ming even more. Xiao Lan's body suddenly grew larger, instantly blocking the sunlight above Xiao Ming's head. Under Xiao Ming's incredulous eyes, Xiao Lan opened his mouth wide, and all the spiritual liquid entered Xiao Lan's stomach. After drinking it, Xiao Lan smacked his lips and looked at Xiao Ming with joy. Master, this spiritual liquid is so powerful that it restored all my spiritual power in an instant. The corner of Xiao Ming's mouth twitched. Of course, it's amazing. You drank all the food I had in stock in one go. Okay, in that case, let's go up the mountain and help you get revenge. Ha, that's great, master. Come on my back and I'll carry you over. Xiao Lan said happily. Is this okay? Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Lan's huge body awkwardly. Although it was a snake body, Xiao Ming felt weird when listening to Xiao Lan's sweet voice. What's wrong with that? Xiao Lan looked at Xiao Ming in confusion. Okay, then I'll come up. Seeing this, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth and nodded. Anyway, it has become my summoned beast and I will ride it in the future. Since I will ride it sooner or later, why hesitate? Then, Xiao Ming used his spiritual power and jumped onto Xiao Lan's back. Master, hold on tight, I'm about to set off. After saying that, Xiao Lan moved his snake body and quickly rushed towards the top of the mountain. At first, Xiao Ming thought it would be very unstable, so he held on tightly. But when Xiao Lan started to act, Xiao Ming realized that he was wrong. It was surprisingly stable, without any ups and downs. And looking at the surrounding scenery quickly receding, one can imagine that the speed is also very fast. This made Xiao Ming sigh in his heart. He not only picked up a powerful combat force, but also got an awesome mount. Roar! Not long after, Xiao Ming and Xiao Lan reached the top of the mountain. Here, Xiao Ming saw at a glance a gorilla sleeping soundly leaning against a huge rock. Xiao Lan couldn't wait to roar at the gorilla. The gorilla's eyes immediately opened, and its scarlet eyes stared at Xiao Ming and Xiao Lan. Suddenly, Xiao Ming felt as if he was trapped in a sea of corpses and blood. A strong sense of hostility swept through his heart. He quickly circulated his spiritual power and calmed himself down. Xiao Ming secretly thought that it was a close call. He almost got himself in trouble because of the power. Roar! After seeing Xiao Lan appear again, the gorilla stood up angrily, roaring and beating his chest. The next second, with a move of his hands, the entire mountaintop began to shake. Countless stones began to gather towards his hands. This scene simply shocked Xiao Ming. Damn, this is so spectacular. Oomph, master, don't be afraid. This guy is at the end of his strength. Watch me defeat him. Xiao Lan's voice sounded in Xiao Ming's mind. The next second, Xiao Ming saw Xiao Lan stand up and let out a howl. Xiao Ming lost his balance and nearly fell down, and quickly hugged Xiao Lan tightly. Riptide break. As Xiao Lan opened his big mouth, a stream of water as thick as a person hit the gorilla's chest in an instant before Xiao Ming could react. Boom! The powerful force knocked the gorilla back repeatedly. Even the huge rocks that had just formed above its head fell down. The entire mountaintop shook violently as the two beasts fought. Chapter 32 I Can't Save You. Fuck! Xiao Lan shot straight towards the gorilla. The quick movement almost threw Xiao Ming off her back, but fortunately Xiao Ming held her tightly. Seeing this, the gorilla's eyes shone with bloodthirsty light. He roared angrily and grabbed Xiao Lan, who was rushing towards him with both hands. The big mouth full of fangs was about to bite Xiao Lan. But Xiao Lan obviously would not sit still and wait for death. He quickly wrapped his arms around the gorilla. The strong pressure made the gorilla scream. The big mouth bit Xiao Lan's body hard. Hiss! Xiao Lan couldn't help but let out a cry of pain, but her body became tighter and tighter. Bang, bang, bang. Following Xiaolan's movements, the gorilla rolled on the ground in pain, continuously hitting and biting Xiaolan's body. Blood splattered, along with the scales on Xiaolan's body. Xiaoming could clearly see the pain in Xiaolan's eyes from a position close to her vital point. It seems that even if the gorilla is at the end of his strength, it will be very difficult for Xiaolan to deal with it. One can imagine how powerful this gorilla must have been in its heyday. Seeing this, Xiaoming looked at the huge head of the gorilla not far away, gritted his teeth and decided to help Xiaolan. So he directly took out the Divine Fire 100/Slashes sword which he had just put into the system space not long ago. Roar! Feeling Xiaoming's malice, the gorilla opened its mouth wide and roared at Xiaoming ferociously. Seeing this, Xiaoming sneered, raised the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword high in both hands, and jumped suddenly. In the air, Xiaoming used all his spiritual power to gather it on the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword. Then he roared and stabbed the gorilla hard on the head. Roar! The gorilla looked at this scene and roared, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a faint light formed a protective shield over the gorilla's body. Xiaoming's long sword fell on it, making a loud roar. And Xiaoming was also severely knocked away. He rolled in the air, fell to the ground, and stepped backwards repeatedly before he finally managed to control his body. Xiaoming quickly looked over there in astonishment. It seemed as if the gorilla had used up all its spiritual power, and the light of the protective shield on its body became weaker and weaker. Until finally, with a bang, it shattered into countless pieces like glass and disappeared in the air. It was at this moment that the gorilla let out its dying howl. As Xiaolan's body tightened again, the sound of a large number of bones breaking was heard. Large amounts of blood began to spurt out of the gorilla's mouth. He looked at Xiaolan and Xiaoming with unwillingness, anger, and resentment. But in the end, he still fell heavily to the ground with Xiaolan's body and died. Boom! As he fell, a cloud of dust rose up. Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief as he finally killed this big guy. No wonder the gorilla only used one move just now and then stopped using any other skills. It seems that there is very little spiritual power left in his body. Hiss, hiss, master, is there any more spiritual fluid? Xiaolan crawled over and looked at Xiaoming with expectant eyes. Xiaoming glanced at Xiaolan without curiosity. With this big guy around, would he be able to preserve his spiritual liquid in the future? It seems that we can't let this guy come out too often in the future, otherwise there won't be enough resources. Thinking about it, Xiaoming casually took out 10 red fruits and handed them to Xiaolan. The spiritual liquid is gone, and this is the only thing left. Do you want it? When Xiaolan saw the red fruit, his eyes suddenly lit up. He nodded repeatedly and said excitedly, "Red fruit? Great, I want it, I want it." After saying that, she opened her big mouth and sucked hard, and all 10 red fruits went into her stomach. Looking at this scene, the corners of Xiaoming's mouth twitched again. Just then, Xiaoming's phone suddenly rang. After taking a look and seeing that it was Mei Yang calling, Xiaoming answered the call in confusion. But as soon as the call was connected, Mei Yang's urgent voice came from inside. "Xiaoming, come back soon, Shi Lang is seriously injured and dying, Xie is missing." What? Xiaoming was shocked and said quickly, "I'll be back soon." Then he quickly hung up the phone and jumped onto Xiaolan's back. "Xiaolan, hurry up, enter the city." Seeing Xiaoming's anxious look, Xiaolan didn't say much and rushed down the mountain at the fastest speed. On the way back, Xiaoming had actually guessed who did it. If it turned out to be as expected, it was Lu Ming. Thinking of this, Xiaoming clenched his fists tightly and said through gritted teeth, "Lu Ming, you are looking for death." This time, Xiaoming had already made up his mind that he must kill Lu Ming no matter what. At this time, Xiaoming's house was in a mess again. Mei Yang, who had just hung up the phone, looked worriedly at Lu Qian who was standing in front of her. When she found out what happened here, Mei Yang immediately notified Lu Qian. "Master Dean, what should we do now?" "Xiaoming will do something stupid if he gets impulsive." Lu Qian glanced at Shi Lang, who was lying on the bed gasping for breath, sighed, then turned to look at Mei Yang. "Mei Yang, go contact Director Su of the Security Bureau now and ask him to help. We must find Zhao Xie's whereabouts as quickly as possible. I have arranged for someone to come and look after Shi Lang. Now I will go to the Lu family and tell Old Man Lu about this." At this point, Lu Qian sighed heavily again. "I hope Old Man Lu can stop Lu Ming from doing stupid things." Then, he looked at Mei Yang seriously and said, "Let's go, we will act separately." Mei Yang nodded solemnly, "Yes." After saying that, the two of them left Xiaoming's house directly. It won't be long before someone comes to take care of Shi Lang, so the two of them are not worried. After Meng Yang drove to the security bureau as fast as she could, Director Su had already received Lu Qian's notification in advance. He quickly arranged for his men to retrieve the surveillance footage near Xiao Ming's home. When doing these things, Lu Ming did not hide his whereabouts, so he was easily discovered. When Meng Yang arrived, Director Su was already arranging personnel and preparing to set off to where Lu Ming was. Meng Yang, you're here at the right time. Let's set off now. Director Su was a middle-aged man with a square face and full of righteousness. Very angry about Lu Ming's behavior. Well, thank you, Chief Su. Meng Yang nodded anxiously. Instead of driving her own car, she got on the police car and quickly rushed towards Lu Ming with a large number of police officers. At this time, Lu Qian had already arrived at the Lu family villa. It just so happened that Mr. Lu and the two brothers Lu Tao were here. Several people all knew Lu Qian, and when they saw Lu Qian coming, Old Man Lu was very happy. Ha ha ha, Dean Lu came to visit in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Humph, Old Man Lu, quickly call your Lu Ming and ask him to stop what he is doing, otherwise, I can't save you. Lu Qian said impatiently to Old Man Lu. Chapter 33. You are still mine after all. Lu Zhang's face changed after hearing Lu Qian's words. He knew very well what his son was going to do. He even lent Mr. Liang, whom he had recruited with great difficulty, to his son. Now even the Dean of the Academy of Supernatural Powers has come. Could something have happened to his son? Or does that girl have some special identity? Although Mr. Lu didn't know what his grandson had done, he was very dissatisfied with Lu Qian's attitude. The initial enthusiasm also faded, and he sat down on the sofa calmly. Oh? I wonder what my grandson did to offend the dean. Humph, just call and ask and you'll find out. Lu Qian waved his hand irritably. Seeing this, although Mr. Lu was very dissatisfied, he was also very curious, so he looked at Lu Jiang. Jianger, what exactly is Xiao Ming doing? As a father, you should know, right? This. Lu Jiang's forehead slowly broke out into cold sweat, and he said hesitantly, No, I didn't do anything. Seeing his son's expression, Mr. Lu knew that something must be wrong. He frowned and snorted coldly, Speak. Yes, that's right, I've fallen for the girl that Xiao Ming brought with him last time. Lu Jiang thought about it and said it quickly. After hearing this, Mr. Lu frowned slightly. It's just a girl, why did Lu Qian make such a fuss? However, Grandpa Lu was still very happy that his grandson had found his true love. As for Xiao Ming, he was simply ignored by him. Just a powerless kid. He looked at Lu Qian with a smile and said, Master Dean, it's just a girl. Don't worry, our Lu family is not irresponsible. After they succeed, I'll let Xiao Ming marry her. Lu Qian sneered after hearing this. Since we both have the surname Lu, I advise you to quickly call and ask Lu Ming to release Miss Xiao Xia. Otherwise, I can't save your Lu family. That's right, in Lu Qian's mind, there must be a powerful force behind Xiao Ming. Does Miss Xia have any special identity? Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu frowned deeply. Lu Jiang and Lu Tao also looked at Lu Qian. Lu Qian pondered for a moment and decided not to tell his guess to others. If he made Xiao Ming unhappy, he would be in trouble. Miss Xia is fine, but Xiao Ming is a dual attribute psychic. He even killed 2 third-level psychics in succession with his second-level cultivation. According to the time, he should have arrived in the city now. If you don't arrive in time, I'm afraid that Lu Ming's life will be in danger. Lu Qian said, sneering in his heart. He did not tell the people of the Lu family that Xiao Ming was actually a mutant with 3 attributes. After all, a mutant with 3 attributes was too terrifying. Hearing this, Lu Jiang was horrified and blurted out, What? Xiao Ming was able to kill 2 third-level mutants? After saying that, he quickly knelt in front of Mr. Lu and said loudly, Father, quickly, send the Lu family's 3rd-level supernatural person to rescue Xiao Ming. Seeing this, Mr. Lu frowned deeply, and was also worried about Lu Ming's safety. Humph, Xiao Ming dares to hurt my grandson, I will kill him. Jianger, call Xiao Ming right now, tell him to stop what he is doing, and ask him where he is now. Tower, go call the 5 great priests of our Lu family. It's time to ask them to contribute. After saying that, he chuckled and looked at Lu Qian, Thank you for telling me, Dean. But don't worry, our Lu family has 5 third-level psychics. No matter how powerful Xiao Ming is, he is only a 2nd-level psychic. Ha, all right. Lu Qian sneered and said nothing. Afterwards, after everything was prepared, everyone set off for where Lu Ming was. At this time, in a villa near the suburbs. Lu Ming hung up the phone angrily. This villa was purchased by Lu Ming before the revival of spiritual energy. There were many residents in this area before. However, after the revival of spiritual energy, everyone moved away and Lu Ming rarely came here again. Young master, is there something the master wants? Looking at the angry Lu Ming, old Liang stroked his beard and said with a smile. Humph, I don't know what my dad is thinking. He asked me to stop what I was doing and said that Grandpa and the others would be here soon. Oh? So, young master, are you going to stop? Mr. Liang said meaningfully. Stop? How is that possible? I finally have a chance to get close to you. Lu Ming laughed evilly. Then he bowed respectfully to Mr. Liang. I'll have to trouble Elder Liang to guard outside for me. Ha, no problem. Old Liang nodded with a smile. Then, Lu Ming walked into the room excitedly. Looking at the charming Zhao Xie on the bed, Lu Ming's heart became excited. Ah, Xie, you're mine after all. Lu Ming, Brother Ming is here and he will definitely kill you. Zhao Xie was tied up all over. Although she was trembling with fear, her eyes were very determined. She knew that Brother Ming would definitely come to rescue her. But now she was very worried about Shi Lang's safety. Just when she was captured, she saw with her own eyes that the third-level psychic seriously injured Shi Lang. Humph, Xiao Ming? That won't come, it will never come. Lu Ming sneered. What did you do to Brother Ming? Zhao Xie was shocked when she heard this. Ha, that's none of your business. Let's get started. Lu Ming licked his lips and pounced on him impatiently. Ah! Zhao Xie screamed and quickly used instant movement. Lu Ming missed his target and turned around quickly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the rope was still tied to Zhao Xie's body. Ha, I knew you could teleport, but you can't ignore obstacles, right? With a rope tied to you, let's see how you can run. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed loudly, his face hardened, and he raised his hand and pointed at Zhao Xie, shadow. The next second, Zhao Xie's face changed drastically. She looked down and found that her shadow seemed to come alive and grabbed her feet. You are a person with special attributes. Ha, Xie, enjoy it to your heart's content. Lu Ming didn't explain, but stretched out his hands with a wicked smile. Hiss. Ah no. Torn clothes fluttered in the air, and Zhao Xie's miserable screams came from the room. At this critical moment, an angry roar from Mr. Liang suddenly came from outside the room. Who? Immediately afterwards, there was a huge earthquake. Boom! The whole room shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Xiaolan, kill him! Following Xiao Ming's angry shout, another loud noise was heard from downstairs. Boom! Then, Mr. Liang's screams suddenly stopped. Hearing Xiao Ming's voice, Zhao Xie's tearful eyes suddenly brightened up, and she quickly shouted, Brother Ming, save me! Chapter 34 Lu Ming, come out and die! Hearing the noise below, Lu Ming was suddenly shocked and jumped out of the window without thinking. At this time, Xiao Ming heard Zhao Xie's cry for help and came to the room with a knife. When he saw the scene inside, he was immediately furious. He quickly took off his shirt and put it on Zhao Xie, and cut the rope on her body. Without the restraints of ropes, Zhao Xie threw herself into Xiao Ming's arms and burst into tears. Brother Ming, whoa, Brother Ming, I will never leave you again. Zhao Xie's loyalty +4. Zhao Xie's loyalty, 95. Just now, Zhao Xie was about to despair, but at this critical moment, Xiao Ming's arrival gave her hope again. After finally being rescued, Zhao Xie wanted to vent the endless pain in her heart. Looking at Zhao Xie's appearance, Xiao Ming suppressed his anger and patted her shoulder gently. Put on my clothes, I will take you to kill him. Yeah. Zhao Xie nodded while sobbing, and put on Xiao Ming's shirt right in front of him. Although the scenery was infinitely beautiful, Xiao Ming was obviously not in the mood to appreciate it at this moment. Seeing that Zhao Xie was dressed, he took her and jumped out of the window. After landing on the ground, he turned around and looked into the living room on the first floor and called out, Xiaolan. The next second, under Zhao Xie's horrified gaze, a blue python more than 20 meters long jumped out. Don't be afraid, her name is Xiaolan, and she is my friend. Xiao Ming comforted the frightened Zhao Xie, then took Zhao Xie's hand and jumped directly onto Xiaolan's back. Xiaolan, catch up with the human who just escaped. Xiao Ming said in a deep voice. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiaolan roared towards the sky, identified a direction, and rushed out quickly. Feeling Xiaolan's speed and the aura emanating from her body, Zhao Xie was shocked, but at the same time, she admired Xiao Ming even more. He can even tame such a powerful monster, you are worthy of being my brother Ming. Thinking of how she had just thrown herself into Xiao Ming's arms with her upper body naked, Zhao Xie's pretty face suddenly turned red. At this time, Lu Ming was running towards the city in panic. At this moment, he saw countless police cars and Lu family vehicles driving towards the side quickly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he stood on the side of the road and waved vigorously, "Dad, Grandpa, I'm here." Squeak! The police car and the Lu family's car stopped beside Lu Ming at the same time. After Lu Jian got out of the car, he quickly came to his son. Seeing his son's miserable appearance, he asked excitedly, "Son, are you okay? Where's Mr. Liang?" Mr. Liang should be dead." Lu Ming was stunned by the question. He didn't even know what happened downstairs just now. But the violent thing scared him so much that he ran away immediately. "What do you mean by should? What's going on?" Lu Jiang asked angrily. At this moment, Lu Qian and others also surrounded them. "No need to ask, Xiao Ming is here." At this moment, everyone, including Director Su and Mei Yang, all looked in the direction where Lu Ming had just run. "I saw a giant python rushing towards this side at a very fast speed. When I saw it, it was still several hundred meters away. In just a moment, he was only dozens of meters away from everyone. You can imagine how fast it is. This is a 4th-level monster." Lu Qian frowned and murmured softly. "What?" Everyone present was suddenly shocked. Chief Su even directly ordered all police officers to be ready for battle. Crack! The next second, countless fully armed police officers pointed their weapons at the rushing python. The 5 3rd-level psychics of the Lu family were also ready for battle with a covetous look on their faces. Sizzle! Seeing this, Xiaolan quickly stopped at Xiao Ming's command. Bang! As 2 sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground were heard, Xiao Ming pulled Zhao Xie's hand and jumped off Xiaolan's body. Holding the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword in one hand, he looked at Lu Ming with a gloomy face and took a few steps forward. "Xiao Ming, Xie, are you okay?" Mei Yang shouted to Xiao Ming and the other one. Although Mei Yang had only been with Xiao Ming and his companions for a few short days, she had experienced several life and death crises and had developed some feelings for them in her heart. She really didn't want anything to happen to Xiao Ming and the others. However, at this time Xiao Ming was already filled with anger and ignored Mei Yang's words of concern. He raised the long knife in his hand and pointed it directly at Lu Ming, who was hiding behind Lu Jian with a panicked look on his face. He said coldly, "Lu Ming, come out and die. Dad, save me, you must save me." Looking at the ferocious look of the giant python beside Xiao Ming, Lu Ming was extremely scared. "Xiao Ming, right? I'm Director Su from the Security Bureau. We will definitely handle Lu Ming's crimes impartially. Now, please put down the knife in your hand." Director Su stood up with a righteous look on his face and looked at Xiao Ming seriously. "Handle impartially? This is a grudge between us superpowers." Xiao Ming sneered. "You?" Director Su frowned deeply and was about to say something when Lu Qian on the side quickly pulled him back. "Director Su, listen to me, we'll just watch the show." "How can we just watch the show? This is no longer a personal grudge, it involves the families of Huarong City. To put it more seriously, the Lu family has already driven up the economic problems of our Huarong City." Director Su looked at Lu Qian with dissatisfaction. Although he is the director of the Security Bureau, since the establishment of the School of Superpowers, it can be said that the School of Superpowers has the strongest fighting force in the entire city. The safety of the entire city depends on the protection of the School of Superpowers. And they have completely become the existence of maintaining law and order. Even many of the outstanding officers in the army came from special power schools. So he still had to give Lu Qian face. "Oh, you don't understand. I suspect that there is a powerful force behind Xiao Ming. Anyway, it's better for us not to interfere in this matter." Lu Qian glanced in the direction of the Lu family and whispered in Director Su's ear. After he finished speaking, he looked at Director Su's still unhappy expression and straightened his face. Besides, the Lu family was the one who went too far in this matter. Doesn't Director Su think so? After hearing this, Director Su hesitated for a moment, then nodded with gritted teeth. "Okay, I'll give you face, I won't care about Lu Ming. But Xiao Ming, the other members of the Lu family, can't touch him." "Okay." Lu Qian nodded with a smile. Just as the two were discussing in a low voice, Mr. Lu stood up. Following behind him were 5 third-level Lu family psychics. Xiaoming, I didn't expect you to have a 4th-level monster, but so what? The power of our Lu family is beyond the imagination of a poor boy like you. It's a blessing for the girl next to you to follow our Lu family. I'll give you a chance now. Hand that girl over, and today's matter will be over. Otherwise. As old Lu finished his words, dozens of people with special abilities stood up from the direction of the Lu family. Boom! As the auras of the 5 third-level psychics burst out, all the 1st and 2nd-level psychics of the Lu family burst out their own power at the same time. Suddenly, murderous aura surged into the sky, and colorful spiritual power rushed straight into the sky. Chapter 35 Unless you step over my dead body. Oh no, you're asking for trouble. You can't blame others. Seeing this situation, Lu Qian shrugged his shoulders with amusement. Mei Niang on the side was full of worry, and said to Lu Qian, Dean, can I go up and help? Well, go ahead. But you only represent yourself. Lu Qian nodded and said with a smile. Mei Niang. The next second, Mei Niang rushed over and stood beside Xiaoming and Zhao Xia. After Mei Niang left, Director Su looked at Lu Qian, who looked relaxed, with curiosity. Director Lu, do you really believe that boy can defeat so many people with special abilities? Even if that kid has the help of a 4th-level monster, I'm afraid it won't work, right? Lu Qian laughed contemptuously after hearing this. A 4th-level person is not that easy to deal with? Besides, Xiaoming is not an ordinary psychic. Oh? Director Su showed a surprised expression. Just watch. Lu Ming pretended to be profound and looked in the direction of Xiaoming. Regarding Mei Niang's joining, old man Lu just glanced at Lu Qian indifferently. Seeing that Lu Qian was smiling, he didn't care. See ya, just follow me. Don't worry, as long as you agree, I will let Xiaoming go. Seeing that his grandfather made the decision for him, Lu Ming's courage suddenly grew. Looking at Zhao Xie with a smile. Brother Ming. Zhao Xie nervously pulled Xiaoming's arm. Feeling Zhao Xie's nervousness, Xiaoming looked at all the psychics in the Lu family with cold eyes. He held the knife horizontally and said coldly, if you want me to hand over Xie, you have to step over my dead body. Brother Ming. Xiaoming's words moved Zhao Xie beyond words. Mei Niang on the side also looked at Xiaoming with a complicated expression. At this moment, she felt that Xiaoming was very manly. For some reason, she felt excited in her heart. Good boy, you are really good at pretending. Lu Qian curled his lips in disdain. Lu Tao's expression was very conflicted at this time. After all, Xiaoming saved him and his daughter. But it is impossible for him to go against his own father. I could only sigh heavily and stand aside without saying anything. Hearing Xiaoming's words, old Master Lu sneered and waved his hand. Go, kill Xiaoming, as for those 2 girls, spare their lives. Yes. A deafening roar came from the Lu family's psychic. Countless 1st and 2nd-level psychics roared and rushed towards Xiaoming. In this process, countless supernatural powers were also used. Roar. Seeing this, Xiaolan roared without Xiaoming's command, and a column of water appeared, shooting towards the rushing psychic. Boom. The powerful force knocked away several psychics who were unable to react. Ding, number of draws +1. Ding, number of draws +1. Listening to the sound in his mind, Xiaoming's face became gloomy and he was ready for battle. When the 5 third-level psychics from the Lu family saw this situation, their faces changed, they looked at each other, and rushed towards Xiaolan at the same time. Boom boom boom. Faced with the various attack skills of the 5 third-level psychics, Xiaolan smiled with disdain. Roar. Following her roar, the water attributed spiritual energy in the whole body surged. Suddenly, a huge wave appeared out of nowhere in the sky and swept towards all the supernatural people in the Lu family. Everyone in the Lu family suddenly changed their expressions. The 5 third-level psychics even shouted, "Not good." But before they could dodge, they were all swept into the huge waves. This is not over yet, as Xiaolan stood up. After engulfing all the Lu family's supernatural beings, the huge wave swirled upwards, forming a water tornado that struck the sky. Boom! Finally, there was an explosion, accompanied by countless screams. All the Lu family's superpowers were thrown into the air, covered in blood, and fell heavily to the ground like dumplings. Except for 5 third-level psychics, the others didn't even have the strength to struggle. Only wailing is left. Not to mention everyone in the Lu family and the security bureau. Even Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows when he saw Xiao Lan's powerful move. This, how is it possible? Old Master Lu stared in amazement as his own psychics fell down in one encounter. He knew that 4th level monsters should be more powerful. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. 5 3rd level psychics, plus countless 2nd level and 1st level psychics, are still no match? After the 3rd level, the strength of the psychics and monsters cannot be defeated by numbers alone. Lu Qian sneered and answered the questions in everyone's mind. Dad, Grandpa, let's run. Lu Ming suddenly became nervous, and his whole body trembled as he looked at Xiao Ming, who was staring at him. Damn, how come this guy has such a powerful monster as a pet? Lu Qian on the side seemed to be deliberately attacking the Lu family and said mockingly, "Run? Can you run away?" Lu Ming glanced at him and was speechless. Old Master Lu took a deep breath. He finally realized that he was wrong. Today's society has changed. Victory or defeat is no longer determined by numbers or power. Xiao Ming, I admit that we lost. What do you want in exchange for letting Xiao Ming go? He felt extremely ashamed after saying this. This was the first time he begged for mercy since he became the head of the Lu family for so many years. But there was no way. If he didn't admit defeat today, Xiao Ming's life would be in danger. And their Lu family. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Mei Yang glanced at Mr. Lu with disdain. However, the old man ignored her ridicule and just looked at Xiao Ming steadily. Humph. Xiao Ming snorted coldly and suddenly raised his hand towards Lu Ming's direction. Tangled in thorns. Ah! The next second, countless thorns rose up from under Lu Ming's feet, entangled him, and then flew towards Xiao Ming. In the air, Lu Ming kept dancing and screaming heart-wrenchingly. Stop, save Xiao Ming. The old man widened his eyes and yelled at the 5 3rd level psychics. Several psychics looked at each other, gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Humph. Xiao Ming snorted coldly and kicked his feet, jumping directly onto Xiao Lan's head. He circulated the spiritual power in his body, raised the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword high, and slashed at the 5 psychics. Divine Fire slash. The 5 psychics originally showed disdain on their faces and did not care about Xiao Ming's attack. After all, they are all level 3. How can Xiao Ming, a level 2 mutant, want to stop them? However, when a ray of hot sword energy emanated from the long sword, the expressions of the 5 people all changed. Someone shouted, "Get out of the way!" The next second, all 5 of them flashed to the side. But it was too late, 2 people were still hit by the sword energy. Even though the 2 of them used their spiritual power to defend themselves, they were still bombarded and pushed back repeatedly, spitting out blood with pale faces. Lu Ming successfully landed on the ground in front of Xiao Ming. Before he could get up, a knife was placed on his neck. Xiao Ming! Mr. Lu and Lu Jiang both shouted with dejected looks on their faces. Chapter 36, People from the Lu family, kneel down. Xiao Ming, let my son go, I will do anything you ask me to do. Lu Jiang was shaking all over and took a few steps forward tremblingly. Mr. Lu behind him suddenly became much more arrogant and looked very depressed. Xiao Ming, don't kill me, please don't kill me. Lu Jiang felt the coldness coming from his neck, his whole body tensed, his lips turned pale, and his face turned blue with fear. Humph. People from the Lu family, kneel down. Xiao Ming looked at Lu Jiang and old man Lu coldly. Now, the only ones who could stand in the direction of the Lu family were the Lu family S-driver in them. Dong! Lu Jiang knelt down in front of Xiao Ming without saying a word, and begged Xiao Ming to release Lu Ming. Everyone watched quietly, including Director Su, no one said a word. I just felt that the atmosphere at the scene was very depressing. Mr. Lu's expression kept changing, and finally he slowly bent his knees dejectedly. Xiao Ming cannot die. He is the only male descendant of the Lu family. If he dies, the Lu family will be finished. Dad! Lu Tao looked at Xiao Ming with a complicated expression and called Grandpa Lu sadly. Seeing his father kneeling on the ground, Lu Tao also prepared to kneel down. But soon, Xiao Ming's voice came, "Okay, Lu Tao, you don't have to kneel." Lu Tao smiled bitterly and shook his head, not intending to pay attention to Xiao Ming's words. However, before he knelt down, Lu Zhang's screams were suddenly heard from the scene. No! He turned around in fear and saw Xiao Ming's long knife slashing hard, and Lu Ming's head flew high. In the sky, he was still staring with a look of disbelief on his face. Blood splattered all over Xiao Ming, but he didn't even try to wipe it off. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Xiao Ming seemed to have turned into the Shura demon god. He looked extremely scary with his face covered in blood. However, Zhao Xie and Mei Yang were very moved. A man who would risk his life for the woman he loves, this is the kind of man he is talking about, right? Mei Yang's heart was touched, and she really wished she had a boyfriend like this. Boom! The silence was broken as Lu Ming's head fell to the ground. Lu Jiang rushed towards Xiao Ming, roaring, "Asshole, I'm going to kill you." Mr. Lu and Lu Tao were both shocked. "Son, stop it." "Brother!" But it was too late. Lu Jiang rushed to Xiao Ming with red eyes and was ready to pounce on him. Xiao Ming looked at this scene calmly and said softly, "If a son is not taught well, it is the fault of the father. Since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish." After saying that, he swung the divine fire 100 slashing sword in his hand. Puff! A knife shadow flashed by, and Lu Jiang fell down with his eyes wide open, unwillingly. "Son!" Old Master Lu screamed heartbreakingly, his legs went weak and he almost collapsed. "Dad!" Lu Tao quickly supported Grandpa Lu. After a few seconds, Mr. Lu took a few deep breaths to calm down, and said to Lu Tao with trembling lips, "Let's go back, let's go." "Okay, Dad, let's go back now. Take the bodies of your brother and your nephew." After saying that, Lu Tao didn't look at Xiao Ming again. He helped old man Lu into the car. As for the bodies of Lu Jiang and Lu Ming, the Lu family's driver naturally came to carry them. After a while, all the people from the Lu family present, including those with special abilities in the Lu family, left. At this time, Director Su looked at Xiao Ming with a complicated expression and walked over behind Lu Qian. "Ha, Xiao Ming, well done. I have long wanted to deal with an arrogant family like the Lu family," Lu Qian said with a laugh. "Good job? Lu Qian, you are disregarding the law and killing people in front of me." Director Su pointed at Lu Qian angrily and scolded. "Brother Ming." Zhao Xie looked at Xiao Ming with self-blame, fearing that Xiao Ming would get into trouble because of her. Lu Qian glanced at Director Su, then immediately raised his hand to hook the other's neck, and said with a strange smile, "Aya, why do you disregard the law? Didn't the country say that fighting between superpowers is fine as long as it doesn't affect ordinary people? Didn't you expect that? What are we? What are they? Besides, you can't do it in front of us." Director Su pointed at himself angrily, and then at the fully armed police officers. "Humph, now you know that you are an ordinary person?" Lu Qian sneered. Seeing Lu Qian smile, Director Su felt uneasy and pushed Lu Qian away impatiently. All right, I'm upset just seeing you guys. I'm leaving now." After saying this, he quickly left with all the people from the security bureau. "We're leaving too. Xiaolan, come back." Xiao Ming glanced at Lu Qian indifferently, then stretched out his hand to Xiaolan on the side. Sizzle! Xiaolan spit out its tongue, licked Xiao Ming affectionately, and then the spiritual energy in its body shook. The next second, it turned into a small snake and crawled into Xiao Ming's belt. "This snake is really good." Lu Qian murmured to himself in envy, and then he discovered something and hurriedly called out, "Hey, Mei Yang, what are you doing? I will protect Xiao Ming and the others." Mei Yang answered perfunctorily, and followed Xiao Ming and Zhao Xie towards the city. "Aren't you my secretary? Damn, you all left and you didn't even leave a car?" Only then did Lu Qian realize that he had taken the Lu family's car when he came here. Now everyone has left and the cars are gone. In the end, he can only sigh helplessly and walk back into the city. "Brother Ming, woo-woo, I was really scared just now, afraid that I would never see you again." On the way, Zhao Xie finally couldn't control her emotions and threw herself into Xiao Ming's arms and burst into tears. Just when Lu Ming was about to flirt with her, she was really ready to die. At this moment, she really wanted to stay by Xiao Ming's side forever. "Okay, stop crying. I promise I will take you wherever I go as long as you don't mind." Xiao Ming chuckled and patted Zhao Xie's head. "Really?" Zhao Xie raised her pretty face with tears in her eyes in surprise. Then, his face turned red and he quickly lowered his head. Looking at Zhao Xie's charming appearance, Xiao Ming's heart was moved, and he nodded subconsciously, "Yes, really." Afterwards, neither of them spoke, but walked forward slowly hand in hand. It seems as if an inexplicable feeling is slowly taking root. Mei Yang, who was standing behind the two men, saw this scene and her eyes were filled with deep envy. After arriving in the city, they took a taxi. Originally, the driver was not going to stop the car when he saw Xiao Ming covered in blood, but when he saw the long knife in Xiao Ming's hand, he stopped in fear. In the car, Xiao Ming took a look at Zhao Siye, who was wearing his clothes. She looked particularly charming, and the loose clothes could not hide her seductive figure at all. Siye, shall I take you to buy some clothes? Chapter 37. Do you want me to show you the balance? Zhao Siye was immersed in happiness and joy, and was unable to react when she suddenly heard Xiao Ming's words. Oh, okay, I'll listen to you. After saying that, she lowered her head shyly again. Mei Yang, who was sitting in the front row, burst out laughing when she saw Zhao Siye's expression. Sister Siye, there's nothing to be shy about. It's only natural for a boyfriend to buy a piece of clothing for his girlfriend. Sister Mei, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Siye glanced at Xiao Ming shyly. Let's go, master, to Qianda Plaza. Xiao Ming chuckled and said to the driver. Afterwards, after the few of them arrived at Qianda Plaza, Xiao Ming took them to see a brand women's clothing store. As for what brand it is, Xiao Ming doesn't know, but it looks very high-end and elegant. First, he found a deserted place and put away the divine fire 100-slashing sword. Then he pulled Zhao Siye and walked in. Just as they were about to help Zhao Siye choose clothes, as soon as they entered, they heard a noise coming from inside that made both of them uncomfortable. Xiao Ning, try this one on. I think it suits you. You mean, this is the only thing that looks good on me? No, Xiao Ning is so beautiful, of course she looks good in anything she wears. Looking at the two people who seemed very close in front of her, Zhao Siye gently pulled Xiao Ming's hand. Brother Ming, otherwise, let's go. Mei Yang looked at the two of them curiously, then saw a couple in front of her who were choosing clothes, and immediately showed a look of sudden enlightenment. It turned out to be Xiao Ming's ex-girlfriend and her current boyfriend. There's going to be a good show to watch. At this moment, Li Fan and Yi Qiuning also discovered Xiao Ming and the other two. Hey, Xiao Ming? You're topless and here to buy clothes? When Li Fan saw that such a beautiful woman like Zhao Siye was actually wearing Xiao Ming's shirt, a flame of jealousy suddenly burned in his heart. Especially since the dean's beautiful secretary was standing next to him. But this is outside the school, so even if the dean comes in person, Li Fan is not afraid. Yi Qiuning on the side also looked at Xiao Ming with a complicated expression. What happened last time is still fresh in my mind. Although he didn't want to admit it, Xiao Ming had really become a very outstanding psychic after leaving him. What she didn't expect was that Zhao Siye actually broke through to the first level and also comprehended her own skills. But so what? I have just broken through to the second level and will soon go out of the city to hunt monsters and comprehend the second level skills. In my eyes, you are just two ordinary psychics. Thinking of this, Yi Qiuning's face was full of confidence. There was also a hint of disdain in the looks he gave Xiao Ming and the other man. What does it have to do with you? Xiao Ming looked at the two people who were approaching him indifferently. What does it have to do with me? Xiao Ming, you have to figure out where this place is. Li Fan sneered. After saying that, Li Fan yelled at the shopping guide in the store in dissatisfaction. Shopping guide, what do you do for a living? Letting someone like this in, does he have the spending power? The two shopping guides on the side hesitated. Originally, seeing that Xiao Ming was covered in blood and shirtless, they were not going to let him in. However, seeing that there were two beauties following him, especially one of them who was dressed very high-end, they didn't say anything. Li Fan is a frequent customer here. He used to bring women here to buy clothes, but he comes less frequently during this period. Since he asked, the two shopping guides had nothing to say. One of the shopping guides walked up to Xiao Ming, with a professional smile on his face, and spread his hands. Sir, please go out. As he spoke, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Isn't it just buying clothes? Are you the only one who can afford it? Siye, go and pick a few more pieces. As long as you like them, I will buy them for you. Xiao Ming looked at Yi Qiuning and Li Fan coldly. For some reason, he just didn't want to act cowardly in front of the two of them. Brother Ming, let's just go. Zhao Siye looked at Xiao Ming nervously. She just glanced at the price of a piece of clothing. She was so scared that she wanted to turn around and leave immediately. A piece of clothing costs several thousand yuan, and it's a t-shirt. For Zhao Siye, who has always been frugal, how could she bear to wear such expensive clothes? Oh, you said you can afford it. Okay, shopping guide, let him choose. I want to see what he uses to pay. Li Fan looked at Xiao Ming with a sneer. Poor guy, keep pretending, I'll expose you in a moment. Yi Ning also looked at Xiao Ming with a sneer. How could she not know whether Xiao Ming had money or not? She hated men who were incompetent but pretended to be good the most. In her heart, Xiao Ming was such a person. Xiao Ming ignored Li Fan's words, looked at Zhao Xie who still didn't dare to choose clothes, and said to the shopping guide indifferently, "Forget it, I won't choose." I took a look. You have about 100 styles of clothes here, right? After saying that, he pointed at Mei Yang and Zhao Xie and said, "Give these two ladies one set of each style, according to their sizes." Sir, are you serious? Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, the shopping guide, who had a look of disgust on his face, suddenly widened his eyes. Do you think I'm joking? How much is it? I'll scan the code and give it to you now. Xiao Ming gave her a dissatisfied look. Hee, Xiao Ming, you'd better stop pretending. It will be ugly if you get slapped in the face later. Yi Ning said mockingly. Xiao Ming just glanced at him indifferently and took the two women directly to the cashier counter. Xiao Ming, I have one too? Mei Yang pointed at herself in surprise. Well, of course, we are already friends, aren't we? Xiao Ming smiled slightly. Just when the situation was so tense, Mei Yang chose to stand on his side, and Xiao Ming had already agreed with her in his heart. After saying that, Xiao Ming pulled out the payment code on his phone and held it out. Seeing the shopping guide behind the cashier still looking hesitant, Xiao Ming said unhappily, "Why? Do you want me to show you the balance?" Just brush it, I want to see if he can brush it out. Li Fan said sarcastically. Okay then. After hearing this, the shopping guide nodded, took out the barcode scanner, and scanned Xiao Ming's payment code. Ding, payment successful. Shock. When the purchase list came out, everyone present was shocked. More than 1 million, it was actually more than 1 million. When the shopping guide handed over the list, his eyes lit up as he looked at Xiao Ming. Li Fan and Yi Ning's faces changed immediately. They didn't expect that Xiao Ming could actually brush out more than 1 million. Where the fuck did this money come from? Thinking of this, Li Fan felt very unwilling and wanted to see how much money Xiao Ming had. Suddenly, his eyes turned and a smile appeared on his face again. Okay, Xiao Ming, I didn't expect you to really come up with 1 million. But, you have so much money, and you know that your girlfriend is a space-based psychic who needs a lot of resources, but you are reluctant to buy her some. Isn't that unreasonable? What do you want to say? Xiao Ming frowned. Li Fan sneered. I just got the latest news. In the next few days, there will be an auction of 5 red fruits at the Dingqing auction house. Don't you have money? You're not reluctant to buy it for Zhao Xie, are you? This news was only released not long ago. I learned about it through my internal connections. You know, normally, the vermilion fruit is hard to come by. I'm giving it to you at a bargain price. Chapter 38 I have no face to live. Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Ming and Mei Yang looked at Li Fan playfully. They both knew that the 5 red fruits should have been given to Lu Zihan by Xiao Ming. No wonder Lu Zihan was not here just now. It seemed he couldn't wait to return to the auction venue. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming sighed deeply in his heart. I don't know if that girl will blame me after she knows that I killed her cousin and uncle. Okay, I'll go when the time comes. Xiao Ming nodded with a chuckle, then looked at the shopping guide. We can't take so many things away, you should be able to deliver them to our door, right? The shopping guide quickly said, we don't have this service originally, but since you bought so many pieces of clothing, we can make an exception and deliver them to you. Just leave your address. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Ming expectantly and took out a pen and paper. If I had this handsome guy's contact information, then later. Thinking of this, the shopping guide was extremely excited. While working here, she has come across many payment transfers, but she has never seen anyone like Xiao Ming, who bought more than 100 pieces of clothing for his girlfriend. But soon, she would be disappointed. Xiao Ming looked at Zhao Xie and Mei Yang and said, leave your address. Seeing that Xiao Ming had already paid, Zhao Xie had nothing more to say. I had no choice but to write down Xiao Ming's home address and my contact information. Then, under the gloomy gazes of Yi Ning and Li Fan, he took the two women away. After Xiao Ming left, Yi Ning looked at Li Fan and said coquettishly, Li Fan, I want one too. Originally, she disdained this, but for some reason, she just didn't want to be outdone by Xiao Ming and Zhao Xie. Of course I buy clothes, but you don't need so many pieces. Can you eat them like meals? Only an idiot like Xiao Ming would do such a thing. Li Fan laughed awkwardly. Do you think I'm stupid? Spend so much money on clothes. Not to mention that I am a second-generation rich, not a first-generation rich. If my father knew I did this, he would kill me. Just say, why should I buy it for you? Just because you let me touch your hand? Forget about buying it. I must get that Jew fruit. Yi Ning took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. Now compared to others, you are not even as good as Xiao Ming. I was really blind to follow you. Thinking of how good Xiao Ming had been to her in the past, Yi Ning felt particularly uncomfortable. In the past, Xiao Ming would give almost all of his monthly salary to himself. And what about Li Fan? Humph. Haha, buy it. I will definitely buy it when the time comes. Li Fan said perfunctorily with a smile. Pulling Yi Ning out of the clothing store. I have to buy it, but won't I be able to use it myself? Just use spirit stones. Watching the two people leave, one of the shopping guides asked the one who had just checked out the cashier in confusion, Sister Yao, do you think the truly wealthy people are more low-key nowadays? Sister Yao gave her a look of contempt, silly girl, I don't know if rich people are low-key or not, but those who are willing to spend money on you are what's important. Look at that Mr. Fan just now. Doesn't he have money? But he refuses to spend it on his girlfriend. Nothing like that boy just now. Speaking of this, Sister Yao's face was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yes, Sister Yao, it seems that I will also find a man who is willing to spend money on me in the future. The girl nodded thoughtfully. Of course Xiao Ming didn't know what happened after he left. After buying clothes, Xiao Ming said to Zhao Xie and Mei Yang, I will go back and change clothes first, and then we will go to the hospital to see how Shi Lang is doing. On the way back, Xiao Ming received a call from Mei Yang, informing her of Shi Lang's current condition and Lu Ming's location. It happened to be not far from the northern suburbs of the city, otherwise Xiao Ming would not have been able to get there so quickly. For this, Xiao Ming was very grateful to Mei Yang. So I bought so many clothes for Mei Yang just now, which can be regarded as a kind of thank you. Well, good. Shi Lang is really suffering. He hasn't recovered from his serious injuries yet, and he's fighting a third-level mutant for me. Brother Ming, you don't know, I was really scared at that time. I thought Shi Lang was going to die. As she spoke, tears welled up in Zhao Xie's eyes again. Okay, it's all over. Xiao Ming hurriedly comforted. Afterwards, the few of them took a taxi again and returned to the community. After getting off the car, Xiao Ming sighed and said, when I have time in the future, I should buy a car for convenience. Mei Yang, who was beside her, was moved when she heard this. For some reason, she suddenly had the idea of giving Xiao Ming a car. After arriving home, Xiao Ming first pulled Zhao Xie into his room. Just when Zhao Xie was feeling shy and worried about what Xiao Ming was going to do and whether she should resist. Suddenly, 10 red fruits appeared in Xiao Ming's hand. Is this Jew fruit? Zhao Xie widened her eyes, although she knew that Xiao Ming had Jew fruit. But I didn't know Xiao Ming had so many. Well, we didn't have time before. You can use these red fruits and try to upgrade to the second level as soon as possible. If it's not enough, ask me for more. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Zhao Xie hesitated for a moment and took the red fruit from Xiao Ming's hand. Although she was shocked and curious about the fact that Xiao Ming had so many resources, she was very obedient. Since Xiao Ming didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask any more questions. I will do whatever Brother Ming tells me to do. Thinking of everything Xiao Ming had done for her today, a happy smile appeared on Zhao Xie's lips. Afterwards, after Xiao Ming took a shower, the few of them set off again. Arrived at the 8th floor of the inpatient department of the municipal hospital. Xiao Ming looked at one side of the corridor curiously, and saw a row of bodyguards in black clothes and sunglasses standing at the intersection. But he didn't care. Instead, he pointed to another corridor and asked Mei Yang, is Shi Lang over there? Well, it should be. The dean arranged for someone to send Shi Lang to the hospital. He left after arranging everything. I don't know the details. Mei Yang thought for a while and said, okay, let's go over there. Xiao Ming took the two women and walked into the corridor. What surprised Xiao Ming was that both sides of the corridor were filled with beds, and all the beds in the ward were occupied. Is the hospital business so good now? With curiosity in mind, Xiao Ming continued to move forward. Suddenly, at the end of the corridor, I saw a familiar figure. Stone wave. Xiao Ming called out and walked over quickly. However, Mei Yang, who was following behind, changed her expression when she saw it. What happened? Why was Shi Lang lying on the floor of the corridor? Was he just lying on a mat? Brother, I have no face to live. I failed to protect my sister-in-law. Shi Lang was sober at this time. Seeing Xiao Ming coming with Zhao Xie and Mei Yang, tears flowed out of his eyes. Chapter 39 I paid you. Seeing that Shi Lang could still cry, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He laughed and scolded, "You should take good care of yourself. Why does it seem that your injuries have never healed since being with me?" Brother, I don't want to either. It's really good that you are all okay. By the way, where is that guy Lu Ming? Shi Lang said, gritting his teeth. I have killed them all, including his father. Xiao Ming said calmly, you don't need to worry about the Lu family's affairs. Just take good care of your injuries. Ahem, okay, thank you, big brother. By the way, I hid the 9 bottles of spiritual liquid you left for us under your bed. Shi Lang coughed weakly and suddenly remembered something. Huh? Why are you hiding? Xiao Ming looked at Shi Lang puzzledly. We were reluctant to use such a valuable thing. Luckily I hid it, otherwise it would have been discovered by Lu Ming. Shi Lang looked frightened. Xiao Ming couldn't help laughing and glanced at Zhao Xie behind him. What's there to be reluctant about? However, when he saw where Shi Lang was lying, Xiao Ming's face darkened. He said to Zhao Xie calmly, Xie, you stay here and watch this guy. Mei Yang and I will go out for a while. Yeah. Zhao Xie glanced at Xiao Ming and nodded gently. Mei Yang already knew what Xiao Ming was going to ask. When they got to the outside of the corridor, he quickly explained, I really don't know what's going on. Let me call and ask right now. As he said this, he was about to take out his cell phone. Xiao Ming quickly raised his hand to stop her action, and said calmly while looking at the other end of the corridor, no need. Mei Yang also looked over in confusion. The corridor was packed with people except for a dozen bodyguards standing at the intersection, but the 2 men could still see through the gaps that the corridor was quiet. There was no patient in the corridor. Nurse, please tell me, why do you let my brother lie on the ground? Xiao Ming suppressed his anger and pulled a nurse. But the nurse seemed very impatient. Oh, there are no beds left, can't you see? Don't block me. After saying that, he carried a plate with iodine, cotton swabs and other medicines and walked towards the corridor guarded by bodyguards. Let's go and take a look. Xiao Ming said to Mei Yang with a serious face, and walked over with big strides. As soon as he reached the entrance of the corridor, he was stopped by a bodyguard. Stop, there's a private treatment area inside, go there if you want to get treatment. A private place? Since when did a hospital become a private place? Xiao Ming looked at the tall and strong bodyguard angrily. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, all the bodyguards looked over with mocking expressions. Kid, do you know who is in here? Does the largest real estate company in Huarong City know? The bodyguard who stopped Xiao Ming said contemptuously. Huarong Real Estate? So what? Xiao Ming said coldly. Oh, what's going on? The person inside is the daughter of the chairman of Huarong Real Estate, Miss Gu, do you understand now? Go away, if you have nothing to do, just stay aside. After saying this, the bodyguard showed an impatient look. What a rich lady. I'd like to go in and take a look. Xiao Ming snorted coldly and immediately exploded with all his aura. Boom! The aura of the second-level psychic was fully revealed, shocking all the nearby patients and making them look over here. A superpower. It's a superpower. What are they going to do? Are they going to fight here? Hurry, stand away and don't add insult to injury. However, these bodyguards were not intimidated by Xiao Ming's aura, and instead looked at him with amusement expressions. Oh? A person with superpowers? Humph. The bodyguard in front of Xiao Ming snorted coldly. The next second, these more than 10 bodyguards burst out with their own momentum. Boom! The powerful momentum pressed down on him, and Xiao Ming couldn't help but take a step back. The patients standing not far away were even more overwhelmed by the momentum. Ouch! That hurts. Run! The psychics are about to fight. Looking at the panic over there, it was obvious that these bodyguards did not want to cause trouble in the hospital. He glanced at Xiao Ming coldly and said, Boy, put away your strength. Your strength is nothing compared to Huarong Real Estate. Just when Xiao Ming's face turned grim and he was about to rush in. Suddenly, Mei Yang's charming voice came from behind, really? The next second, dozens of pink halos directly enveloped the bodyguards. The moment they didn't react, their eyes became dull. Xiaoming looked at Mei Yang in surprise. Although psychics were a little weak in combat, they were really hard to guard against. Seeing Xiaoming looking over, Mei Yang smiled, let's go in. Xiaoming nodded. Then, the two of them swaggered into the corridor amid the exclamations of the crowd. Arriving at the door of a ward, before he even walked in, Xiaoming heard a delicate voice, ouch, it hurts, can you be gentler? I'm sorry, I will pay attention. The voice of the nurse just now was also heard, sounding very cautious. Xiaoming and Mei Yang looked at each other, then pushed the door and walked in. Suddenly, Xiaoming saw the appearance of Miss Gu in the ward. He has a tall and muscular figure, an elegant and charming demeanor, and especially his shiny black hair. He has an indescribable charm, and his pretty face has an indescribable pure and lustful style. However, the expression on her face at this moment made Xiaoming very unhappy. Who are you? Who let you in? Where are the bodyguards? Ah Feng. Miss Gu angrily questioned Xiaoming and the other man, and then started shouting outside the corridor. No need to shout, they won't come. Xiaoming looked at her indifferently. Xiaoming's words frightened Miss Gu. She quickly wrapped herself in a blanket and looked at Xiaoming in horror. What do you want to do? I'm Gu Mingxuan from Huarong Real Estate. Seeing this, Xiaoming rolled his eyes. This girl looks very unruly and domineering, why does she have such a stupid feeling? He revealed his identity right away. If he was really an enemy, did he think he wasn't dying fast enough? Okay, stop yelling. Your people are fine. I came here to tell you that the hospital belongs to everyone, not just you. Now, my brother wants to stay here. Do you have any objection? Having said that, Xiaoming looked at the wound that the nurse had just treated on Gu Mingxuan, and suddenly became even more speechless. Just a small cut on the back of my hand? Luckily I got to the hospital quickly, otherwise it would have healed quickly. Humph, why? I paid you. Gu Mingxuan also reacted and looked at Xiaoming and Mei Yang unhappily. Then he looked at the nurse next to him and angrily said, what does your hospital mean? Are you afraid that I can't afford it? Chapter 40. Don't worry, I won't regret it. I'm sorry, Miss Gu, I don't know either. The nurse looked at Gu Mingxuan with an aggrieved expression. Bang! Under the gaze of Xiaoming and Mei Yang, Gu Mingxuan slapped the nurse in the face. The nurse screamed, covering her face with her hands, her eyes red. What does the hospital need you for? Humph, I'll call your dean later and fire you. Gu Mingxuan said coldly. Enough. Seeing this, Xiaoming really couldn't help it. It was the first time he saw such a domineering woman. And you, a stinking loser and a piece of trash, you want your brother to live in the same corridor with me? Dream on. I'll ask the hospital to kick your brother out later. Gu Mingxuan looked at Xiaoming with a sneer. Xiaoming, don't be impulsive. After hearing this, Mei Yang looked at Xiaoming worriedly. She was afraid that Xiaoming would kill this young lady in a fit of anger. Don't worry, I'll teach her a lesson on behalf of his father. Xiaoming said with a cold smile. He waved his hand towards Gu Mingxuan. Tangled in thorns. Swish swish. Amid Gu Mingxuan's screams, countless thorns emerged from the ground, entangled around Gu Mingxuan's body and tied her up in mid-air. Even in this situation, Gu Mingxuan didn't show any fear. She might know that Xiaoming wouldn't dare to hurt her at all. So I yelled, what's your name? Tell me if you dare, and I'll make my dad kill you. Hearing this, Xiaoming's eyes flashed coldly. Kill me? Sure, my name is Xiaoming, let's see if you have the ability to do that. Bang! Ah! Then, under the incredulous gazes of the nurse and Mei Yang, Xiaoming controlled the thorns and continued to whip Gu Mingxuan's body. Now, in just a few seconds, Gu Mingxuan's eyes were already filled with tears, and she looked at Xiaoming in fear. At this time, her clothes were already torn to tatters, revealing a lot of her surroundings. Drops of blood fell. The pain all over her body made her scream loudly. Xiaoming didn't want to continue, and asked coldly, do you know you are wrong? Xiao. Gu Mingxuan was about to say something harsh, but when she met Xiaoming's eyes, her tone suddenly weakened. I know I was wrong. Well, it's good that you admit your mistake. Don't be so domineering next time. Xiaoming nodded lightly. I am very satisfied with my own parenting methods. You see, no matter how disobedient a child is, he will still be sensible when he encounters a stick. After saying that, he waved his hand, and all the thorns instantly turned into radiant green light and disappeared into the air. Miss Nurse, please arrange a ward for my brother. It's at the end of the corridor over there. His name is Shi Lang. Xiao Ming looked at the shocked nurse with a smile. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the nurse looked at Gu Mingxuan weakly. What are you looking at? Go and help Shi Lang make arrangements. Gu Mingxuan felt scared when she met Xiao Ming's eyes. But I was very angry in my heart. Since I was a child, no one dared to hit me like this. Even if they touched me, they were afraid of hurting me. Damn Xiao Ming, just wait for me, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Well, in that case, I'll be leaving. After saying that, Xiao Ming smiled faintly and left the ward with Mei Yang. When we arrived at the corridor intersection, it was once again surrounded by patients. However, when they saw Xiao Ming and Mei Yang coming out, they all made way for them. Bang! When the two men came out, Mei Yang snapped her fingers, and all the bodyguards who were trapped in the illusion woke up. He looked at Mei Yang in fear, then shouted, "Miss, go and see Miss." After saying that, without even bothering to care about Xiao Ming and Mei Yang, he hurriedly ran into Gu Mingxuan's ward. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Ming heard Gu Mingxuan shouting and cursing coming from the ward. But he wasn't going to pay any attention. Coming to Shi Lang, Xiao Ming smiled at him and said, "I have prepared a ward for you. You should have a good rest in the next 2 days and try to recover from your injuries. Xie has some red fruits. If you don't have enough, come to me. Xie, please watch here for a while, I have something else to go out for." Zhao Xie wrinkled her nose slightly after hearing this. It's already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Aren't you going to leave after having dinner? She didn't ask Xiao Ming where he was going, but was concerned that Xiao Ming hadn't eaten all day. Xiao Ming smiled gently. "I'll be back soon, Mei Yang, if you're alright, please help keep an eye on it for me." Okay, no problem. Mei Yang smiled brightly. Well, I'm leaving then. Xiao Ming nodded, left the hospital, and took a taxi to the suburbs. Here, the driver dare not drive forward anymore, after all, the driver is just an ordinary person. But Xiao Ming didn't mind. After paying the fare, he took Xiao Lan out of his pocket. Looking at this cute little blue snake, Xiao Ming felt indescribable love for it. "Little Blue, please take me to the gorilla. I want to eat him." Xiao Lan looked at Xiao Ming in surprise. "Master, aren't you humans very picky eaters? Gorillas are not tasty." "Ha, I'm not picky about food." Afterwards, Xiao Lan returned to his original appearance and dragged Xiao Ming quickly through the woods. It didn't take long to reach the top of the mountain. But after arriving here, Xiao Ming frowned deeply. There was only a crater left where the gorilla died. But the body was gone. What is going on? With such a big body, monsters below level 3 simply can't drag it away. Xiao Lan said in surprise. "Let's go, since he's gone, let's go back." Xiao Ming sighed in disappointment. I had originally planned to eat the gorilla to see if I could learn one of his skills. Now it seems that I have no choice but to give up. Afterwards, Xiao Ming rode Xiao Lan back down the mountain again. Just after they left, a pair of dark eyes suddenly appeared in the woods. But it disappeared immediately. "Miss, it's not us who offended you." In Shi Lang's ward, Gu Mingxuan had already changed her clothes and was looking at Mei Yang and others with gritted teeth. Behind her stood a middle-aged man with a goatee and wearing a Tang suit. "Humph, you two are together, Uncle Tang, take them away." Gu Mingxuan gave an order to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, then looked at Mei Yang. "I heard that you are a 3rd-level psychic." "Coincidentally, I am also one, but I am of ice attribute." "How about it? Do you want to compete?" Mei Yang. Zhao Xie stood up and stood beside Mei Yang, looking at her vigilantly. "Sister-in-law, Mei Yang, please go away and don't worry about me." Shi Lang on the bed shouted with difficulty. "Shut up." Mei Yang rolled her eyes at him and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. "We'll go with you, but I hope you won't regret it." "Oh?" The middle-aged man looked at the charming Mei Yang with amusement. In Huarong City, there were few people that the Gu family could not afford to offend. "Don't worry, I won't regret it." Chapter 41. Do you still consider me your brother? Gu Mingxuan said impatiently. "What are you waiting for? Uncle Tang, take the two of them away. As for the one on the bed, forget it. A useless person is useless." "Okay, miss." Uncle Tang turned his head and looked at Gu Mingxuan with a smile, then extended his hand to Zhao Xie and Mei Yang. Please. See ya, let's go. Mei Yang glanced at Uncle Tang coldly, took Zhao Siya's hand and walked out of the ward. No, brother, I'm so sorry. Seeing the two women being forced to leave, Shi Lang on the bed screamed heartbreakingly. Tisk. Gu Mingxuan looked at him with disdain and turned away. Uncle Tang quickly followed behind. Mei Yang, are we really going over there? In the corridor, Zhao Siye whispered worriedly in Mei Yang's ear. Don't worry, I've already called the dean. Mei Yang squeezed Siye's hand to comfort her. Yeah. Hearing this, Zhao Siye nodded and felt relieved. The dean is a 5th-level psychic. He should be very prestigious in Huarong City. At this moment, in a large villa covering several hundred square meters in Tianqin District, Huarong City, a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Gu Mingxuan was talking on the phone with a smile on his face. Hee, Dean Lu, long time no see, why did you think of calling me today? Old Gu, do you still consider me your brother? Lu Qian's unhappy voice came from the other side of the phone. At this time, he was indeed very unhappy. Damn, I was running around for Xiao Ming's affairs during the day. It's just evening and I haven't even eaten a few bites of food, but your daughter has kidnapped Zhao Siye again. This time it was even worse, they also arrested my secretary. Gu Xiandong was speechless when he heard this. You, a young man in your 20s, call me, a middle-aged man in his 40s, brother. Don't you feel awkward? However, Gu Xiandong smiled as if he was very honored. No, of course I regard Dean Lu as a brother. I will be angry with anyone who doesn't treat us as brothers. Tisk, it's all because of my strength. Lu Qian curled his lips in disdain, and continued in Gu Xiandong's silence, okay, no more nonsense. Your daughter has captured my secretary and a girl named Zhao Siye. You can handle it yourself. Ha! Bastard, I'll teach this girl a lesson when she comes back. After hearing this, Gu Xiandong immediately pretended to be angry. Okay, everyone knows that you, Gu Xiandong, are your darling, and your daughter is like a darling to you. What Lu Qian hated most was the other party's hypocritical look. Hee. Gu Xiandong smiled and said nothing. Just tell your daughter not to hurt them. I won't take care of anything else. After saying that, Lu Qian hung up the phone. Looking at the hung-up phone, Gu Xiandong was puzzled. He muttered to himself, could it be that Lu Qian is unhappy with his secretary? Did he deliberately let her go through this ordeal? Okay, I remember Schwanger seemed to have taken Tang Chen with her, so just tell Tang Chen. Since Lu Qian seemed so casual, Gu Xiandong didn't care. However, he still called Tang Chen and asked him to be careful and not let Schwanger go too far. At this time, Tang Chen, Gu Mingxuan, and Mei Yang had already arrived at a villa. After receiving Gu Xiandong's call, he looked at Mei Yang with surprise. They actually know Director Gu, no wonder they told me not to regret it. But even if that's the case, what does it have to do with my regret? Anyway, it was the young lady who caused it. Thinking of this, Tang Chen smiled slightly, looked at Gu Mingxuan's hands behind his back calmly, and looked at Mei Yang and Zhao Siye coldly. Tell me, what is your relationship with that guy? Also tell me exactly how old that guy is, where he lives, and what he does. Zhao Siye looked at the other party with raised eyebrows. Humph, we won't tell you about Brother Ming. Humph. Gu Mingxuan's eyes turned cold and she slapped Zhao Siye in the face. Bang! Ah! Siye! Mei Yang screamed. Zhao Siye covered her pretty face and looked at Gu Mingxuan angrily with tears in her eyes. Although the slap did not hurt much for an ordinary person like Gu Mingxuan, it was very humiliating for Zhao Siye. Mei Yang secretly thought something was wrong in her heart. If Xiao Ming chased here and saw Zhao Siye being beaten, she would find it hard to imagine how things would end. Thinking of this, she quickly stood in front of Zhao Siye and looked at Tang Chen and Gu Mingxuan coldly. Stop, I advise you not to do anything to her, otherwise you won't be able to bear Xiao Ming's wrath. Hee, isn't he just a second-level kid? We can't even withstand his anger? Tang Chen was amused by Mei Yang's words. That's right, it's just the second level. Do you know how many second-level masters there are in my family? Gu Mingxuan also looked at Mei Yang with disdain. After saying that, he scolded Tang Chen, Uncle Tang, control this woman for me. I still want to beat that girl. Humph, let's see what Xiao Ming can do. Okay, miss. Tang Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded. Anyway, the young lady is just an ordinary person, and even if she hits her a few times, it won't cause any harm. I also have an explanation from Director Gu. Then, Tang Chen waved his hand at Mei Yang.
Under Mei Yang's astonished gaze, a ball of cold air shot onto her legs like lightning. The next second, she felt that her legs had lost feeling. When I looked down, I found that I was frozen.
Humph, I must hit you. Xiaoming is so mad. Who told him to hit me?
Gu Mingshuang sneered at Zhao Xie and raised her hand to slap her again. Gu Mingshuang strictly instructed the bodyguards not to tell her father about this matter. Otherwise, his father, who was crazy about protecting his daughter, would have killed Xiaoming. Although she was willful, she was really afraid that her father would kill someone for her. You know, there was once a classmate who accidentally scratched his palm, and my father had someone break that classmate's hand.
From then on, I never saw that classmate again. Bang! Ah!
Zhao Xie let out a scream of grievance, but looking at Mei Yang, who was controlled, she did not dare to resist. She was worried that Mei Yang would be in danger if she resisted. At this time, Xiaoming had already arrived at the hospital.
When Shi Lang told Xiaoming what happened, he became furious. The spiritual energy in his body suddenly vibrated out. Crash!
Even the windows of the ward were shattered by the spiritual power burst out by Xiaoming.
Cough cough, big brother.
Shi Lang coughed with difficulty. Seeing this, Xiaoming quickly put away his aura, took a deep breath, and said to Shi Lang, "Don't worry, Xie and the others will be fine.
I will go find them right now."
After saying that, Xiaoming turned around and walked out of the ward. Chapter 42. Let us kill him together.
The Gu family had already become famous before the revival of spiritual energy.
Although Xiaoming had not paid much attention to it before, he could find out the location of the Gu family by just searching on the internet.
Not long after, Xiaoming arrived at the door of the Gu family's villa in Tianqin district.
Looking at this huge villa, Xiaoming's eyes turned cold and he murmured, "Gu Mingshuang, just pray that Xie is okay, otherwise."
System, how many draws are left? Give me all of them.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining spirit fluid plus 20. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining spirit stone plus 20. It was at this time that Xiaoming discovered that the battle during the day had increased his number of draws by more than a dozen.
With the spiritual liquid, Xiaoming became more confident. Little Blue. Owner.
Xiaolan crawled out of Xiaoming's clothes and onto his shoulders, looking at him in confusion.
Let's just charge in.
Xiaoming said softly.
Okay, master. Xiaolan blinked his blue eyes and nodded. The next second, there was a deafening roar.
Xiaolan's body grew rapidly and suddenly turned into a giant monster more than 20 meters long. At the same time, Xiaoming also took out the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword from the system space. With his hands raised high, he roared and slashed at the villa with a knife.
Divine Fire Slash.
This is the name Xiaoming gave to this move himself.
Boom!
As the powerful sword energy hit the gate of the villa, the gate of the courtyard was knocked away.
Who is it?
Hearing the noise here, several psychics rushed out of the yard. The leader was a third-level psychic. However, when they saw Xiaolan's figure, they stopped in fear.
Level 4 demon beast?
Quick, go report to Master and Brother Phone. The leading psychic shouted inside.
Roar!
Xiaolan didn't have the patience to wait for them, so he just swung his tail.
Bang, bang, bang. Ah!
These psychics were knocked away heavily.
A large amount of blood spurted out while in the air.
Finally, it fell to the ground in pieces. Xiaoming glanced at her coldly, then strode in with Xiaolan. At this time, Gu Xiandong also walked out, and behind him, there was a young man who was about the same age as Xiaoming.
After seeing them, Xiaoming's eyes were directly on Gu Xiandong. Yao Yao raised the knife and pointed it at Gu Xiandong. You are Gu Xiandong? Where is Xie?
At this time, Gu Xiandong was also shocked by Xiaolan's body. After hearing Xiaoming's words, he didn't react for a while. But when Xiaoming saw him like this, he frowned and said, "You don't want to tell me?
Then I'll find it myself." Jet flame. Boom. A powerful tongue of fire spurted out from Xiaoming's mouth. Seeing the flames coming, Gu Xiandong's expression returned to calm.
He didn't even make a move to dodge, but just stood there quietly. Just when the flames were about to engulf Gu Xiandong, suddenly, the young man standing behind him moved. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of Gu Xiandong. He raised his hand quickly, and the powerful spiritual power formed a protective shield in front of him.
Boom! The flames hit the protective shield without causing any ripples.
Xiaoming stopped spitting out tongues of fire and his eyes became serious.
Level 4, Earth Attribute Mutant.
That's right, Xiaoming clearly felt from the spiritual power bursting out from the other party that the other party was a 4th level Earth Attribute Mutant. After blocking Xiaoming's attack, the young man did not stop. He looked at Xiaoming coldly with eyes hidden by his bangs, and clenched his right hand into a fist. He said lightly, "Hammer of the Earth."
Wow!
All the soil on the ground was pulled by the spiritual power and quickly gathered towards the young man's hands.
Gu Xiandong glanced at Xiaoming indifferently. Although he remembered Zhao Siye's name, she should be the woman that Lu Qian had instructed not to harm. However, he was still very dissatisfied with Xiaoming's attack on his villa. Decided to let the kid in front of me suffer. Ah Feng, don't kill him.
After saying that, Gu Xiandong turned around and stepped back a distance. A Feng glanced at Gu Xiandong, clenched the energy hammer formed by the soil in his hand, shouted loudly, and jumped high towards Xiaolan. He smashed down with the huge hammer in his hand.
Roar! Xiaolan roared towards the sky, opened his big mouth and a stream of water shot out. Boom!
The two attacks collided, forming a strong shockwave in the air. Even Xiaoming, who was standing next to Xiaolan, was uncontrollably shaken back a few steps. In the sky, a large amount of water sprayed out by Xiaolan fell down. It was as if a heavy rainstorm had begun.
In less than a moment, water had accumulated on the ground.
Seeing this, a Feng, who had been resisting in the air, glared, his whole body full of spiritual power surged, and he shouted, "Explode!" The next second, powerful spiritual energy surrounded him, and countless pieces of soil on the ground gathered towards the sky behind him.
Form a hammer bigger than the giant hammer in the hand.
Xiaoming was shocked when he saw this, and just when he was about to remind Xiaolan to get away,
the huge hammer smashed down. Boom!
There was a violent earthquake. Xiaolan screamed in pain and was hit hard and flew away. However, although Xiaolan was knocked away, Afeng was obviously not feeling well either. After using such a powerful move, he lost his balance and almost collapsed after landing on the ground. His face turned pale.
"Oomph, kid, do you know you are wrong? There are some places you can't just enter casually." This time,
Gu Xiandong looked at Xiaoming coldly, but the next second, he widened his eyes in disbelief.
How is this possible? How did so many spirit stones suddenly appear?
Not only him, everyone present was shocked. Xiaoming came in front of Xiaolan and waved his hand. Suddenly, more than 100 spirit stones appeared on the ground. Xiaoming ignored everyone's shock, looked at Xiaolan calmly and said, "Eat it, and then we will kill him together." Xiaolan nodded excitedly, opened her mouth wide, and all the spirit stones were sucked into her stomach.
Roar!
Feeling the spiritual power filling his body, Xiaolan roared and regained his fighting strength.
"Young man, stop it."
Seeing this, Gu Xiandong was shocked and shouted quickly. But Xiaoming ignored him and stared at the pale-faced Afeng with cold eyes.
Blue waterspout. Roar!
With a roar, powerful waves suddenly appeared around Xiaolan and swept directly towards where Afeng was. Just when Afeng was preparing to mobilize the little spiritual power in his body to dodge, suddenly, Xiaoming's loud shout was heard.
Tangled in thorns.
Swish swish.
To Afeng's surprise, countless thorns emerged from the ground and entangled his feet. Chapter 43, I will help you educate. Boom!
The next second, Afeng directly shattered the thorns that were entangled around his body. But it was only a brief delay before the waves submerged him.
Afeng!
Gu Xiandong screamed in pain from a distance.
Afeng is different from others.
He is the son of his deceased comrade in arms. Since he was a child, he was treated like his own son. If anything went wrong, he would be unable to sleep or eat.
Boom!
The water tornado rushed straight into the sky and exploded with Xiaolan's roar. A large amount of water splashed down, and with it fell the bloody body of Afeng.
Bang! Afeng! Gu Xiandong shouted and ran over quickly.
But just as he moved, a long knife was already placed on Afeng's neck. Gu Xiandong's face changed drastically and he looked at Xiaoming with a cold face.
Xiaoming said calmly, "Zhao Siye, Meng Yang, hand them over." "Okay, I'll have someone bring them here right away." Don't do anything. Gu Xiandong hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Tang Chen. "Hey, Tang Chen, hurry up and bring Zhao Siye and Meng Yang over here."
After saying that, Gu Xiandong hung up the phone and looked at Afeng, who was spitting blood on the ground, with concern. "My friend, can you let Afeng go first?"
Humph, if you can't see anyone, you will all die.
Xiaoming said coldly, pressing the long knife in his hand against Offen's neck.
Mr. Gu asked me to bring them over. Tang Chen hung up the phone inexplicably, came to Gu Mingshuang and whispered.
At this time, Zhao Xiye's pretty face was already red and swollen, and her eyes were blurred with tears.
Gu Mingshuang also felt very relieved. Hearing this, she panicked. How did my dad know? Why did he take them back? It's over. Could it be that my dad knew that I was beaten by that guy Xiaoming and wanted to kill these two girls? Although Gu Mingshuang's heart suddenly became nervous. I don't know either.
Tang Chen shook his head, then waved his hand, and Mei Yang's legs were immediately freed from the frozen state.
Xie, are you okay?
Mei Yang rushed to Zhao Xiye and looked at her cheek with concern.
Mei Yang, I'm fine.
Zhao Xiye wiped her tears while sobbing, looking at Gu Mingshuang with angry eyes.
You too, follow me, our master wants you to come over. Tang Chen said lightly. What else do you want to do? Mei Yang looked at Tang Chen angrily. Then it's none of your business. Please leave. Tang Chen snorted coldly, waved his hand, and walked out of the villa first. Uncle Tang.
Gu Mingshuang called out and hurriedly chased after him.
Xie, don't be afraid.
Don't worry, if they dare to hurt you again, I will definitely let the dean punish them.
Mei Yang comforted. Zhao Xie wiped her tears and shook her head. I'm fine, let's go.
After saying that, the two women followed.
Half an hour passed.
Xiaoming looked coldly at Afeng, who was lying on the ground with a calm face as he recovered his strength. Then he turned around and looked at Gu Xiandong with a cold expression. Do you really think I dare not kill him? Gu Xiandong was shocked and waved his hands quickly. No, don't get me wrong, my friend. They should be on their way here.
They will be here soon. Just then, Gu Mingshuang's voice came from the door. Dad, why did you want Uncle Tang to bring them back? Hey, why is the door broken?
Gu Mingshuang rushed in and saw the mess on the ground, and Offeng was held at knife point by Xiaoming. What is even more terrifying is that there is a giant python over 20 meters long coiled around Xiaoming.
Xiaoming. Daughter, come here quickly. Gu Xiandong was worried that his daughter would be hurt, so he shouted quickly. Gu Mingshuang nodded and was about to go over. Brother Ming. Xiaoming.
But at this moment, two excited female voices sounded at the door. Then, Xiaoming saw Zhao Xiye rushing towards him with a look of grievance on her face.
Xiye.
He quickly spread his arms and hugged Zhao Xiye. Seeing her crying like a pear blossom in the rain, Xiaoming felt very distressed. Immediately, he noticed Zhao Xiye's slightly swollen cheeks, and his face suddenly darkened.
Who did it? No.
Zhao Xiye quickly covered her cheeks and avoided his gaze. Xiaoming felt helpless.
He knew Zhao Xiye's personality and she definitely didn't want to make him worry. But,
thinking of this, Xiaoming looked at Gu Mingshuang with cold eyes.
At this moment, Gu Mingshuang was indeed confused.
But she knew that Brother Feng was a 4th-level psychic.
Why was he threatened by Xiaoming? And what about the giant python beside Xiaoming?
But when they heard what Zhao Xiye said, Gu Xiandong on the side and Afeng next to Xiaoming's face changed.
Daughter, be careful.
Sure enough, the next second, Xiaoming's figure was seen rushing towards Gu Mingshuang at a fast speed.
Humph, let me meet you. Tang Chen quickly stood up and snorted coldly. As his spiritual power exploded, countless icicles appeared around him. With a wave of his hand, he shot towards Xiaoming. Swish swish. Humph.
Xiaoming snorted coldly, holding the knife in both hands and launching a brutal charge.
Bang, bang, bang.
The icicles shot onto the energy shield, and the powerful force stopped Xiaoming for a moment, but at this time Xiaoming was already very close to the two of them. Although Xiaoming felt very uncomfortable due to the impact of the icicles, and even a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But he still gritted his teeth and raised his hand.
Tangled in thorns. Jet flame. What, 3 attributes? Everyone was shocked. Ah! Tang Chen was also stunned and was entangled by thorns, followed by tongues of fire that engulfed his whole body. 3 feet of ice. Tang Chen's miserable howls were heard in the flames. The next second, a burst of icy air burst out from the flames. In an instant, the flames went out, and Tang Chen appeared in everyone's sight in a mess. But at this time, Xiaoming had already come to Gu Mingshuang and grabbed her fair neck. Gu Mingshuang's pupils suddenly contracted.
She didn't expect that Xiao Ming was so powerful.
Xiao Ming, please, let my daughter go. Gu Xiandong cried out and knelt on the ground. If you don't want to educate me, let me help you educate me.
Xiao Ming said coldly.
He waved his hand and hit Gu Mingxuan on the face with a bang. Gu Mingxuan was stunned.
This was the first time in her life that someone dared to hit her in the face.
Pa. Of course Xiao Ming didn't use his full strength, as he slapped down.
The scene was silent. At this moment, a strong momentum suddenly came from the side. Xiao Ming was alert.
But the next second, there was a loud boom.
A Feng, who had just recovered a little, was knocked away by Xiao Lansdale.
Brother Feng! Gu Mingxuan cried. Xiao Ming, what do you want me to do in exchange for letting my daughter go? Gu Xiandong cried, his heart aching.
Seeing this situation, Tang Chen on the side admitted that he regretted it.
He also didn't expect Xiao Ming to be so powerful.
If I had known this, I would have stopped the lady no matter what.
The one who regretted even more was Gu Xiandong.
When he heard Lu Qian calling him specifically, he should have stopped his daughter's behavior. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded, "Ahem, Xiao Ming, give me some face, that's enough."
Chapter 44, I Really Hate Me.
Everyone turned around and saw Lu Qian walking in from outside the villa with a smile. Seeing this, Xiao Ming just thought about it for a moment and understood that this guy must have come a long time ago. Gu Xiandong on the side immediately stood up excitedly after seeing Lu Qian.
Lu Qian, hurry up, make that guy stop.
Lu Qian rolled his eyes when he heard Gu Xiandong's words, "Didn't I tell you not to hurt those two girls?"
Gu Xiandong was suddenly speechless.
At this time, Xiao Ming glanced indifferently at Gu Mingxuan, whose face had turned red from being hit by him.
The anger in my heart also dissipated a little.
Originally, he never hit a woman, but when he saw Sia's look, Xiao Ming couldn't help it. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming threw Gu Mingxuan directly to the ground.
Cough.
Gu Mingxuan fell to the ground and started coughing violently, glaring at Xiao Ming.
Okay, I'll give you a favor, Sia, let's go.
After saying that, Xiao Ming prepared to take the two women away.
Hey, wait, Mei Yang is my secretary.
Seeing Xiao Ming was about to take Mei Yang away again, Lu Qian hurriedly shouted.
I didn't stop her.
Xiao Ming looked back at him strangely. Mei Yang blushed and glanced at Lu Qian. "Dean, I will continue to protect Xiao Ming."
After saying that, he left without looking back.
When Lu Qian heard Mei Yang's words, he almost died of anger.
Does Xiao Ming still need protection now?
At this moment, Gu Xiandong's angry voice came from the side. "Daughter, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to deal with Xiao Ming."
Old Gu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but there are limits to how much you can dote on your daughter.
Xiao Ming, you'd better not touch me, or I'm afraid you'll regret it. Lu Qian said this with good intentions.
Will I regret it?
I, Gu Xiandong, have grown up, but I still don't know how to write the word regret.
Gu Xiandong looked at his daughter's red and swollen face with a look of heartache.
When Tang Chen heard this, he suddenly felt familiar.
Dad, don't worry about this matter.
I will deal with Xiao Ming myself. At this time, no one knew what Gu Mingxuan was thinking of, and her eyes flickered.
Xiaoshuan, are you okay? Afeng staggered over and looked at Gu Mingxuan with concern. Brother Feng, I'm fine. Let me help you go in and rest. Gu Mingxuan shook her head. Watching the two leave, Lu Qian waved his hand in boredom. All right, I'll leave too. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
If you insist on causing trouble for Xiao Ming, that's your business.
After Xiao Ming and his companions returned to the hospital, they found an opportunity.
Xiao Ming took out more than 20 red fruits from a deserted place and gave them to Mei Yang and the other two.
So many red fruits?
Seeing Xiao Ming taking out so many red fruits again, Mei Yang didn't know what to say. It seemed that in Xiao Ming's place, the extremely rare red fruit was everywhere.
These red fruits should be able to support your promotion.
During this period of time, work hard to improve your strength.
The school's tryouts will begin in a few days.
At that time, I will try my best to represent the school and participate in the provincial college competition.
Xiao Ming looked at Shi Lang and Zhao Siye seriously and said.
As for Mei Yang, those red fruits were a token of gratitude to her.
Moreover, after going through so many things, Xiao Ming also regarded Mei Yang as a friend he could trust. Yeah. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Zhao Siye nodded heavily.
Shi Lang also struggled and patted his chest. Brother, don't worry, I will be discharged from the hospital in one more night, and then I will practice every day.
You just need to consolidate your strength now. I will accompany you out of the city another day. You need to learn new skills.
Xiaoming thought for a while and said lightly.
Hey, okay. Several days passed like this. During these few days, Zhao Siye directly swallowed 3 red fruits.
It's not that she doesn't want to eat more, but just 1 pill a day makes her feel like she can't absorb the spiritual energy in her body.
However, these 3 red fruits did not allow Zhao Siye to successfully advance to the second level. Regarding this situation, Xiaoming could only sigh.
It is indeed not so easy to improve the space-related ability users.
Shi Lang also comprehended a new skill, which is an earth-attributed attack skill.
Combined with the defensive skill Savage Charge, it can be considered to have very good combat power.
Fire Dragon Strike. At this moment, a delicate cry came from the woods outside the north of the city.
A fire dragon was pushed out from the palms of Yi Qiuning, who was covered in blood. Under the astonished gaze of Li Fan and others, the fire dragon roared and caused a powerful explosion directly in the center of several second-level gale waves.
Boom! Woo woo woo!
Suddenly, smoke and dust filled the air and the fire spread. A few faint screams were heard from the flames, and then they disappeared. Seeing this, Yi Qiuning collapsed weakly to the ground. But there was a gleam of excitement in his eyes.
Pa. Qiuning, you are so amazing. I didn't expect you could master such a powerful skill. Li Fan and several psychics walked over in amazement. Thank you, Brother Fan.
Yi Qiuning stood up with a smile, but stumbled and almost fell down.
Li Fan's eyes lit up with joy when he saw this, and he quickly supported Yi Qiuning. What are you thanking me for?
I just accompanied you to the suburbs to learn some skills. Now that you have mastered such a powerful skill, you will definitely be able to win the championship in the competition.
Well, but this skill consumes too much energy.
Yi Qiuning felt a little regretful, and did not make any obvious resistance to Li Fan holding her. The ultimate move is only used at the very end.
Let's go back and change clothes. The auction is about to start, and I have to go back and prepare. As Li Fan spoke, he became excited. With the vermilion fruit, he could be promoted to the second level immediately. So what if I'm not very talented? I'm rich. I don't lack resources.
When Yi Qiuning heard this, her eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Afterwards, the 2 men drove back to the city under the protection of their men. Brother Ming, it seems that today is the day when the auction starts. Inside the room, Zhao Siye hesitated for a moment and said to Xiaoming, who was absorbing the spiritual energy of the red fruit. Just now, Xiaoming swallowed another red fruit. Hearing this, Xiaoming slowly opened his eyes and patted his forehead. Oh, right, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten it. That girl Lu Zihan hasn't contacted me for so many days. It seems that she really hates me? Xiaoming smiled bitterly and shook his head. But Xiaoming did not regret it. It was Lu Ming's fault for going too far. Let him hate me if he wants to. Let's go, call Shi Lang, and let's go see what good things there are at the auction. Yeah. Zhao Siye nodded gently and walked out of Xiaoming's room. Chapter 45. I'm here, do you have any objections? After some preparation, the 3 of them headed towards the Dingcheng auction. However, Mei Niang told Xiaoming early in the morning that she had something to do and was going out for a while. No one knew where she went. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the auction house. Perhaps because the advertisement was put out in advance, when Xiaoming and his companions arrived, quite a few people had already gathered at the auction venue. But they were all men and women dressed in luxurious clothes. When Xiaoming and his companions came in, they seemed very out of place. Zhao Siye was fine, after all, she was wearing the clothes that Xiaoming bought for her a few days ago. But Xiaoming and Shi Lang are different. It immediately attracted a lot of attention. What are these bumpkins doing here? That is, can they still afford the things here? Well, that's because Dingcheng Auction House doesn't limit the number of people who can enter. If it were me, those with assets below 50 million wouldn't be allowed in. Shi Lang couldn't stand the discussions of the people around him anymore. They said he could do it, but how could his elder brother not do it? Then he glared at the people around him and shouted, "What are you talking about?" The aura of a second-level mutant was clearly revealed on his body. A bald middle-aged man immediately smiled contemptuously. Oh, what? Isn't it just a second-level psychic? Who here doesn't have a few second-level psychic subordinates? Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man's words caused laughter from the people around him, and everyone looked at Shi Lang mockingly.
Fuck you. Shi Lang was furious.
He stepped forward and wanted to vent his anger on the middle-aged man. But immediately, he was stopped by Xiaoming.
Brother, let me beat him.
Shi Lang turned around and said to Xiaoming angrily.
Xiaoming shook his head gently. Forget it, there's no need to bother with them. Ha, your elder brother is the one who knows how to deal with the current situation.
The middle-aged man sneered at this and walked away with his female companion.
Fuck.
Shi Lang gritted his teeth as he watched the middle-aged man leave.
Forget it, let's find a place to sit down first.
Xiaoming smiled faintly and took Shi Lang and Zhao Xie to find a nearby seat and sit down. Just then, a noisy sound came from the entrance. Master Fan, Master Fan is here.
Master Fan, I heard that your technology company won the bid? Can you cooperate with the country to sell the latest spiritual fluid you developed?
Master Fan, you must leave some for us when the time comes. Li Fan looked very proud at this moment, and responded to everyone in front of him with a smile. No problem. I will definitely leave some for you guys when the time comes. At this time, Yi Qiuning, who was standing next to Li Fan, also held her head high. She liked the feeling of being the center of attention. Master Fan, I heard that if you drink the spiritual liquid, you can immediately restore half of the spiritual power of a first-level psychic.
I wonder if it's true. Someone in the crowd asked with a skeptical attitude. But Li Fan didn't care. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, he nodded with a smile. Of course it's true. With the spiritual liquid, you no longer have to worry about the consumption of spiritual energy during the battle. Wow! There was an uproar at the scene upon hearing this. Looking at the lively crowd, Li Fan became excited. The spiritual liquid is good, but it is very expensive. He can already see large sums of money rushing towards them and leaving their home. Suddenly, at this moment, Li Fan saw 3 figures sitting on the chairs. I immediately recognized that the person sitting in the middle was Xiaoming. My eyes suddenly lit up. The best time to mock has come. Thinking of this, he deliberately showed a surprised expression and pulled Yi Qiuning to walk over. Hey, Xiaoming, you are really here. Everyone showed a puzzled expression. Could it be that young Master Fan is very familiar with this guy? The middle-aged man who was particularly familiar with Xiaoming and the others just now had an embarrassed expression on his face. Xiaoming sighed. He was finally discovered by him. He really didn't want to bother with the two of them. Well, I'm here, do you have any objection? Li Fan laughed exaggeratedly. No problem, of course I have no problem. I'm just afraid that you will buy all 5 red fruits in one go. What will we do with all the people present here? What? This guy is so rich? Fuck, real people don't show their faces. Lama, you've hit a wall. Everyone looked at the bald middle-aged man mockingly. Listening to what everyone said, the bald middle-aged man was already sweating profusely. Just when Li Fan was about to continue saying something proudly, suddenly, a strong aura emerged from Xiaoming's side. The next second, Li Fan felt a strong hand tightly gripping his neck. Boom! Boy, shut your stinky mouth, or I'll make you pay. Shi Lang put his face close to Li Fan and said ferociously. Seeing this, Li Fan widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. He knew Shi Lang, and he was also one of the first people in the school to break through to the first-level psychic. How is it possible that in just a dozen days, he has already reached the second level? Yi Qiuning on the side also showed a solemn expression and looked at Xiaoming, who was calm beside him, with suspicion. Then he said to Shi Lang calmly, "Let go of your hand." Humph. Shi Lang laughed grimly, and in front of everyone's astonished gaze, he threw Li Fan out. Bang! Li Fan knocked over several chairs along the way and fell heavily to the ground. Master Fan. Everyone was shocked and rushed forward to help. Some people even shouted for security. Yi Qiuning's eyes turned cold and she looked at Xiaoming. Xiaoming, is this what you mean? Are you taking revenge on me? I'm telling you, there's no possibility between us, so you'd better give up on that idea. After saying that, Yi Qiuning turned around and walked quickly towards Li Fan. Xiaoming looked at her with a sneer without saying anything. This woman was still so self-righteous. Brother Ming, Qiuning is still like this. Zhao Xie looked at Yi Qiuning's back with a sad face. Hee, brother, if you don't like her, I'll have someone. Shi Lang grinned evilly. Xiaoming glared at him and said, just shut up. Seeing this, Shi Lang quickly covered his mouth. Xiuning, beat that guy to death.
Li Fan climbed up with the help of everyone, his expression looked very ferocious. Hearing this, Yi Chou frowned.
Master Fan, I'll call someone over right away. Don't worry, they can't run away. I'll call the psychic at home right away too. Just when everyone was about to take out their cell phones to call the psychics to please Li Fan, suddenly, there was a noisy sound at the entrance again. Miss Gu is here. She is indeed as beautiful as a fairy. Hiss, the one next to her, could it be Director Gu's adopted son, the 4th-level psychic Shin Feng? Ms. Gu?
Upon hearing this name, Li Fan hurriedly tidied up his appearance, not even caring about Xiao Ming and the others.
He pulled Ji Qiu Ning and walked quickly over there. Brother Fan, what's wrong with you? Yi Qiu Ning was dissatisfied as she was being pulled by Li Fan. Could it be that this guy, even though he already had me, was still thinking about another woman? Let's go.
Miss Gu is the only daughter of Director Gu and is deeply loved by him. We must make friends with her.
There may be unimaginable benefits in the future. Chapter 46. Don't you hate me? Hello, Miss Gu, I am.
Just when Li Fan pulled Yi Qiu Ning and greeted Gu Mingxuan with a smile on his face, Gu Mingxuan spat out one word impatiently, "Get lost."
Li Fan's expression changed.
Everyone at the scene was also silent.
Finally, no one knew who broke the silence. Ah, Miss Gu is really kind. Ha ha ha, yes. I've heard that Miss Gu was very generous.
After hearing these words, Li Fan's face looked much better, but he still felt very embarrassed.
Okay, stop bothering me.
Gu Mingxuan looked at those people who were trying to please her with an impatient look on her face. At this moment, Gu Mingxuan saw Xiao Ming and others, and a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes. But immediately, her eyes lit up. He glanced inconspicuously at the people around him who were flattering him.
He took Chen Feng and walked quickly towards Xiao Ming. Miss Gu, this is... Hiss, could it be that the boy knows Miss Gu? Horrible, too terrifying, who is this kid? Lao Ma and the crowd broke out in a cold sweat again.
Li Fan and Yi Qiu Ning's faces also turned gloomy. Yi Qiu Ning, in particular, felt increasingly unhappy.
Why? Why did Xiao Ming seem to have become a different person after leaving me? Xiao Ming, you are here too. That's great. Can I sit next to you? Gu Mingxuan pretended to be surprised.
Then he glanced at the people behind him who were gasping for air, feeling a little proud.
Humph, Xiao Ming, just be prepared to accept their anger. Shuang. However, Afeng beside Gu Mingxuan shouted in dissatisfaction, and looked at Xiao Ming with a hint of vigilance.
Xiao Ming just glanced at her calmly, "There's no room next to me."
Fuck. This kid.
Damn it, call the superpowers at home right now and have them rush over as quickly as possible.
I'm going to beat this kid to death. It's amazing. He even rejected Miss Gu's invitation.
There was a burst of shouting and cursing all around.
Li Fan also clenched his fists tightly. Why?
He just told me to get lost when I just greeted him, but now he is taking the initiative to approach this trash Xiao Ming.
How am I inferior to Xiao Ming? Li Fan couldn't figure it out. Zhou Ning, let's go. I'll make sure Xiao Ming won't be able to take a picture of a single red fruit.
As he said that, Li Fan angrily pulled Yi Qiu Ning's hand and found a place to sit down.
Just as Gu Mingxuan's face changed and she became very angry about Xiao Ming's rejection, the lights in the entire auction hall suddenly lit up.
Seeing this, she had no choice but to find a place to sit down with Chen Feng. The scene gradually became quiet. After everyone was seated, Lu Zihan, wearing a gorgeous long dress, walked onto the stage very elegantly. She glanced around, and when she saw Xiao Ming, her heart moved. Big brother is here as expected. Afterwards, she did not forget her mission today and faced the audience with a smile.
Welcome, everyone.
I believe everyone is here for the vermilion fruit, but our auction house has also prepared other goodies this time. But before the auction begins, I have a few words to say. Hearing this, everyone in the audience was very confused. This little girl isn't usually the host. What is going on today? But I still plan to listen patiently. Seeing this, Lu Zihan took a deep breath. This was her first time experiencing such a scene, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Let me introduce myself first. I am the daughter of Lu Tao from the Lu family, and my name is Lu Zihan. From now on, all matters concerning the auction house will be managed by me.
When people heard Lu Zihan's words, the scene suddenly became lively. Where's Lu Tao? Are you kidding me that you're leaving the auction house to such a young person? That's right. Besides, doesn't the Lu family have a son? Why would they let a woman manage the auction house? It's ruined. The Lu family is ruined. Facing everyone's doubts, Lu Zihan's expression turned cold, and he said loudly, as for the affairs of our Lu family, please don't bother with it. The auction has officially begun. Those who want to participate can stay, and those who don't want to participate can leave. We at the auction house won't have any complaints. After hearing this, the audience gradually quieted down. Indeed, the Lu family's affairs have nothing to do with us. Leave? How could we leave? We are here for the red fruit. Seeing this, Lu Zihan breathed a sigh of relief. If someone really left, she didn't know what to do. Then, she took the microphone and said with a smile, "Okay, now let's start the auction. The first item is..." Next, there are some antiques and other things that were very valuable before the revival of spiritual energy. But after the revival of spiritual energy, its value depreciated very quickly. Most of the people present had no interest in these things, but there were some people who had a hobby of collecting them. I am also willing to spend a little money to take pictures. Xiao Ming found these things very boring. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come here. I thought there would be some good stuff being auctioned at this auction. Just when Xiao Ming was drowsy, the voice of the system suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, an upgradable weapon is found, divine art. Upgradable weapons? Xiao Ming was no longer sleepy and looked at the stage with wide eyes. There was a tray on the table with a very simple-looking dagger quietly placed on it. He had just heard a vague introduction of it, and it seemed to be the dagger used by Nye Inyang in the Tang dynasty. Could this be the weapon that can be upgraded? At this time, the weapon had been auctioned for 200,000. This is after the revival of spiritual energy. If it was before, this dagger would probably be sold at a sky-high price. I'll offer 300,000. Xiao Ming raised the sign in his hand. Lu Zihan on the stage glanced at Xiao Ming and said with a smile, "Number 89 bids 300,000, is there anyone else who wants to bid?" Tisk, ha, he even wants antiques, what a fool. Li Fan on the side gave Xiao Ming a mocking look. Yi Qiuning also showed a look of contempt. Although I don't know where Xiao Ming got his money, that's it. A waste is always a waste, and now he is just a rich waste. Gu Mingxuan's eyes lit up. She had no interest at first, but since Xiao Ming wanted it, she had to take a picture. I'll give you 1 million. Wow. Everyone at the scene looked at Gu Mingxuan in surprise. A broken dagger was priced at 1 million. Everyone lamented the Gu family's wealth, but also lamented Gu Mingxuan's recklessness. If an ordinary family member dared to do such a thing, he would be punished when he returned home. Xiao Ming's face turned gloomy. It seems that this girl still doesn't learn her lesson. But after thinking about it, he put the sign down. Xiao Ming also realized that Gu Mingxuan was deliberately going against him, and it was basically impossible for him to take the photo with the money he had now. Seeing this, Lu Zihan on the stage hesitated for a moment, called a waiter, and whispered something in his ear. The waiter looked in Xiao Ming's direction in surprise, nodded, and quickly left the stage. When no one noticed, he quickly came to Xiao Ming's side. "Mr. Xiao, our lady said that if you want, just name the price." After hearing this, Xiao Ming looked in surprise at Lu Zihan, who was smiling at him on the stage. This girl, doesn't she hate herself? Chapter 47. Why don't you go to heaven? Brother Ming, do you want this dagger? Zhao Xie looked at Xiao Ming in confusion. Shi Lang also scratched his head and couldn't figure it out. What's so good about this antique dagger? It's not even as sharp as my sister-in-law's dagger. Xiao Ming nodded, yeah. Then he thought for a moment and decided that if that was the case, he would not be polite. The corner of his mouth curled up. Aren't you, Gu Mingxuan, going to go against me? Then it depends on whether you can follow me or not. I'll give you 10 million. The scene was in an uproar, and everyone stared at Xiao Ming with wide eyes. Fuck, is this guy real? Hiss, it's so terrifying. No one should deliberately cause trouble at the Dingcheng auction house, right? Countless people at the scene began to doubt Xiao Ming. Gu Mingxuan was so angry that she was shaking all over. I don't believe this guy can come up with so much money. She admitted that Xiao Ming was very powerful, but she had also investigated Xiao Ming and found that before and after the revival of spiritual energy, he was just a delivery man.
It was only after he broke up with his girlfriend that he awakened his special abilities.
Thinking of this, Gu Mingxuang suddenly looked in Yi Qiuning's direction with amusement. This must be his girlfriend.
I don't know how she could have thought that she could give up such an excellent boyfriend. Lu Zihan on the stage looked at Xiaoming speechlessly. It was too exaggerated, 10 million. However, hearing the suspicious discussions from the audience, she quickly said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Xiao is our VIP guest at the auction house and will never make fun of us."
Hearing this, everyone in the audience showed a look of sudden enlightenment.
Yi Qiuning, Li Fan, and Gu Mingxuang were all stunned. Especially Yi Qiuning, she suddenly felt uncomfortable and felt a sense of regret.
Xiaoming is actually the VIP of Dingcheng Auction House? Is this a mistake? Damn, this guy is the VIP of the auction?
Li Fan also looked incredulous.
Humph. Gu Mingxuang leaned back angrily.
Seeing this, Chen Feng next to him also looked at Xiaoming fiercely, and then said to Gu Mingxuang, "Shuanger, don't worry, I will definitely help you deal with Xiaoming."
Gu Mingxuang waved her hand impatiently, "Thank you, but I want to find a chance to deal with him myself."
After hearing this, Chen Feng said nothing, but just glanced in Xiaoming's direction with a flickering look in his eyes.
At this moment, Gu Mingxuang didn't know what she was thinking.
Although she hated Xiaoming very much, to be honest, she also admired Xiaoming very much. In her mind, Brother Foam was already very powerful, but she didn't expect that Xiaoming was even more powerful than Brother Foam. The most important thing is that there are such powerful monsters as pets. Thinking of this, Gu Mingxuang became very curious about Xiaoming.
What kind of adventure did Xiaoming have that allowed him to grow to this point?
At this time, after seeing that no one had made an offer, Lu Zihan on the stage smiled slightly and knocked down the hammer in his hand. "Deal, the divine dagger is bought by Mr. Xiaoming Xiao."
Okay, now let's start the auction that everyone is looking forward to the most, the auction of 5 vermilion fruits. Hearing this, the audience became excited again. Hurry up, I can't wait.
Yes, go directly to Zhugua. I have prepared all the working capital this time.
Looking at the excitement of the people in the audience, Lu Zihan was very satisfied.
The spiritual energy contained in the red fruit is very rich and extremely easy to absorb. It can not only help those with special abilities break through their realms and improve their cultivation. There is also a high chance that ordinary people who have not awakened will have the opportunity to awaken their superpowers.
Then, 5 beautiful ladies came onto the stage, each holding a plate. Lu Zihan smiled slightly. Okay, let's start the auction for the first red fruit.
The starting price is 1 million, and each bid must not be less than 100,000.
I'll give you 1.1 million. I'll give you 1.2 million.
As soon as Lu Zihan finished speaking, the audience began to bid enthusiastically. Because he had no idea about Xiaoming's background, Li Fan spent a high price of 3 million to buy the first Ju fruit.
The moment they got the red fruit, Li Fan and Yi Qiuning were both extremely happy. That's great, Brother Fan, thank you.
Yi Qiuning looked at the red fruit in Li Fan's hand excitedly.
Li Fan's eyes flickered and he chuckled, "Why should we be so polite to each other? Now it depends on whether Xiaoming will be reluctant to take the photo."
Li Fan was relieved that Xiaoming did not bid just now. However, thinking about how he had just been thrown out by that kid Shi Lang, causing him to be embarrassed in front of everyone, Li Fan's face turned gloomy. He silently took out his cell phone and made a call. After arranging everything, Li Fan looked in the direction of Xiaoming and sneered, then leaned back comfortably in his chair and watched the auction below. However, Xiaoming seemed to have no interest in the red fruit. After a waiter brought the divine dagger to him, Xiaoming couldn't wait to take it in his hand and look at it.
System, how do I advance it?
Ding, divine dagger, of course there is no level. It takes 10 draws to advance to the first level.
Shit.
Xiaoming cursed inwardly. It took 10 draws to advance to the first level.
Then he asked again, what about advancing to the second level?
Ding, it takes 50 draws to advance from level 1 to level 2.
Damn it, damn it.
Xiaoming cursed 3 times and silently put away the dagger. Although it required more draws, Xiaoming was still very surprised.
This trip was not in vain.
I actually got an upgradable weapon that is more powerful than the Divine Fire 100 slash blade. At least the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword cannot be advanced. Afterwards, the auction of Zhugua has come to an end.
Gu Mingxuang bought 2 and Li Fan bought 1.
The other 2 were photographed by wealthy people present. After all the red fruits were auctioned off, Lu Zihan also announced the end of the auction. At this time, Li Fan and Yi Qiuning walked over in a triumphant manner.
Ha, Xiaoming, Didn't you say you would buy vermilion fruit for your girlfriend? Why? You're willing to buy clothes and a rotten dagger for 10 million, but you're not willing to buy a vermilion fruit for your girlfriend?
Li Fan deliberately spoke very loudly, and the people around him looked at him with surprise. It seems that Master Li is not on good terms with this guy.
I see. But this guy is really good. I thought I wouldn't be able to bid for the vermilion fruit this time. I didn't expect this guy to not bid. Yeah, he's really amazing.
He's willing to spend 10 million to buy a tattered dagger, but refuses to buy a vermilion fruit for his girlfriend. Listening to the discussions around her, Gu Mingshuang hugged her chest and watched the excitement with a teasing look. Xiaoming acted very calm, but Zhao Xie beside him was anxious. No, I eat shu fruit every day. If I can absorb it, even if it's 3 a day, Brother Ming would let me eat it. As soon as she said this, everyone at the scene burst into laughter. Yi Qiuning also looked at Zhao Xie with ridicule. Xie, it's okay that you picked up the trash I didn't want, but now you were saying such exaggerated words, eating 1 a day, or even 3? Why don't you go to heaven? Chapter 48. Watch me punch you all away. Shut up. If you weren't a woman, I would beat you into a sex changer, believe it or not. Shi Lang said while glaring at Yi Qiuning viciously. Then he glanced proudly at the crowd watching. Not only my sister-in-law, but I can also eat red fruit every day. So what? Am I showing off? You. Yi Qiuning looked at Shi Lang angrily, wishing he could teach this arrogant boy a lesson right now and let him know how powerful he is. Xiaoning, don't be anxious, I'm ready. Li Fan pulled Yi Qiuning's little hand and glanced at Xiao Ming and the others with a sneer. Ha, you're getting more and more exaggerated. That's right. We can eat red fruit every day. What a joke. Everyone burst into laughter. Xiao Ming and a few others stood in the crowd, looking like a joke. At this moment, a light voice suddenly came from the side. Big brother. Xiao Ming looked up and saw Lu Zihan walking towards him. She came to Xiao Ming respectfully and handed him a bank card. Big brother, this is the money you got from the auction of your 5 red fruits. Thank you. Shock. Everyone was shocked. What, those 5 red fruits all belong to this kid? Holy crap! They've got all the extra vermilion fruits to sell? Could it be that what they just said is true? No way. How can there be so many red fruits? Li Fan's face turned pale. He felt like he had eaten shit. It turned out that the things I had just auctioned were things that others didn't want. What was even more awkward was that I was showing off in front of others. And Yi Qiuning was extremely pale. He stared at Xiao Ming with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. He muttered to himself, impossible, this is impossible. Even Gu Mingshuang looked at Xiao Ming in surprise. Their family is rich, but things like zhuguo cannot be obtained with money. This made her even more interested in Xiao Ming. But at this time, Xiao Ming ignored the stunned crowd, calmly put away the bank card, and looked at Lu Zihan with a smile. Don't you blame me? Lu Zihan smiled and shook his head, saying casually, why blame you? I have been at odds with them since I was a child. If they die, they die. But big brother, you saved my life and my father's life. I am very clear about gratitude and resentment. Oh, that's good, I'll leave if nothing else. After saying this, Xiao Ming walked out of the auction hall amid everyone's surprised eyes. Watching Xiao Ming and the others leave, Li Fan said to Yi Qiuning with a gloomy face, let's go. After saying that, the two of them hurriedly followed. Watching the two people's actions, A Feng asked Gu Mingshuang, Shuanger, do you want to go take a look? Yes, go, of course. Gu Mingshuang said hurriedly. She also saw that the two were preparing to deal with Xiao Ming. She didn't see it clearly last time, so this time, from the perspective of an observer, she wanted to take a good look at how powerful Xiao Ming was. After saying that, the two of them followed quietly. Brother Ming, they are following us. Yi Qiuning and Li Fan did not hide their whereabouts, so they were easily discovered by Zhao Xie. Xiao Ming glanced at the two people not far behind him and said, let them follow, it's okay. As he spoke, Xiao Ming gently touched the little blue thing in his pocket. Under Xiao Ming's touch, Xiao Lan kissed and arched Xiao Ming's palm. Xiao Lan, I didn't ask you to make a move, so don't do it. Why, master? Xiao Lan's silver bell-like voice penetrated into Xiao Ming's mind. You are my secret, I don't want too many people to know. Xiao Ming smiled slightly. Yeah. Hearing this, Xiao Lan's eyes lit up and she nodded. Afterwards, Xiaoming took a look and saw that it was already noon and the summer sun was very hot.
There weren't many people on the street. After thinking about it, Xiaoming took Zhao Xie and Shi to a nearby park. There shouldn't be many people in the park at this time. He is quite sensible.
Li Fan behind him sneered when he saw the direction Xiaoming was walking. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call.
Hey, go to the park ahead and wait. After saying that, he took Yi Choning's hand and said with a smile, let's go. Today, I will make Xiaoming kneel on the ground and beg for mercy from you.
Yi Choning hesitated for a moment and nodded.
For some reason, she no longer wanted to target Xiaoming.
But she became jealous of Zhao Xie. Not long after, when the two arrived at the park, they found that Xiaoming and others had already found a shady place and were waiting there.
Hee, Xiaoming, it seems you are really not afraid.
Li Fan said with a sneer.
Oh? Why should I be afraid? Xiaoming looked at him with amusement. Pa.
Li Fan snorted coldly and clapped his hands a few times.
The next second, several psychics rushed out from the nearby woods. Hey, what are you doing in the woods?
Shi looked at these psychics with sarcasm.
You bastard, are you looking for death? One of the psychics immediately became angry. Li Fan also had a gloomy face. Xiaoming, I'll give you one last chance.
Kneel down and sing Conquer for me, and I'll spare you. Hearing Li Fan's words, Xiaoming's eyes turned cold. If that's the case, then I'll tell you the same thing.
If you don't sing Conquer today, I won't let you leave. You're a waste, trash. If you have the ability, let me see it.
Li Fan was so angry that he laughed, and waved to the several second-level psychics behind him who could not hold back any longer.
Go ahead.
As Li Fan finished speaking, the several psychics behind him could no longer hold back and launched their own attacks on Xiaoming. Shi snorted coldly, and used a brutal charge, blocking in front of Xiaoming and rushing towards those psychics.
Boom boom boom.
Countless attacks fell on the protective shield around Shi and were all blocked. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. What a strong defense.
Look, I'm going to knock you all away with one punch.
Shi laughed loudly and raised his fist quickly. As he moved, the land in front of him quickly gathered in the air into a fist the size of a small car. Then, Shi shouted, Pulse Fist. As Shi swung his fist with force, the earth fist formed in the air also rushed towards these second-level psychics at a fast speed.
Quick, defend!
These psychics were shocked and quickly used their spiritual power to form a protective shield in front of them.
Boom!
The protective shield was shattered, but it barely blocked Shi attack.
Seeing such a powerful attack, Yi Choning and Li Fan's faces turned gloomy.
I didn't expect Shi to be so powerful. Li Fan said coldly.
But no matter how powerful you are, you can't be a match for so many second-level psychics.
Sure enough, after the shock just now, Li Fan's men also used their own moves. Various abilities such as wind, water, wood, speed, etc. emerged one after another. Although Shi could still hold on, it seemed extremely difficult.
Brother Ming, I'm going too. Zhao Xie turned and looked at Xiaoming. Well, go ahead. It's a good opportunity to train your fighting ability. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything.
Xiaoming smiled faintly and nodded.
Chapter 49. What do you want to do? Boom. At this moment, Shi was knocked back repeatedly by the attacks of several people. Seeing this, Zhao Xie quickly pulled out her dagger and moved instantly. The next second, he appeared behind a psychic. The psychic was slow to react and was stabbed hard in the back by Zhao Xie. It caused a heart-wrenching pain. Damn it, a space-type psychic, let's deal with her first. The psychic looked at Zhao Xie fiercely and yelled.
Hearing his words, his companions were shocked and immediately launched an attack on Zhao Xie.
But Zhao Xie reacted very quickly and used teleportation to dodge before the attack came. Pulse punch. With Zhao Xie's disruption, Shi seized the opportunity and used the pulse punch again. Boom!
This time, two psychics were knocked flying and fell to the ground screaming. Seeing this scene, Li Fan's face darkened. He didn't expect that even with so many second-level psychics, he still couldn't defeat Shi and Zhao Xie. What's more, Zhao Xie is only at the first level.
Yi Choning's face on the side looked even uglier.
The more outstanding Zhao Xie was, the more jealous and resentful she felt.
How come?
Not only is she so beautiful, she also has such an amazing talent.
Wrong. It's Xiaoming. Yi Choning quickly looked at Xiaoming.
She knew that Zhao Xie's talent was not very strong, but why was her promotion speed not much slower than hers? It must be Xiao Ming who gave her the resources that allowed her to advance so quickly.
This should all belong to me.
Why did you, Zhao Xie, get it? Thinking of this, Yi Qiuning's eyes were filled with anger.
Just when Zhao Xie used teleportation and was about to attack a psychic,
Yi Qiuning waved her hand and a large fireball shot towards Zhao Xie. When Xiao Ming saw this, he quickly shouted, "Xie, be careful."
Zhao Xie was startled at first, then subconsciously moved instantly. Boom! As she dodged, the fireball directly hit the second-level psychic. The power of the explosion directly blew the psychic away. He fell to the ground, spitting out blood, and looked at Yi Qiuning with anger on his face.
Yi Qiuning's face was cold and she walked out slowly.
Xiao Ming, I want to fight you one-on-one, do you dare? After hearing this, Li Fan angrily said, Xiaoning, is it necessary to fight him one-on-one? Just attack him together. Brother Fan, listen to me.
Yi Qiuning turned her head and looked at Li Fan seriously. When he met Yi Qiuning's gaze, Li Fan hesitated for a moment, snorted coldly, and waved to the several injured second-level psychics. Seeing this, Shi Lang and Zhao Xie also returned to Xiao Ming's side and looked at Yi Qiuning coldly.
What do you want to do? Xiao Ming frowned. Nothing, I just want to see if you have made any progress during this period of time.
Yi Qiuning chuckled.
Okay, as you wish.
Xiao Ming clenched his fists tightly. It just so happened that he also wanted to try out how strong he could be without using the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword in Shaolan. After everyone had left, leaving only Xiao Ming and Zhao Xie standing in the middle of the field, Xiao Ming looked at Zhao Xie calmly, let's get started.
Zhao Xie nodded slightly, waved her hand, and tentatively sent a fireball toward Xiao Ming.
But Xiao Ming was not going to test it. He just roared and used a brutal charge, crashing directly into the fireball.
Boom!
The powerful impact caused Xiao Ming to pause for a moment. Without hesitation, he waved his hand at Yi Qiuning and shouted, thorns are entangled. Under the incredulous gazes of Yi Qiuning, Li Fan and others, countless thorns suddenly emerged from the ground and quickly wrapped around Yi Qiuning's entire body. The intense pain brought Yi Qiuning back to her senses from her shock.
He quickly shouted, fire explosion. Boom! The powerful explosion blew away all the thorns on his body. After being freed from the restraints, Yi Qiuning looked at Xiao Ming in disbelief, you are actually a dual attribute mutant? Xiao Ming raised his lips and asked, dual attributes? Brutal charge.
Seeing Xiao Ming rushing towards her again, Yi Qiuning finally did not dare to be careless and kept swinging fireballs with both hands to attack Xiao Ming.
Boom boom boom.
Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and moved forward. Every time his savage charge skill was interrupted, he would quickly use it again. Seeing that it was already very close to Yi Qiuning, Xiao Ming shouted loudly and used the thorn entanglement skill again.
However, having had the experience of being hit once, when Xiao Ming released this move, Yi Qiuning quickly dodged it. Boom!
The fireball directly blew away the thorns that were entangled towards it. However, Xiao Ming did not interrupt this skill. Thorns began to appear on the ground in large areas, constantly entwining around Yi Qiuning.
Do you think you can deal with me like this?
Yi Qiuning sneered.
Fire explosion. Boom!
Large tracts of thorns were blown to pieces by the powerful fire explosion. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming was not nervous at all. Just when Yi Qiuning used the flame explosion, he rushed forward for a distance again. Just when Yi Qiuning had just used up all her tricks, Xiao Ming suddenly jumped up high, flame jet.
Boom!
Yi Qiuning widened her beautiful eyes and shouted, impossible.
The next second, she was engulfed in flames. Xiaoning!
Li Fan shouted, looking at Xiao Ming in shock. He didn't expect Xiao Ming to be so powerful. He had never heard of a person with 3 attributes.
Just when everyone let their guard down,
a scream suddenly came from Yi Qiuning and the flames that enveloped her, Fire Dragon Strike.
Roar!
A huge fire dragon rushed out from the flames at lightning speed. Xiao Ming, who was not far away, was unable to react at all. He could only stare with wide eyes as the fire dragon crashed straight into his chest.
Boom! The next second, he felt as if his chest was hit by a huge truck.
He spurted out blood in the air and flew more than 10 meters away before falling heavily to the ground.
Brother! Brother Ming!
Seeing this, Zhao Xie and Shi Lang hurried over. At this time, Yi Qiuning's figure also walked out of the flames in a panic. There was a protective shield formed by spiritual power around her, but the shield was dim at this time. The next second after she came out, her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. But there was a victorious smile on his face. Ha ha ha, Xiaoming, a 3-attribute mutant, so what? No matter how many skills you have, it's useless if you're not strong enough. Besides, the more attributes you have, the slower your training speed will be. I thought you had become stronger, huh? Now it seems that you are just the king among trash, but still trash. This victory restored Yi Qiuning's confidence. So what if Xiaoming got so many cultivation resources from somewhere? Although the 3-attribute ability is really surprising. But that's all. Chapter 50, Beat You Until You Obey. Xiaoning, that's enough, stop talking. Zhao Siye suddenly turned her head and looked at Yi Qiuning angrily. Yi Qiuning sneered, why shouldn't I tell you? Not only do I want to tell you, I also want to know where you got the resources from. Hearing this, Li Fan's eyes lit up. He immediately led his men to walk towards Xiaoming in big strides. Xiaoming, tell me, where did you get those red fruits from? If you don't tell me, you won't be able to leave today. Xiaoming looked at Yi Qiuning and Li Fan with a grim expression. At this moment, he felt like all the bones in his body were about to break and he didn't have any strength at all. But he was not worried, because Xiaolan was in his pocket. If she encounters danger, she will definitely rush out at the first moment. Dream on. Xiaoming sneered. I don't believe you and you won't tell me. Li Fan looked at Xiaoming angrily, then waved at the several second-level psychics behind him. Take them all away. I'm going to torture them thoroughly. Yes. After hearing this, these psychics nodded and walked towards Xiaoming and others with an evil smile. Xiaolan, get ready. Xiaoming looked at the approaching enemy coldly and gave orders to Xiaolan in his heart. Lang and Zhao Siye looked at them angrily, and both stood in front of Xiaoming. At this critical moment, suddenly, a powerful momentum came directly over. Boom! Everyone, including Yi Qiuning, was forced to kneel on the ground by this momentum. Damn it, who is it? I am the son of Li Hao from Zhongqing Technology Company. Li Fan shouted angrily. Xiaoming and the others looked at each other in confusion. This aura was not directed at them, so they didn't feel anything unusual. But this aura made Xiaoming very familiar. He lowered his head and thought for a while, and then he knew who was coming. Sure enough, after hearing Li Fan's words, a light laugh suddenly came from the woods nearby. Li Hao from Zhongqing Technology Company, what a great honor, but I just won't give it to you, what do you think? Gu Mingshuang glanced at Xiaoming proudly, then walked over with Chen Feng in a swagger. Gu Mingshuang. Miss Gu, why is this? Li Fan and others looked at Gu Mingshuang in surprise. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he remembered how affectionate Gu Mingshuang was towards Xiaoming at the auction. Damn, could it be that Gu Mingshuang really has a crush on this guy? That's trouble. Thinking of this, Li Fan hurriedly shouted to Gu Mingshuang, Miss Gu, don't be fooled by this guy, he has a girlfriend, the girl next to him. As he said this, he pointed at Zhao Siye. Hearing Li Fan's words, Zhao Siye just blushed slightly and did not refute. So what if I have a girlfriend? I just like him, what do you care? Take your people and get out of here. Gu Mingshuang glanced at Li Fan unhappily. Hearing this, Chen Feng next to him looked at Xiaoming with a cold look, but immediately regained his composure. Miss Gu. Li Fan called hurriedly. Roll. Seeing this, Li Fan thought for a moment, gritted his teeth and said to his men, let's go. Boom. As his voice fell, the pressure on them disappeared. Li Fan, Yi Qiuning and others looked at Chen Feng, who was following Gu Mingshuang silently, in shock, and left the park angrily. Thanks. Xiaoming stood up with the help of Zhao Siye and said lightly to Gu Mingshuang. No need to thank me. Why didn't you take out your giant python and long sword just now? Gu Mingshuang rolled her eyes and looked at Xiaoming with a smile. Then he acted as if he suddenly realized something and said, oh, I see, you must have forgotten it, right? After he finished speaking, his face immediately turned cold. You dare to hit me? I have never been hit like that since I was a child. Brother Feng, help me fight back. When Gu Mingshuang said the first two sentences, Xiaoming already felt something was wrong. When she spoke, Xiaoming already knew what she meant. Just as Chen Feng rushed towards Xiaoming without saying anything, Xiaoming shouted, do it. Roar. At this time, Chen Feng had already arrived in front of Xiaoming and slapped Xiaoming with one hand. The sudden appearance of power startled him, and he immediately used all his spiritual power to defend himself. But it was too late now, and he was too close. Just as he had this thought, he felt his body being blown away by a huge force. Boom! Gu Mingxuan looked on in confusion as Chen Feng was knocked away by the giant python that suddenly appeared. It was not until Xiao Ming walked towards him with a sneer that he reacted. No, Xiao Ming, I was wrong. Gu Mingxuan looked at Xiao Ming in horror and slowly stepped back. Hee, woman, you're done. Shi Lang looked at Gu Mingxuan and smiled evilly. Shi Lang. Zhao Xie rolled her eyes at him in dissatisfaction. Shi Lang quickly reacted, Hey, sister-in-law, I forgot you were still here, I'll remember it next time. Zhao Xie. Xiao Ming, stop. At this moment, Chen Feng rushed out from the woods. In his hand he held a giant hammer made of energy. Roar! Before he could launch an attack, a powerful torrent shot towards him. Chen Feng quickly swung a hammer. Boom! The powerful shockwave directly caused Xiao Ming and others to retreat again and again. Gu Mingxuan even screamed and was blown away. Shuang. Hearing Gu Mingxuan scream, Chen Feng's heart moved, and he quickly looked towards Gu Mingxuan's direction and shouted. It was because of this distraction that Xiao Lan increased his output of spiritual power. Boom! With a loud bang, Chen Feng was knocked out again. Puff! In the distance, the sound of Chen Feng spitting blood was heard. In fact, if he hadn't been careless one after another, Xiao Lan might not have been his opponent. In addition, the injuries he suffered a few days ago had not yet fully healed, so this injury was directly aggravated. But Xiao Ming was too lazy to care about him at this time. He took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from the system space without leaving any trace and drank it. Feeling the spiritual power in his body recovering quickly and his chest feeling a little better, he took Zhao Xie and Shi Lang to walk towards Gu Mingxuan. You, Xiao Ming, what do you want to do? Gu Mingxuan hugged her arms and looked at Xiao Ming in horror. Humph, what are you doing? I have no intention of going against you, but you are targeting me everywhere, so you can't blame me for teaching you a lesson. The next second, Xiao Ming grabbed Gu Mingxuan and pressed her on his legs while Zhao Xie and Shi Lang were stunned. Bang! Humph, I don't want to beat a woman anymore, but spanking doesn't count as beating a woman. If you don't obey me, I will beat you until you obey me. Ah! Xiao Ming, I will kill you. Gu Mingxuan's pretty face flushed and she shouted with tears in her eyes. Shi Lang, who was standing behind him, opened his mouth wide when he saw this. He was full of admiration. The boss is the boss. He dared to spank another woman in front of his sister-in-law. He must have a very high status in the family. Zhao Xie also blushed, bit her lips slightly, hesitated for a moment, turned around and stopped looking. Chapter 51. Let us be together. Ah! Xiao Ming, I'm going to kill you. Chen Feng saw this scene as he struggled to walk out of the woods. He roared with bloodshot eyes and mobilized all his spiritual power to rush forward. But then he was knocked away again by Xiaolan's tail swing. Boom! Finally, he fell heavily on the grass, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get up. He just looked in the direction of Xiao Ming and the others with red eyes. Listening to Gu Mingxuan scream, he closed his eyes silently and a crystal tear dropped down. Do you know you are wrong? Xiao Ming said coldly. Gu Mingxuan looked at Xiao Ming with gritted teeth, her pretty face flushed red. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. I don't know why, but I feel an itchy feeling in my heart, a weird emotion, as if I'm not particularly disgusted by it, and I even have a vague sense of anticipation. Gu Mingxuan quickly denied the feeling in her heart and refused to admit her mistake stubbornly. But at this time, Xiao Ming slapped him again. Bang! Ah! Gu Mingxuan screamed and stared at Xiao Ming. I didn't say anything. I can tell from your expression that you won't admit your mistake. Xiao Ming said lightly, then raised his hand and was about to hit him again. Wait, I admit my mistake. I promise I will never do the same to you again next time. Gu Mingxuan said quickly. Really? Xiao Ming looked at the other party suspiciously. Yes, really, I swear. Gu Mingxuan nodded repeatedly and looked at Xiao Ming pleadingly. Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, Okay, I'll bypass you this time. Because Xiao Ming stood up so suddenly, Gu Mingxuan fell to the ground. Ouch, it hurts. She touched her but in pain and looked at Xiao Ming with tearful eyes. But at this time, Xiao Ming had already turned around and said to Zhao Xie and Shi Lang, Let's go.
Brother Ming, let me help you. Zhao Xie hurried forward. She could see that Xiao Ming was in a very bad condition and his face was pale. After a few people left, Gu Mingshuang stood up with a blushing face after a long while. Feeling the strangeness on her, but she didn't know what she felt at the moment. After calming down a little, Gu Mingshuang staggered towards where Chen Feng was. At this time, Li Fan, who had returned to the villa, was furious. Damn it, how did that guy get involved with Gu Mingshuang? Yi Qiuning looked at the angry Li Fan with great disdain and felt a little regretful that she was with Li Fan. Now think about it, if I had always followed Xiao Ming, wouldn't those red fruits all be mine? With those red fruits, my strength will definitely be much stronger than it is now, maybe even reaching the 3rd level. Thinking of this, Yi Qiuning looked at Li Fan, Brother Fan, Zhugua. I want to use the Zhu fruit myself, so you can use the spirit stones. Li Fan was angry at this time and waved his hand impatiently. After hearing this, Yi Qiuning's face changed. She knew that Li Fan really didn't want to give the red fruit to her. In fact, she had some guesses from the beginning. After all, Li Fan can use such a precious thing himself. But she still felt very uncomfortable. You know, Xiao Ming gave everything to me before. Comparing themselves to each other in this way, Yi Qiuning felt even more disgusted with Li Fan. He nodded calmly, okay, I understand. It's nothing to worry about. I'll go back to school. After saying that, Yi Qiuning turned around and walked out of the villa. Watching Yi Qiuning leave, Li Fan sneered, you want to own the red fruit? Don't you look at your own character? If it weren't for your high talent. After leaving the villa, Yi Qiuning did not return to school. I was very excited thinking that Xiao Ming could actually take out so many red fruits for Shi Lang and Zhao Xie to take. If I ask him for some red fruits now, he should agree, right? After all, he loved me very much in the past. He murmured to himself. Thinking of the glory of being the first in the province, Yi Qiuning gritted her teeth and decided to give it a try. Although she was very confident in her own strength, the competition was about to begin, and with the red fruit she would be able to improve her strength again, giving her a better chance of success. Thinking of this, she took a taxi and headed towards Xiao Ming's former rental house. At this time, Xiao Ming had already returned home. After taking several bottles of spiritual liquid and regulating his breathing for a while, he finally felt much more comfortable. My chest doesn't hurt as much anymore. He was just sitting alone in the room, and he remembered what Yi Qiuning had said to him. It's useless to have more skills. Is it still useless if the strength is not enough? Xiao Ming muttered to himself and clenched his fists tightly. That's right, the number of skills can only give you an advantage in coordination, and it can also achieve unexpected results. However, if the strength is not enough, it still cannot defeat the opponent directly. But how can we increase the strength of skills? Or, go find some monsters with high-intensity skills to eat them? Thinking of this, Xiao Ming shook his head. This still wouldn't work. Even if he acquired high-intensity skills, there was no guarantee that others could comprehend skills that were more powerful than his. This way you will never reach the strongest. That's right, Xiao Ming had wanted to be the strongest person in the world since he didn't know when. Maybe it was because he had the system that it stimulated his desire for power and caused that desire to explode. Just as Xiao Ming was thinking about this, there was a knock on the door suddenly. Then, Zhao Xie's surprised voice was heard. Yi Qiuning, what are you doing here? Hee, that's right, what do you want to do? Shi Lang also sneered at Yi Qiuning, who was standing at the door. Yi Qiuning glanced at the two of them indifferently, her eyes fixed on Zhao Xie, especially when she saw that she was holding a half-bitten red fruit in her hand. Her eyes burst into deep jealousy. Zhao Xie, don't forget, Xiao Ming was my boyfriend before. I can come whenever I want. It's none of your business. You. Zhao Xie looked at Yi Qiuning angrily. Just when Shi Lang was about to help speak, Xiao Ming's voice suddenly came over. Of course it's her business, she is the mistress here now. Brother Ming. Zhao Xie turned around and screamed. When she heard Xiao Ming's words, her pretty face flushed and she lowered her head. What does Ming mean by this? Is he finally willing to admit that I am his girlfriend? Haha, you heard me, right? You'd better go, although I don't know what you are here for. Shi Lang laughed and waved at Yi Qiuning. Hearing this, Yi Qiuning's face turned pale. She had not expected that Xiao Ming was actually together with Zhao Xie. Then, she took a deep breath and smiled at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, I know I may have discouraged you before, but I also want to inspire the fighting spirit in you. Now it seems that I succeeded.
You are pretty good now and qualified to be my boyfriend, Xiaoming, let's be together. As long as you are willing, I will break up with Li Fan immediately. Chapter 52 Experimental Superposition Technique. Shi Lang was left speechless by Yi Qiuning's words. Zhao Xie looked at Xiaoming worriedly, Brother Ming. Xiaoming smiled at Zhao Xie and gently squeezed her little hand.
Feeling Xiaoming's warmth, Zhao Xie felt much more relaxed.
Afterwards, Xiaoming looked at Yi Qiuning coldly and said, You are really shameless enough to even say such a thing. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Yi Qiuning's face turned pale and her eyes turned cold. Xiaoming, I know I hurt you in the past, so it's normal for you to feel a little resentful, but I don't mind.
As long as you promise to give me a red fruit, I will be with you.
Hearing this, Xiaoming showed a look of sudden enlightenment.
Shi Lang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yi Qiuning, you are really capable. So you want the vermilion fruit? Dream on.
Big brother will never give the vermilion fruit to someone like you.
Yi Qiuning glanced at Shi Lang, then looked at Xiaoming. Is that what you mean?
You know, if I leak the news that you have the vermilion fruit.
Boom.
Hearing the other party's words, Xiaoming burst out with a strong momentum and looked at Yi Qiuning with cold eyes.
But Yi Qiuning didn't mind and her expression seemed very calm. Afterwards, Xiaoming retracted his momentum and said to Zhao Xie, Xie, close the door.
After saying that, he turned and walked into the house.
Yi Qiuning, go away. Brother Ming will not pay attention to you anymore. Zhao Xie glanced at Yi Qiuning indifferently, then closed the door. Looking at the tightly closed door, Yi Qiuning's face became completely gloomy.
She didn't expect that Xiaoming would be so heartless that he wouldn't even give her a red fruit. Thinking of this, she took a fierce look at the door and left. Even without Zhuge, I can still get first place in the province.
When that happens, I will make you all regret it. Not long after Yi Qiuning left, there was a knock on the door again. Zhao Xie stood up angrily. What's wrong with Yi Qiuning?
Brother Ming has explained it so clearly.
Shi Lang on the side laughed and said, I won't give up. I just want the red fruit.
Zhao Xie hesitated for a moment, but still opened the door.
Then he showed a look of surprise. Mei Yang? Why is it you? Mei Yang looked at Zhao Xie with amusement. What's wrong, Xie, can it be me? No, please come in. Zhao Xie shook her head quickly and asked Mei Yang to come in.
Then, he came to Xiaoming's room and said something to Xiaoming. Xiaoming also walked out of his bedroom curiously. Mei Yang, I haven't seen you for a day, where have you been? Mei Yang chuckled and threw something towards Xiaoming. Xiaoming took it subconsciously.
He took a look and immediately showed a look of surprise. Is this the car key?
Yes, I bought it for you, it's from the Mercedes-Benz series.
I don't know if you like it or not. Come down and take a look? Mei Yang nodded with a smile. Oh? Why did you think of giving me a car? Not only Xiaoming, Zhao Xie also looked at Mei Yang with a nervous expression. What's going on? Is Mei Yang also going to compete with me for Minggu?
Mei Yang glanced at the nervous Zhao Xie without leaving a trace, sighed in her heart, and said with a smile on the surface, You gave me so many red fruits, I don't know how to thank you. I just happened to hear that you wanted a car, so I went to see it today.
Ha, thank you. Let's go down and take a look together. Xiaoming chuckled.
Zhao Xie was also obviously relieved.
Afterwards, several people came downstairs and saw a black city SUV parked there, which looked very domineering.
Xiaoming liked it very much at first sight. In the past, Xiaoming would never have thought that he would be able to own such a nice car. He immediately opened the car door and invited several people to get in.
Come on, I'll take you for a ride.
Do you have a driver's license?
Mei Yang asked doubtfully. Of course I have.
I have taken the exam for many years.
Xiaoming laughed. Seeing this, several people got into the car.
In the car, Shi Lang also seemed very excited and looked around in the car. I wish I had a car like this someday.
Buy it.
I'll transfer the money to you later.
Let's go buy it. Xiaoming smiled generously. Then he looked at Zhao Xie and said, Xie, do you want one?
I'll take you to buy one someday, too.
Zhao Xie quickly shook her head. I can't drive. Besides, I'll just follow you.
Xiaoming was very moved when he heard what Zhao Xie said. Xiaoming drove with a few people for a while and then returned home, and Mei Yang also left. After returning home, Xiaoming looked at Zhao Xie and Shi Lang seriously and said, The school selection competition will be held in a few days.
See, yeah, you must break through to the second level as soon as possible in these few days. Then I will take you to fight outside the city and learn skills. Well, Brother Ming, I feel that I'm about to break through. Zhao Xie nodded vigorously.
Then Xiao Ming looked at Lang again. Lang, your task is to absorb more spiritual energy, strengthen your own spiritual power, and make your strength more stable.
Okay, big brother.
Lang patted his chest carelessly. After doing all this, Xiao Ming returned to the room again.
Sitting cross-legged on the bed, I pondered quietly, is there any way to improve the attack power of existing skills?
Thinking of this, he gently gathered a trace of wood-attributed spiritual power in his left hand.
A small thorn emerged from Xiao Ming's palm.
Looking at the thorns in his palm swaying according to his will, Xiao Ming slowly thought of something and his eyes lit up.
Yes, the attributes are mutually reinforcing and restraining.
Fire restrains wood, and wood generates fire.
If two skills are superimposed, can a new skill be generated?
He did it as soon as he thought of it, but after taking a look at the bedroom, Xiao Ming hurried out.
He said to Zhao Xie and Lang in the living room, I'm going to be out for a while.
Then, under the two people's puzzled gazes, he quickly walked out of the house. Fearing that he might cause a huge noise, Xiao Ming drove to an uninhabited area close to the suburbs. After finding a piece of open space, Xiao Ming couldn't wait to start the experiment. The two spiritual powers in the body are mobilized at the same time. The next second, Xiao Ming felt as if a ball of fire was burning in his chest. His face changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Failed.
Breathing heavily, Xiao Ming clearly felt that just after releasing the two energies at the same time, the fire-attributed spiritual power directly swallowed up the wood-attributed spiritual power.
This won't work.
I'll be burned to death before I can even release the thorns. Thinking of the burning sensation in his chest just now, Xiao Ming still feels a lingering fear.
Chapter 53, Talent and Understanding are both indispensable. At this moment, there was a sudden shaking in the grass next to him.
Xiao Ming looked over there intently. A rabbit with scarlet pupils rushed out. Feeling the aura coming from the other person, Xiao Ming smiled indifferently. It's just a first-level powerful rabbit. Then with a wave of his hand, a bunch of thorns emerged and quickly wrapped around the rabbit. The rabbit struggled violently in the thorns. But the more it struggled, the more hurt it was caused by the barbs on the thorns. After a short while, a large amount of blood flowed out from the gaps between the thorns. Xiao Ming looked at this scene, his eyes showing a thoughtful look.
The thorn entanglement has been used, so can I follow the same route and input the fire attribute spiritual power? To achieve the effect of detonating thorns?
After thinking carefully about how to release the thorn entanglement, Xiao Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter.
It feels feasible.
The next second, Xiao Ming waved his hand towards the still struggling rabbit. The strong fire attribute's spiritual power quickly penetrated into the land. Then, the thorns that entangled the rabbit quickly turned red and began to tremble slightly.
Boom!
Just as Xiao Ming was watching, a violent explosion was heard, and the thorns were blown into pieces and scattered everywhere.
And there was a flame burning on it. Ha, that's it, the power of this explosion is pretty good.
Xiao Ming stood up excitedly.
Overlay technique, he finally understood the overlay technique. By strengthening the wood attribute, the fire attribute skills become more powerful.
Xiao Ming felt that the power of the explosion just now was almost the same as Yi Qiuning's fire dragon attack. More importantly, if the thorns entangle the enemy and then cause an explosion, I believe that opponents of the same level will not be able to resist at all. Having found a way to fuse his skills, Xiao Ming drove home happily. In the next 2 days, Xiao Ming and his companions practiced hard. During these 2 days, what made Xiao Ming most happy was that Zhao Xie finally broke through to the second level. Moreover, when fighting in the suburbs, he even mastered the skill of space transfer.
This skill is not like teleportation, which allows you to quickly jump at a space node. Space transfer can directly transfer any object you see to another place. However, just like teleportation, this distance has certain limitations.
Xiao Ming also took advantage of the opportunity to go out and finally upgraded the magic dagger to the second level. It turns out to be a weapon that is very suitable for space-related psychics. So Xiao Ming gave it to Zhao Xie without thinking.
Seeing Zhao Xie's fond expression while holding the refined divine dagger, Xiao Ming felt very happy.
Today is the day of the school tryouts, so Xiao Ming and the other two came to school early in the morning.
Meng Yang had already arrived at school a long time ago. After all, there was a lot of work to do at school in the past 2 days. At this moment, in Lu Qian's office,
Lu Qian, who had always been frivolous, suddenly looked seriously at an old man in front of him. Behind him stood 4 psychics whose aura was no less than his.
Lu Qian knew the other party's identity. He was the leader of the province's superpower alliance. There is a superpower alliance in every provincial capital. The purpose of establishing this organization is mainly to resist the attacks of all monsters and beasts. All talented people with special abilities will be trained inside. Lu Qian also came from here before. However, Lu Qian was very dissatisfied with the management system here, so after being promoted to the 5th level, he took the initiative to propose to come to Huarong City to be the dean of the Supernatural Academy. Leader.
Lu Qian saluted respectfully.
Well,
Lu Qian, when I came to your college, I have seen several good talents. It can be seen that you are still very dedicated in doing a good job. The old man looked at Lu Qian and smiled faintly.
I dare not.
Lu Qian waved his hands quickly, but curled his lips in disdain in his heart. The old man obviously had no intention of chatting with Lu Qian, and said solemnly, "Okay, I came here this time because I have something important to tell you."
What's the matter?
Lu Qian looked at the old man in confusion.
This time I come to take away several students with the best understanding in your school.
They have the best understanding, not the best talent, the old man said with special emphasis.
Why?
Lu Qian was very confused about this. The old man glanced at Lu Qian calmly and continued, "His talent is high, which proves that he can awaken powerful attributes and abilities, and his training speed is also faster than that of ordinary people. But your comprehension determines whether you can comprehend high-intensity skills." At this point, the old man paused, looked at Lu Qian solemnly and continued, "More importantly, you didn't realize that after the 5th level, it is very difficult to break through to the 6th level. There are quite a few 5th level masters in our country, and many of them have been stuck at the peak of the 5th level for a while."
Lu Qian's pupils shrank. Could this be related to comprehension? Well, talent determines the starting point, and understanding determines the end point. Both are indispensable.
"I'm not here to negotiate this time, but to take away a few psychics with high comprehension," said the old man firmly. Lu Qian was all too familiar with this attitude and was very dissatisfied with it.
Alliance leader, Mr. Zhou. This is not good. I don't mind it, but what if those students don't want to? Listening to Lu Qian's obviously dissatisfied words, the leader did not mind and said righteously, "The country needs them, why would they not want to? Besides, even if they don't want to, they have to go. Because, according to national monitoring, 3 6th level monsters have appeared on the monster side. If there is no such strong person in our human race, Lu Qian was silent. He finally realized the seriousness of the matter. After animals evolve into monsters, they all have a certain degree of intelligence. And their wisdom increases as their levels rise. So, after the initial outburst, things became relatively quiet between them and humans. Because those monsters also know that humans have very powerful thermal weapons.
However, the number of masters on both sides must maintain a balance. If this balance is broken, it will inevitably lead to a series of wars.
Okay then, they should be willing. Lu Qian nodded uncertainly. He didn't expect that this school selection would turn out like this. Well, I'm glad you figured it out.
In fact, the provincial college freshman competition is for selecting talents for the Superpower Alliance. But now we can't wait any longer, so the provincial competition is cancelled.
I have already sent people to various city-level units to search for talents. Okay, the trials are about to begin. Mr. Zhou, would you like to go and take a look? Lu Qian waved his hands helplessly. Well, of course I have to watch it. After all, this is a matter of life and death for mankind.
Mr. Zhou nodded seriously, then walked out of the office with the 4 5th level psychics who had been silent.
Chapter 54 I Want This Girl.
At this time, all the students of the school had gathered on the stands of the playground of the Academy of Supernatural Powers. Xiao Ming and the other 2 also stood in the crowd, silently waiting for the game to begin. Just then, Lu Qian and a group of people appeared on the podium in front.
Wow! The whole audience suddenly became excited.
Lu Qian raised his hand, smiled and waited for the audience to quiet down before he spoke. Okay, this selection competition is mainly to select the top 3, so I won't waste any more words. Now, please ask all the second-level students with special abilities to come to the center of the playground.
Why can only the second-level ones go up? That's right, Dean, this isn't fair.
There was a sudden commotion in the audience, and some students looked very disappointed.
Lu Qian sneered in his heart, and said calmly while holding the microphone, "Do you think that a first-level psychic can beat a second-level one? Of course, if any of you have this confidence, you can go on stage." After hearing Lu Qian's words, the audience fell silent. At this time, Xiao Ming, Zhao Xie and Shi Lang had already walked to the center of the playground. Yi Qiu-ning and Li Fan were also invited here, and both of them looked at Xiao Ming and his companions with disdain. In addition to them, there are 3 other second-level psychics. Lu Qian smiled at Xiao Ming, then said, "Okay, it seems that in this month, only these 8 students have been promoted to the second level, which is very good." Then, he turned his attention to Xiao Ming and the others. "The rules of the competition are very simple. Now, you can choose your own opponents. The winner will proceed to the next round, and the loser will be eliminated." After hearing Lu Qian's words, everyone in the audience was speechless. Is it so casual? But no one objected. After all, it was to decide the top 3. If you were eliminated in the first round, you would definitely not be able to make it into the top 3. "Xiao Ming, do you want another fight?" Yi Qiu-ning looked at Xiao Ming with a sneer. "As you wish." Xiao Ming looked at Yi Qiu-ning coldly. Today he was going to defeat Yi Qiu-ning openly. Afterwards, Zhao Xie and Shi Lang also selected their opponents. Here, Shi Lang's opponent is Li Fan. Under Shi Lang's active provocation, Li Fan was forced to accept Shi Lang's challenge. Next to the playground, 4 competition venues have been designated. After everyone has chosen their opponents, the competition officially begins. The much anticipated moment has arrived, and all the students are watching the battle between these geniuses with excitement and excitement. Expect to be inspired by their battles. Okay, let's start now that we've made our choice. Lu Qian on the stage said impatiently, then sat down. Looking at Mr. Zhou on the side, alliance leader, "Do you want all the top 3? Hearing Lu Qian's words, Mr. Zhou shook his head and said, "I only want people with high comprehension." "Well, fine, then you can take your time to choose." Lu Qian shook his head helplessly, and took a look at the 4 fifth-level psychics who were like guards behind the old man, and he was speechless. "Why do you bring so many bodyguards with you when you go out? Are you afraid that others don't know that you are just an ordinary person?" Zhao Xie's opponent was a wood-attributed mutant who was dressed up in a flashy way. The key point was that he was a man, which made Zhao Xie feel very disgusted at first sight. The fight between the two began. The other looked at Zhao Xie jealously, then smiled evilly and pressed his hand suddenly on the ground. He yelled with his mouth, "Piranha plant!" Boom! A carnivorous plant that was 2 people tall suddenly emerged from the ground in front of Zhao Xie. He quickly bit Zhao Xie. Zhao Xie looked at the scene coldly. Just when everyone was making sounds of surprise, thinking that Zhao Xie was about to die in the mouth of the carnivorous plant, her figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind the other person. Bang! Ah! It hurts! After being kicked away and falling heavily to the ground, the psychic cried out in pain. "Oh my god, this is so disgusting! Get out of here, you pervert! How did he get promoted to the second level?" There was a lot of shouting and cursing from the audience. Hearing these voices, the psychic burst into tears. You are too bullying." Then, in everyone's speechless gaze, he actually covered his face and ran out of the playground crying. Just like that, Zhao Xie won the first game with a confused look on her face. "Lu Qian, this is the talented player from your school." Old Zhou pointed at the wood-type mutant who ran off the field, shaking with anger. Lu Qian was also very embarrassed. I don't know either." "Humph, but this little girl is quite good. She is a space-based psychic who was able to be promoted to the second level in just 1 month. The skill she comprehended is teleportation. Not bad, not bad. Let's continue to watch." Old Zhou snorted coldly, then looked at Zhao Xie with satisfaction and nodded repeatedly. Although the energy required to advance to the level of space-based ability users is high, as long as they have high talent and strong comprehension, they are willing to spend the price to train them. Then, Mr. Zhou was immediately attracted by a battle somewhere else. "Hey, a fire-attributed mutant?" Lu Qian turned around and laughed. "Well, the one fighting her is called Xiao Ming, and he is a 3-attribute mutant." 3 attributes? Old Zhou showed a look of surprise and looked carefully at the battle between Xiao Ming and the other person. At this time, Xiao Ming and Yi Qiu-ning did not test too much. After all, they had fought a battle a few days ago and were very familiar with each other's moves.
Just when Xiao Ming used the thorns to entangle him, Yi Qiuning sneered and faced all the thorns that were entangled around him without any fear.
Fire explosion. Boom.
An intense hot energy spread out from her body, causing a violent explosion. All the thorns that came close were blown to pieces. Seeing this, Yi Qiuning sneered at Xiao Ming, "Your trick is useless to me."
Humph.
Xiao Ming did not say anything and continued to use a large amount of thorns to entangle. Suddenly, countless thorns emerged from the ground again.
Oh. Fire explosion, good, a very good skill.
Old Zhou on the stage's eyes lit up, and he looked at Yi Qiuning with great joy.
Fireball.
Yi Qiuning took a step forward, quickly dodged countless thorns, and waved her hand to shoot a fireball at Xiao Ming. Faced with such an attack, Xiao Ming not only did not retreat, but his eyes lit up. If the opponent had continued to use Fire Blast, he would have no chance, but now, the chance has come. He launched a brutal charge and rushed towards Yi Qiuning.
Boom boom boom.
The fireball hit Xiao Ming's protective shield, and the impact made Xiao Ming feel very uncomfortable. However, in this process, he continued to use thorns to entangle.
Fire Dragon Strike. Xiao Ming, I will defeat you with this move.
Seeing that countless thorns were about to entangle him, Yi Qiuning ignored them, looked at Xiao Ming with cold eyes, jumped into the air and directly launched the Fire Dragon Strike.
Roar.
A fire dragon roared and rushed towards Xiao Ming amid the exclamations of the crowd.
Brother Ming.
Zhao Ziye, who had already finished the battle, looked in the direction of Xiao Ming and murmured worriedly. On the stage, Mr. Zhou stood up excitedly.
Fire Dragon Strike? Ha, not bad, I want this girl. Lu Qian on the side was speechless. What did you say? You old rogue. Chapter 55 Zhao Ziye was chosen.
At this time, Xiao Ming, facing the roar of the fire dragon, was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and launched a brutal charge to defend himself.
At the same time, countless thorns had surrounded Yi Qiuning in the sky.
Xiao Ming roared angrily and released a large amount of hot energy from his hands.
Flaming thorns. Boom 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 boom. The next second, Xiao Ming's body was directly swallowed by the fire dragon.
At the same time, the thorns that were entangled with Yi Qiuning began to explode continuously.
Shocked, all the onlookers stood up in shock.
Even the students nearby who had not yet decided the winner were shocked by the power of the explosion and retreated repeatedly.
Good, good, good. Mr. Zhou excitedly shouted hello to the three of them.
Lu Qian on the side was also very proud after hearing this. He has always been very optimistic about Xiao Ming.
But soon, Mr. Zhou sighed again. What a pity, this young man with 3 attributes doesn't seem to have a very good understanding. You call this a poor understanding? If I'm not mistaken, he stacked the skills of wood and fire attributes to release a brand new dual attribute stacking skill. So what? Lu Qian, you are the dean, but you don't even understand such a simple truth? Old Zhou looked at Lu Qian with disappointment. Then he continued, the more attributes one has, the harder it is to grow.
Not to mention that it consumes a lot of resources. The key is that the skills he has learned are very ordinary, and the strength of his skills is not much stronger than that of ordinary psychics.
That means that if we spend a lot of money, we will only train an ordinary psychic.
As for the stacking skills you mentioned, they are just some small tricks with great limitations.
What a pity.
Having said this, old Zhou sighed again. Hearing what Zhou Lao said, Lu Qian curled his lips in disdain.
Doesn't he know?
The more attributes one has, the more difficult it is to advance. The key is not the powerful attributes such as space and time.
But Xiao Ming has his own resources, does he need others to train him?
Thinking of the several red fruits that Ming Yang brought back a few days ago, Lu Qian expressed his envy, but was too embarrassed to snatch them from his subordinates.
But he would definitely not tell anyone about this kind of thing. Okay, there's no need to watch the next battle. Just make the announcement, and I'll take these 2 girls away in a while.
Old Zhou said indifferently to Lu Qian.
I'm afraid that won't work. That girl's name is Zhao Ziye, and she's Xiao Ming's girlfriend.
Lu Qian was stunned after hearing this, and hesitantly pointed at Zhao Ziye and Xiao Ming.
So what?
In the face of the survival of the country or even mankind, love means nothing.
Just announce it directly. Old Zhou waved his hand impatiently.
After hearing this, Lu Qian felt unhappy, but he didn't know what to say, so he just picked up the microphone and started talking. At this time, Yi Qiuning and Xiao Ming also appeared on the scene. Both of them were in a very miserable state, covered in blood, and struggling to stand up. especially Yi Qiuning, who was spitting out mouthfuls of blood and looking in the direction of Xiaoming with shock and disbelief. He murmured to himself, "Impossible, how could it be possible?" She really didn't expect that the waste she had abandoned a month ago had grown to this point. To be honest, this time, she really regretted it. If she had known this earlier, she would never break up with Xiaoming no matter what. He is strong and has abundant resources. Where can you find a boyfriend like him? Just then, Lu Qian's voice came from the stage. Okay, today's game is over. Wow! The crowd immediately became excited. Seeing this, Lu Qian frowned and said, "Okay, be quiet. Let me introduce to you first. The person next to me is the leader of the supernatural alliance of this province." When the old man's identity was revealed, the scene became boiling again. The supernatural powers came into being quickly, and everyone knew clearly what this organization represented. It can be said to be the pillar of a provincial capital. If there were no such organization, human cities might have been swallowed up by monsters long ago. Unexpectedly, the old man sitting next to Lu Qian just now turned out to be the leader of the alliance. Xiaoming also stood up with the help of Zhao Xiye and looked at the old man on the stage in surprise. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Lu Qian paused, looked in the direction of Zhao Xiye and Yi Qiuning, and then said, "First of all, congratulations to the two of you for being chosen by the leader and having the opportunity to join the Superpower Alliance." Wow! Shocking things happened one after another, and all the students in the audience looked at the two girls with envy and jealousy. At this time, Yi Qiuning was also stunned by the good news. Entering the Superpower Alliance is what all superpowered people dream of. But at this moment, after a brief shock, Zhao Xiye immediately held Xiaoming's hand tightly. He hurriedly said, "Brother Ming, I don't want to go to the Superpower Alliance, I want to follow you." "Well, don't worry. If you don't want to leave, no one can take you away." Xiaoming smiled and pinched Zhao Xiye's little hand, saying comfortingly. At this moment, Mr. Zhou took over Lu Qian's microphone, looked at the two women with a smile and said, "Okay, you two, your name is Yi Qiuning and Zhao Xiye, right? Come with us now." As he spoke, Mr. Zhou walked off the stage with 4 5th-level psychics. Yi Qiuning was about to follow with a look of surprise on her face. Li Fan hurried forward, "Qiuning." Yi Qiuning paused for a moment, turned to look at Li Fan and said calmly, "Li Fan, let's break up." After saying that, he walked towards Mr. Zhou without looking back. Although the injuries all over his body were still very painful, he couldn't hide his inner excitement. However, Li Fan's face was ashen. At this moment, he knew that Yi Qiuning was just using him. But even if he knew, he didn't dare to do anything to Yi Qiuning. After all, Yi Qiuning was about to join the Superpower Alliance. I'm so envious that they can join the Superpower Alliance. Yes, I heard that the dean came from the Superpower Alliance. TSK, it's really hard to imagine how grown up they will be when they come out. All the students looked at the two girls with envy and talked about them. But just when everyone thought that Zhao Xiye and Yi Qiuning would undoubtedly join the Superpower Alliance, suddenly a light voice sounded in the scene. "Mr. Zhou, I'm very sorry, I don't want to join the Superpower Alliance." Everyone turned in shock and looked at Zhao Xiye, who was holding Xiaoming's hand with a determined look on her face. That graceful figure makes many young people feel moved when they see it. Oh? Is it because of this kid? Don't worry, when you grow up, you will be able to walk out of the Superpower Alliance freely. At this time, Mr. Zhou had already come in front of Zhao Xiye and Xiaoming, and Yi Qiuning followed obediently behind him. Xiaoming stood up, covered in blood, but he looked directly at Mr. Zhou with an unruly look in his eyes. "Mr. Zhou, I admire the Ability Alliance very much, but you can't force others to do anything, right?" Chapter 56 I want to destroy the Superpower Alliance. Mr. Zhou became impatient, and in his heart, as a dragon citizen, defending the country was the top priority. How could personal feelings be more important than the country? So he didn't bother to explain to Xiaoming, and just waved to the 4 psychics behind him, "Take them away." "No, I won't leave." Zhao Xiye held Xiaoming's hand tightly and hid behind him. Seeing Zhao Xiye's unwilling look, Xiaoming's heart also began to burn with anger. "No matter what you want. We are just ordinary people. Even if you want to do something, shouldn't you seek our opinions?" Seeing several psychics about to step forward, Xiaoming roared and mobilized the remaining spiritual energy in his body. Tangled in thorns. Swish swish. Several psychics looked at Xiaoming with a sneer and let the thorns entangle their bodies. Lu Qian, who was standing next to him, was shocked when he saw this. "Xiaoming, stop it." Yi Qiuning looked at Xiao Ming with a complicated expression, and glanced at Zhao Xie with jealousy. Boom! Just as Xiao Ming saw that his thorns were tightly entangled with the other 4 people, he felt happy in his heart. 4 powerful pressures came directly from the opposite side. Puff! Brother Ming! Zhao Xie screamed as she watched Xiao Ming spit out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. Because the pressure from the 4 people was all directed at Xiao Ming, even the people around him did not feel it. But even a fool could see that a strong aura was emanating from the 4 of them. This guy is so selfish. For his own selfish reasons, he actually stopped his girlfriend from climbing higher. That's right. You still want to stop the Superpower Alliance. What a foolish dream. In the stands, countless mocking voices were suddenly heard. In their eyes, it was Xiao Ming who was preventing Zhao Xie from joining the Superpower Alliance. Brother! I'm going to fucking fight you. Pulse fist. Shi Lang looked at Xiao Ming, who was pinned to the ground by them and spitting out blood. How could he hold it in? He rushed over with a roar. Boom! Crack! But when the attack was only halfway released, 4 forces of pressure descended. Shi Lang, like Xiao Ming, was also pinned to the ground, and even the sound of broken bones could be heard from his body. However, Shi Lang gritted his teeth and glared, staring fiercely at the 4 people in front of him. Shi Lang, Brother Ming, please let them go. Zhao Xie burst into tears as she looked at the 2 men's situation. She knew that even if she launched an attack, it would be ineffective. Because the 4 of them were able to suppress Xiao Ming and Shi Lang so much that they couldn't stand up with their intimidation alone. This kind of power had only been seen in Dean Lu Qian. Stop it, Mr. Zhou, there's no need to do this. Lu Qian also looked at Mr. Zhou with dissatisfaction. Oomph, Lu Qian, be aware of your identity. Okay, take them away. Old Zhou snorted coldly, said impatiently, and walked ahead. After taking a look at Xiao Ming, Yi Qiuning hurriedly followed. One of the 4 men stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Xie's arm and pulled her away. The force was so great that Zhao Xie was unable to resist. She was even shocked to find that she could no longer use her teleportation. He quickly turned around and cried out to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming gnashed his teeth, watching the scene with red eyes, clenched his fists tightly, and lay on the ground, using all his strength to yell at Zhou Lao's back, "See it! Superpower Alliance, just wait for me, one day, I will wipe you out." Lu Qian looked at this scene with a complicated expression. Only he knew that Xiao Ming should have this ability. Zhou Lao paused while walking, then turned sideways and looked at Xiao Ming with amusement. Okay, I'll wait for you to come and wipe us out. After saying that, he walked out of the playground without looking back. In his heart, he didn't take Xiao Ming seriously at all. Is this kid crazy? Destroying the Superpower Alliance? Doesn't he know that this is a national organization? I'm dying of laughter, please stop talking. If I had a girlfriend this beautiful and powerful, I would probably go crazy too. That's right. In the stands, all the students looked at Xiao Ming, who was lying on the ground, as if he were a madman. Li Fan, who was standing not far away, almost laughed out loud. I watched helplessly as Mr. Zhou took everyone away from the playground. An unknown amount of time had passed before Xiao Ming felt the pressure on his body disappear. Regardless of his injuries, he quickly got up and staggered in the direction where Mr. Zhou had left. Brother, wait for me. Seeing this, Shi Lang hurried forward and supported Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, stop chasing. Lu Qian hurriedly stepped forward and held Xiao Ming's shoulder. Get out of the way. Xiao Ming roared at Lu Qian with red eyes. Zhao Xie, from the moment she left, Xiao Ming suddenly felt empty in his heart, as if he had lost something important. The feeling of emptiness is very strong. He knew this was love. At this moment, he finally admitted that during this period of time, Zhao Xie had unknowingly occupied such an important position in his heart. No one can stop me and Xie from being together, so what about the Superpower Alliance? What about the country? Even the monsters in the sky are no match for him. Xiao Ming, calm down. Can you get Zhao Xie back by rushing forward like this? Lu Qian looked at Xiao Ming coldly. Hearing the other party's words, Xiao Ming was suddenly shocked. He quickly thought about all his trump cards in his mind, including Xiao Lan and the Divine Fire 100 slashing knife. Finally, he realized dejectedly that he might not even be able to touch the corner of Mr. Zhou's clothes and would be defeated by the 4 psychics. What should I do? Xiao Ming murmured in despair. Cheer up, don't you want to destroy the Superpower Alliance? I support you,
call me when you go. Lu Qian looked at Xiao Ming with a smile. And don't worry, Zhao Xie will only grow rapidly there. There won't be any danger at all. She is waiting for you to pick her up. Xiao Ming looked at Lu Qian in surprise and muttered to himself, yes, to wipe out the superpower alliance, what's the point of such an organization that disregards the will of the people? And Xie is waiting for me to pick her up. As he spoke, Xiao Ming's eyes became firm. At this moment, an idea quickly came into his mind. Don't you have many experts? I want more experts than you. Don't you think I'm not strong enough? I want to become a strong person that you look up to. I want everyone not to ignore my feelings. At this moment, Xiao Ming once again felt the importance of strength, and his heart was once again filled with desire for strength. If I had the ability, Xie would not have been taken away. If I had power, who would dare not look at my face? Thinking of this, Xiao Ming looked at Lu Qian gratefully. Lu Qian, thank you very much, but from today on, I am no longer a student of the academy, I want to leave Huarong City. Shi Lang, let's go. After saying that, Xiao Ming prepared to leave with the help of Shi Lang. Lu Qian was very surprised to hear Xiao Ming's words, leaving Huarong City? Where are you going? I want to build my own power. Chapter 57. Are you willing to follow me? Xiao Ming. As soon as I walked out of the campus, a familiar voice came from behind me. Xiao Ming and Shi Lang turned around and saw Mei Yang running towards them quickly. After arriving at Xiao Ming's side, he looked at Xiao Ming, who was covered in blood, and said worriedly, Xiao Ming, are you okay? I just heard about what happened and came here. Don't worry, Sister Xie will be fine. Xiao Ming was silent for a moment, then nodded, well, thank you. After saying that, he turned around and continued walking forward. Seeing this, Mei Yang hesitated for a moment, looked at Xiao Ming's back and bit her lip, made a decision, and hurriedly chased after him again. Xiao Ming, I heard that you are leaving Huarong City to form your own power. I want to follow you. Xiao Ming looked at Mei Yang's expectant expression in astonishment. Have you really made up your mind? As for Lu Qian, Mei Yang smiled indifferently after hearing this. It's okay, I haven't signed a contract to sell myself, so I can't be free. I am willing to follow you. Hearing this, Shi Lang on the side revealed an ambiguous expression. However, thinking that his elder brother had just parted with Zhao Xie, he quickly suppressed his expression. Xiao Ming's heart also moved, and he looked at Mei Yang seriously. Under Xiao Ming's gaze, Mei Yang lowered her head shyly. Thank you, but I may not be able to give you what you want. Xiao Ming immediately understood what Mei Yang meant, hesitated for a moment, and said lightly. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Mei Yang's face turned slightly pale, and she forced a smile and shook her head. I want red fruits, spirit stones, and other resources. Don't you have a lot? You're not willing to give me even this little bit, are you? Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. Of course, I'll give you enough red fruit. That's fine. Let's go. I'll drive. Mei Yang smiled freely and walked ahead. As soon as she left Xiao Ming and Shi Lang's sight, Mei Yang showed a lost expression. Well, brother, I think Mei Yang is not bad. She is pretty and a nice person. Shi Lang supported Xiao Ming and glanced at Mei Yang's back with regret. Xiao Ming sighed lightly and rolled his eyes at Shi Lang. And then? What do you want to say? Shi Lang chuckled after hearing this. Why don't you take Mei Yang in as well, boss? Xiao Ming frowned at this and looked at Shi Lang seriously and said, don't say this anymore. Xie is the only one in my heart. After saying that, he changed the subject and said, let's go to Lu's house. Lu family? On the way back, Xiao Ming called Lu Zihan and said he was coming over. As for what the matter was, Xiao Ming did not say on the phone. When they arrived at Lu's house, Lu Zihan was already welcoming them warmly at the door. Big brother, it's great that you're here. Let's go out and play. As he said that, Lu Zihan was about to pull Xiao Ming into the car. Xiao Ming looked at Lu Zihan in confusion, but did not move. Why? Don't you welcome us? Shi Lang and Mei Yang didn't say anything, they just watched quietly from the side. Lu Zihan's expression became a little awkward. He looked at Xiao Ming weakly and said, Big brother, although I don't blame you for killing my cousins, but grandpa. Hey! Xiao Ming showed a look of understanding. It was normal that Lu Zihan and Lu Ming had a rather weak relationship. But Lu Tao and old man Lu have some feelings for Lu Ming's family, so it is impossible for them not to blame themselves. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming no longer had the intention of forcing his way in.
Instead, he looked at Lu Zihan seriously and asked, Zihan, I plan to build my own power.
Are you willing to follow me?
That's right, Xiao Ming came here this time with this plan.
Xiao Ming also highly values Lu Zihan's talent. A psychic with thunder attribute has very strong attack power.
The most important thing is that if he wants to quickly form a team, the only person he knows is Lu Zihan.
Really? Big brother, I am willing. I am so willing.
Lu Zihan jumped up excitedly after hearing this, but soon, her expression became a little embarrassed. But, I must get my father's consent. As he said that, he quickly looked at Xiao Ming and said anxiously, Brother, don't get me wrong. The main thing is that now all the affairs of the auction house are handed over to me.
If I want to leave, I must hand over the work in my hands to my father. Well, it seems that I have to go in. Come on. Take me in. Xiao Ming chuckled. Lu Zihan hesitated for a moment and nodded, yeah.
Afterwards, Xiao Ming and others followed Lu Zihan to the living room on the first floor of the villa. Unfortunately, Mr. Lu was also sitting in the living room. At this moment, he looked older than before, his face was listless, and there was a sad expression on his face. After seeing Xiao Ming coming in, he immediately stood up angrily, his hand holding the cane trembling with anger. Xiao Ming, you dare to come to our house, cough cough cough. As he spoke, he began to cough violently.
Lu Tao hurried forward and patted Mr. Lu on the back, Dad.
Then he turned around and looked at Xiao Ming coldly, Xiao Ming, no matter what you want, our Lu family will not agree to it.
You'd better leave. We don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. As for you saving my life and my daughter's life, I would like to thank you again here. Dad. Lu Zihan called out hurriedly. I came here this time to take Lu Zihan away. Xiao Ming sneered.
Seeing that Mr. Lu and Lu Tao were excited again after hearing what he said, he quickly continued, as long as you agree, I promise to use a lot of resources to train Lu Zihan.
Xiao Ming. I admit that you are lucky. I don't know how you can own a 4th-level monster. But when it comes to resources, don't you think it's ridiculous for a poor boy like you to say this in front of our Lu family? Mr. Lu burst into laughter angrily.
Grandpa, Big Brother really has a lot of resources. The 5 red fruits that were auctioned last time were given to me by Big Brother.
Lu Zihan hurriedly helped Xiao Ming explain. Okay, Zihan, why are you lying too? Lu Tao glared at Lu Zihan. What a joke, 5 red fruits.
Even the Lu family can't get them, let alone the Lu family. In the entire Huarong city, there are only a handful of families that can produce 5 red fruits. Although I don't know how my daughter persuaded others to put the 5 red fruits up for auction in her auction house last time. But if they said that it was Xiao Ming who took it out, they would never believe it. Looking at the looks of the two, Xiao Ming didn't know what to say. It seemed that he couldn't take Lu Zihan away. At this moment, a person with special abilities suddenly ran in a panic. Seeing this psychic, Lu Tao and Old Man Lu frowned at the same time.
Qian Dare? Aren't you guarding the mine? Why are you in such a mess?
Seeing this, Xiao Ming and his companions also looked at it curiously.
Mine? It should be a spirit stone mine, right?
Ever since the revival of spiritual energy, the entire blue star has been continuously emitting spiritual energy. And the spiritual stones also slowly appeared in the land. After the major forces stabilized, they immediately sent people to the suburbs to find places with abundant spirit stones, then surrounded the area and stationed people there for a long time. Spiritual stone, that is, stone dug out from the ground. With the help of spirit stones, these families can stand firm in this chaotic world.
Otherwise, why would those supernatural beings be willing to be subordinates in these families? Money alone is not enough.
Qian Dayton fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Lu Tao and Old Man Lu with difficulty and said, the Deng family and the Chu family have joined forces to capture the mine. Our people have suffered heavy casualties.
Chapter 58 Lu Family Dilemma. What? Where are Luo and the others? Why not call them over for support? Lu Tao rushed to Qian Dayton and shouted angrily.
Luo was one of the 5 third-level psychics who attacked Xiao Ming.
Luo, they are the ones who attacked us. They have betrayed the Lu family and joined the Deng family or the Chu family. Qian Daibing's face was full of grief and indignation. Why, how could this happen? Didn't I give them enough spirit stones? Lu Tao was stunned and shouted angrily. They said that the Lu family is no longer a force to be reckoned with.
The Deng and Chu families even spread the news that after they take down the Lu family, all the spiritual stones they have obtained will be divided among their subordinates.
Xian Dabing took a few breaths and said weakly to Lu Tao. What? What can they get by doing this? Lu Tao was shaking with anger. Old Master Lu behind him was also trembling as he looked at Xian Daden on the ground. Dad, do you think they just want to squeeze our Lu family out of Huarong City? In this way, in the future, there will only be their two families in Huarong City, and the benefits they get will be much more than now. Lu Zihan frowned slightly and expressed his thoughts to Lu Tao. Xiao Ming. It's all your fault. If our Lu family hadn't lost so many masters, it wouldn't have come to this. Puff. Old Master Lu roared at Xiao Ming while trembling, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Tao and Lu Zihan were shocked and quickly supported the old man. Dad. Grandpa. Hey, can you please be reasonable? If your grandson hadn't done that to your sister-in-law, would we have killed him? Shi Lang looked at Grandpa Lu unhappily. Xiao Ming raised his hand to stop Shi Lang from speaking, and looked at the angry Lu Tao and old man Lu calmly. I can help you deal with the Deng and Chu families, and take back your mine. Get out. Get out. Our Lu family doesn't need your help. Before Xiao Ming could finish his words, old Master Lu roared with his beard puffed and his eyes glared. Big brother. Lu Zihan looked at Xiao Ming with great embarrassment. Seeing this, Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment and nodded. In that case, I'll leave. Zihan, call me if you need any help. After saying that, he turned around and left with Shi Lang and Meng Yang. Lu Zihan, if you dare to call your enemy, my Lu family will not acknowledge you as their granddaughter. When I walked out of the villa, I could still hear Mr. Lu roaring from behind. Xiao Ming, I think, let's just forget it. Meng Yang looked at Xiao Ming and said. After all, she also felt that the conflict between Xiao Ming and the Lu family was too deep. It is simply impossible to take Lu Zihan away. Hearing Meng Yang's words, Xiao Ming nodded, thought for a moment and said, well, it doesn't matter whether Zihan follows me or not. Lu Ming is dead, and the grudge between me and the Lu family is over. Even if there is, it's the Lu family's hatred towards me. But the Lu family's fate is related to me, so I'll help if I can. Then, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let's go back and recover from our injuries first. On the way home, Xiao Ming bound himself to Meng Yang. What Xiao Ming didn't expect was that Meng Yang's loyalty was 83 points, reaching the level of admiration. You know, Shi Lang's loyalty is only 87 points, and it increased only after I saved his life a few times. Boom! Just after Xiao Ming and his companions left the Lu family, a loud explosion was suddenly heard. Immediately afterwards, two loud laughs were heard by everyone in the Lu family. Lu Tao and old man Lu's expressions changed. I saw a group of people walking into the villa laughing. When he saw the two leaders, Lu Tao showed an angry expression, and the 5 people behind them almost made Lu Tao and old man Lu angry to death. Master Deng, Master Chu, you have such a good plan. And Aluo, our Lu family has always treated you well, but you actually betrayed us. Patriarch Deng and Patriarch Lu looked at each other and laughed. Then, Patriarch Deng said to Lu Tao in a cold voice, don't blame us for being ruthless. We came here this time to give your Lu family a chance. Are you guys so kind? Lu Tao looked at the two of them coldly. Lu Zihan also raised his eyebrows and said, get out. We in the Lu family don't welcome you. Hey, old Lu, this is your daughter, right? She's quite pretty. A perfect match for my son. The head of the Chu family glanced at the pretty Lu Zihan with an evil smile. Seeing this, Lu Tao's face changed, and he quickly stood in front of Lu Zihan. Whatever you want to do, just come at me. Coming for you? Forget it. The head of the Chu family looked at Lu Tao with disdain. Now I'm giving you 2 choices. The first is to let your daughter marry my son. From now on, we will be considered relatives, and I will definitely let you live a carefree life for the rest of your life. At this point, the head of the Chu family burst into laughter. Then, without waiting for Lu Tao and the others to speak, his face changed and he continued, the second option is for your Lu family to leave Huarong City. You're dreaming. Old Master Lu stood up angrily with his cane. Chu Kaibin, Deng Ai, when my Lu family was at its peak, even your father didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of me. When will it be your turn to come and shout at the Lu family? Hearing this, the faces of the Chu family heads and the Deng family heads suddenly turned gloomy. Patriarch Deng looked at old man Lu coldly and said, you also said that was in the past, not now. You old fool, you have no right to interrupt us when we are talking.
Looking at the other party's arrogant look, Mr. Lu became so angry that his feet became unstable and his face flushed. Suddenly, with a puff sound, a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth.
Dad! Grandfather! Lu Zihan screamed, looked at the two of them angrily, and shook his spiritual power. Go to hell! Lightning strike! Sizzle! As Lu Zihan waved his hands, countless electric currents shot towards the heads of the Chu and Deng families. Faced with Lu Zihan's attack, the two men sneered and did not offer any resistance. Just when the electric current was about to hit them, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. With a slight wave of his hand, a powerful spiritual power shield appeared in front of several people. Boom! The electric current hit the spiritual power shield, causing an explosion, but did not cause any harm to the heads of the Chu and Deng families. A Luo! Lu Tao looked at the suddenly appearing psychic in shock and anger. The next second, before anyone could react, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Zihan and kicked him flying. Bang! Lu Zihan hit the wall heavily and fell to the ground, holding his stomach in pain, looking at a Luo with resentful eyes. TSK, a Luo, be gentle. What if you kick my future daughter-in-law and hurt her? The head of the Chu family said to a Luo and pretended dissatisfaction. A Luo grinned and saluted respectfully. Yes, patriarch. A Luo, you bastard. Lu Tao roared with gritted teeth. That's enough. I'll give you 1 day. Tomorrow you can either send your daughter to our Chu family in person or leave Huarong City. If you are still in Huarong City tomorrow night, don't blame us for being rude. As he said this, the head of the Chu family had cold eyes, and a hint of cold light emerged from his eyes. Then, together with the head of the Deng family, he and everyone else swaggered out of the Lu family. Asshole, damn it, all of you deserve to die. Pooh. Old Master Lu was so angry that he spat out blood again, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Dad. Grandfather. Chapter 59, Lu Family's Shocking Change. Dad, are you feeling better? In a room in the villa, Lu Tao fed Mr. Lu a glass of water, and asked a question with concern as he watched Mr. Lu slowly wake up. Where is Zihan? Old Master Lu took a look and asked weakly. There are still many things to take care of at the auction house, so I'll let Zihan go first. Lu Tao sighed and replied. Ahem, help me up. Seeing this, Lu Tao hurriedly helped the old man up and leaned him against the bed. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Tao looked at the old man's pale and listless face and said softly. Dad, how about we ask Xiaoming to help? What? You rebellious son! The old man stared at Lu Tao angrily with his eyes wide open. Don't forget, he killed your eldest brother and your nephew. He is the enemy of our Lu family. Lu Tao struggled and said, but, without Xiaoming's help, we are no match for the Chu family and the Deng family. The Lu family auction house has been in Huarong City for so many years. It relies not only on itself, but more on its connections. Bring me the phone, and I'll call my old friends. Mr. Lu said calmly. Okay. Lu Tao nodded quickly and handed the phone on the bedside table to the old man. Then the old man started making phone calls. Hey, Lao Qian, I. Beep, beep, beep. As the first call was hung up, the old man's face turned gloomy. I quickly made a few more calls, but these times were even worse. The phones were either turned off or the caller didn't answer. Seeing this result, Mr. Lu angrily threw his phone to the ground. With a crack, the phone broke into pieces. These ungrateful people have received a lot of benefits from our Lu family in the past. Now that they know we are in trouble, they don't even answer our calls. Alas! Lu Tao sighed. Dad, let Zihan contact Xiaoming. Get out! Get out of here! If you dare to beg Xiaoming, don't acknowledge me as your father. Old Master Lu roared angrily. Okay. I'll go out and think of other solutions. Dad, you have a good rest. Lu Tao quickly got up and walked out of the room. After coming outside and taking a look at the room, Lu Tao sighed heavily again. Then, he also left the Lu family. The Lu family was now at a moment of life and death, and he had to go out and find ways to win over all the supernatural people he could. At worst, they have to borrow some experts to help, otherwise, the Lu family will really face a devastating disaster. At this time, Chu Kaibin and Deng Ai, who had left Lu's house, were sitting in a private room of a tea house. Deng Ai looked at Chu Kaibin in confusion. Old Chu, do you really want your son to marry that Lu Zihan? Although that girl is indeed pretty and a beauty, if you really do this, aren't you afraid that she will harm your son? You know, she is also a superpower. Chu Kaibin took a sip of tea and glanced at Deng Ai with a smile. Old Deng, you think so too? That's right. Oh? Do you have any other plans? Deng Ai looked at Chu Kaibin curiously. Well, since I gave them a day and then made this seemingly excessive request, I just wanted to let their guard down. At least let them know that there won't be any danger before tomorrow. Chu Kaibin looked at Deng Ai proudly and said that he had always been very confident in his IQ. Could it be? Deng Ai's heart moved and he looked at Chu Kaibin in surprise. Chu Kaibin nodded with a smile. Tonight, I want the Lu family to disappear from Huarong City. Hiss. Deng Ai took a breath of cold air and thought to himself that Chu Kaibin had a very cruel heart. I have to be more careful in the future. Seeing Deng Ai's nervous look, Chu Kaibin sneered in his heart, but laughed loudly on the surface. Old Deng, don't worry, we two are allies. Ah, yes, yes. Deng Aiqian laughed twice. A day just passed like this. At around 8 or 9 in the evening, Lu Tao appeared at the door of Dingcheng auction house in a depressed state. Looking at this luxurious auction hall, he knew that starting tomorrow, this place would no longer belong to the Lu family. That's right, he had made up his mind to take all the Lu family members away from Huarong City early tomorrow morning. Because he had been running around the whole afternoon today, all his former good friends avoided him. He knew that the Lu family was beyond saving. As for letting his daughter marry into the Chu family, he didn't even think about it. At this moment, Lu Zihan walked out of the auction hall with a tired face and looked at his father standing at the door in surprise. Dad, why are you here? Lu Tao looked at his 16-year-old daughter, who had grown into a beautiful young lady. He smiled gently and touched her head. Ha, Dad is here to pick you up. Lu Zihan felt a pain in his heart. He knew that his father must be worried about what happened during the day. The expression on his face also turned into resentment. Don't worry, Dad, I will definitely become a master in the future and take back everything we lost. Well, Dad believes in you. Let's go home. Grandpa is waiting for us at home. The two drove in silence and soon arrived at the gate of the Lu family villa. But the scene at the door immediately startled the two of them. The door was broken into pieces, and several first-level psychic bodyguards who were guarding the house fell in a pool of blood. Lu Tao yelled, "Not good." He quickly opened the car door and rushed out. Seeing this, Lu Zihan hurriedly followed. But as soon as they arrived in the yard, they began to wail, "You Ruo! Mom!" Lu Zihan's mother and all the female members of the Lu family were found dead in the yard, including some servants of the Lu family. The blood in the entire yard had gathered into a river. The Lu family, which had been very lively, was now silent. Even the colorful lights made the two men feel extremely cold in their hearts. Dad! Lu Tao thought of something, screamed, and rushed towards Grandpa Lu's room. Lu Zihan hugged his mother's body and burst into tears. When we arrived at Mr. Lu's room, we saw that the old man was lying in a pool of blood, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. However, after seeing Lu Tao, the old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stretched out his hand with difficulty, wanting to say something to Lu Tao. Dad, I'm late. Who did it? Who did it? Lu Tao rushed over, hugged Grandpa Lu and cried. Chu family, Dad is wrong, run, go find Xiaoming, leave Huarong City, cough, wait for Zihan to grow up, help me, let's get revenge. As Mr. Lu spoke, blood flowed out of his mouth as if it was free. Dad! I'll take you to the hospital now. You can be saved, you must be saved. Just hold on. Lu Tao was trembling as he picked up the old man and ran outside. Patriarch, I can't leave. At this moment, a voice came from behind Lu Tao that was very familiar and hateful to Lu Tao. Luo. Chapter 60 Chu Family Assassination. Ha, Master, I'm here to send you off in person, isn't that being very humane? Luo smiled evilly as he looked at Lu Tao, whose face was filled with anger. Hearing Luo's words, the anger on Lu Tao's face immediately changed. Suddenly, my daughter's voice came from the stairs next to me. Dad! Luo! You did it! Lu Tao quickly turned to look at his daughter, gritted his teeth, made a decision, and took out a grenade from his pocket. While Luo was looking at Lu Zihan, he pulled the safety pin and pounced over. Then he yelled in the direction of Lu Zihan, "Daughter, run, go find Xiaoming." Luo looked down at Lu Tao, who was holding him in confusion. Just as he was about to take action to get rid of Lu Tao, there was a sudden explosion. Boom! Dad!
Lu Zihan was blown to the ground by the aftermath, and looked at the broken body of Lu Tao falling to the ground with tears on his face.
Puff! Damn it!
Luo was caught off guard and his chest was blown into a bloody mess. With blood spitting out of his mouth, he struggled to get up from the ground and immediately came to Lu Tao's upper body, which had been blown to pieces. As Lu Zihan cried out in grief, he stepped on Lu Tao's head, which was still open in death.
TSK! You bastard, how dare you trick me!
Just stepping on him was not enough to vent his anger, so a Luo spat on Lu Tao's face. Seeing his father being humiliated like this, Lu Zihan roared, somersaulted up, and his hands burst out with unparalleled electric currents shooting out.
Sizzle!
Humph! A Luo looked in the direction of Lu Zihan and sneered, then waved his hand casually.
He easily blocked the attack. Then he looked at Lu Zihan with a grim smile. Oh, and you too? Dad! Seeing that his attack was useless, Lu Zihan was not stupid. He turned his head to look in the direction of his father and murmured something, then suppressed the hatred and endless pain in his heart, turned around and ran. Want to run? Puff! Damn it, damn it!
A Luo sneered and was about to chase after him, but as soon as he activated his spiritual power, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a sharp pain in my chest. He knew that the explosion just now had directly injured his abdomen. When he quickly ran out of the villa, Lu Zihan was nowhere to be seen.
Damn, forget it.
She went to find Xiao Ming. I should tell Chu Kai-bin about Xiao Ming's affairs.
A Luo pondered for a while, then turned and left. Call.
At this time, Xiao Ming had just come out of his training state, and the injuries he suffered during the day had almost recovered.
The spiritual energy in the body is already very full.
However, when he thought of Xie's departure, his heart ached. After walking out of the bedroom, Zhao Xie was no longer in the room. Mei Yang also returned to the house she rented in this community. Only Shi Lang came forward with a smile. Brother?
Yeah.
Xiao Ming nodded with a serious face, feeling very depressed. At this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Shi Lang quickly went over and opened the door, revealing a look of surprise. Sister Zihan? Why are you so embarrassed?
The next second, Lu Zihan rushed in covered in blood, looking in Xiao Ming's direction in a trance. Brother, I want revenge. I want to kill the Chu family and the Deng family.
Zihan, what's wrong? What happened to the Lu family?
Xiao Ming was stunned when he saw this and hurried over to help Lu Zihan up. The moment he saw Xiao Ming, a sense of security suddenly filled Lu Zihan's heart. The tears that had been suppressed could no longer be held back and flowed out crazily. Throwing himself into Xiao Ming's arms, Lu Zihan burst into tears and said, Big brother, my father, my mother, my grandfather, they are all dead. The whole Lu family is dead.
I am the only one who escaped.
After hearing this, Xiao Ming already knew what had happened and his face darkened.
He said coldly, destroy an entire family? What a vicious heart. Don't worry, Zihan, I will help you get revenge.
Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Lu Zihan quickly shook his head, his eyes flashing with strong hatred. Big brother, I want to kill the Chu family and the Deng family with my own hands. I want Chu Kai-bin and Deng Ai to also taste the feeling of having their entire family wiped out. At this moment, Lu Zihan's eyes made Xiao Ming feel very strange. She seemed to be filled with hatred, and her eyes no longer had the purity and tenacity that Xiao Ming had when he first met her. Even when faced with suppression from Lu Ming, he never gave up. Xiao Ming was about to comfort her, but then he thought of himself and sighed softly.
I am the same.
I only want to snatch Xie back from the Superpower Alliance and destroy the so-called Superpower Alliance. Shi Lang, stay with Yihan and let her sleep in Shiyu's bedroom.
I'm going to go out for a walk. After saying that, Xiao Ming left home amid Lu Zihan's crying.
I came to the yard of the community and walked outside the community. Not long after walking out of the community, Mei Yang caught up with him.
Xiao Ming.
After coming to Xiao Ming's side, Mei Yang looked at Xiao Ming worriedly. To be honest, Mei Yang was very worried throughout the day that Xiao Ming would do something impulsive.
Why are you here?
Xiao Ming said softly without looking at Mei Yang.
I'll come and keep you company.
Mei Yang said softly. A breeze blew by, and the fragrance of Mei Yang drifted into Xiao Ming's nose.
Xiao Ming took a deep breath. The whole person is indeed much calmer.
Neither of them spoke, and slowly came to a path not far from the community.
It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, and there were no pedestrians on the road. Only a faint light illuminated the two figures.
Just as the two were enjoying this peaceful time, suddenly, Mei Yang's face changed and she used her skills on the bushes next to her.
Hallucinogenic. Wow. As several pink rays of light fell, Xiaoming's face darkened. He walked over quickly with Mei Yang.
Seeing the scene in the bushes, Xiaoming's forehead broke out in sweat. He said to Mei Yang in a deep voice, "Ask who sent them." At this time, several low-level psychics were lying in the tall grass, two of them carrying a rocket launcher on their shoulders.
If this thing were to be launched at myself, how would I survive?
Mei Yang nodded and started asking questions to several people.
These low-level psychics, who were affected by Mei Yang's hallucinogenic skills, told everything without reservation.
As he listened, Xiaoming clenched his fists tightly.
Chu family. Unexpectedly, those supernatural beings who betrayed the Lu family told the Chu family about their own affairs. The Chu family actually used weapons like rocket launchers to kill themselves. Just when Xiaoming was about to deal with these psychics, Mei Yang hurriedly stopped Xiaoming. Xiaoming frowned and looked at Mei Yang in confusion. Mei Yang quickly explained, killing them is useless. The Chu family will send out stronger superpowers with hot weapons to kill you. I can create an illusion for them and make them think that the plan has been successful, but if that happens, we have to leave Huarong City immediately. Chapter 61, I am the bet. Hearing this, Xiaoming's face turned cold. Do we have no choice but to run?
Since they took the initiative to find me, I just happened to destroy their Chu family and Deng family.
As he said that, Xiaoming was about to kill these psychics again.
But Mei Yang still quickly stood in front of Xiaoming.
Xiaoming looked at her angrily. What are you doing? Xiaoming, don't be impulsive. What happened? Mei Yang asked puzzledly.
Just now, these people only said why they wanted to kill Xiaoming, but Mei Yang didn't know what specifically happened. After taking a look at Mei Yang, Xiaoming sighed deeply and told her about the Lu family.
After hearing this, Mei Yang was also very angry. The Chu family and the Deng family are simply lawless.
After saying that, he looked at Xiaoming and said, "But Xiaoming, we should leave. Zihan should want to take revenge with his own hands. Besides, even if you go over, the Chu family must have already made preparations."
You are not afraid of the superpowers because you have a fourth-level monster, but what about thermal weapons?
As he spoke, he pointed at the rocket launcher on the back of a superpower user and said, "Can you defend against such a hot weapon? Even if you succeed in killing everyone in the Chu and Deng families, Lu Zihan will no longer have a goal in her heart.
Can she get over the loss of her family? You are not helping her, you are harming her." Hearing the last sentence, Xiaoming's heart was shocked. Yes, this is the time when Lu Zihan is most frustrated. If I really help her kill all her enemies, will she be happy? I'm afraid I will feel even more hopeless about my future life.
Thinking of this, Xiaoming broke out in a cold sweat. If it was really because of him that Lu Zihan was harmed, he would never feel good for the rest of his life.
Then he looked at Mei Yang gratefully and nodded. Mei Yang, thank you.
Mei Yang breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Xiaoming no longer wanted to destroy the Chu and Deng families. He smiled at Xiaoming and shook his head. There's no need to be so polite between us.
Wait until I create an illusion for them and then leave.
After saying that, Mei Yang waved at several psychics who were still in hallucinations. A ball of pink energy directly hit the faces of several people.
With the impact of energy, several people successfully fainted.
Seeing this, Mei Yang looked at Xiaoming. Let's go, when they wake up, they will think we are all dead. Xiaoming nodded, and then the two of them left. When I got home, I didn't tell Lu Zihan what had just happened. He just looked at Shi Lang and Lu Zihan and said seriously, "Pack up, we are leaving Huarong City now." Lu Zihan was in a low mood at the moment and had no opinion on anything Xiaoming arranged.
Shi Lang would have no objection at all.
Whatever Xiaoming said was the truth. There was nothing much for them to pack, so they each prepared some change of clothes and set off. He was driving the city off-road vehicle that Mei Yang gave him. Mei Yang and Lu Zihan sat in the back seat of the car, constantly comforting her, while Shi Lang sat in the passenger seat. Just as the vehicle was about to drive out of the suburbs, Xiaoming's brows suddenly frowned. Shi Lang, who was standing next to him, also let out a sound of surprise. "Hey, why is there a car here?
And it's parked sideways in the middle of the road? Do you have any sense of public morality?"
Xiaoming gave him a displeased look.
In this day and age, who still cares about public morality?
After turning around and getting out of the car, Xiaoming was about to go forward to take a look. Suddenly the front door opened, revealing a pair of long legs. Xiaoming and Shi Lang stopped immediately. Then, Gu Mingshuang's absolutely beautiful face appeared before their eyes.
Fuck, is it this woman? Isn't she afraid of encountering danger in the suburbs in the middle of the night?
Shi Lang shouted exaggeratedly. Xiao Ming was also speechless.
This girl was really willful. Then he frowned, looked at Gu Mingshuang and said, "Why are you here?" Gu Mingshuang raised the corner of her mouth, looked at Xiao Ming with disdain and said, "Do I need you to care where I am?"
Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and nodded, "Okay, let's go." Having said that, get ready to get in the car.
Seeing this, Gu Mingshuang hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Hey, hey, hey, take me with you?"
That's right, a few days ago, she had secretly sent people to keep an eye on Xiao Ming. So she knew everything that happened to Xiao Ming in the past few days. The moment Xiao Ming left, she had already set off and came to this road first, just to leave with Xiao Ming. As for why she came up with this idea, she didn't know. But she guessed that she just wanted to unravel the mystery of Xiao Ming and find out who he really was and why he had so many means and resources. Before Xiao Ming could refute, a familiar voice was heard from the darkness on the side.
"Xiao Ming, you can't take Schwanger away." Everyone turned around and saw Chen Feng appear. "Brother Feng? Why are you here?" Gu Mingshuang was surprised at first, then she thought of something and immediately became very angry. "You're following me?"
Seeing this, Chen Feng quickly explained, "Schwanger, don't get me wrong, I'm worried about you too."
"Humph, you don't need to worry about me. I just want to follow Xiao Ming. Don't bother me."
Gu Mingshuang glanced at Chen Feng with dissatisfaction and came to Xiao Ming's side. Seeing this, Chen Feng was so angry that he started shaking all over.
He stared at Xiao Ming with his eyes fixed, gritted his teeth and said, "Xiao Ming, don't force me to do anything to you." "Ha, are you my opponent?" Xiao Ming sneered. "Humph, you just rely on your monster.
Your own strength is nothing but scum in my eyes."
Chen Feng snorted coldly.
He was very disdainful of Xiao Ming.
Shi Lang on the side was unhappy when he heard this, and looked at Chen Feng with disdain. "What's wrong with the monster beast? Isn't the monster beast a part of strength?"
Chen Feng just glanced at him coldly and looked at Xiao Ming.
After hearing what Chen Feng said, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, looked at Chen Feng seriously and said, "Okay, you said my strength is scum in your eyes? Do you dare to make a bet with me?" Chen Feng sneered, "What are you betting on? Let's just bet on 1 month. In 1 month, I can defeat you with my own strength."
Xiao Ming looked at Chen Feng seriously and said,
"Chen Feng's strength and talent are not bad."
At this moment, Xiao Ming suddenly had the idea of accepting Chen Feng as his successor.
"Oh, 1 month? Okay, where's the bet?" Chen Feng looked at Xiao Ming with amusement.
He knew that Xiao Ming's strength was only at the 2nd level. In 2 months, even if he could not be promoted to the 5th level, he would almost reach the peak of the 4th level. And it is simply a pipe dream for Xiao Ming to reach the peak of the 4th level in 2 months. You should know that it took me more than 3 months to be promoted to the early stage of the 4th level. This was because I had awakened my supernatural powers at the very beginning, and with the strong support of the Gu family's resources. Only then have we reached our current state. And Xiao Ming wanted to catch up with him within a month. Even though he knew that Xiao Ming seemed to have a lot of resources, it was still a fantasy.
Because Xiao Ming is a mutant with 3 attributes. "Xiao Ming, come on, I believe in you. I'm the one who's betting. I'll marry whoever wins."
Gu Mingshuang became excited when she heard about the bet between the two.
Chapter 62. I don't want to kill anyone recently. Everyone present was looking at Gu Mingshuang in shock as she looked excited.
Even Lu Zihan, who had just gotten off the car with Mei Yang, looked over in surprise.
"Really? Schwanger, are you serious?"
Chen Feng suddenly became excited. He is very confident about this bet. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible for a person with 3 attributes to catch up with him in 1 month.
"Of course it's true." Gu Mingshuang looked at Chen Feng with a smile.
At this moment, Xiao Ming looked at the two of them speechlessly and said, "Hey, I'm not interested in this bet."
"Xiao Ming."
Gu Mingshuang raised her eyebrows and screamed into Xiao Ming's ear.
Xiao Ming rubbed his ears irritably, then looked at Chen Feng and said, "How about this? If you win, she will marry you, and if I win, you will follow me from now on. How about it?" "No, I don't agree. How can there be such a bet?" Gu Mingshuang quickly retorted.
Seeing this, Chen Feng felt a sudden pain in his heart and looked at Gu Mingshuang and Xiao Ming thoughtfully.
Could it be that Schwanger has fallen in love with this guy? Impossible. It's unrealistic. Hasn't Schwanger always been bullied by this guy and hates him very much? It's decided. You are the one who wants to bet your life. Xiao Ming waved his hand impatiently, then looked at Chen Feng. What do you think? Do you want to bet? Okay, let's bet. Chen Feng nodded without thinking. Anyway, I won T lose anything, there is no way Xiao Ming can beat me. Okay, Xiao Ming, the rest of my life is in your hands, you must win. Gu Mingshuang waved her hand indifferently. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes, turned around and walked back to the car. I'm not interested in the rest of your life, you guys can drive and catch up. Hee hee. Shi Lang gave Gu Mingshuang a wicked grin, then hurriedly followed. It seems that this woman also likes Big Brother. Big Brother is so awesome. After watching Xiao Ming and the others get on the car, Gu Mingshuang glanced at Chen Feng unhappily. Brother Feng, you are not allowed to win, understand? Chen Feng smiled bitterly in his heart, but on the surface he looked righteous. We must take the gambling matter seriously. If Xiao Ming is still at the second level in a month, or even if he is promoted to the third level. But it's unrealistic for me, a level 4 cultivator, to be defeated by a level 3 psychic, right? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Gu Mingshuang waved her hands irritably and sat directly on the passenger seat. I'm so annoyed. What are you doing here? Come and drive. Okay. Chen Feng smiled and drove behind Xiao Ming's car. System, bind Lu Zihan. While driving, Xiao Ming said to the system in his mind. Ding, binding successful. Lu Zihan's loyalty, 81. What Xiao Ming didn't expect was that Lu Zihan's loyalty to him had actually reached the level of admiration. This made Xiao Ming very happy. I looked at my number of draws and there were still 3 left. Xiao Ming thought about it and realized that it must be the number of draws won by the 3 sneak attacking psychics that Mei Yang helped him deal with yesterday. Forgot the lottery. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming issued a lottery command to the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 bottles of awakening potion. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 spiritual stones. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 bottles of spiritual fluid. Awakening potion. When Xiao Ming saw this thing, he felt that it was extremely useless. He didn't know how many bottles of awakening potions were piled up in the system space. Almost all the people around me have superpowers, so this thing is useless. As for selling it or giving it to ordinary people, it is impossible. Because it is obvious that the country has not yet developed something like awakening potion. If I give it away, what if the country targets me? Xiao Ming only thought of this problem after he learned from Mei Yang about the horror of the spiritual liquid. I took a look at the number of red fruits left, and there were not many left. Mainly since Mei Yang came, especially Xiao Ming and Shi Lang were promoted to the second level. In one day, Xiao Ming can eat 6 red fruits, while Shi Lang and Mei Yang can eat 2 and 3 respectively. In other words, more than 10 red fruits will be consumed in one day. Now Lu Zihan is added. The consumption of red fruit is even greater. As for Xiao Lan, Xiao Ming was too lazy to think about her. And why can I eat so many red fruits in one day? Xiao Ming also thought about this question. It might be because he had more attributes and absorbed them quickly. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming gave instructions to Mei Yang and the others in the car. Shi Lang, Mei Yang, Lu Zihan, if you have enemies in the future, try to draw their hatred towards me. After hearing Xiao Ming's words, the people in the car were all confused. Shi Lang hurriedly shouted, "Brother, this is impossible. If anyone dares to be your enemy, I will punch him to death." Xiao Ming sighed and said solemnly, "Shi Lang, if I ask you to help me attract hatred, then you will help me, but if someone attacks me, you still have to do it." After saying that, Xiao Ming looked at Mei Yang and Lu Zihan again, including you. I will not attack you casually in the future, but the hatred must be directed at me, understand? The 2 women looked at each other. Although they didn't understand what Xiao Ming meant, they nodded anyway. The few of them drove out of Huarong City quickly and entered a nearby town. The car was driving smoothly on the highway, when suddenly, a cry for help came from the woods beside the highway. The next second, a woman in ragged clothes ran out. Several psychics behind him kept chasing after her slowly, teasing her with their psychics, as if they were teasing the girl in front of them. That's too much, big brother. Let me deal with them. Shi Lang said angrily upon seeing this. Xiao Ming glanced at him calmly. Have you forgotten what I just said to you? Okay, big brother. Shi Lang looked at Xiao Ming blankly and nodded speechlessly. Squeak. The next second, Xiao Ming stopped the car in front of the group of people. In fact, these psychics had already noticed the arrival of Xiao Ming and his group, but they didn't take it seriously.
After Xiao Ming stopped the car, the girl immediately came to Xiao Ming's window and knocked on it vigorously.
Save me, I don't want to go back.
The girl's face was covered by her messy hair, and her original appearance could not be seen clearly. However, judging from her slim and graceful figure, she must be good looking too.
After Xiao Ming got out of the car, he said calmly, "Don't worry." Then he looked at the psychic who was looking at Xiao Ming and the others mockingly, "You guys go away, I don't want to kill anyone recently." Ugh.
Several psychics were stunned by Xiao Ming's arrogant words, then they looked at each other and burst into laughter at Xiao Ming's stern face.
Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Boy, you don't know who we are, do you? Chapter 63. I feel you have changed.
Xiao Ming and his companions did not have any weapons on them, and they were very clean. However, these psychics obviously did not take Xiao Ming and his companions seriously. After all, if they were driving, most monsters would not actively attack them. So there are ordinary people who drive to other cities to take risks and make money. There are not as many people with superpowers as imagined, and they don't think that Xiao Ming and his companions are all superpowers.
I don't care who you are. I'll give you one chance. Get out of here.
Xiao Ming looked at them indifferently.
I kept shouting in my heart, "Hurry up and do it, why are you wasting time? If you don't take action, how can I get the chance to draw the lottery?" Xiao Ming's cold look immediately conquered Gu Mingxuan on the side.
She looked at Xiao Ming with her eyes reflecting, and murmured, "So handsome." Chen Feng, who was standing next to him, was immediately unhappy when he heard this and snorted coldly, "It's amazing to pretend when you have the ability."
It's stupid to pretend when you don't have the ability.
Gu Mingxuan glanced at Chen Feng with dissatisfaction. "Brother Feng, I feel that you have changed.
I dislike you more and more." Chen Feng was stunned. At this time, Xiao Ming's words made several psychics on the opposite side angry.
The leading psychic looked at Xiao Ming angrily. "Okay, since you want to die, then we will fulfill your wish. Brothers, let him see how powerful we psychics are."
Boom boom boom.
The next second, colorful skills were used on Xiao Ming.
Everyone on Xiao Ming's side looked at the scene coldly without making any resistance.
Only the girl who had just been rescued closed her eyes in fear and screamed.
Boom.
With a cold snort, Shi Lang stood directly in front of Xiao Ming. The earth-attributed spiritual power in his body exploded, and a brutal charge was launched, forming a spiritual power shield over his body.
Countless skills fell on the spiritual power shield, making an earth-shaking roar. How is it possible?
Level 2, he is actually a level 2 mutant.
Let's go.
These psychics looked at Shi Lang in shock and fled away tumbling.
Okay, it's okay.
Hearing the number of draws increasing in his mind, Xiao Ming looked at the girl hiding behind him with a smile. The girl recovered from her shock and quickly knelt down in the direction of Shi Lang, crying, "Master Superpower, please save my companion." Seeing the embarrassed Xiao Ming, Shi Lang touched the back of his head embarrassedly.
Xiao Ming coughed twice, not minding that the girl ignored him, and continued to ask, "What happened? Tell us, and we will help if we can."
"Yeah, you didn't even tell us what it was, why should we help you?" Gu Mingxuan said to the girl dissatisfiedly.
This girl, is she polite? Didn't she see that it was Xiao Ming who stood up to help her? She actually ignored him.
At this time, the girl may have realized that her behavior was very impolite. He quickly turned around and knelt down again in front of Xiao Ming. "My benefactor, I'm sorry, thank you very much, but my companions are about to be captured, please save them quickly."
Xiao Ming frowned, knowing that the situation might be urgent, so he nodded, "Okay, get in the car with us and tell us the location."
After saying that, several people hurriedly drove off. On the way, the girl briefly explained what had happened. Her name is Yi Mengyao, and she is a resident of this town. They were originally a happy family, but after the revival of spiritual energy, everything changed. A bully in the town has awakened a skill, and it's a very powerful fire attribute ability. The bully who had acquired superpowers immediately gathered together all the superpowered people in the town. Their hard days were about to begin. All the men who refused to obey in the town were killed, and all the women were locked up by those superpowers for their enjoyment.
Damn it, are there no good people among those people with superpowers? Mei Yang suddenly became angry when she heard this.
Even Lu Zihan, who was standing beside him, came out of the grief of his family's death and looked at Yi Mengyao with sympathy. Yi Mengyao glanced at Mei Yang and wiped her tears while sobbing.
Sister, there are good people among the superpowers.
There were also people who were very dissatisfied with Sang Biao's rule and organized several superpowers to rebel, but they all died. Moreover, their bodies were skinned and their tendons were taken out by Sang Biao and displayed in the town square. Bang! Hearing this, Shi Lang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, pounded the car door angrily. "This is too inhumane, brother, we must help them." Xiaoming nodded, and then asked, "In other words, except for you women, the entire town is basically full of Sang Biao's people?" Yi Mengyao nodded, but immediately shook her head. "No, there are still many good people in Sang Biao's team, but they know that it is useless to resist Sang Biao, and some of them follow Sang Biao for the sake of their families. It was thanks to brother Xiaofei that we had the chance to escape this time, but we didn't expect those guys to catch up with us halfway through our run." Having said this, Yi Mengyao quickly pointed to the front. "That's where my companions and I were captured." Xiaoming took a look at the small road next to him, turned the steering wheel and drove in. Fortunately, this is an urban off-road vehicle. If it were a sedan, the chassis would be ruined. Not long after entering the path, I saw several young girls being watched by 3 psychics. In front of them, a psychic was beating a dark-skinned, thin boy about 20 years old. Xiaoming felt the aura of spiritual energy emanating from the boy. It is conceivable that he also wanted to resist very much, but it seemed that he did not dare to resist. Several people got out of the car quickly, and Yi Mengyao ran over screaming, "Brother Xiaofei!" The boy on the ground was shocked when he heard the shout, and he quickly looked over and shouted, "Mengyao, why are you back again?" "Run!" "Ha, not bad, you brought back some top-quality items?" At this time, everyone discovered Xiaoming and his companions. When they saw the appearance of Mei Yang, Gu Mingshuang, and Lu Zihan, those psychics all showed evil smiles. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming sighed secretly in his heart. He didn't want to show off, but for the sake of the chance to win the lottery, he had to do it again. So he stood in front of everyone, looking at the several superpowers in front of him calmly. "You rubbish, I'll give you 1 second to disappear from my sight." The girls over there looked at Xiaoming with hope. They knew that Yi Mengyao was being chased by several people with special powers, but now Yi Mengyao was back and brought a few strangers with her. Then these strangers must be very powerful. "Oh? Are we trash?" The leading psychic also thought of this and looked at Xiaoming in surprise. However, his long-standing arrogance quickly made him give up his vigilance. He snorted coldly and waved to the several superpowers behind him. "Let's do it together." Just as Xiaoming showed a satisfied smile and watched several people attack. Suddenly a delicate shout came from behind, "Thunderstrike!" Sizzle! Chapter 64. I don't care whether you are a man or a woman. Xiaoming turned his head in surprise and saw a large amount of electric current shooting out from Lu Zihan's hands. And the fast speed collides with the skills launched by the opponent. Boom! Ah! The powerful recoil force caused Lu Zihan to retreat repeatedly, and he let out a cry of pain. However, the opponent's attack continued unabated, bombarding Xiaoming at an extremely fast speed. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes slightly, ready to respond at any time. However, he did not take it too seriously. After all, the opponents were all first-level psychics who could use their spiritual power to resist at any time. The girls and Xiaofei on the opposite side all exclaimed. Just as Xiaoming was about to be overwhelmed by several skill attacks, suddenly a burly figure stood in front of Xiaoming. Boom! The aura of a second-level psychic emanating from Shi Lang immediately shocked all the psychics on the opposite side. Xiaofei's eyes lit up and he shouted in surprise, "Second-level superpower!" Xiaofei's words made all the girls on the opposite side, including Yi Mengyao who was already a little skeptical, exclaim, "Level 2. However, the faces of those psychics on the opposite side turned gloomy. Looking at Shi Lang coldly, "I don't care where you come from, you are just a second-level mutant. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." As for Xiaoming, he was simply ignored by them. Obviously in their eyes, Shi Lang, the second-level mutant, is their biggest threat. Because Xiaoming never revealed his aura from beginning to end, they did not know Xiaoming's strength. "Brother, what should we do?" Shi Lang looked at Xiaoming with a grim smile. Everyone looked over in surprise. They didn't expect that this second-level psychic would call this seemingly thin and handsome young man big brother? And even seek his opinion? Under the gaze of everyone, Xiaoming uttered a word lightly, "Kill." "Haha, okay." Shi Lang laughed. The leader of the psychics on the opposite side changed his expression and shouted, "Quick, catch those girls." He was smart and knew that they were no match for Shi Lang, so he planned to capture those girls to threaten Xiaoming and others. But obviously, their plan would not succeed. They had just started to move when a loud shout and a huge fist appeared out of nowhere.
Pulse fist. Boom. The fist formed by a huge piece of earth smashed directly into the center of several psychics like a bomb. The powerful force blew several psychics away. After doing all this, Lang took advantage of the fact that the others were still asleep and launched a brutal charge. Boom, 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 boom. With 4 consecutive sounds, the stone waves directly knocked them away. He fell heavily to the ground and stopped breathing. Gu Mingxuan looked at the muscular man with a ferocious smile and surprise. How powerful! Yes, Miss Gu, Lang is a very powerful Earth-type mutant. Mei Yang next to her smiled slightly. Hearing this, Chen Feng curled his lips in disdain. It's okay, not too bad. Gu Mingxuan rolled her eyes at Chen Feng and said, Brother Feng, I find that you are particularly prone to jealousy now. After saying that, Gu Mingxuan ran toward Xiaoming happily. Xiaoming, you are so awesome. Xiaoming. I didn't do anything just now, how can I be so powerful? However, Xiaoming was too lazy to pay attention to her. He glanced at Lang, who was surrounded by the girls expressing their gratitude, then turned around and came to Lu Zihan. Looking at the depressed Lu Zihan, he said seriously, Zihan, I know you want to grow up as soon as possible, but don't worry, I will help you. When Lu Zihan made her move just now, Xiaoming knew what she was thinking. He hoped that the other party would not be so anxious, otherwise danger would arise sooner or later. Lu Zihan looked at Xiaoming gratefully and nodded, yes, big brother, I will listen to you. But then, his expression turned cold again. It seemed that after the shocking changes in the Lu family, Lu Zihan had become a completely different person, no longer having the youthful innocence he once had. Seeing this, Xiaoming didn't know what to say, so he sighed softly, At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly came from the other side. Yi Mangyao, you finally escaped, why don't you go to the city to invite a master over? What's the point of bringing them here? Can a first level and a second level psychic defeat Sang Biao? Brother Xiaofei fought so hard to get us this opportunity, but you just wasted it. What on earth do you want to do? Xiaoming and others looked over quickly and saw a girl with a better-looking face pointing at Yi Mengyao's nose and cursing. The other girls who were rescued looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Xiaofei on the side looked a little embarrassed. Lu Yan, stop talking. Meng Yao is also thinking about coming back to save us as soon as possible. The girl named Lu Yan looked at Xiaofei with dissatisfaction, then came to Xiaofei and hugged his arm, saying in a tender voice, Brother Xiaofei, I am also thinking about everyone, and now that she is back, those superpowers will definitely tell Sang Biao immediately, and it will be impossible for us to run to the city again. After saying that, Lu Yan looked at Xiaoming and the others again and said angrily, since you saved Ji Mangyao, why didn't you take her to the city to find someone to help? Now that you have killed Sang Biao's men, he will definitely take his anger out on us. The other party's words made everyone on Xiaoming's side frown. They didn't expect that there would be such an unreasonable woman in the world. I clearly saved her, but now you are blaming me? However, Lang would not tolerate her bad habits. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Lang's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Yan, grabbed her neck and lifted her up. Lu Yan! Xiaofei on the side screamed and quickly activated his skills. Attack speed punch. It seemed that Xiaofei only threw one punch at Lang, but in the eyes of everyone, countless fist shadows appeared. Bang, bang, bang. Lang frowned and was beaten back by Xiaofei. Although he used his spiritual power in time to resist the opponent's attack, he still felt a slight pain in his body. Let go, haha, let me go. Seeing Xiaofei helping, Lu Yan and Lang's hand began to struggle violently. Lang glanced at Xiaofei coldly, then suddenly put his scarred face in front of Lu Yan and said ferociously, I don't care whether you are a woman or not. If you dare to say anything bad about my brother again, I will tear you apart alive. After saying that, he threw her out under Lu Yan's frightened gaze. At this time, Xiaoming had already come to Yi Mangyao, who looked aggrieved. Only then did Xiaoming take a good look at Yi Mangyao. There is no need to say much about her figure. When Xiaoming saw Yi Mengyao's pretty face, he felt his eyes brighten and was immediately stunned by her beauty. Although her face seemed to be deliberately covered with black dust, Xiaoming could tell from her outline and her bright big eyes that she was even more beautiful than Gu Mingxuang and Zhao Xie. However, Xiaoming immediately regained his composure, looked at her calmly and said, Take us to where you are being held. Xiaoming's words made Yi Mengyao shed tears of excitement. Thank you, benefactor. Chapter 65 All you have to do is believe in me. But after hearing Xiaoming's words, the others were not very interested. They also thought of what Lu Yan said. By now, Sang Biao's people must have already passed the news back, and they would definitely be greeted with an even more tragic end.
So they all looked at Xiao Ming and the others nervously without saying anything. Looking at their expressions, Xiao Ming guessed what they were thinking. However, Xiao Ming had his own plans at this time.
Let's go, we'll walk there.
After saying this to Mei Yang and the others, Xiao Ming walked towards the town.
Shi Lang grinned and hurried to follow.
Xiao Fei and the others looked at each other and followed silently.
Xiao Ming, since they don't want us to rescue them, why did you still go there?
On the way, Mei Yang looked at Xiao Ming in confusion.
Yes, Xiao Ming, you must have some plan, right?
Gu Mingshuang also looked at Xiao Ming with shining eyes. I don't know when Gu Mingshuang actually became Xiao Ming's little fangirl, maybe she herself didn't even realize it. Xiao Ming looked at her speechlessly, then glanced at Yi Mangyao and others who were following behind him.
He said softly, yes, I want to build my own power, so let's start from this Jingshan town. Mei Yang showed a look of understanding. Gu Mingshuang looked at Xiao Ming with admiration. Xiao Ming, you are so amazing. Xiao Ming sighed. He really didn't want to bother with Gu Mingshuang. There was no conversation along the way.
Soon, Xiao Ming and others were brought by Yi Mangyao to a private house not far from the edge of the town.
Arriving here, Yi Mangyao said to Xiao Ming, there are guards inside. Xiao Ming smiled faintly and walked in with Shi Lang and others in a swagger. Xiao Fei, Lu Yan and the others looked at each other, then finally followed with a sigh. Who are you?
As soon as I came in, I saw several psychics holding their hands at the door. After seeing Xiao Ming and a few strangers, he immediately stood up and asked questions.
Xiao Ming didn't bother to pay attention and walked straight towards them. Seeing Xiao Ming's look, several psychics immediately became angry. Court death.
The next second, they all used their skills on Xiao Ming. However, Shi Lang, who was standing behind Xiao Ming, grinned.
Pulse fist. Boom. The next second, an earth-shaking sound was heard. A huge fist made of earth hit these psychics directly. Several psychics were knocked into the house. I just stopped breathing. Ah!
At this time, a woman's scream was heard from inside the house. After hearing this, Xiao Ming frowned in annoyance.
He waved at Shi Lang, Mei Yang, you two go in and comfort her. Hee, okay. Shi Lang grinned. Then he and Mei Yang walked in.
Looking at the actions of Xiao Ming and others, Lu Yan behind him turned her eyes around a few times. He came up to Xiao Fei and whispered, Brother Xiao Fei, if we let them do whatever they want, then we'll be done for.
And Sang Biao won't let you go.
Xiao Fei felt a headache when he thought about how he had taken a huge risk today to help Yi Mangyao and other girls escape, and still got caught.
Hearing Lu Yan's words, Xiao Fei's eyes lit up. Lu Yan, do you have any ideas?
Lu Yan smiled, and a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Fei.
Brother Xiao Fei, let's find a way to lure that guy named Xiao Ming away later. Then you take him to see Sang Biao.
He is just an ordinary person, so he will definitely not be your opponent.
If Sang Biao is happy by then, maybe he won't blame you.
As for me, after you took Xiao Ming away, I immediately ran back and said that Xiao Ming was captured by Sang Biao. Looking at how close his companions are to him, they will definitely save him regardless of the danger.
I can then take everyone with me and escape.
Although we may encounter dangerous monsters on the way, it is better than waiting to die here.
After hearing Lu Yan's words, Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment, glanced in Xiao Ming's direction and said, are you so sure that he is not a superpower?
Lu Yan nodded confidently, of course I am sure of that.
Didn't you notice?
Even when the attack was right in front of him, the guy named Xiao Ming didn't resist, but waited for the reckless man named Shi Lang to attack.
If he is a superpower, why would he do this? Xiao Fei laughed happily after hearing this and looked at Lu Yan in admiration. Lu Yan, you are so smart.
Lu Yan smiled shyly, as long as Brother Xiao Fei is safe, that's all.
I'm just afraid that you'll suffer.
After hearing this, Xiao Fei looked at Lu Yan awkwardly. Lu Yan, I know you like me, but I like Mangyao.
Lu Yan's face turned pale, and she looked at Xiao Fei with a forced smile. Brother Xiao Fei, I don't mind. You can't stop me from liking you. Ha ha. Okay then, I'll find a way to lure Xiao Ming away.
Xiao Fei touched the back of his head awkwardly and changed the subject. After saying that, he walked towards Xiao Ming.
Lu Yan glared at Yi Mangyao, who was beside Xiao Ming, fiercely. Bitch, I'll take care of you sooner or later. Afterwards, he immediately followed Xiao Fei. Mr. Xiao, I'm really grateful to you. If it weren't for you, we really don't know what to do. Yi Mangyao said to Xiao Ming with gratitude.
Before Xiao Ming could speak, he showed a worried look and continued, but Mr. Xiao, let's leave quickly.
Sang Biao's people will come soon, and we won't be able to leave even if we want to.
Xiaoming raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Mengyao with a smile. Why?
You don't believe me either?
Yi Mengyao hurriedly shook her head. No, I'm just worried that you'll be in danger.
Xiaoming curled his lips and looked at Yi Mengyao calmly. No need to say more, all you have to do is believe me. Xiaoming's words made Yi Mengyao stunned, and she nodded subconsciously, yeah.
At this time, Xiao Fei and Lu Yan had already come behind Xiaoming.
Hearing their conversation, Xiao Fei's face darkened.
Seeing Yi Mengyao looking at Xiaoming with gratitude, a sense of nervousness suddenly arose in his heart. The only guilt he felt for handing Xiaoming over to Sang Biao was gone. Lu Yan showed a slight smile on her lips.
Mr. Xiao, I have something very important to tell you. It's about Sang Biao, and I can only tell you.
Xiao Fei thought for a while and spoke.
Xiaoming turned around and looked at Xiao Fei and Lu Yan in confusion, then thought for a moment and said, okay, let's go outside. Well, come with me. Xiao Fei nodded and walked in front with Lu Yan. Xiaoming, then I'll go see those women too. Brother Feng, let's go.
Gu Mingshuang said to Xiaoming, then walked into the house. After coming outside and walking a long way, Xiaoming frowned. Looking at Lu Yan and Xiao Fei who were walking in front.
Just say it right here. Xiao Fei turned around and looked at Lu Yan beside him first. Okay, you can go back first.
Lu Yan glanced at Xiaoming with a sneer, then turned and left. Watching Lu Yan leaving, Xiaoming had no idea what tricks these two people were playing and looked at Xiao Fei with amusement as he looked calm.
Xiaoming, come with me. When Lu Yan's figure had disappeared, Xiao Fei looked at Xiaoming indifferently and said. Chapter 66, The Insidious Lu Yan. Xiaoming looked at him playfully. Oh? Where are you going?
Xiao Fei sighed, looked at Xiaoming seriously and said, your arrival cannot save those women, but will bring them disaster. And I have already been exposed for taking the risk of giving them a chance to escape.
Sang Biao will definitely not let me go. Xiaoming smiled. So, are you planning to take me to see Sang Biao? Do you think if you hand me over to him, he won't kill you? Well, Lu Yan will take everyone away, so now you are the only one left to sacrifice. Xiao Fei looked at Xiaoming indifferently and nodded. Ha, sacrificing me in exchange for everyone's safety, it does look good.
Xiaoming nodded with a smile.
It's great that you think so.
It's you who insisted on getting involved.
Now come with me.
Xiao Fei said, and prepared to go forward and take Xiaoming away. Unexpectedly, Xiaoming's expression turned cold at this time.
Since you still have some conscience, I will let you go this time. I won't give you this chance next time.
After saying this, the moment he turned around and walked back, Xiaoming's aura was fully exposed.
Boom! The powerful pressure caused Xiao Fei's face to change drastically. Level 2, Xiaoming is also a level 2 psychic. Oh no, Lu Yan is in danger.
Thinking that he had just told Lu Yan about his plan, Xiaoming would definitely not let Lu Yan go, so he hurriedly chased after her. At this time, outside the house where the women in the town were imprisoned,
Lu Yan anxiously said to Mei Yang and the others, go and have a look. Xiaoming has been captured by the people sent by Sang Biao. What? Which direction? Shi Lang shouted angrily. Over there.
Lu Yan pointed in a direction casually.
The next second, Shi Lang rushed out without thinking.
At the scene, Chen Feng crossed his arms and looked at Lu Yan acting with disdain. Xiaoming is protected by a 4th-level monster.
Can the people sent by Sang Biao capture Xiaoming? He would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Not only did he not believe it, Lu Zihan, Mei Yang, and Gu Mingshuang also looked at Lu Yan deeply. Only Yi Mengyao said to Mei Yang and others in a panic, we are in trouble. Let's go and save Mr. Xiao. Lu Yan's eyes turned, and she quickly grabbed Yi Mengyao who was about to run away. Mengyao, we are all ordinary people, and we will die if we go. What should we do then?
Yi Mengyao stamped her feet anxiously.
Mei Yang glanced at Lu Yan, then said to Gu Mingshuang and Lu Zihan, in this case, let's go out and take a look. Mei Yang, how could Xiaoming?
Gu Mingshuang was interrupted by Mei Yang before she could finish her words.
It's okay, it's good to go and take a look. Mei Yang glanced at Lu Yan inconspicuously. Gu Mingshuang was not stupid either. She immediately understood what Mei Yang meant and nodded with a smile. Well, okay, let's go and take a look. Lu Zihan had no objection and followed everyone silently.
When leaving, Chen Feng turned around and gave Lu Yan a disdainful sneer.
Ha! Seeing several people leave, Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief.
Just now she almost thought that these people had seen through her plan, but fortunately, they had already left. Thinking of this, she looked at the anxious Yi Mangyao and smiled sinisterly. Then he quickly turned around and walked into the house. All the women in the town were there. There were old and young, but the majority were young and young. Most of the older women were either eaten by monsters or killed by Sangbiao. For them, keeping it is just a burden. The remaining elderly people are just the family members of some superpower users in Sangbiao's camp. But at the same time, being locked up here also poses a threat to those with special abilities. Everyone come out, do you want to leave? Lu Yan looked at the pairs of expectant eyes with a proud face. I think, Lu Yan, can you take us away? Lu Yan, you didn't lie to us, did you? Yes, all of Sangbiao's people are people with special abilities. How can we escape? Everyone started talking immediately, but there was expectation in everyone's eyes. Lu Yan smiled complacently and nodded, don't worry, the people guarding us are dead now, we can run away anytime we want. But if you leave this town, the outside world is infested with monsters. If you want to successfully get to the city, you need the help of people with special abilities. As soon as Lu Yan finished speaking, someone immediately took over the conversation, then we can ask those people to protect us and leave. Aren't there 2 people with special abilities among them? Yeah. At this time, these women finally thought of asking Xiao Ming and others for protection. Lu Yan sneered and waved her hand to interrupt them. Forget about them, they are destined to be killed by Sang Biao, but thanks to them, they can help us delay for a while. What? They were killed too? Suddenly, there was sobbing and disappointment everywhere. Alright, I've already made an agreement with Brother Xiaofei. As soon as we leave Gingshan town, I will contact Brother Xiaofei and he will come over to protect us right away. So, if you want to leave safely, you must listen to me. Lu Yan glanced at everyone coldly. Wow, it turns out Lu Yan has already arranged it. That's great. I can finally leave this damn place. Those scumbags are simply beasts. Lu Yan, you and Xiaofei are a perfect match made in heaven. We will definitely listen to you. Listening to the flattering words from everyone, Lu Yan's vanity exploded and she couldn't help but smile. Just at this moment, Yi Mangyao walked in dazed. Seeing this, Lu Yan's eyes lit up and she pointed at Yi Mangyao. It's all because of her that we have to take such a big risk. If she hadn't brought those people back, but had gone directly to the city to ask the security bureau to rescue us, we wouldn't have to do this at all. So, if you want to leave, take off her clothes and hang her outside. After you finish this, I will take you away immediately. Lu Yan's words shocked everyone. Including Yi Mangyao, they all stared at Lu Yan blankly. Lu Yan, you're going too far. I want to go out, I don't want to stay here anymore. Yes, we are going out, Yi Mangyao, it's all your fault. At this moment, all the elderly women in the crowd led the team and rushed out. Then, several middle-aged women and their daughters also rushed towards Yi Mangyao. Although the children of those old people were the supernatural beings from Sang Biao's side, their lives were also very difficult and they were just able to survive. As long as I escape, I can contact my sons and let them leave as well. Since my family members are people with special abilities, won't my life in the future be very easy? So it can be said that they are more eager to leave than others. There were only a dozen girls who were usually on good terms with Yi Mangyao left, standing there hesitantly. Ah. No, why are you doing this? What's the difference between you and those beasts like Sang Biao? Yi Mangyao, who was pressed to the ground by the women, began to cry and struggle, and her clothes were slowly torn to pieces by countless pairs of devilish claws. Standing aside and watching this scene, Lu Yan laughed triumphantly. Chapter 67, The First Mission. Sizzle. Just as Yi Mangyao was looking in despair at these companions who had suffered together with her being wantonly stripped of her clothes, suddenly, countless lightning bolts shot out from outside the door. These women who bullied Yi Mangyao, including Lu Yan, only had time to show a look of horror. The next second, he was hit by countless electric currents and his whole body became stiff. And these electric currents perfectly avoided Yi Mangyao. Ah! Yi Mangyao screamed in fear, hugged herself and curled up into a ball. At this time, all the girls who did not step forward to bully Yi Mangyao looked at Lu Zihan and others walking in from the door in horror. As Lu Zihan put down his hands, the electric current disappeared, and Lu Yan and the others immediately collapsed to the ground. My whole body is still shaking. However, it can be seen from Lu Yan's eyes that she is very frightened at this moment. Why did they come back? Didn't they go after Xiao Ming? Especially when she saw Shi Lang's burly figure walking out from behind Lu Zihan and others, Lu Yan became even more frightened.
Oomph, okay, you little girl, you dare to lie to me? Shi Lang stepped forward and picked up Lu Yan, saying viciously.
Shi Lang, stop, and wait for Xiaoming to come back.
Mei Yang said quickly, otherwise she was really worried that Shi Lang would strangle Lu Yan to death.
Coincidentally, Shi Lang was just about to do so, but when he heard Mei Yang mention Xiaoming, he hesitated and threw Lu Yan to the ground.
Humph, you're lucky.
I'll deal with you when Big Brother comes back.
After Gu Mingshuang came in and saw the scene inside, she was very angry. This woman is even more vicious than me. And these women are not good people.
Gu Mingshuang looked at the group of terrified women on the ground, glared at them fiercely, then turned to look at the dozen or so girls who were trembling and looking at this sight in fear.
Luckily you didn't do anything, otherwise you would have suffered the same fate.
At this time, Yi Mengyao had been helped up by Mei Yang, wrapped in the bedsheet that Lu Zihan had just found in the room.
Mei Yang looked at the crying Yi Mengyao with concern and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay."
Yi Mengyao shook her head and looked at Lu Yan on the ground with red eyes. She was filled with hatred in her heart.
She hated why Lu Yan could be so cruel.
I hate myself for not awakening my superpowers and for being so beautiful. She knew that Lu Yan had always been jealous of her, jealous that brother Xiao Fei liked her.
She knew all of this. But she didn't expect that Lu Yan would do such a thing to her.
Just at this moment, Xiaoming came back.
Xiao Fei also came back with him.
Seeing the scene inside, Xiaoming was not particularly surprised, but Xiao Fei screamed and hurriedly ran to Lu Yan and helped her up.
"Lu Yan, why are you doing this?" Xiao Fei looked at Lu Zihan angrily.
He knew that the thunder-attributed power in the entire room must have come from this girl.
Lu Zihan just glanced at him calmly, pointed at Lu Yan and said, "Ask her yourself."
Then he walked out of the house. Xiaoming glanced at the angry Yi Mengyao thoughtfully, walked over and said lightly, "Come out with me."
"Yes."
Yi Mengyao was startled, glanced at Xiaoming weakly, and nodded hesitantly.
"Go." Mei Yang smiled slightly and patted Yi Mengyao's shoulder to comfort her. When they got outside the yard, Xiaoming turned his back to Yi Mengyao and said calmly, "Do you want to become a superpower?" Yi Mengyao was suddenly shocked. How did he know what she was thinking?
Xiaoming turned his head and smiled, "Don't doubt it, I'm very familiar with this look in your eyes." Yes, when Xiaoming met Yi Mengyao's eyes just now, he had a familiar feeling. That is the desire for strength and the resentment towards the world. In the past, whenever someone called him a waste, Xiaoming would see this look in the mirror. So, he decided to give Yi Mengyao a chance.
Hearing Xiaoming's words, Yi Mengyao didn't dare to refute and nodded weakly, "Yes, yes. Okay, I can make you a psychic, but there is one requirement."
As long as you can meet this requirement, I can not only make you a psychic, but also train you into a powerful psychic.
Xiaoming looked at Yi Mengyao seriously and said. Xiaoming's words shocked Yi Mengyao so much that she took 2 steps back.
She looked at Xiaoming with fear. In her heart, Xiaoming was a very good man who was even willing to save them regardless of the danger.
But she didn't expect that even Xiaoming was attracted by her beauty? Thinking of this, Yi Mengyao felt endless sadness in her heart.
Xiaoming stared at the other person.
He had no explanation, nor did he want to explain. "Can you really make me a superpower?" Yi Mengyao looked at Xiaoming with a pale face.
After the revival of spiritual energy, she saw too many injustices in the past. Without strength, it is difficult to move forward, especially for beautiful women, who can only become the property of the strong. Thinking of this, Yi Mengyao smiled sadly. Perhaps, if she agreed to Mr. Xiao, at least she wouldn't live a miserable life. However, there was no longer any gratitude in the look he gave Xiaoming, only calmness.
"Well, all I ask is that you trust me 100% and execute the orders I give you unconditionally. If you can do this, I can make you a superpower right now."
Xiaoming smiled faintly and stated his conditions.
Just like that?" Yi Mengyao opened her mouth slightly and looked at Xiaoming in astonishment. "Then what do you want?" Xiaoming looked at Yi Mengyao with amusement, then waved his hand impatiently. "Okay, do you agree or not?"
"Well, I promise, Mr. Xiao, I will listen to you in the future."
Yi Mengyao nodded repeatedly. So embarrassing. It turns out Mr. Xiao didn't think that way. I was just being too sentimental. Thinking of this, Yi Mengyao's face turned slightly red. System, bind Yi Mengyao. Ding, binding successful. Yi Mengyao loyalty, 76. Only 76, isn't that enough to be admired?
Xiaoming shook his head slightly and looked at Yi Mangyao calmly. You are not loyal enough to me, so I can make you a superpower today, but I will not give you any resources. When you reach the loyalty I require, I will give you endless resources.
Now, follow me, I'll give you your first task.
After saying that, Xiaoming turned and walked into the house.
Why, Lu Yan, why are you doing this?
As soon as he came in, Xiaoming saw Xiao Fei roaring angrily at Lu Yan.
After seeing Yi Mengyao coming in, Xiao Fei ran over quickly, grabbed Yi Mengyao's shoulders and said hurriedly, Mengyao, are you okay? Yi Mengyao, come here.
Xiaoming said in a cold voice, then took out a dagger from his body.
This is the dagger that Siye used before. After Xiaoming upgraded his magic to the second level, Siye gave this dagger to Xiaoming. Xiaoming always carried it with him, and whenever he saw the dagger, he would think of Zhao Siye. He took a look, then handed the dagger to Yi Mengyao who was walking over, and said coldly, the first task, take the dagger and kill Lu Yan. Chapter 68 She is your captain. What? Everyone was shocked. However, Meng Yang and others did not say anything. No, Mengyao, don't kill me.
Lu Yan looked at Yi Mengyao in horror and slowly backed away.
Xiaoming, you are too cruel, you are simply the second Sang Biao. Xiao Fei also pointed at Xiaoming's nose and cursed. Bang! The next second, he was kicked away by Shi Lang. Put! If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear you apart.
Shi Lang looked at Xiao Fei who was lying on the ground fiercely and shouted. Xiaoming and his companions glanced at Shi Lang and were speechless.
Go, what are you waiting for?
Looking at Yi Mengyao standing there hesitantly with a dagger in her hand, Xiaoming frowned and urged her.
Xiaoming's words made Yi Mengyao tremble all over.
A determination flashed in her eyes, and she walked towards Lu Yan who had retreated to the wall.
No, no. Lu Yan looked at Yi Mengyao who was approaching in horror.
Her frightened look made Yi Mengyao hesitate again. No matter how much she hated Lu Yan, the good education she received in the past prevented her from doing that. At this moment, Lu Yan saw the hesitation in Yi Mengyao's eyes, and she made up her mind, and rushed forward with a loud shout.
Ah!
The two women rolled heavily to the ground.
After knocking Yi Mengyao down, Lu Yan tried to snatch the dagger from Yi Mengyao's hand. At this time Yi Mengyao also reacted, and the two of them continued to fight for the dagger on the ground. Oh, you still dare to resist? Gu Mingshuang said unhappily and asked for money for help.
Xiaoming raised his hand and glanced at her.
Let them solve it themselves. If they can't even do one step, then there's no value in training them.
Xiaoming spoke very loudly so that Yi Mengyao could hear it clearly. Her heart moved, and a hint of cruelty appeared in her eyes. But at this time Lu Yan had already pinned her down tightly, and it was very difficult to stab Lu Yan to death with a dagger. She had used all her strength, but she couldn't get the dagger. Just as Lu Yan was about to snatch the dagger away, Yi Mengyao opened her mouth, raised her head, and bit Lu Yan's neck directly, which was within reach.
Ah!
Lu Yan let out a scream and subconsciously relaxed the strength in her hands.
Seizing this opportunity, Yi Mengyao snatched the dagger and stabbed it into Lu Yan's chest. Puff!
The blood sprayed on her face. She felt the strong smell of blood. Looking at Lu Yan's mouth full of blood and her expression looking at her with hatred and resentment, Yi Mengyao was stunned for a moment. All the women in the town, including Xiao Fei, looked at Yi Mengyao in horror. They didn't expect that Yi Mengyao could be so cruel.
Bang!
Xiaoming kicked away Lu Yan who was lying on Yi Mengyao like he was kicking trash, and stretched out his hand to Yi Mengyao with a smile. Welcome to join us. Yi Mengyao looked at Xiaoming in a daze, and subconsciously stretched out her hand for Xiaoming to help her up.
Then, he saw Xiaoming took out a bottle of liquid from somewhere and handed it to him. Drink it and you will have superpowers. Xiaoming's words made Yi Mengyao's eyes light up instantly.
Everyone present looked at the bottle that Xiaoming handed to Yi Mengyao with a look of surprise and doubt.
How is this possible? Drinking this potion can awaken superpowers?
Chen Feng looked incredulous.
Hee, Mengyao, don't listen to this guy, and don't drink.
Xiao Fei sneered and shouted at Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao also hesitated for a moment, but when she saw Xiaoming's calm smile, coupled with her desire for superpowers in her heart,
he unscrewed the lid and drank it. Ah!
The next second, Yi Mengyao began to tremble all over and let out a cry of pain.
Mengyao! Xiao Fei yelled and rushed towards Xiaoming angrily. Asshole, what did you give Mengyao to drink? Bang!
However, just as he rushed to Xiaoming's side, he was kicked away again by Shi Lang.
See, I told you, How could there be such a miraculous potion? Xiao Ming must want to kill Yi Mangyao.
Chen Feng folded his arms and looked at Xiao Ming with a sneer. No, Xiao Ming would not do that.
Mei Yang quickly shook her head.
Although she didn't know what the potion was, Mei Yang knew that Xiao Ming was definitely not that kind of person.
That's right, I believe in Xiao Ming too.
Gu Mingshuang rolled her eyes at Chen Feng, then looked at Yi Mangyao steadily.
Under everyone's shocked gaze, suddenly, a cold aura burst out from the screaming Yi Mangyao. Boom!
The black power that almost turned into substance made Xiao Ming and others frown involuntarily.
Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Has the superpower really been awakened? Hiss, it's so cold. Gu Mingshuang shivered and quickly left the house.
She is not a psychic and cannot stand such an aura. But immediately, the black energy was taken back, and Yi Mangyao's figure reappeared, but her expression became extremely cold.
Mangyao, are you okay?
Xiaofei struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Yi Mangyao in shock. He didn't expect that Yi Mangyao actually possessed superpowers, and these superpowers seemed extremely powerful.
Dark power?
Mei Yang on the side also frowned. Yi Mangyao ignored Xiaofei's shouting, walked slowly to Xiao Ming's side, looked at Xiao Ming gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Xiao.
Well, remember what you promised me. Also, I can feel your loyalty to me. If you want to obtain resources, you must be absolutely loyal to me.
Xiao Ming nodded lightly. Just now, he heard the system prompt that Yi Mangyao's loyalty had dropped to 72 points. It dropped several points at once, which had never happened before. It seems that she was very disgusted because he had just forced Yi Mangyao to kill someone. However, Xiao Ming didn't mind. If Yi Mangyao's loyalty did not reach above 80 points, Xiao Ming would not give her the red fruit.
Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Yi Mangyao's heart tightened.
When the women in the town saw that Yi Mangyao actually had superpowers, their eyes changed when they looked at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming met those eager gazes and nodded in his heart. His goal was achieved. The reason why he let Yi Mangyao awaken her special powers in front of everyone was because he wanted to take in the more than 10 girls who had not attacked Yi Mangyao just now.
As for those who took action,
Xiao Ming's eyes turned cold. Shi Lang, kick out all those who just bullied Mangyao.
Okay. Shi Lang laughed.
No, there are monsters everywhere outside.
We will die if we go out. Yeah, don't kick us out, please, we will never do that again.
The women who had just taken action all showed expressions of horror and struggled back. Xiao Ming glanced at them impatiently and ignored them.
If you don't get out, I'll kill you now.
Shi Lang glared at the women, and they were immediately subdued by his brutality. Ignoring the women who were driven out by Shi Lang, Xiao Ming turned his head to look at the dozen or so girls who were gathered in the corner, looking at this side with trembling fear. From now on, you will listen to Mingyao's command.
She is your captain. I will allow all of you to awaken your own abilities. Chapter 69. Let Zihan go. Thank you, Mr. Xiao.
Hearing Xiao Ming's words, all the girls showed surprised expressions.
Chen Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He coughed and walked awkwardly to Xiao Ming's side. Xiao Ming, you have a lot of those potions? Can you give me a bottle?
Oh. That potion is useless for people with special abilities. Xiao Ming gave him an amused look and instantly knew that Chen Feng must have asked for it on behalf of Gu Mingshuang.
Although Xiao Ming was originally planning to give a bottle to Gu Mingshuang, but since Chen Feng came forward, wouldn't it be unfair to himself if he didn't give him some benefits?
Chen Feng's face turned red, and he looked at Xiao Ming impatiently and said, "Just tell me whether you will give it to me or not." "Give it to me, of course, but only if you promise me that you will be my bodyguard for this month." Xiao Ming curled the corners of his mouth.
"Anyway, you will be mine in the future, so it's okay for you to be my bodyguard in advance, right?"
That's right. In Xiao Ming's heart, he has already decided to accept Chen Feng.
Impossible.
Chen Feng objected without thinking, looking at Xiao Ming with contempt.
You want me to be your bodyguard? Dream on. Xiao Ming shrugged indifferently. It's up to you.
Chen Feng gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Ming, who turned around.
He thought to himself, it's only a month anyway.
As long as he defeats Xiao Ming in a month, Shuanger should agree to marry him. Thinking of this, Chen Feng quickly said, "Okay, 1 month is enough.
Take it."
Xiao Ming smiled slightly, turned around and threw out a bottle of awakening potion. Chen Feng took it and looked at Xiao Ming in surprise.
Where did this guy come from?
Thinking of the time in the Gu family villa, when Xiao Ming waved his hand and more than 100 spirit stones appeared, his eyes suddenly widened.
Could it be that this guy has space-related abilities? But in this case, it would be extremely difficult for this guy to get promoted. Ha ha ha, I will definitely win.
Thinking of this, Chen Feng ran out of the house happily, came to Gu Mingxuang and handed her the potion in his hand.
Shuanger, drink it quickly. Gu Mingxuang took the potion and looked at it in surprise, then smiled at Xiaoming, who was walking out of the room, and said, Xiaoming, thank you. No.
Chen Feng was stunned, and hurriedly explained that this was what he had earned at the cost of 1 month. But Xiaoming smiled and took over the conversation. You're welcome. Chen Feng suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiaoming fiercely.
This guy is a good dog. Puff. Mei Yang next to him was immediately amused by Chen Feng's appearance. Lu Zihan also curled the corners of his mouth. Then, Gu Mingxuang couldn't wait to drink the potion. Everyone looked over expectantly.
Even Yi Mengyao was very curious about what kind of superpowers this sister would awaken. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response at all.
Gu Mingxuang looked at Xiaoming in confusion. Xiaoming, why is this useless? Xiaoming frowned deeply upon seeing this, and asked the system in his mind, System, is this bottle of potion expired?
Ding, the system product must be of high quality, and there is no such thing as expiration.
Then why didn't Gu Mingxuang use it? Ding, maybe Gu Mingxuang already has supernatural powers.
Hearing this, Xiaoming looked at Gu Mingxuang with a look of suspicion.
Already have superpowers? Indeed, this is the only explanation.
But Gu Mingxuang clearly doesn't have any special powers.
What's going on? Xiaoming, are you scaring me?
Chen Feng looked at Xiaoming coldly. Xiaoming frowned after hearing this. The potion is definitely real. As for why Gu Mingxuang hasn't awakened her superpowers, there is only one possibility: she already has superpowers.
How is that possible? I grew up with her, don't I know whether she has special abilities or not? Chen Feng said angrily. Gu Mingxuang also showed a look of disappointment.
For some reason, my father had let me eat red fruits and absorb spirit stones, but I just couldn't awaken my special powers.
Now even Xiaoming's awakening potion is useless. Thinking of this, Gu Mingxuang's mood suddenly dropped. Then I don't know.
Xiaoming said calmly.
Roar.
Just then, several roars were heard outside the yard.
Everyone looked over quickly.
I saw several hogs rushing in with their piglets. Lu Zihan, who had been silent, suddenly brightened up his eyes and immediately used his spiritual power to rush out.
Sizzle. Huff, huff.
The hog reacted quickly and dodged immediately, but the little pigs were not so lucky and were electrocuted by the strong electric current. This situation further aroused the anger of the pig. With red eyes, they launched an attack on Lu Zihan. Just when Shi Lang and others were about to step forward to help, Xiaoming hurriedly stopped them. He said to them calmly, Let Zihan go, she also needs to vent. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Mei Yang and Shi Lang stopped.
Yi Mengyao looked at Lu Zihan, who rushed into the herd of boars with a curious look.
She felt a sense of sadness from this girl who had never spoken much. She was even more curious about Xiaoming and his group. Although it seems that Xiaoming is the leader here, why do Chen Feng and Gu Mingxuang seem different? Seeing Lu Zihan's skillful dodging and sharp attacks, Xiaoming showed a look of astonishment.
She also learned martial arts?
Mei Yang nodded and said, Yes, I heard from Zihan that her father started to let her learn traditional martial arts when she was in elementary school. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. Well, martial artists with superpowers will be even more powerful. However, although Lu Zihan's attack power was very strong, martial arts also played a huge role. But there were 3 tusk boars in total. He still suffered serious injuries while dealing with it. Once, after being hit by a wild boar, a bloody hole was created in Lu Zihan's abdomen, and blood kept flowing out. Brother, let me go and help. Shi Lang said hurriedly. Shi Lang and others felt very sympathetic towards this girl who was younger than them. But Xiaoming looked at Lu Zihan, who was still gritting her teeth and fighting with the tusk boar, and said in a deep voice, Believe her. Just as Xiaoming finished speaking, Lu Zihan let out a delicate cry and stepped heavily on the head of a wild boar. A powerful electric current immediately filled the entire body of the wild boar. The wild boar trembled violently, then rolled its eyes and fell heavily to the ground. After dealing with one gorilla, facing 2 more gorillas rushing towards him, Lu Zihan endured the pain in his abdomen, stretched out 2 fingers, and directly stabbed into the eyeball of one of the gorillas. Roar! The boar only had time to let out a roar before being hit by the electric current the next second. However, after dealing with 2 of the hogs, Lu Zihan was no longer able to react to the last hog.
He was knocked out immediately. Boom!
The powerful impact caused Lu Zihan to fall to the ground and spit out blood. Looking at the boar with red eyes that continued to rush towards him. At the critical moment, Lu Zihan rolled over to avoid the attack, then swung a heavy punch at the side of the wild boar that had just passed by.
Boom!
Watching the last hog die, Lu Zihan suddenly collapsed to the ground, a look of joy in his eyes, and then he fainted.
Chapter 70. Go find something to eat by yourself. Meng Yao, come with me. I will take you away from Jingshan town and we will live a good life together.
While Xiao Ming and others were watching the fight between Lu Zihan and the Fang boar, Xiao Fei came to Yi Mengyao and spoke softly. No, brother Xiao Fei, I want to follow Mr. Xiao and will not leave.
Yi Mengyao shook her head firmly.
Mengyao, he is a devil who kills without blinking an eye.
Xiao Fei was anxious.
Brother Xiao Fei, if you say that to Mr. Xiao again, don't blame me for being angry. Yi Mengyao frowned her beautiful brows.
Okay, one day, you will regret it.
Xiao Fei glanced over and saw that the battle was over. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, Xiao Ming would attack him again. So he looked at Xiao Ming angrily, turned around, and jumped out of the courtyard wall. In fact, Xiao Ming noticed his actions, but was too lazy to pay attention. He is just a first-level psychic, but he doesn't take it seriously. At this time, he brought Mei Niang and others to the unconscious Lu Zihan.
Chen Feng sighed softly, very terrifying combat power, but the strength is still too weak. Chen Feng also admired Lu Zihan very much.
With the strength of the first level, he actually defeated 3 monsters of the same level at the same time.
Even he could not do that. Is her strength too weak?
Then I will let her improve her strength. Xiao Ming murmured to himself. A red fruit suddenly appeared in his hand.
Red fruit. Yi Mengyao and other girls immediately showed shocked expressions.
Although they had never seen something like the vermilion fruit, they recognized it immediately because of the spiritual energy it emanated from and its bright red color. Suddenly, their hearts were filled with longing to follow Xiao Ming. Not only does he have a potion that can awaken people, but he also has a natural treasure like the red fruit for his subordinates to eat. Only a fool would not cling to such a powerful asset. At this time, Yi Mengyao became even more determined.
I must follow Mr. Xiao. I will do whatever Mr. Xiao asks me to do. Even if that's the case, it's not impossible. After shyly glancing at Xiao Ming's handsome face, Yi Mengyao lowered her head. Ding, Yi Mengyao's loyalty plus 10. Current loyalty, 82.
After feeding Lu Zihan the red fruit, Xiao Ming just happened to hear the prompt sound from the system.
Oh? Did your loyalty increase after seeing me take out the vermilion fruit?
He chuckled in his heart, but he didn't mind.
It was good to have ideas.
Employees without ideas were more difficult to control.
As long as loyalty is improved, that's fine.
At this time, with the support of the powerful spiritual energy of the red fruit, Lu Zihan immediately woke up from his coma.
After waking up, Lu Zihan said nothing.
She felt the strong spiritual energy in her body and knew what had just happened without thinking. It must be that the elder brother gave himself a red fruit. She was the one who knew best that Xiao Ming had a lot of red fruits. Then, she immediately sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the red fruit by circulating her spiritual power diligently. Seeing Lu Zihan entering the state of cultivation, Xiao Ming looked at the crowd and said calmly, "Okay, let's rest here for a day. After going through so many things since coming here, the day is almost dawning." Xiao Ming saw that there were more than 10 draws to be held, so he might as well take advantage of this period to draw a prize.
And eat today's red fruit.
Thinking of this, Xiao Ming directly took out more than 10 bottles of awakening potions from the system space and handed them to Yi Mengyao. "Take these and help them awaken their abilities." Then he took out more than 10 red fruits and gave them to Mei Niang and Shi Lang. "Take a break and improve your cultivation." Seeing Xiao Ming taking out so many red fruits at once, everyone except Shi Lang and Mei Niang showed looks of shock and envy.
"Xiao Ming, where did you get so many red fruits? Also, how did you make these things? Do you have space-related abilities?"
Guming Shuang had recovered from her lost state at this time, and chased after Xiao Ming and asked. After all, she has become accustomed to not having superpowers.
"I won't tell you."
Xiao Ming walked into the house without looking back, found a room and closed the door. Guming Shuang stomped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do about Xiao Ming. Seeing that Xiao Ming did not give her the red fruit, Yi Mengyao felt a little disappointed.
Isn't my loyalty to Mr. Xiao enough? It seems that I still haven't got the right mindset.
She remembered what Xiao Ming told her, that he could feel her loyalty, and now that Xiao Ming did not give her the red fruit, it must be that her loyalty was not enough.
Ding, Yi Mengyao's loyalty +2. Yi Mengyao's current loyalty, 84.
At this moment, Xiao Ming, who had just entered the room, heard the system prompt again and was immediately stunned.
How come Yi Mengyao's loyalty increased without me doing anything?
Xiao Ming, who couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time, stopped thinking about it.
It wasn't a bad thing anyway. At this moment, at the door of a luxurious villa in Jingyang town, several embarrassed psychics were standing.
They were guarding the door, waiting for their second-in-command Zhou Yi to come out. They came here immediately after being chased away by Shi Lang. Originally I was going to look for the boss Sang Biao, but I heard that Sang Biao was out, so I had to look for Zhou Yi.
But they didn't dare knock on the door, for fear of disturbing Zhou Yi's nature. You know, Zhou Yi, like Sang Biao, likes women very much and sleeps with a different woman every night. The last time he disturbed Sang Biao's nature, the psychic was slapped to death. Crack.
When the door opened, several people immediately showed a look of surprise.
Brother Zhou, this is bad. Several strangers broke in, including a second-level mutant. Zhou Yi has an ordinary appearance, but is tall and thin.
He had just gotten up and was looking at the two of them with a somewhat annoyed look.
He's just a second-level psychic. Go, call 3 second-level experts and capture that guy for me. Several first-level psychics were pleasantly surprised. Okay, thank you, Brother Zhou. There are a few top-notch women among those people. Let's catch them for Brother Zhou to enjoy. Hearing this, Zhou Yi showed interest. Oh? Top quality? Not bad, go ahead, as soon as possible. Haha, okay.
After saying that, several psychics excitedly walked out of the villa to look for someone. At this time, Xiao Ming, who had been practicing for a while, came out of his state. He looked helplessly at Xiaolan, who crawled out of his pocket.
What's wrong?
Master, I feel suffocated staying in your pocket all the time.
I don't want to stay in your pocket anymore, and I haven't eaten for several days. Xiaolan looked at Xiao Ming with resentment. Ha!
Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment. Yes, although he fed Xiaolan red fruit every day, it seemed that he had never given it anything else to eat. Although the requirement for food will gradually decrease as one's strength increases, it is not yet possible to survive without eating.
Okay, then go out and find something to eat by yourself. Xiao Ming smiled. Xiaolan nodded excitedly. Okay, master, I'll go then.
After saying that, Xiaolan couldn't wait to jump out and rushed out of the window.
Chapter 71 Purple Thunder Spear.
Watching Xiaolan leave, Xiao Ming chuckled, and then said to the system, draw the lottery, draw them all. As Xiao Ming finished speaking, the reminder sound of extracting things kept coming from his mind. Red fruits, spirit stones, spirit liquids, and the like began to be extracted continuously. It seems that these three things are relatively easy to extract. But suddenly, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the second-level weapon, Purple Thunder. Xiao Ming quickly opened the system space and saw a domineering spear wrapped in electric current appear in front of him. Click on its introduction. Second-level Purple Thunder Spear, a Thunder attribute weapon that can double the holder's attack. Thunder attribute users can release Thunder arrays. Seeing this introduction, Xiao Ming was very happy and murmured to himself, this is very suitable for Zihan. Just as I thought of this, suddenly, a strong momentum came from the yard. Sizzle. Xiao Ming quickly opened the door and walked out. The girls who drank the awakening potion were in the living room, each with a painful expression on their face. Xiao Ming just took a look and came out of the yard. Immediately, one could see countless electric currents wrapped around Lu Zihan, and a powerful aura bursting out from her body. Just now, a breakthrough. Shen Feng stared at the scene in a daze. He did not expect that Lu Zihan's breakthrough was so fast. Zihan has broken through to the first level a while ago. The shu fruit that Big Brother gave her can definitely help her break through. Shi Lang explained with a smile. Shen Feng glanced at Xiao Ming and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Then he quickly shook his head. It was impossible. No matter how many red fruits he had, a 4 attribute mutant could not be promoted to the 4th level in just 1 month. At this moment, Lu Zihan's eyes suddenly opened. With her mouth slightly opened, she let out a loud shout, Thunder Flash. Sizzle. The next second, under everyone's gaze, Lu Zihan's figure flashed away, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of everyone.
Even Xiao Ming looked at Lu Zihan in surprise. You have learned a skill right after you were promoted to the second level?
Lu Zihan looked at Xiao Ming and smiled gently. Brother, I actually had some enlightenment in my mind when we were fighting just now. After the breakthrough, I immediately realized this skill.
Okay, good. In that case, I will give you another good thing. Xiao Ming laughed twice.
With a wave of his hand, a spear wrapped in electric current appeared in front of everyone.
What kind of weapon is this? It even has its own spiritual power. Chen Feng widened his eyes in shock.
That's right, he clearly felt that there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual power on this spear.
Thank you, big brother. I like it very much. Lu Zihan grabbed the purple thunder gun in surprise and looked at it carefully.
His eyes flickered as he looked at Xiao Ming, and his little face flushed.
Ding, Lu Zihan's loyalty +5. Lu Zihan's loyalty, 86.
Listening to the voice coming from his mind and seeing Lu Zihan finally smiling again, Xiao Ming also smiled with relief.
As long as you are happy. Xiao Ming's words made Lu Zihan's heart beat faster. He glanced at Xiao Ming inconspicuously and lowered his head. Just then, there were suddenly several loud laughs coming from the door. Ha ha ha, what a magical weapon. It belongs to my eldest brother.
After seeing the faces of several people, Yi Mingyao's face changed and she exclaimed, Sang Diao's people. Xiao Ming and the others also frowned deeply.
Ha, Yi Mengyao, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful.
The eyes of more than a dozen psychics who walked in from the opposite side lit up. Just now, Yi Mengyao washed off the traces of makeup on her face and found a piece of clothing that fit her. At this moment, she looked very fair and her beautiful face was displayed in front of everyone.
Ha, you guys are here again? I was just about to go look for you.
Xiao Ming looked coldly at the people who were let go by Shi Lang.
Yo who? Looking for us? With one of you at the second level and the other at the first level? Ha ha ha, stop making me laugh. The psychics on the opposite side looked at each other and laughed.
Seeing this, Xiao Ming was too lazy to talk to them and waved his hand impatiently. Come on, come up if you have the guts.
Oh, alright, let's see how arrogant you are in a while. Everyone, come on together. The leading second-level psychic was also angered by Xiao Ming's attitude and waved his hand impatiently.
The next second, more than 10 psychics on the opposite side all burst out with their momentum.
Boom boom boom. Colorful spiritual energy filled the entire yard.
Yi Mengyao, who had just become a first-level psychic, was frightened by this momentum and stepped back repeatedly, her pretty face turning pale. Seeing that the other party was about to rush over, Lu Zihan snorted coldly and swung the spear in his hand.
Thunder flash. Sizzle. The next second, he arrived directly in the middle of the crowd on the opposite side. Ah! With a sweeping shot, several first-level psychics were swept away by Lu Zihan.
A powerful electric current filled their bodies, causing them to tremble continuously on the ground and unable to get up.
Seeing this scene, the leading second-level psychic's face darkened and he waved his hand at Lu Zihan. Water cannon bombardment. Boom boom boom.
A series of water cannons fired at Lu Zihan. Other psychics also used their skills towards Xiao Ming and his companions.
Let's go together.
Looking at this scene, Xiao Ming said lightly. The next second, Mei Yang and Shi Lang rushed forward with countless skills.
Brutal charge. Hallucinogenic. Guming Xuan looked at Chen Feng who was not moving. Brother Feng, why don't you go up? They don't deserve it.
Chen Feng looked with disdain at the psychic on the opposite side, who was only at the second level in strength at most.
Tisk.
Guming Xuan rolled her eyes at Chen Feng.
At this moment, after feeling the aura of Mei Yang, the psychics on the opposite side exclaimed, Level 3? Not good.
The next second, countless pink halos enveloped them. Including the leading second-level psychic, all of them fell into a brief daze. Hurry up, I can't hold on for much longer. Controlling so many people, Mei Yang's expression seemed very difficult, and she kept releasing her spiritual power to create a hallucinogenic state.
Okay, watch my pulse punch.
Shi Lang laughed and prepared to use his own attack skills.
But there are people who are faster than him. With a delicate cry, Lu Zihan forcefully thrust the spear into the ground. Thunder array. Boom. Boom 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 boom.
Countless lightning bolts fell within a certain range around the spear. These psychics were blown away one by one with screams.
Fuck.
A bolt of lightning struck Shi Lang's feet, causing him severe pain.
Everyone looked at Lu Zihan in amazement as he stood in the crowd surrounded by lightning, and they felt that he looked very heroic. Chapter 72 Why is my belly so big? That's amazing, Zihan, have you mastered your second skill? Looking at the psychic screaming on the ground, Lang looked at Lu Zihan in surprise. Lu Zihan pulled out the purple thunder spear and shook his head in confusion. I don't know.
When I held the gun, this skill came to my mind naturally.
So magical? Lang looked at the spear in Lu Zihan's hand in shock. Chen Feng, Gu Mingxuang, and others also looked over in astonishment.
Mei and Yang thought thoughtfully of the divine fire 100 slashing sword that Xiao Ming had used at that time, and looked at Xiao Ming speculatively and asked, Xiao Ming, is this spear the same as your sword?
Well, Zihan, the name of this spear is Purple Thunder, treat it well.
Xiao Ming nodded with a smile.
Brother, I want it too.
Lang rushed over, hugged Xiao Ming and wailed. Yi Mengyao also looked at Xiao Ming expectantly. Chen Feng snorted coldly, it's useless, it's about the same as the attack strength of my own skills.
You're just jealous. I want it even if I'm not a superpower.
Gu Mingxuang rolled her eyes at Chen Feng speechlessly.
Don't worry, you will all have it in the future.
Xiao Ming pushed Lang away with a look of disgust.
Thank you, brother. Lang laughed excitedly.
Just then, a voice was heard.
Ahem, no, don't kill me.
Xiao Ming and the others quickly turned their heads to look over, and saw that while they were talking, Lu Zihan was holding a spear and walking up to several second-level psychics who were still alive.
Wait!
Xiao Ming shouted hurriedly.
Mengyao, are these people following Sang Biao voluntarily?
After hearing this, Yi Mengyao quickly looked at several second-level psychics. An angry expression appeared on her face. No, several of our sisters died in their hands.
Oh, then kill them all.
Xiao Ming said lightly.
No. If you kill us, Brother Biao won't let you go. Several second-level psychics screamed loudly.
But Lu Zihan's eyes turned cold, and as she swung the spear in her hand, several second-level psychics who had no power to resist on the ground splattered with blood and fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Seeing the countless bodies lying inside and outside the house, Xiao Ming frowned. Lang, throw all their bodies out. When Xiaolan comes back, we will set out to kill Sang Biao.
Okay.
At this time, a battle was taking place in a forest 5 kilometers away from here. I saw a bearded man with more than 20 first-level psychics under his command defeating the opposing team of more than 10 second-level psychics led by a third-level psychic. At this time, the third-level mutant was seriously injured and was supported by the people around him.
He looked at the bearded man in shock. Sang Biao, you are already the 4th level? Huang Shang, you guys in Yanglu town just wait. Once I dig out all these spirit stones, you will be dead, unless...
At this point, the bearded man laughed grimly, you surrender to me. After saying that, he picked up a spiritual stone from the ground. This is a spiritual stone mine, and the two parties are fighting for the mining rights here.
Dream on, you beast, you scum, you even harmed the people in your own town. Even if I, Huang Shang, die, I will never submit to you. Huang Shang gritted his teeth and looked at the complacent Sang Biao.
Sang Biao's face changed and he looked at Huang Shang coldly.
A single-handed attack. Brother!
Huang Shang's face changed drastically, and several second-level brothers around him shouted and quickly stood in front of him.
Boom! Puff!
Xiao Zhao, Xiao Ming! Huang Shang screamed when he saw the two psychics being knocked away.
He turned his head and looked at Sang Biao fiercely. Sang Biao, wait for me, let's go. After saying this, he left in embarrassment with his men. Watching them leave, Sang Biao's eyes turned cold. Boss, why don't we just kill him?
At this time, a younger brother stepped forward and asked.
Bang! Sang Biao slapped him and said angrily, do I need you to teach me?
If it weren't for me, all of you first-level trash would have died.
They are all at the 2nd level. If they go crazy, I won't be in any trouble either.
Sang Biao knew very well in his heart that he had just been promoted to the 4th level.
He hasn't even mastered the 4th level skills yet. There are so many 2nd level ones, not to mention Huang Shang, a peak 3rd level expert.
If a fight really breaks out, he will be in trouble if he leads these 1st level psychics.
Okay, you guys continue mining the spirit stone mines here, I'll go back first. Sang Biao waved his hand impatiently and was about to leave.
But at this moment, a roar of a monster suddenly came from the woods. The next second, to everyone's shock, a blue python more than 20 meters long appeared before their eyes.
A 4th level monster? Sang Biao's mood was shaken violently. The aura emanating from the opponent was obviously much stronger than his own.
It was obvious that he was a mid-4th level or even late 4th level monster.
With just one glance, Sang Biao knew he had to run.
The next second, he no longer cared about these subordinates with special powers, and directly mobilized all his spiritual power to run away.
Roar!
But his speed was still slow, and countless screams came from behind him. Then he was submerged by the waterspout and swept into the sky.
Boom!
With a loud bang, Sang Biao was blown away fiercely, his clothes were torn and blood was flowing everywhere. However, as a 4th level being, it was obviously not that easy for him to die.
As soon as he landed, he struggled to get up and ran away madly in a random direction.
Xiao Lan glanced at Sang Biao's fleeing figure with disdain. Looking down at the ground, a look of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. The huge head lowered and suddenly rushed towards the ground.
Boom!
There was a violent earthquake and rocks flying everywhere.
In just a few seconds, Xiao Lan's figure disappeared.
More than 10 minutes later, when Xiao Lan appeared again, her belly was bulging, as if it was filled with a lot of things. Satisfied, he returned in the direction where Xiao Ming was. At this time, Sang Biao was hiding in a corner of the woods in fear, looking in the direction he came from, with a very ferocious expression. Damn it, my spirit stone, how could there be a 4th level monster here?
That doesn't make sense.
In all the nearby towns and villages, the most powerful monsters are only at the peak of the 3rd order.
I've never fucking heard of a 4th order giant python. Breathing heavily, Sang Biao sat down cross-legged, intending to hide here to recover from his injuries first. Hey, Xiaolin, you're back. Why is your belly so big?
Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Lan in the yard in surprise.
Because Yi Mengyao and the other girls saw Xiao Lan for the first time, they were all trembling with fear and hid in the house, not daring to come out.
Xiao Lan looked at Xiao Ming and the others, smiled triumphantly, and opened her mouth wide.
Crash!
I saw countless spirit stones pouring out directly from Xiao Lan's mouth. Xiao Ming and the others opened their mouths in astonishment.
Chapter 73 Main Yang, you go first. Spirit stones. So many spirit stones. Gu Mingshuang opened her mouth in surprise.
A hint of shock also flashed through Chen Feng's mind. There are so many spirit stones, almost as many as in a spirit stone mine.
Could it be that this guy directly dug a spirit stone mine?
Thinking of this, Chen Feng's heart was shaken violently. If this is true, then now that Xiao Ming has this snake that can help him dig spirit stones, won't he never have to worry about having no spirit stones to use in the future? Looking at Xiao Ming, Chen Feng became more and more jealous.
Not bad.
Xiao Ming patted Xiao Lan's huge head affectionately, then looked at Yi Mengyao who was stunned on the side. Give each of them a spiritual stone, including yourself, and try to break through to the 1st level as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yi Mengyao nodded excitedly and looked at the giant python in front of her, shock still hard to conceal in her eyes. Although she didn't know how high the cultivation level of this giant python was, she could tell from the faint aura emanating from its body that its level was not low. Cautiously coming to Xiao Lan, and seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking, Yi Mengyao quickly took a few spirit stones and hid behind Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, he collected all the spirit stones into the system space. Now he also figured it out that people with space-related abilities should also have the skills to store space. Anyway, I already have 3 supernatural attributes now, so even if I have one more, it's no big deal. So Xiao Ming showed his abilities directly in front of everyone.
Okay, you guys stay here and practice well. I'm going to go find that guy Sang Biao.
Xiao Ming glanced at Yi Mengyao with a smile, then turned around and prepared to leave with Main Yang and others.
Wait, Mr. Xiao, Sang Biao is not so easy to deal with. Should we leave quickly before he comes over? Yi Mengyao said anxiously.
Xiao Ming frowned and turned to look at Yi Mengyao seriously. Seeing this, Yi Mengyao quickly explained, Mr. Xiao, I don't mean to disbelieve you. It's mainly because Sang Biao has many psychics under his command, and he and his best friend are all 3rd level psychics.
He's just a 3rd level psychic, what's the big deal?
Chen Feng sneered disdainfully. Yi Mengyao looked at Chen Feng speechlessly. Although she had known Xiao Ming and the others for a very short time, she could see that this guy particularly liked to pretend.
Thank you for your reminder, but it doesn't matter.
Your task is to lead those girls to practice well. Before I come back, all of you must break through to the 1st level.
Xiao Ming chuckled.
With spirit stones, it shouldn't be difficult to break through the 1st level.
Yes. Yi Mengyao lowered her head. Yeah.
Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction, then stretched out his hand to Xiaolan. Xiaolan. Whoosh! The water-attributed spiritual power in Xiaolan's body surged and instantly turned into a small snake as thick as a chopstick, which wrapped around Xiaoming's arm. Watching Xiaoming and the others leave, Yi Mengyao took a deep breath, turned around and walked into the house with more than 10 spirit stones.
Although Xiaoming looked very relaxed, Yi Mengyao was still very worried.
After all, Sang Biao has quite a few second-level psychics under his command. She was not sure about Xiaoming's strength, but the most powerful among Shirlang, Lu Zihan and others was Mei Yang, but she was only at the 3rd level. Xiaoming had already asked Yi Mengyao about the location of Sang Biao and his men's base.
It's in a hotel in a small town.
All the people with special abilities live there. There are people who are responsible for going to the city to buy the necessary supplies every day, and also selling the monsters they hunt. At this time, when Xiaoming and his companions arrived here, all the psychics had already discovered them. They surrounded us immediately. The leader was a sturdy man with a square face and particularly thick eyebrows. As soon as he came to Xiaoming's group, the sturdy man asked loudly, "Who are you?"
"We are here to find Sang Biao."
Xiaoming smiled slightly.
"Looking for our boss?"
The sturdy man frowned and glanced at Mei Yang, Gu Mingxuan and Lu Zihan behind Xiaoming, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
I thought to myself, could it be that this guy is seeking asylum and offering up beautiful women on purpose?
During this period of time, many ordinary people sought their protection, but since there was nothing good in return, they were too lazy to pay attention. When he heard that Xiaoming was looking for Sang Biao, he naturally thought of this. The other psychics around also looked at each other, and all of them looked at Mei Yang and the other girls with evil smiles.
"Xiaoming, their looks make me very uncomfortable."
Mei Yang approached and said with a frown. "Yes, Xiaoming, if anyone looked at me like this before, I would dig out his eyes."
Gu Mingxuan also looked unhappy. "Schwanger, do you want me to dig out their eyes right now?"
Chen Feng on the side said hurriedly. Gu Mingxuan rolled her eyes at Chen Feng and said, "I just said it casually." Chen Feng smiled awkwardly. The sturdy man ignored the women's whispers and looked at Xiaoming with a smile and said, "Okay, brother, the goods are good, but our boss is not here. How about I take you to see our second in command?"
"Don't worry, he can make the decision too."
Xiaoming pondered for a moment. In fact, he really wanted to rush in and charge straight in. However, thinking about the fact that many of them were forced to join Sang Biao, Xiaoming just wanted to recruit those people as his subordinates and absorb the first batch of talents into the force he established. If I rush in rashly, I might end up killing them all. Thinking of this, Xiaoming smiled and nodded at the sturdy man. "Okay, take us there."
Okay, then follow me up."
As he spoke, under the obscene gazes of the surrounding psychics, Xiaoming, with a few women, followed the burly man into the hotel. I took the elevator to the 8th floor of the hotel and stopped in front of a door with the name of the deputy general manager on it. This guy is quite interesting, he's the deputy general manager.
Gu Mingxuan chuckled disdainfully. "What do you know, little girl? Is our boss Joe any worse than those vice presidents who run companies?" The burly man looked at Gu Mingxuan with disdain, then said to Xiaoming,
"You guys wait outside, I'll go in and talk." After saying that, he knocked on the door.
"Come in." As the burly man entered, Gu Mingxuan looked at Xiaoming with dissatisfaction. "Xiaoming, can't we just fight our way in?"
"Okay." Xiaoming nodded with a smile. Since Sang Biao is not here, it would be a good idea to capture their second in command.
Gu Mingxuan was stunned for a moment.
She didn't expect Xiaoming to really agree.
"Mei Yang, you go first."
After saying that, Xiaoming stretched out one hand, and the divine fire 100 slashing sword instantly appeared in his hand. Looking at the long sword that had injured him, Jin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted.
He secretly exclaimed, "What a good knife." Chapter 74. Boy, you are finished. Bang! With Mei Yang's kick, the door was kicked open. "Who is it?" Zhou Yi inside looked over angrily.
The sturdy man was also startled and turned to look at Xiaoming and the others. He didn't expect that these people were so bold as to just barge in.
"Isn't this harming yourself?"
When Zhou Yi saw Mei Yang, his heart moved and he was immediately struck by her beauty.
When he saw Gu Mingxuan and Lu Zihan coming in from behind, the anger in his heart disappeared immediately.
Thinking about what his subordinates had just said to him, Zhou Yi looked at Xiaoming and laughed. "Brother, you are here to seek refuge, right?"
"I agree."
After saying that, he couldn't wait to show his wicked smile and walked towards Mei Yang and the other two girls.
3 beauties, let me have a taste first."
Seeing this, the sturdy man breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the second in command did not blame him. But immediately, his mood became tense again.
Mei Niang sneered and said, "Prepare to die." Hallucinogenic.
As a pink light enveloped him, Zhou Yi, who was confused, suddenly stood there in a daze.
Crack. Who are you? Feeling the aura of Mei Niang, a third-level psychic, and the dazed Zhou Yi, the sturdy man was immediately shocked. The next second, you have to open your mouth and call for help.
But Xiaoming's long knife was placed on Zhou Yi's neck, and the words that the strong man was about to shout out were immediately swallowed back. He looked at Xiaoming and the others in horror. At this moment, Zhou Yi struggled out of Mei Niang's control, looked at Xiaoming who was holding him by the neck, and said angrily, "Who are you?
What do you want to do?"
Although he was held at knife point, there was no sign of worry on his face. He sneered at Xiaoming and the others and said, "I advise you to let me go, otherwise."
Bang! Boy! Are you looking for death?
Zhou Yi glared at Xiaoming who slapped him on the head. Ever since the revival of spiritual energy and the awakening of my supernatural powers, no one has ever dared to treat me like this. Xiaoming chuckled and said calmly, "Tell your people to gather in the hall below."
"Humph, you are just looking for death."
Zhou Yi glanced at Xiaoming with disdain and did nothing. Xiaoming frowned when he saw this, a cold expression flashed in his eyes. He exerted a little force with the hand holding the knife, and a trickle of blood flowed out from Zhou Yi's neck. Feeling the stinging pain on his neck and the coldness of the knife, Zhou Yi finally felt fear. He pretended to be calm and looked at Xiaoming and said, "Okay, idiot, go get everyone to gather." The sturdy man looked at Zhou Yi anxiously, but those people who went to the city can't get back so quickly. Zhou Yi said angrily, "Just call the people in the town." This idiot called all the supernatural people in the town. Zhou Yi didn't believe that Xiaoming and his companions would dare to take action, unless they didn't want to walk out alive either. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi sneered in his heart. Xiaoming ignored his thoughts and watched the burly man run out of the office with a faint smile.
"Come on, let's go down too."
Then he pressed him downstairs.
"Brother, let me look after him." Lang came over with a smile. "No need."
Xiaoming shook his head indifferently. Looking at Xiaoming's back, Lang sighed enviously, "Hey, I just want to touch your knife, why is it so difficult?"
Hearing this, Lu Zihan looked at Xiaoming with even more gratitude.
Lang wanted to take it, but Xiaoming treasured it very much. However, Xiaoming gave himself the same weapon instead.
Could it be that Big Brother likes me? No, no.
Big Brother only has Sister Xia in his heart, Zihan, you must not let your imagination run wild.
Lu Zihan quickly shook his head, trying to get rid of the thoughts in his mind.
But the look he gave Xiaoming was filled with a hint of affection. A few people came downstairs, and the small hall was already surrounded by people with special abilities. After seeing their second in command being threatened, most of the psychics had anger on their faces. However, there are still a small number of people whose excitement on their faces is very suppressed. Xiaoming secretly looked at the expressions of these people and took note of those who showed a hint of excitement.
"Boy, let go of the second in command. Let go of the second in command." Following a few loud shouts, countless psychics released their aura and pressed forward towards Xiaoming and his companions. "Humph."
Mei Niang snorted coldly, and the momentum of the third-level psychic suddenly exploded, colliding with the oppressive momentum of many psychics.
Boom!
There was a crackling sound in the air.
Mei Niang alone blocked the momentum of all the superpowers.
Seeing this situation, there was an uproar on the other side, and everyone looked at Mei Niang with shock.
Level 3 mutant.
Seeing this situation, Zhou Yi snorted coldly and said loudly to his men, "You don't have to panic, it's just a third-level mutant. Brother Biao has already broken through to the 4th level.
When he comes back, these people will die." Level 4? Has Brother Biao already broken through to level 4? Ah, that's great.
Brother Biao has broken through to the 4th level. We can take over the surrounding towns.
Yeah, ha 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 ha.
Hearing Zhou Yi's words, everyone laughed excitedly. He no longer cared about Xiaoming and the others.
Zhou Yi is right, he is just a third-level psychic. The presence of so many first and second-level psychics alone could completely suppress her.
Not to mention that his boss has been promoted to the 4th level. Among the crowd of people with special abilities, there were some people whose excitement on their faces was now mixed with deep worry, but they were not willing to show it obviously.
Some of you were forced, I know all that.
Xiao Ming glanced at the many psychics opposite him and snorted coldly. Then he continued, I'll give you a chance now.
Stand by my side and I'll rescue you. Otherwise, you'll die with Sang Biao and the others. Ha ha ha.
Joey laughed loudly after hearing this and looked at Xiao Ming sarcastically. Boy, where do you get the confidence from to actually dream of killing a 4th level mutant?
Don't tell me you are also level 4. Ha 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 ha. This kid's aura is clearly that of a 2nd level guy. That is, a 2nd level psychic wants to kill a 4th level strongman? Is this kid crazy? Zhou Yi's words made the many psychics on the opposite side burst into laughter.
The expressions of those forced psychics showed a slight struggle on their faces, but after looking at Xiao Ming and the others, they just sighed heavily. Xiao Ming snorted coldly, knowing that they also did not believe in his ability. The next second, he was ready to let Xiaolan, who was coiled on top of his head, change into his original form. But at this moment, a cold voice came from the door.
Who broke into our Jingshan town while I was away?
Seeing the figure slowly walking in, all the psychics exclaimed with delight on their faces.
Brother Biao is here. Ha, that kid is dead.
Joey also looked at Xiao Ming with a smug look on his face and snorted, Boy, you're done.
You can't leave now even if you want to. Chapter 75, The Cowardly Sang Biao. Boom.
As soon as Joey said this, a strong momentum came from the side.
The next second, Shi Lang appeared beside Xiao Ming, and a punch containing spiritual power fell heavily on Zhou Yi's head. Fuck your uncle, I've tolerated you for a long time. Shi Lang said angrily. Asshole, you're looking for death.
Sang Biao, who had just come in, saw this scene and immediately roared angrily. He circulated his spiritual power and walked over with big strides.
Boom. The powerful aura of a 4th level psychic came overwhelmingly. Suddenly everyone around felt a huge pressure. Even Xiao Ming clenched his teeth tightly, and his legs trembled continuously under the pressure. Wow.
Suddenly, Xiao Ming felt a cool energy above his head, and he immediately felt that the pressure on his shoulders had disappeared.
Ha, look at them, they are so scared. Yeah, the boss is really powerful. His aura alone is enough to scare them to death.
The people around looked at Xiao Ming and his companions with gloomy faces and started to mock them loudly. But at this time, Zhou Yi, who had a knife against his neck by Xiao Ming, did not dare to resist, because he felt that the knife on his neck was pressing tighter.
It seems that as long as I move, my head will move. Ha!
At this moment, Sang Biao suddenly felt something unusual, as if his power was offset by some powerful energy. He looked at Xiao Ming in surprise and immediately his eyes widened. Looking at Xiao Lan above Xiao Ming's head, his lips began to tremble slightly.
How could it be this? Is it that 4th order giant python? How could it be on top of a human head? Could it be a monster raised by this human?
Thinking of this, Sang Biao looked at Xiao Ming with horror. Even his forward steps came to a halt. At this moment, Sang Biao's heart was filled with turmoil.
I quickly thought of a solution in my mind.
Thinking of the strength of the giant python, Sang Biao felt fear in his heart.
That means he is definitely about to advance to the 5th level.
At this time, Xiao Ming was also hesitating in his heart whether he should directly let Xiao Lan kill this guy. However, Xiao Ming was worried that the fight between the two would directly cause casualties among those psychics who were forced to join the Sang Biao forces. So, there was a brief stalemate at the scene.
Hey, what's going on? Why isn't the boss taking action? Yeah, what's going on?
At this moment, all the psychics on the opposite side were very confused when they saw Sang Biao standing there and suddenly stopped moving. Shi Lang and his companions all sneered at Sang Biao, whose forehead was covered in sweat. Shi Lang and the others all knew that Xiao Ming Xiaolan was a 4th level monster, and Chen Feng was also a 4th level psychic.
So they are not at all inferior to Sang Biao. You're so sad, right? Are you going to fight me or not?
If not, kneel down and kowtow to my big brother.
If my big brother is in a good mood, he might let you go.
Shi Lang looked at Sang Biao with a grim smile, and he said this deliberately to provoke Sang Biao. You know what, it feels really good for a 2nd level psychic to provoke a 4th level psychic.
Get lost. I think you are looking for death. Boss, let's go together and kill them. All the psychics looked at Shi Lang angrily. They felt strongly insulted.
But when he heard Shi Lang's words, Sang Biao's eyes suddenly lit up. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he knelt down in front of Xiao Ming.
What the hell? Are you serious? Shi Lang looked at the scene in astonishment.
He didn't expect that just one sentence from him would make Sang Biao kneel down. Not only did he not expect this, but no one expected this at this moment. Especially those psychics who had just been shouting, all looked at the scene in a daze.
Brother, let me go.
Sang Biao looked at Xiaolan above Xiaoming's head with cold sweat. Facing such a sad face, Xiaoming frowned in confusion.
Brother Feng? What's wrong with him? Did your aura leak out?
Gu Mingshuang was also very curious about this situation.
Chen Feng frowned and shook his head.
No, he can't possibly know that I'm a 4th level mutant.
That's strange.
Gu Mingshuang looked at Sang Biao on the ground thoughtfully, then looked at Xiaolan above Xiaoming's head, and her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she knew something. At this moment, the one who was even more desperate was Zhou Yi, who was being held back by Xiaoming's long sword. Looking at Sang Biao kneeling in front of him, Zhou Yi wished he could just cut his own neck. Just when Xiaoming was wondering whether this was a trick played by Sang Biao, Xiaolan's voice suddenly came into his mind.
Master, this guy is a coward. He ran away just because I scared him.
Xiaoming suddenly realized that this guy had seen Xiaolan. Don't tell me that you snatched all those spirit stones from this guy. Xiaoming said to Xiaolan with amusement in his heart.
Yes.
When I went there, this guy had just chased away a group of people. From what I heard from their conversation, it seemed like they were from a nearby town.
I couldn't stand this guy's arrogance, so I walked out.
Xiaolan said proudly.
Well, that's all thanks to you. But now Sang Biao is a problem.
Killing him directly will definitely cause him to resist, but keeping him alive won't work. Xiaoming looked at Sang Biao, who was kneeling in front of him, and was in deep thought.
He definitely didn't want to keep someone like Sang Biao. Hey, that's easy. As long as I lure him out alone, I can deal with him.
Xiaolan said indifferently.
Oh, that's right.
Xiaoming chuckled and looked at Sang Biao, who was kneeling in front of him, calmly. Go away.
Sang Biao was overjoyed after hearing this.
Although he felt sorry for the power he had built with great difficulty, his own life was still more important.
So he nodded repeatedly and stood up from the ground. I'm leaving now.
Having said that, he crawled out of the hotel.
Xiaolan, go.
Xiaoming chuckled and said to Xiaolan in his heart. After hearing this, Xiaolan quickly rushed out from over Xiaoming's head. At this moment, all the psychics in the hotel were stunned by the scene before them.
They could never figure out what happened to their boss.
Why are you so afraid of this young man in front of you?
Zhou Yi reacted and quickly shouted to Xiaoming, Brother, let me go, I won't dare to do it again.
Your boss has run away and you are being held at knife point.
What are you waiting for if not begging for mercy? Huh, you? Go to hell.
A fierce light flashed in Xiaoming's eyes, and he quickly put away the knife while speaking.
Puff.
Blood splattered, and Zhou Yi stared in front of his eyes as he saw his head and body separated.
Wow.
Following Xiaoming's action, there was an uproar at the scene, and all the psychics looked at Xiaoming in panic. Even those people with special abilities who were threatened by Sang Biao to join were worried.
But Xiaoming obviously wouldn't bother with them.
In the situation just now, it is understandable that these people are not clear about their own strength and dare not stand up.
So,
at this time, Xiaoming turned around and looked at the psychics with a smile. Now, all the psychics who were forced to join can stand up.
Chapter 76 Strange Monster.
Among the group of people with special abilities, many began to look at each other in bewilderment.
Lang shouted at them impatiently, What are you still hesitating about?
Those women in the village have been rescued by my eldest brother. Upon hearing this, someone immediately stood up and looked at Xiaoming with gratitude.
Sir, I'd like to follow you. Me too. Me too. I was forced to do this. I've wanted to kill that beast Sang Biao for a long time. With the first person joining, more and more people soon joined.
The faces of those psychics who voluntarily joined Sang Biao were very ugly at this time. I don't know who suddenly shouted, Brothers, fight them, let's rush out, otherwise he won't let us go. The next second, the crowd suddenly became chaotic, and many psychics began to attack their companions.
Boom boom boom. Ah!
Screams continued to be heard, and a large number of people with special abilities began to rush out of the hotel.
Get out!
Lang's face changed and he rushed out angrily, punching the psychic who launched the attack.
Xiaoming's face was also very gloomy.
I looked at the psychic who was taking the initiative to cause trouble, and just when he was about to rush out of the hotel, he quickly raised his hand and uttered 4 words lightly, entangled by thorns. Swish swish.
The next second, countless thorns suddenly emerged from the ground. All the troublemakers with special abilities will be entangled in it.
And those psychics who had just joined were all looking at this scene in panic. The next second, in front of everyone, Xiaoming coldly activated his second skill.
Flaming thorns. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions were heard, accompanied by screams and struggles.
Just as the flames were approaching everyone, Meng Yang quickly waved her hands to form a spiritual power shield, protecting everyone inside.
Boom! As countless explosions sounded, the entire first floor of the hotel was suddenly engulfed in flames. Let's go out,
Xiaoming said to everyone indifferently. Afterwards, under the protection of Meng Yang's spiritual power shield, several people came outside. At this time, most of the psychics who were not attacked by Xiaoming had also rushed out, looking at Xiaoming in horror.
There are quite a few second-level psychics among those psychics just now,
but they were all killed instantly by Xiaoming's attack. Only at this time did they realize that Xiaoming was so powerful.
With the same second-level cultivation level, he can kill so many second-level psychics in seconds. Moreover, it seems to have multiple attribute abilities. You don't have to look at me like that. You will be as powerful as me in the future.
Xiaoming chuckled at these psychics. After taking a quick look around, he found that there were only a dozen or so new psychics joining the scene. It is conceivable that most people actually joined the Sangbiao forces voluntarily.
Stone wave. Hey, brother, what's the matter? Shi Lang ran over with a smile.
Take these spirit stones and take them to meet up with Yi Mengyao. After saying that, Xiaoming waved his hand and handed Shi Lang more than 10 spirit stones.
Okay.
Shi Lang nodded, his eyes suddenly lit up.
He had a very good feeling that he should be the boss again.
His idea was correct. Just when he had put away the spirit stones and was about to take these newly joined psychics away, Xiaoming's words came from behind, "From now on, these people are handed over to you.
You are their captain. If anything happens, I'll ask for your help."
Shi Lang turned around and glanced at Xiaoming in surprise, patting his chest and assuring, "Brother, don't worry."
After saying that, he glared at the many anxious superpowers around him and shouted, "Did you all hear that? Pay more attention from now on. If anyone disobeys my orders, don't blame me for being ruthless."
Many people with special abilities looked at each other in bewilderment. Looking at Shi Lang's tough appearance, they suddenly felt very worried about their future. But he still followed Shi Lang silently.
"Xiaoming, what should we do next?"
Gu Mingxuang came over and looked at Xiaoming with a smile. Watching Xiaoming develop his power step by step, for some reason, Gu Mingxuang admired Xiaoming more and more.
"Let's talk about it after Xiaolan comes back,"
Xiaoming explained with a smile. Just as Xiaoming finished speaking, suddenly there was a loud noise nearby. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several people looked over quickly and saw Xiaolan's figure rushing out from a small alley beside the street. Feeling the heavy emotions coming from Xiaolan, Xiaoming's heart also sank.
Before Xiaolan could get close, Xiaoming asked, "Is there something wrong?"
Xiaolan shook her head gently, and after coming to Xiaoming's side, she said, "I have killed Sang Biao, but I suddenly felt that something was wrong with the monster in the forest next to us."
"Something's wrong? What does that mean?" Xiaoming frowned. What could be wrong with the monster?
After hearing this, Xiaolan's eyes flashed with doubt, and he gently shook the huge snake head. "I don't know either, but I feel that they seem to be very irritable."
"Really? Let's not talk about this for now and go back."
Hearing this, Xiaoming didn't take it seriously. After all, it is very normal for monsters to be irritable. Hearing Xiaoming say this, Xiaolan nodded and didn't care. Then the blue spiritual power surged and transformed into a small blue snake that wrapped around Xiaoming's shoulders. Then Xiaoming led a few people towards the villa where Yi Mengyao and others were. At this time, on the top of a nearby mountain, the cloaked man who had chased Xiaoming with Louis in Huarong City was quietly looking in the direction of the town below. In his hand he also held a small bottle filled with green liquid. He glanced at the small bottle, then muttered to himself, "I wonder what the results of this experiment will be. Let's experiment with these two towns." After saying that, he turned into a ball of black mist and quickly floated towards the town on the other side. Soon after he left, the roars of monsters were heard everywhere in the forest. The trees in the entire forest began to shake violently. It was as if there were countless monsters running around inside.
Boom, boom, boom.
Just when Xiaoming and his companions came not far from the villa, they suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting coming from the villa. Xiao Ming and his companions' expressions changed.
Let's go and take a look.
When he quickly arrived at the entrance of the villa, he saw Shi Lang, along with more than a dozen psychics he had just accepted, as well as Yi Mengyao and other women, fighting with a group of various monsters that came from nowhere.
Fortunately, these monsters are only first-level monsters. There are only 2 or 3 second-level monsters. Otherwise, Shi Lang and others would probably be wiped out. Seeing this, Xiao Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and said to Mei Yang and the others, "Let them solve it. This is a good opportunity to see their strength." After saying that, he frowned and looked at the monsters with scarlet eyes. But what's going on with these monsters? They really don't feel right. Chapter 77. I'll give you 2 tasks. Boom boom boom. The fighting continues. Most of Yi Mengyao and the others have not yet broken through to the first level, but what is surprising is that Yi Mengyao not only broke through to the first level, but also realized her own abilities. She just waved her hand at the group of monsters. Countless dark auras burst out, forming black evil flowers on the ground. The next second, the flowers exploded and dark energy shot out in all directions like needles. The range was very wide, and countless monsters were hit by Yi Mengyao's move. The monster's skin quickly lost its luster after being hit, and it fell to the ground, struggling violently. In just a short while, it had lost its breath of life. When facing a first-level monster, such a skill can basically kill it instantly. However, the second-level monsters were of little use, as they easily blocked this move. Seeing this, Xiao Ming took a deep breath and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He has found a treasure. He originally thought that with an ability attribute as powerful as the space-related ability, the promotion speed must be very slow. But I didn't expect Yi Mengyao to be promoted to the first level so quickly. You can imagine that she is very talented. But why can't I awaken my superpowers? This is a bit strange. She is very good and will definitely become a strong person in the future. Chen Feng said coldly, with a look of shock in his eyes as he looked at Yi Mengyao. Yeah. Mei Yang also nodded with a smile. As the battle went on, the monsters became fewer and fewer. However, even with the main attack of Shi Lang and Yi Mengyao, many psychics still suffered minor injuries. After all, there are too many monsters. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly, a roar came from the woods nearby. Then there was a noisy sound. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look, and their faces changed drastically. I saw countless monsters rushing out of the woods. Leading the group were several third-level monsters. There are also countless second-level monsters. It's over, we're done. I don't want to die. All the psychics that had just been subdued looked gloomy. The team of girls led by Yi Mengyao gritted their teeth and looked at the attacking monsters with firm eyes. Xiao Ming looked at the countless monsters rushing out of the woods one after another, his brows furrowed deeply. This situation is obviously wrong. Even if monsters wanted to attack human cities, they would not be so irrational. You know, animals that can evolve into monsters all have a certain level of intelligence. And as their levels get higher, their wisdom also increases. There must be something wrong. Xiao Ming muttered to himself. Just when all the psychics were falling into despair and watching these monsters attack them, Xiao Ming stood in front of them. At this time, a fiery red long sword appeared in Xiao Ming's hand. The rich fire attributed spiritual energy on the long sword continued to gather. Roar! When these monsters saw the humans standing in front of them, they roared and used their skills on Xiao Ming. All the psychics looked at the overwhelming skills and their hearts began to beat uncontrollably. Facing these skills at this moment, Xiao Ming looked very calm. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand, and just when these skills were about to come upon him, he swung it out with all his strength. A flaming blade light and the opponent's countless skills collided fiercely, making a huge roar. Boom! The strong wind wave directly blew Xiao Ming away. Xiao Ming! Mei Yang screamed and used her spiritual power to quickly come to Xiao Ming's side. Roar! Seeing the enemies in front of them being knocked away, all the monsters roared excitedly. And those first-level psychics who had just joined were even more desperate. They thought Xiao Ming was so powerful that he could actually scare Sang Biao away. Just as they were looking at Xiao Ming with complaining eyes, a roar came from Xiao Ming. Then, a strong blue light flashed. When everyone looked again, a giant blue python was coiled in front of Xiao Ming. The aura of the giant python was so oppressive that everyone was almost unable to breathe. Level 4. Level 4 monster. Could it be Mr. Zhao's? We are saved. Ah, we are saved. After being shocked, the psychics who had just joined showed excitement. No wonder it could scare away Sang Biao. With a 4th level monster as a pet, they really have nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, all the monsters were also shocked by Xiao Lan's momentum. Their pupils flashed scarlet and they wanted to retreat. But there seems to be a special force that makes them very irritable. Roar! In the next second, the leading 3rd level monster let out a loud roar and rushed towards Xiao Lan. The other monsters were also affected and all rushed over. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ming and others frowned deeply. Xiao Lan, kill them! Roar! Hearing Xiao Ming's order, Xiao Lan raised his head and roared, and a water tornado swept out. Directly submerge all the monsters in front. Boom! The huge water tornado directly swept all the monsters into the sky. Following a loud explosion, countless pieces of flesh and blood fell from the sky. Such a terrifying power. Many psychics stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes in shock. Even Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. He thought of how he had suffered from this tactic. Roar! All monsters below level 3 died. Only a few 3rd level monsters fell to the ground seriously injured and struggled to get up. However, Xiao Lan's huge body immediately flashed forward, and his big mouth directly swallowed a 3rd level monster. Xiao Ming glanced at the scarlet pupils of those 3rd level monsters. In fact, he also wanted to eat one to improve his skills. But when I think about the problems with these monsters, I really can't bring myself to do that. So he looked at Xiao Lan, who was eating with big mouthfuls, turned to Shi Lang and said, "Let's go in." After saying that, everyone entered the yard. I took a casual look and found that in just a few moments, most of the psychics were injured. The monster's condition at this time made Xiao Ming have a bad feeling. There are still too few people. After taking a look at the team, which now had only over 30 people in total, Xiao Ming sighed softly. However, the number of draws has accumulated to more than 100. Most of them were just added by Xiao Lan. You know, there were more than 100 monsters attacking just now. If they weren't all attacking him, he would have won more prizes. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming looked at these psychics and made a decision. With a wave of his hand, he took out 30 red fruits and handed them to Shi Lang. "Shi Lang, I have 2 tasks for you. Let them eat these red fruits and improve their strength as soon as possible." As he spoke, Xiao Ming pointed at the male psychics led by Shi Lang and the female psychics led by Yi Mengyao. Then he continued, "The second task is to send someone to see if there are any other forces nearby." Chapter 78, If talking nicely doesn't work, then fight. Okay. Shi Lang excitedly responded while holding a bunch of red fruits, then turned around and glared at the psychic behind him. "Come on, follow me back and practice well." At this moment, everyone was shocked when they saw the red fruit in Shi Lang's arms. Chen Feng's eyelids kept twitching. Unable to hold back any longer, he asked Xiao Ming in a deep voice, "Xiao Ming, how many red fruits do you have left?" "Oh, you want it? Fine, unless you become my subordinate, I promise to let you eat as much red fruit as you want." Xiao Ming chuckled. "Humph, you're dreaming." Chen Feng sneered. However, he was still very jealous of Xiao Ming. I felt even more surprised and shocked. It is very difficult for others to find a zhu fruit. How can Xiao Ming take out so many zhu fruits so easily? It's up to you. Xiao Ming shrugged indifferently. Then his expression turned serious. He looked at everyone and said, "What do you think of the monsters in this mountain?" After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Mei Niang thought for a while, then looked up at Xiao Ming solemnly and said, "I feel like these monsters are poisoned." Poisoned? Everyone looked at Mei Niang in confusion. Mei Niang nodded and said hesitantly, "Actually, I'm not sure, but their condition is very much like they have been poisoned by a mental toxin. That's why he seems so irritable and angry." After hearing this, Xiao Ming thought about it, looked up at everyone and said, "We can't worry about so much now. Everyone should work hard to improve their cultivation." "Mei Niang, do you still have any red fruits?" "Yeah." Mei Niang nodded. "That's all. You and Shi Lang will be promoted soon. Especially you, get promoted to level 4 as soon as possible. That way we will be safer." Xiao Ming looked at Mei Niang seriously and said, "Good. Well, everyone, go and rest, and be careful of the monsters around you." After giving instructions, Xiao Ming asked everyone to disperse. After a while, Shi Lang ran over. "Brother, I just asked those bastards, and it turns out there is a force in Yanglu town next to Jingshan town. Oh? Well, now there is a problem with the monsters in the forest. Let's go there and see if we can get them to unite with us. Otherwise, I'm worried that we won't be able to stay here any longer," Xiao Ming said in a deep voice. At this moment, the roars of monsters continued to be heard from the mountains, making Xiao Ming more and more annoyed. He was worried that if all the monsters in the mountains fell into this state, even Xiao Lan would not be able to stop the attack of the beast tide. "Okay." Shi Lang nodded after hearing this. "Well, you go and call a few people out, and the rest will stay here to guard against the attacks of monsters," Xiao Ming said after thinking for a while. "Okay." Watching Shi Lang run in, Xiao Ming thought for a moment. He took Xiao Lan away, leaving Ming Yang and Shen Feng alone, which can be considered as high-end combat capability. Even if the poison monster appears again, he can lead everyone away safely. After a while, Shi Lang was seen coming out with several first-level psychics. Xiao Ming chuckled and stood up. "Have you explained everything?" "I've explained everything." Shi Lang patted his chest. "Well, let's set off. You lead the way." Xiao Ming looked at several first-level psychics. They are familiar with this place, and they must be very clear about the location of the force in Yanlu Town. If we take them with us, Shi Lang and I won't have to look for them everywhere in Yanlu Town. The group walked very fast. In just half an hour, they crossed several hills and arrived at Yanlu Town, which was not far away. However, when he climbed over the hill, Xiao Ming felt a growing sense of urgency. Because he found that there were very few conscious monsters on the road. Most of the monsters have their minds taken over by violence. "Mr. Xiao, the town below is Yanglu. Huang Sheng's power is in the former government office in the center of the town." At this time, a first-level psychic pointed at Yanglu Town at the foot of the mountain and said, "Well, let's go." Along the way, we encountered some low-level monsters. Xiao Ming directly let Shi Lang and the others deal with the problem, which would also help to train their combat capabilities. Soon, they arrived near the Yanglu Town Yamen. As soon as they arrived here, Xiao Ming and his companions were discovered. Immediately, several armed psychics stepped forward and looked at Xiao Ming and his companions warily and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" As they spoke, they pointed all their weapons at Xiao Ming and his companions, and it looked like they would start a fight if they disagreed. "Bastard!" Shi Lang roared and was about to take action. But he was immediately stopped by Xiao Ming. With a light laugh, Xiao Ming bowed to the people in front of him and said, "I'm from Jingshan Town nearby. I heard that there is a group of supernatural beings here, so I want to come and pay a visit and discuss some things." "From Jingshan Town?" Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, the faces of several psychics suddenly changed. He slowly stepped back a few steps, then shouted loudly to the government office, "Brothers, come out. Sang Biao has sent someone here." Alpaca. Shi Lang couldn't help it anymore, and even Xiao Ming didn't have time to react. He instantly flashed in front of several psychics. He circulated his spiritual power and threw a punch. Boom! Puff! The powerful attack force directly knocked several people away. "Shi Lang, stop it." Xiao Ming held his forehead with his hand in pain. Kid, I'm not Sang Biao's man, he's not worthy." Shi Lang snorted coldly and glared at the several psychics lying on the ground. At this moment, countless people with special abilities rushed out of the yamen. The leader was an ordinary-looking young man in his 30s. "Kill! Kill them! If they dare to touch our brothers, I will fight them to the death." Facing the shouting of the superpowers on the opposite side, Shi Lang snorted coldly, rolled up his sleeves and glared, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." When the several first-level psychics brought by Shi Lang saw this situation, they gathered together in fear and watched in silence. Just when the two sides were about to clash, the young man leading the opposite side took one look at his companion who had fallen to the ground and was being helped up, and an angry look appeared on his face. But he immediately held back and looked at Xiao Ming coldly. He knew that Xiao Ming should be the leader of these people. "Brother, I don't recognize you. What did Sang Biao send you here for? You should be Huang Sheng, right?" "My name is Xiao Ming, and I have nothing to do with Sang Biao. I came here this time because I want to discuss something with you," Xiao Ming said with a chuckle. "Brother Shang, stop talking nonsense with them. If they hurt Tian Bo and the others, they must be enemies." "That's right, Brother Shang." Listening to his men's words, Huang Sheng hesitated. After taking a look at Xiao Ming and the others, he became ruthless and was about to give the order to take action.
After Xiao Ming finished speaking, he observed the other person carefully, and the cruel look in his eyes was clearly caught by Xiao Ming.
It seems that talking nicely is no longer effective, so let us fight.
Xiao Ming smiled in his heart and gently touched Xiao Lan, who was coiled on his shoulder. Xiao Lan looked at Xiao Ming helplessly. Just when Huang Shang was about to give the order to attack Xiao Ming and his men, suddenly, a strong momentum burst out from Xiao Ming's body.
Boom!
The powerful pressure forced Huang Shang and others to retreat continuously, and they all looked at Xiao Ming in shock.
Chapter 79. I'm doing this for your own good. Fourth level monster.
Huang Shang looked at the little snake standing on Xiao Ming's shoulder in shock. He clearly felt that the pressure was coming from the little snake.
What?
The psychics around looked over in shock when they heard Huang Shang's words. They knew that the other party was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong that he even had a fourth-level monster as a pet.
Wouldn't he be even stronger then?
At this time, Xiao Ming did not release his aura, but just looked at Huang Shang with a faint smile, giving people a very mysterious feeling.
Ha, are you scared? Are you going up or not?
Shi Lang said with a proud laugh. All the psychics on the opposite side looked at Shi Lang angrily, but facing such pressure, they did not dare to speak and turned to look at Huang Shang.
Huang Shang took a deep breath and thought quickly in his mind. Judging from the strength shown by the opponent now, he is definitely not Sang Biao's subordinate. But I haven't heard that Gingshan town has any other strengths?
Thinking of this, Huang Shang pretended to be calm and bowed to Xiao Ming. I don't know your name, brother. I don't think I have heard of a person like you in Jingshan town.
You haven't heard of normal. My name is Xiao Ming. I just came here not long ago.
As for the Sang Biao you mentioned, he has been killed by me. Xiao Ming said lightly.
Hiss.
As soon as Xiao Ming finished speaking, there was a sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air.
Sang Biao was killed? Didn't he just advance to the 4th rank? Could it be that his monster is more powerful than Sang Biao?
It should be true, otherwise Sang Biao wouldn't let such a master stay. Everyone looked at Xiao Ming in shock. Seeing this, Xiao Ming waved his hand impatiently. Alright, I came here with no ill intentions.
I want to discuss something with you. Can I go in and talk now?
Huang Shang reacted quickly, stepped aside to make room for him, and gestured, please come in. Following Huang Shang's actions, the psychics on the opposite side made way for him. Xiao Ming chuckled and walked inside with Shi Lang and others. Looking at the backs of Xiao Ming and his companions, several of the younger brothers immediately came to Huang Shang's ear and whispered, Brother Shang, are we just going to let them in?
Are they trying to annex us like Sang Biao? Yes, Brother Shang, we are willing to follow you. We don't want to be swallowed up.
Hearing his subordinate's words, Huang Shang frowned slightly. He was also unsure about the arrival of Xiao Ming and others.
We'll act according to the circumstances, but don't worry, I won't abandon you.
Huang Shang said after glancing at everyone present.
That's good, thank you Brother Shang.
After hearing Huang Shang's words, all the psychics breathed a sigh of relief.
Come on, let's go in. Came to the reception hall of the Yamen.
As he walked along, Xiao Ming discovered that the management here was very relaxed. There are even quite a few couples and the elderly, the weak and the disabled.
There were also many children playing and fighting in the yard. The situation is completely different from Sang Biao's.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming felt a little admiration for Huang Shang. After the revival of spiritual energy, he gained powerful strength and at the same time was able to control his own state of mind and not use his abilities to oppress others. This was already a very difficult thing. What's more, the people in the town were gathered together for protection. After both parties sat down, someone immediately came to pour hot tea for Xiao Ming and others. After dismissing the extra people, Huang Shang looked at Xiao Ming with a smile. I am sorry for offending you just now.
It was mainly because Sang Biao did evil things.
I have wanted to deal with him for a long time, but unfortunately, I am not strong enough. Having said that, Huang Shang sighed softly.
Don't be modest. Since your strength can't be improved, you should distribute the resources to them, right?
Xiao Ming smiled faintly and glanced at the several second-level psychics in the reception room.
You know, there aren't many second-level psychics in Sang Biao's camp. Just now outside, Xiao Ming only took a look and felt the aura of more than 20 second-level psychics. After hearing Xiao Ming's words, these second-level psychics all showed grateful looks towards Huang Shang.
Huang Shang smiled and waved his hand indifferently. Let's not talk about that.
I wonder if Brother Xiao came here to discuss something with us.
Hearing the other party asking directly, Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and decided to speak frankly.
I plan to unite our two forces. What? Impossible. That's right. We won't unite with you. Just give up on this idea. Get lost, you are not welcome here.
As soon as Xiaoming finished speaking, all the second-level psychics present looked at him angrily. Even Huangshang's face darkened, and he said coldly to Xiaoming, Xiaoming, there is no need to talk about the alliance.
If you are here as a guest, we welcome you. If you have nothing else to do, please go back. Bang! Suddenly, Shi Lang slammed the table and stood up angrily. What do you mean?
I tell you, my brother is doing this for your own good.
Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Thank you.
That's right, the alliance is for our own good, I believed you.
The psychics on the opposite side looked at the angry Shi Lang and burst into laughter.
Huangshang also glanced at Shi Lang coldly, and then said to Xiaoming, Xiaoming, please leave.
If you want your monster to attack us, we will not sit still and wait for death. Mr. Huang, what my subordinates said is right. The alliance is indeed for the good of everyone.
Xiaoming looked at Huangshang solemnly.
Ha ha ha.
Huangshang was so angry at Xiaoming's words that he laughed.
Then he looked at Xiaoming coldly and said, Okay, then please tell me how to do good for everyone?
Seeing this, Xiaoming knew that he had no choice but to tell others about the monster's violent behavior. So, he started to tell what happened today, and especially emphasized that when he just came here, there were very few awake monsters on the mountain.
He estimated that a beast tide could occur at any time. Now you understand the seriousness of the matter, right?
Shi Lang said coldly to the psychic opposite him. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Huangshang and the others looked at each other in surprise. Then they all burst into laughter. Xiaoming frowned deeply when he saw this.
Huangshang's face returned to calmness. He looked at Xiaoming calmly and said, Xiaoming, you should go back. We will not unite.
You guys, do you want those people outside to be buried with you? Shi Lang said angrily, looking at Huangshang.
Okay, let's go.
Xiaoming glanced at Huangshang indifferently, stood up and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Shi Lang glared at Huangshang and the others fiercely, don't regret it later. After saying that, he quickly followed.
After they left, several second-level psychics surrounded them.
He looked at Huangshang with a smile and said, Brother Shang, this is very interesting. We have lived here since we were young. Even after the spiritual energy has revived, we are very familiar with the monsters around us.
How could they riot? Poisoned? That's hilarious. What kind of poison? There are no rare plants on the mountain except trees and grass.
Huangshang smiled after hearing this, thought for a moment, and said to them, but we can't let our guard down.
Yu Qian, go to the mountain and take a look. Chapter 80. I want to break through to the third level. Yu Qian nodded impatiently after hearing this, okay. After saying that, he slowly walked out of the yamen. Brother Shang, what about Xiaoming and the others? After Yu Qian left, another psychic looked at Huangshang worriedly and said. Huangshang hesitated for a moment and said, I don't think Xiaoming is a heinous person. Let's ignore him for now. Are those ordinary people still unwilling to go to the city?
Hearing Huangshang's question, the psychic sighed and nodded, yes, there is no one they are familiar with in the city, so they are willing to follow you.
Oh. Huangshang sighed after hearing this.
He also wanted to protect all the villagers, but now that the spiritual energy has revived, the monsters are becoming stronger and stronger.
He really didn't know how long he could protect them. Brother, are we just leaving like this?
If it were up to me, we should just beat those ungrateful people into submission.
Shi Lang said unhappily on the way.
Xiaoming glanced at him unhappily, don't hit me for no reason.
Huangshang is a good man. I don't want to hit him unless it's absolutely necessary. What should we do? If the monsters on the mountain start a riot, those ordinary people will surely be killed.
Shi Lang sighed when he thought of the ordinary people he had just seen in the yard. After hearing this, Xiaoming pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. If Huangshang is smart, he should send someone to check the mountain.
Let's go back first and bring our people to Yanlu town. Brother, what you mean is?
After hearing this, Shi Lang immediately understood what Xiaoming meant.
Well, since they don't believe us, the town is so big, they can't refuse to let us stay, right?
Xiaoming chuckled and continued, bring our people here and find a few houses at the east end for us to stay in.
Hee, I get it. Shi Lang grinned.
Afterwards, they returned along the same path. On the way back, Xiaoming earned more than 10 lottery tickets. To date, there have been more than 100 draws. However, Xiaoming was not in a hurry to draw the lottery. After all, he still had some red fruits, spirit stones, and other resources. What was more important now was to resist the attack of the beast tide. Yes, Xiaoming had a premonition that it would not be long before a large-scale tide of beasts would arrive. Before coming here, Xiaoming had made plans. At worst, he would just take his people and leave Jingshan town. However, after seeing the situation inside the Yanglu town yamen, Xiaoming changed his mind. Huang Shang is a good person, and there are many ordinary people among them. After the revival of spiritual energy, such good people have become extremely rare. Even Xiaoming himself knows that he has become different from before. So, he decided to help Huang Shang. Hey, Xiaoli, you've grown bigger again. Brother Qian, you are so annoying. Didn't Brother Shang ask you to go to the mountain to take a look? At this time, in a small alley in Yanglu town, Yu Qian and a woman with a better-looking face were dressed in tattered clothes. Xiaoli's words made Yu Qian feel bad all of a sudden. He said with a straight face, "What the hell, I don't know what Brother Shang is thinking. He believes what a few strangers say. We grew up here since we were young. Aren't we familiar with this place? How could the monster be poisoned? Where did the poison come from?" Yu Qian sneered at what Xiaoming said at that time. That being said, Brother Shang has given the order, so it would be a shame not to go and take a look, right? Xiaoli said hesitantly. No, okay, I'll go back and report, and then I'll come to see you in the evening. As he said that, Yu Qian lifted Xiaoli's chin ambiguously. Xiaoli slapped Yu Qian shyly, hateful. Ah, then I'm leaving. Afterwards, Yu Qian returned to the yamen again. As soon as I arrived in the yard, I saw the psychic who went to the city to buy supplies coming back, and Huang Xingzhang and a group of ordinary people were checking the supplies they bought this time. Yu Qian saw this and hurried forward. Brother Shang, I checked, there is nothing wrong with the mountain. Huang Shang glanced at him and nodded, well, that's good. At this moment, he began to doubt Xiaoming's motives for saying these words. If nothing is wrong, then why did Xiaoming say this? Does he really want to annex us? That's not right. According to the strength he has shown, if he wants to annex us, he can just come directly. Why bother with this? Huang Shang couldn't figure it out, so he waved at the psychics who were buying supplies. Okay, distribute them all, and have a good meal tonight. Good. Thank you, Brother Shang. Thank you, Uncle Shang. Looking at the smiling faces of the children, Huang Shang's heart was filled with satisfaction and his sense of responsibility became heavier. In the afternoon, Xiaoming brought Main Yang and the others to Yanlu town. We chose a few houses at the east end of the town and settled down there. After settling everything, Xiaoming's brows furrowed even deeper. When he just came over, he clearly felt that those mad monsters were slowly gathering towards Yanlu town. Thinking of this, Xiaoming called Yi Mengyao over. Mr. Xiao. Yi Mengyao stood respectfully in front of Xiaoming, looking at him with her bright big eyes blinking. Go to the yamen, find Huang Shang, and tell him to be alert at night. I think those monsters will launch an attack at night. Xiaoming looked at Yi Mengyao seriously and said. Yes. Yi Mengyao nodded, turned around and walked out of the room with brisk steps. Watching Yi Mengyao leave, Xiaoming took a deep breath and muttered to himself, I also need to improve my strength as soon as possible. System, draw a lottery. As Xiaoming finished speaking, the sound of the lottery began to come into his mind. Most of them are resources such as red fruits, spirit stones, and spirit liquids. Only a handful of weapons, equipment, and more. However, Xiaoming did not go to see it. Now those things were not rare to Xiaoming. The lottery lasted for half an hour. After the sound of the lottery ended, Xiaoming finally opened the system space to check. Suddenly, I was attracted by something inside. Bazooka? Xiaoming's eyes widened slightly, and he quickly clicked on the properties of the rocket launcher. Super Laser Bazooka, the Spirit Stone is used as a power source to launch lasers. The maximum attack strength that can be launched is beyond the 4th level. However, after launching the maximum attack strength, the bazooka will break. When Xiaoming saw the introduction of the rocket launcher, his heart began to beat violently. Oh shit, that is so powerful, a super laser bazooka. What surprised Xiaoming even more was that spirit stones appeared as things with kinetic energy. Will there be such things in the future? Thinking of this, he was full of expectations for the future. Then, suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiaoming took out a few red fruits and took a deep breath.
Today, I want to break through to the third level. Chapter 81, I have delivered my message. I am leaving now. What a beautiful lady. Where did this little girl come from? She's so beautiful. When Yi Mengyao arrived at the yamen, countless people with special abilities and ordinary people looked over and exclaimed in amazement. Yi Mengyao had a cold look on her face. She was wearing a black gauze skirt that she got from nowhere. She swayed gracefully as she walked, like a black rose. Ever since the last incident, Yi Mengyao only appeared timid in front of Xiaoming. In front of outsiders, she usually looked cold. She is also very strict with the girls under her supervision. In just one day, those girls under her management broke through to the first level and even comprehended their own skills. Although it is inseparable from Zhuguo's help, it is also inseparable from her management. During the day, as long as she had nothing to do, she would let the girls practice hard and absorb the spiritual energy from the red fruit in their bodies. As long as there are people with special abilities who break through to the first level, they will be immediately taken to find monsters nearby and learn their skills through battle. Hello, who are you looking for? The moment Yu Qian saw Yi Mengyao, he was shocked by her beauty and a greedy look flashed in his eyes. Then he walked forward with a smile that he thought was handsome and asked. Yi Mengyao glanced at him calmly and said, I'm looking for your leader, Huang Shang. After hearing this, Yu Qian felt a little jealous, but on the surface, she put on a bright smile and said, Brother Shang is inside, beautiful lady, please come in. Yi Mengyao just glanced at him indifferently, then walked towards an office in front. Looking at Yi Mengyao's swaying figure and pure face, Yu Qian's heart was pounding. After hesitating for a moment, he hurriedly followed her. Hello, I'm Huang Shang. What can I do for you? Huang Shang actually heard the noise outside just now. When he saw Yi Mengyao, his eyes lit up, but he immediately calmed down and asked in confusion. I am a subordinate of Mr. Xiao Mingxiao. Mr. Xiao asked me to tell you that you should be alert in the next few days, especially at night. Mr. Xiao estimates that there will be a small-scale monster attack. Yi Mengyao bowed and slowly stated the purpose of her visit. Hearing this, Huang Shang's face suddenly turned gloomy. This again. Yu Qian, who had just walked in, was even more unhappy. Damn, such a beautiful girl turned out to be that guy's subordinate. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up, looked at Huang Shang and said, Brother Shang, I just got the news that Xiao Ming and his men have come to our town and are staying at the East End. How many people? Huang Shang asked in a deep voice. About 30 people. Well, I understand. Huang Shang nodded and looked at Yi Mengyao with a cold expression. Miss, I don't know what your master means? You broke into our territory without our permission. Is that okay? This is none of my business. Sir, he naturally has his own plans. Now that I've conveyed my message, I'll leave. Yi Mengyao said calmly. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. But when she reached the door, she paused, turned her back to the two of them and said softly, even if it's not for yourself, for the sake of the people, you should choose to believe in me, sir. After saying that, he walked out of the office without looking back. Yi Mengyao's words made Huang Shang fall into deep thought. Yu Qian saw this and quickly said to Huang Shang, Brother Shang, I have to go out for something. Seeing Huang Shang waving his hand, Yu Qian immediately ran out of the town government office. When I came outside, I finally saw Yi Mengyao walking towards the east end of the town. His heartbeat quickened again, and he knew that this was love. It was the first time that he had such a feeling when seeing a girl. I secretly swore in my heart that I must get her. Thinking of this, he hurriedly chased after her and stopped beside Yi Mengyao. Miss, I haven't asked you yet, what's your name? Seeing Yi Mengyao looking at him coldly without saying anything, Yu Qian suddenly realized and said quickly, Oh, by the way, my name is Yu Qian, I am 23 years old, and I am a second-level water-type ability user. As he spoke, Yu Qian showed a smug look on his face. However, in response to Yu Qian's self-introduction, Yi Mengyao just glanced at him indifferently and then walked past Yu Qian. A fragrant breeze blew by, and Yu Qian took a deep breath intoxicatedly, but his face did not look very good. Ever since the revival of spiritual energy, I don't know how many girls want to be my girlfriend because of my identity as a supernatural being. I didn't expect that the first time I took the initiative to strike up a conversation, she ignored me. This makes the front face dull. Looking at Yi Mengyao's back, his eyes became sinister. He murmured to himself, Xiao Ming, right? Don't you care about ordinary people? Don't you want to stay in Yanlu town? I won't let you have your way. In Yu Qian's mind,
Xiaoming repeatedly sent people to tell Huang Sheng to be careful and vigilant against monsters.
Isn't he just like Huang Sheng, who cares about the lives of ordinary people?
Yu Qian was very disdainful of such behavior. After standing there and thinking for a while, Yu Qian turned around and walked back into the town government office, where he found Xiaoli, who was preparing dinner with a group of women.
Xiaoli, call all the people to gather outside. I have something to say to them. Including the children, bring them too. Xiaoli looked at him doubtfully. Brother Qian, what's the matter? Yu Qian glared at him and said, just go when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much?
After saying that, Yu Qian turned around and walked out of the kitchen. Seeing this, Xiaoli curled her lips in disdain. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the base and his strength was only slightly weaker than Huang Sheng, she would not bother to be with Yu Qian.
However, facing the previous instructions, she did not dare to delay. Immediately call out all the ordinary people in the base. Although other psychics were very curious about where they were going. However, seeing that they were only outside the town government office and Yu Qian was there, he did not pay any more attention to them. Looking at these ordinary people, Yu Qian felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart. However, when he thought of his purpose, he sneered in his heart and spoke to these puzzled people with a smile on his face. You know those young men who came to our base this morning, right? The leader is called Xiaoming. Seeing that the people around him were just listening quietly with curious eyes, Yu Qian spoke again. I won't waste my words with you. He wants to annex our forces and has already come to town, just to the east. Moreover, he is very powerful and even has a 4th-level monster as a pet. You don't want Brother Sheng to be driven away or even defeated by that guy, do you? Having said that, Yu Qian stopped and looked at everyone. Hearing Yu Qian's words, everyone showed an angry look. No, of course not, we just want to follow Brother Sheng. Yes, Huang Sheng is a very good kid. I just want to follow him. I like Brother Huang Sheng, too. Looking at the indignation of the crowd, Yu Qian curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. Okay, but Brother Sheng can't face him directly. After all, he is too strong. But he also cares a lot about what ordinary people think, so this time I'm going to rely on you. Yu Qian's words immediately received a warm response. Yu Qian, tell us what you want us to do. That's right, let's put it bluntly. As long as Brother Sheng continues to lead us, we are willing to do anything. Okay, then let's set off now and head to the east to drive Xiaoming and the others out of Yanlu town. Yu Qian said with a smile. Chapter 82, Get Back. Boom. Just when Xiaoming was practicing in the room, suddenly 2 auras burst out from the side. He quickly opened his eyes and felt it for a while, and a smile appeared on Xiaoming's lips. He got up and walked out of the room. Sure enough, I saw Guming Shuang and others standing outside excitedly. Main Yang, you're already at level 4, so impressive. Guming Shuang was excited and looked at Main Yang with envy as she smiled. What about me? I'm also at level 3. Shi Lang on the side laughed unconvinced. Yes, you are also awesome. Guming Shuang said with a smile as she looked at the two of them. However, Xiaoming still caught the hint of disappointment in his eyes. What's so great about that? I'm almost at the late 4th level. Chen Feng crossed his arms and looked at Shi Lang with disdain. It's only a matter of time before I surpass you. Just wait and I'll knock you down with one punch. Shi Lang clenched his fists with a sneer. Shi Lang has always disliked Chen Feng. If he could defeat him, he would have taken action long ago. Tisk, I'm waiting. Although Chen Feng had a look of contempt on his face, he was alert in his heart. In these few short days, he was astounded by Xiaoming's work. At the rate at which he feeds his subordinates red fruits, it won't be difficult for them to catch up with me. Brother Feng, just wait to be defeated by Xiaoming. Guming Shuang on the side also said to Chen Feng with a smile. Chen Feng immediately became unhappy. Shuanger, I'm your brother. Who are you helping? Although he said so, Chen Feng never considered Guming Shuang as his sister in his heart. Of course I will help Xiaoming. Mainly because you are too arrogant. I am worried that you will suffer in the future. Guming Shuang said with a smile. Just at this moment, she found Xiaoming coming over, and she hurried forward to hold Xiaoming's arm. However, Xiaoming dodged it quickly. Xiaoming, you came out. Well, congratulations to you. Xiaoming nodded with a smile, then said to Shi Lang and Main Yang. Main Yang blinked her big eyes and looked at Xiaoming, feeling very excited. I secretly thought that following Xiaoming was a good choice.
She knew that her talent was not very high, otherwise it would not have taken her so long to reach the third level of strength. However, after following Xiao Ming for a short period of time and using powerful resources, she was able to break through to the fourth level of strength so quickly. She was even more grateful and admired Xiao Ming, but she knew that Xiao Ming loved Zhao Xie, so she just hid that love deep in her heart.
Mengyao, how is the work going?
Xiao Ming turned his head and looked at Yi Mengyao, who had just returned. Yi Mengyao hesitated and said, I have already told Huang Shang, but I don't know exactly what he will do.
That guy is just an idiot. Shi Lang cursed.
Forget it, we live here so that we can defend ourselves. If any problems really arise, they will have time to react. Xiao Ming shook his head. Xiao Ming chose to live in the east because he discovered that the monsters on the eastern hills were closer to the town.
If a beast tide occurred, it would probably come down from this side.
That's why Xiao Ming chose to bring his men to help Huang Shang. Just at this moment, there was suddenly a noisy sound from one side of the street. Everyone turned to look in confusion. I saw countless people coming over shouting.
He is Xiao Ming. Yes, it's him. Xiao Ming, get out of Yanglu town.
Yes, get out of here, you are not welcome here. Xiao Ming had already recognized these people, he had seen them in the town's government office. Looking at their angry expressions, Xiao Ming's face also darkened. At this time, Yu Qian was hiding in the corner, watching this scene sinisterly. He did not expect to successfully drive Xiao Ming away through these ordinary people. Instead, he wanted to provoke Xiao Ming, so it would be best if he attacked these ordinary people.
In that case,
asshole, shut up. Shi Lang's eyes widened with anger, and his aura suddenly exploded.
Boom!
The powerful momentum directly shook away all the people who had just walked in. The children in the crowd were so scared that they started crying. The adults all glared at Shi Lang, but dared not yell or curse anymore.
Level 3? How is that possible? Wasn't he only level 2 this morning?
Yu Qian was very familiar with Shi Lang and was immediately shocked when he saw this scene.
He couldn't believe that someone could be promoted so quickly.
Xiao Ming glanced at Shi Lang indifferently. Shi Lang, who was in anger, suddenly felt the hairs on his back stand up, and he quickly turned around to glance at Xiao Ming's gloomy eyes. He immediately chuckled a few times and stepped back. Xiao Ming walked out calmly and faced the people who came to the door.
Who asked you to come here? No one asked us to come here.
If they want to swallow up our strength and drive Huang Shang away, I, old man Zhang, will be the first one to disagree. Immediately, an old man stood up angrily. The old man's words once again suppressed all the fear brought by the stone waves.
Many people started yelling again.
That's right. If you want to drive Brother Huang away, you have to step over our dead bodies. Woo woo woo, Uncle is a bad guy, Uncle Huang is a good guy, don't chase Uncle Huang away. Hearing these words, Shi Lang couldn't help but feel angry, but because of Xiao Ming, he could only suppress his anger and muttered, Fuck, Big Brother is working hard for your lives, who the hell said to drive away Huang Shang? These ungrateful wolves.
Don't say any more. These people don't know anything else. I guess they were instigated by someone.
Mei Nyang's eyes flashed with wisdom.
Instigated by someone? Who? Huang Shang?
Gu Mingxuan looked over in confusion. After hearing this, Mei Nyang shook her head, I don't know. At this time, Xiao Ming also heard the discussions of several people behind him, but he didn't quite believe that Huang Shang was instigating the people. Although he had only met Huang Shang once, Xiao Ming knew that he was probably not that kind of person. But no matter whether he was provoking them or not, Xiao Ming didn't want to waste too much time facing these ordinary people. He now needs to break through to the third level as quickly as possible and also arrange the tasks for the evening. It was about to get dark, and from afar one could even clearly hear the occasional roar of monsters. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming's face turned cold, and he said to the people in front of him, Who gave you the courage to speak like this to a superpower? I can go wherever I want and do whatever I want. Do you have any right to interfere? Get back here. Xiao Ming shouted loudly for the last sentence. Xiao Ming's words not only shocked all the people. It even shocked Yi Mengyao and others, including those people with special abilities who came out after hearing the noise. However, although they had only been in contact with Xiao Ming for a short 1 or 2 days, they all knew that Xiao Ming would never take action against these ordinary people. Ah, Xiao Ming is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Mei Nyang sighed softly as she looked at the cold Xiao Ming. Just when all the people were stunned and didn't know what to do,
A deep voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. My people don't need you to teach them. Chapter 83. I'll trust you once. Everyone quickly turned around to look. There were shouts of surprise from the crowd. It's Brother Shang. Brother Shang is here. Oh no. Didn't Yu Qian say that Xiao Ming has a 4th level monster pet? Isn't it troublesome if Brother Shang comes? Yeah, no, we can't let Brother Shang get hurt. If it weren't for Brother Shang, we would all be dead. The crowd suddenly became chaotic. Everyone stood in front of Huang Shang and his companions, blocking the way of Huang Shang and other psychics. Then he looked at Xiao Ming and others angrily. Xiao Ming, I'm telling you, don't even think about hurting Brother Shang. That's right. If you want to drive Brother Shang away, I'll be the first one to disagree. Looking at the indignation on everyone's faces, Xiao Ming almost laughed out of anger. And Yu Qian, as everyone was talking about, also made Xiao Ming keep him in mind. Sir, this Yu Qian just chatted with me when I went to the town government office. Yi Mengyao stood up and said to Xiao Ming solemnly. Oh? Interesting. Xiao Ming curled the corner of his mouth. It seems that there are also these scumbags in Huang Shang's camp. At this time, Huang Shang was leading a group of people with special abilities and was blocked behind by the crowd. He was very moved. He just came out and saw that all the ordinary people were gone. After asking, he found out that Yu Qian had taken them all out and didn't know what he was doing. Huang Shang was startled and followed the traces left by the crowd. Fortunately, no disaster occurred. Even he didn't dare to offend Xiao Ming. He didn't dare to decide whether Xiao Ming would take action if he was angered by these ordinary people, but now it seems that Xiao Ming is not a cruel and bloodthirsty person. At this time, Yu Qian, who was hiding aside, took a fierce look at the commoner who had just betrayed him. Didn't I tell this guy not to tell anyone about me? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when we get back. Everyone, be quiet. Huang Shang spread his hands. After hearing Huang Shang's words, everyone gradually quieted down. Afterwards, Huang Shang would lead many psychics through the crowd. But he was immediately stopped by the excited crowd. Brother Shang, don't go over there, this Xiao Ming is not a good person. Yes, Brother Shang, don't worry, we won't let anything happen to you. When Shi Lang heard these words, he immediately roared, You idiots, if it weren't for you, my eldest brother would have left long ago. Hearing this, Huang Shang's heart moved. He comforted the people and led the psychics to force his way through the crowd and came to the opposite side of Xiao Ming and others. He looked at Xiao Ming seriously and asked, Xiao Ming, I know what happened today. I apologize to you on behalf of my people, but I still don't really believe what you said about the beast tide. Didn't you send anyone to the mountain to check? Xiao Ming frowned. Huang Shang smiled faintly and shook his head. We have seen it. We have lived here since we were young. We are very familiar with everything on the mountain. It is impossible for the situation you described to happen. As for why you do this, I don't know either. But I can see you're a good person. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. You should leave now. After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Ming to answer, Huang Shang turned around and said loudly to the group of surprised people, Okay, everyone follow me back, Xiao Ming is not a bad person. How is that possible? Isn't he going to annex us? Yes, Brother Shang, he wants to drive you away. Huang Shang smiled indifferently after hearing this, Okay, let's all go back. Having said that, he led all the people with special abilities and the people they were protecting away. Watching them leave, Xiao Ming fell silent. Brother, in my opinion, just ignore them. They are a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Shi Lang said fiercely. Mei Yang and others also looked over, but they all supported Xiao Ming's decision. Xiao Ming, my opinion is the same as Shi Lang's. Just leave. Gu Mingshuang said unhappily. At this time, Xiao Ming also wanted to leave. However, he had a bad feeling about the monster going crazy this time and wanted to investigate it thoroughly. In addition, since he intends to develop his own power, he must have a long-term base. And Gingshan Town is a good place. Now we just need to join forces with Huang Shang and others to resist the coming beast tide. If it were just them, although Xiao Ming was confident that he could resist the beast tide when it came, casualties were inevitable. Xiao Ming didn't want any of the people who followed him to die. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming shook his head, It's okay, continue to stay here. After saying that, Xiao Ming looked at Mei Yang, it's getting dark, I'll leave the arrangements for the rotation and defense to you, I'll take advantage of this time to see if I can break through. What, you are about to break through to the 3rd level? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows.
Xiaoming glanced at him, chuckled and did not answer.
After Mei Yang nodded, she went straight back to her room. Humph. Chen Feng snorted coldly as he looked at Xiaoming's back. Brother Feng, I feel like you're going to lose this bet.
Gu Mingxuan looked at Chen Feng teasingly.
I also felt relieved.
In fact, she had already made up her mind that even if Xiaoming was defeated in a month, she would not marry Chen Feng. But in her heart she still very much hoped that Xiaoming could defeat Chen Feng. Hearing Gu Mingxuan's words, Chen Feng looked at her comfortingly and said, Xuanger, don't worry, I will definitely win.
Gu Mingxuan rolled her eyes and thought to herself, who wants you to win?
Yu Qian, I won't bother with you about what happened today.
If it happens next time, just leave.
Inside Huang Shang's office in the town government office, Huang Shang looked at Yu Qian, who was standing in front of him with a serious face. Yu Qian was angry after hearing this, but on the surface he said hurriedly, Brother Shang, I am doing this for your own good.
We don't know what those guys are going to do in Yanlu town. They definitely don't have any good ideas.
Huang Shang waved his hand impatiently, alright, you don't need to tell me about Xiaoming's affairs.
I have my own plans. Tonight, you arrange a few people to be on duty.
Yu Qian clenched his fist and said, Brother Shang, do you still believe what Xiaoming said?
No matter what, since that lady is so serious, let's believe her for once and be serious tonight.
Huang Shang looked at Yu Qian solemnly.
Okay.
After hearing this, Yu Qian nodded gloomily, turned around, and walked out of the office. Xiaoming, I'll trust you just once.
Huang Shang muttered to himself.
Having said that, Huang Shang still didn't take it to heart, otherwise he wouldn't have casually sent the previous few psychics to keep watch. His familiarity with the area numbed his vigilance. As both sides deployed all their defenses, the sky gradually darkened. At this time, waves of spiritual energy were constantly swelling in Xiaoming's room. At this moment, Xiaoming suddenly opened his eyes, just a little bit more. However, he had already eaten the maximum amount of red fruit today, and he felt that his body would not be able to bear it if he ate any more. However, he still took out a red fruit from the system space, gritted his teeth, and stuffed it into his mouth.
Boom! Powerful spiritual energy immediately filled the entire body.
Before Xiaoming could absorb it, the powerful spiritual energy directly broke through Xiaoming's bottleneck barrier and his realm reached the 3rd level.
A powerful momentum burst out.
This situation made Xiaoming stunned. He was already prepared for the spiritual energy to surge into his body again.
Who knew there would be a direct breakthrough? Chapter 84, Prepare for Battle. System, what's going on?
Xiaoming was very confused and had no choice but to ask the system if it knew about his situation.
Unexpectedly, the system actually gave an answer.
Ding, the host has reached the critical point of breakthrough.
Taking the vermilion fruit directly breaks through that bottleneck. Well.
Xiaoming was speechless. He knew that he had reached the critical point for breakthrough, but he did not expect to be able to break through in this way. That's right, others don't have as many Zhu fruits as Xiaoming, and they don't even use Zhu fruits to achieve breakthroughs. Just as Xiaoming was thinking about this, the system's voice came again. Ding, congratulations to the host for being promoted to level 3, the system is automatically upgraded.
Ding, the system has been upgraded to level 3.
The number of items drawn has increased, and there is a chance to draw level 3 items. Hearing the voice coming from his mind, Xiaoming became even more excited. At level 1, you can only draw 10 spirit stones and red fruits. But when you are promoted to level 2, you will get 20 draws.
Now I am at level 3. If I calculate based on this number, then wouldn't I be able to draw 30 spirit stones and red fruits every time?
In this way, I won't have to worry about lack of resources at all.
Moreover, one's own power can also develop more rapidly.
While thinking about this, Xiaoming took out the dagger that he had given to Zhao Xie.
It seemed as if her scent still lingered on it.
Looking at the dagger, Xiaoming murmured to himself, Xie, don't worry, I will take you back soon. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Mei Yang's gentle voice came from outside, Xiaoming, have you made a breakthrough? Crack.
Xiaoming opened the door and looked at the people outside with a smile. Only then did he realize that everyone had gathered outside his room. Yes, a breakthrough. Xiaoming nodded with a smile. After hearing this, Chen Feng felt a sense of urgency in his heart, but he didn't take it too seriously.
Humph, just level 3. I'm about to reach the late level 4.
In just over 20 days, let us see how you can surpass me.
Xiaoming, you are so awesome. Gu Mingshuang praised Xiao Ming generously.
Xiao Ming also smiled at her. He glanced at everyone present, and except for some psychics patrolling outside, everyone was already here.
After thinking for a while, Xiao Ming said to the system in his mind, "System, bind everyone."
Originally, Xiao Ming just wanted to give it a try, because he didn't know how many people could be bound to the system. But unexpectedly, Xiao Ming's words had just fallen. The voice of the system suddenly came in my mind.
Ding, bind Shenji. Shenji's loyalty, 34. Ding, bind Li Xiaoli. Li Xiaoli's loyalty, 56.
As a series of sounds rang out, Xiao Ming actually discovered that even the psychic patrolling outside the yard had been bound.
And their names and loyalties are on display.
But what made Xiao Ming a little regretful was that their lowest loyalty was only 20 plus, and the highest was only 60 plus. However, Xiao Ming didn't care, because he had asked the system, as long as the loyalty was not negative, it meant that there would basically be no betrayal.
But you must always pay attention to those with low loyalty. When his loyalty becomes negative, he may betray you at any time. However, these were not enough to surprise Xiao Ming. What really surprised Xiao Ming was that Gu Mingshuang's loyalty to him had reached a high score of 85. This made Xiao Ming look at her in surprise. Just at this glance, Gu Mingshuang lowered her head shyly. "Xiao Ming, why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, you look very good today,"
Xiao Ming replied perfunctorily.
But Gu Mingshuang immediately became excited. "Really?"
He nodded, and then Xiao Ming looked at Chen Feng's loyalty again.
It was only 6 points.
Xiao Ming was not surprised at all. Xiao Ming would only be surprised if he was very loyal to him.
Just when everyone was feeling happy about Xiao Ming's promotion.
At this time, the town government office was already quiet.
The ordinary people have already fallen asleep. Yu Qian was drinking with a few psychics outside the Yamen yard and eating meat bought from the city. Just as they were eating meat and drinking wine, Huang Sheng appeared. Seeing the looks of the few people, Huang Sheng frowned slightly. "Yu Qian, is there anything going on?" Yu Qian took a sip of wine and looked at Huang Sheng impatiently. "Brother Sheng, you believe that guy Xiao Ming?" "It's so quiet at night, where did the beast tide come from?"
"Ha, that's right, Brother Sheng, don't take Xiao Ming's words too seriously.
Come, let's have a drink together."
Several other psychics also raised their glasses and said to Huang Sheng with a smile. Huang Sheng waved his hands in annoyance. "You guys drink, but you still have to be careful at night." After saying that, Huang Sheng turned and walked into the yard. "Tisk, Brother Sheng is just too cautious," Yu Qian said disdainfully. The other psychics looked at each other. Although they felt that Yu Qian's words were not very nice, they also thought so in their hearts. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's drink. After all, Brother Sheng is also considering our safety." A psychic picked up his wine glass and laughed. Then they started drinking again in big gulps. At this time, Huang Sheng entered his room and frowned deeply. Looking towards the east, he muttered to himself, "Xiao Ming, are you really lying to us? But what is your plan?" After thinking for a while, Huang Sheng couldn't figure it out, so he lay down on the bed, took out a spirit stone and started practicing. Time passed slowly, and everyone on Xiao Ming's side had returned to their rooms, either sleeping or practicing. At 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Ming suddenly opened his eyes in his sleep. He felt the ground begin to shake slightly. There was also a low roar of an animal in my ears. Not good. Xiao Ming cried out and quickly got up from the bed. When I came outside, I found that Shi Lang and others had also come out. "Brother, they just reported that a large number of monsters have come down from the mountain." Shi Lang hurriedly stepped forward and pointed at several psychics who were patrolling at night. "Hurry, prepare for defense. Wake them all up and get ready for battle," Xiao Ming said coldly. At this time, the other psychics were still resting. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, 2 of the patrolling psychics immediately sent out 2 people to wake them up. Mei Yang looked at Xiao Ming worriedly and asked, "Should Huang Sheng send someone to notify them?" "What notification? He deserves to die," Shi Lang said angrily. However, no one took Shi Lang's words seriously, but looked at Xiao Ming, who was thinking. After thinking for a while, Xiao Ming shook his head and said, "Don't notify them yet. Once we start a fight, they will probably be alert. Even if we send someone to notify them now, I don't think they will believe it." "Yeah." Mei Yang nodded. Roar. Boom. Everyone's face changed. Looking at the dust and smoke not far ahead, Xiaoming said to himself, "Here it comes."
Chapter 85, The battle is over, and we are united.
Brother, there is movement over there. At this moment, Lu Zihan looked towards the direction of the Yamen vigilantly with the purple thunder gun in his hand. Following her words, everyone looked over there, and sure enough, there was a lot of smoke and dust over there, and the sound of beasts roaring could be heard from time to time. Although there are not as many as here, but judging from the scale, there are still quite a few. Faced with such a situation, Xiaoming's face was gloomy at this time. "I just hope they listen to me and prepare their defenses." Then, he shook off the worry in his heart and said to everyone, "Don't worry about that for now.
Everyone listen up.
Protect your own life and kill with all your might." After saying that, Xiaoming waved his hand and took out dozens of bottles of spiritual liquid from the system space and handed them to Mei Yang.
Mei Yang, pass it down.
When your spiritual power is about to run out, drink it for me.
Yeah. Mei Yang nodded vigorously.
At this time, all the psychics came to the street, all looking vigilantly in the direction where the monster was coming.
When Chen Feng received several bottles of spiritual liquid from Mei Yang, he was very surprised. "I have some too."
Mei Yang smiled faintly. "Xiaoming didn't say he wouldn't give it to you." After saying that, he returned to his seat. Holding a few bottles of spiritual liquid, Chen Feng was very conflicted. He glanced at Xiaoming and snorted coldly, "Humph, don't think you can buy me off like this." After saying that, he looked at the nervous Gu Mingxuang and said, "Shuanger, stand next to me in a while."
Yeah. Gu Mingxuang nodded nervously.
Roar! At this moment, countless monsters with scarlet pupils appeared ferociously in front of Xiaoming and others. "Kill!"
Xiaoming roared angrily.
He waved his hand and took out the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword.
Boom!
A scorching blade energy was chopped out by Xiaoming.
Blood splattered and screams continued.
With just this one blow, he directly chopped down countless monsters rushing in front of him. While shocking everyone, they also quickly used their own skills.
Boom, boom, boom.
For a moment, colorful skills in the sky continued to bombard each other.
Roar! Xiaolan also transformed into a giant python and let out her own roar.
The whole town was plunged into a lively scene in this dark night.
Xiaoming's side quickly entered the battle, while the situation at the town government office was more critical. Although the psychic reacted quickly after hearing the noise. But most ordinary people are still asleep. By the time all the psychics rushed out of the yard, the monster was already within reach. When Huangsheng rushed out, he saw a tragic scene. Countless people with special abilities have died at the hands of monsters. There have even been a small number of monsters that have rushed into the yard. "Damn it, Yu Qian, where have you been?"
Huangsheng looked at the scene with red eyes, waved his hand and used his skills to kill a monster that was biting a psychic.
Ah! Help! Wow, I don't want to die. Save me! Suddenly, the entire Yamen camp fell into panic. Countless ordinary people fled everywhere. What often awaits them is the bloody mouth of a monster. Huangsheng roared and tried to organize the team not to panic. But at this time, ordinary people were already scared, so who could listen to him? Although those people with special abilities tried their best to kill the monsters, they could only fight a fierce battle with them in such a hurry. Seeing this situation, Huangsheng roared angrily, secretly hating himself for not listening to Xiaoming's advice, but he had no choice but to join the battle. This battle lasted for several hours. Until the sky gradually brightened. Xiaoming and his team had just dealt with all the monsters. But at this time they looked very embarrassed. Especially those psychics who had just been promoted to the first level, many of them were injured. But what comforted Xiaoming was that no one died. This is all thanks to the presence of Mei Yang, Xiaolan, and Chen Feng, 3 4th-level psychics. If it weren't for them, these low-level psychics would have died facing so many monsters. And Xiaoming's spiritual liquid also played a huge role in helping. Later on, even Xiaolan's spiritual power was almost used up. If it weren't for the support of a large amount of spiritual liquid, these monsters would be enough to destroy the entire town. It was quiet now. Looking at the corpses of monsters and the blood all over the ground, Xiaoming took a long breath. Maybe, this is the battle that should take place after the revival of spiritual energy. It's just that most ordinary people live quietly in the city under the protection of people with special powers and have never been exposed to these things. After taking a look at the direction of the government office and seeing no movement, Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and said to Shi Lang and the others, "You guys rest here, I'll go over and take a look."
Seeing this, Yi Mengyao quickly forced herself to stand up. Mr. Xiao, I'll go with you. Xiao Ming turned his head and glanced at Yi Mengyao's tired face and the scars of varying sizes on her body.
He didn't say anything, but just nodded lightly.
Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed, Yi Mengyao was delighted and hurriedly followed him. Shi Lang grinned upon seeing this, and said to the many men behind him, "Listen, follow my elder brother, and you will be able to quickly improve your strength and become strong.
But I need your absolute loyalty.
If I knew any of you dared to betray me, I would tear him apart alive." At the end of his words, Shi Lang glared angrily. "I swear to follow Mr. Xiao until death. I swear to follow Mr. Xiao until death." Many people with special abilities shouted excitedly. This battle allowed them to see the improvement in their own strength. Under the protection of Xiao Ming and his companions, they actually killed so many monsters. Looking at the densely packed corpses of monsters around, everyone felt an infinite sense of glory in their hearts.
Ding, Yu Guohui's loyalty plus 30. Ding, Meng Rant's loyalty plus 27.
Xiao Ming was walking on the streets of the town, listening to the voice in his head, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I casually glanced at the information of everyone in my mind and found that everyone's loyalty had basically risen to above 60. Xiao Ming was very satisfied in his heart. These would be his strongest team in the future. At this time, on a mountain close to the town in the east, the man in the black cloak looked at the direction where Xiao Ming left and murmured to himself, "Xiao Ming, interesting, really interesting. He reached the 3rd level in a short time and formed such a team. There are actually 3 4th level masters in there." Then the man in black chuckled, turned into a puff of black smoke, and disappeared over the mountain without a trace.
Ah! Brother, Xiaoying.
When Xiao Ming and the other arrived at the yamen, they heard Huang Sheng's angry howl before they even entered the yard. When the two entered, they saw the corpses of monsters and humans all over the ground. Huang Sheng was even crying while holding the bitten body of a little girl.
Chapter 86. I want to lead a team.
At this time, there were only dozens of people with special abilities standing in the yard. As for ordinary people, there were only a few left, and they were all young people. As for the elderly, the weak, women and children, they all died in the battle. Yu Qian and several people with special abilities were brought to Huang Sheng's side. Looking at Huang Sheng's appearance, he shouted in horror, "Brother Sheng, this is none of our business." Huang Sheng held the little girl's body, his whole body trembling slightly, without raising his head. He said in a very suppressed voice, "Yu Qian, where did you run to when the monster attacked just now?"
I.
Yu Qian's eyes kept moving around and his mouth trembled as he watched the scene.
Everyone looked at them with anger. Bang! Ah!
Brother Sheng, please spare me." Yu Qian was suddenly kicked away by Huang Sheng, and he kept backing away on the ground begging for mercy.
"Do you know? Because of you, almost all the ordinary people in this town are dead."
Huang Sheng roared at Yu Qian with red eyes. Several other psychics who were keeping watch with Yu Qian watched the scene tremblingly and did not dare to resist. "Brother Sheng, kill him and avenge our fellow villagers."
"Yeah, kill him." The psychics around all roared in anger.
"Well, today is the first time I killed my own brother. Yu Qian, go to hell and confess to all the villagers."
Huang Sheng roared, and all his momentum exploded.
Seeing this, Yu Qian widened his eyes and quickly circulated his spiritual power.
Boom!
The two men pounded their fists together fiercely.
Yu Qian was directly knocked away by Huang Sheng.
However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Qian ignored the tightness in his chest, circulated his spiritual power again, and kicked his feet hard, intending to climb over the courtyard wall.
"Stop him!" Huang Sheng's angry roar came from behind.
But at this time, Yu Qian had already climbed over the courtyard wall. As long as they cross this wall, it will be difficult for Huang Sheng and his friends to catch up with him. The complacent Yu Qian revealed an angry expression. "Huang Sheng, sooner or later, I will kill you.
After saying that, leave here quickly."
But just as he was about to jump off the wall, a calm voice suddenly came from below.
"It seems impossible to leave." Yu Qian quickly turned his head and looked over, his eyes widened immediately. "What? Xiao Ming." The entry of Xiao Ming and the other person just now did not attract anyone's attention.
They happened to see Yu Qian preparing to escape. The two of them were already at the gate of the yard, so they came out to stop him. Xiao Ming curled his lips and took a deep breath. Spray flames.
Boom! Ah! Yu Qian let out a scream and fell back into the yard.
Earth pillar. Then, Xiao Ming heard a loud shout from inside.
A thick cylinder quickly formed in mid-air. No!
Yu Qian's screams were heard again. But his screams did not stop the column from falling.
Boom!
With a sudden earthquake, Yu Qian's screams stopped completely.
Oh, let's go!
Xiao Ming sighed and no longer planned to go in. After this beast tide, most of the ordinary people have died, and there is no point in going in again. After saying that, Xiao Ming prepared to take Yi Mengyao away.
But soon, countless hurried footsteps were heard behind. Then there was a roar, Xiao Ming! Stop!
Xiao Ming turned around in confusion and looked over, only to see Huang Shang, angrily, leading a group of psychics and immediately surrounding Xiao Ming and the other person.
Seeing this, Xiao Ming's face turned cold. What do you mean? What do I mean? Humph, Xiao Ming, are you the one who caused those monsters to go crazy?
Huang Shang grabbed Xiao Ming's collar and shouted angrily.
Let go!
Xiao Ming frowned deeply. Seeing that Huang Shang had almost lost his mind, Xiao Ming really didn't want to say anything more to him.
If you don't explain clearly today, don't even think about leaving. As Huang Shang finished his words, dozens of psychics all burst out with their aura. Although everyone was in a very miserable state and their outburst was very weak, their attitude was very firm. It seemed that as long as Huang Shang gave the order, he would attack Xiao Ming. Seeing such cohesion, to be honest, Xiao Ming also admired Huang Shang very much. But today, he can't show weakness. So he looked at Huang Shang coldly and shouted, "Talk to me when you calm down." Boom! All his energy burst out and he pushed Huang Shang away. Huang Shang snorted coldly, looking for death. The next second, he mobilized all his spiritual power and punched towards Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was very calm about Huang Shang's attack. Although the two are now at the same level, Xiao Ming possesses 3 attributes of spiritual power. Moreover, the 3 attributes of spiritual power have all been promoted to the 3rd level. In terms of the strength of spiritual power, Huang Shang cannot compare to him. Boom! The two men's fists collided, and Huang Shang was shocked and knocked back repeatedly by Xiao Ming. Kill! Kill him! Seeing this, the psychics around him roared at Xiao Ming and were about to attack. Yi Mengyao quickly stood in front of Xiao Ming and became alert. Seeing this, Xiao Ming waved his hand and the divine fire 100 slashing sword appeared in his hand. He used his spiritual power to quickly swing a knife at the ground in front of the psychic who was rushing towards him. Boom! The ground shook violently. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, a deep crack appeared in the ground. Everyone stopped in their tracks when they saw this sharp knife. Just when they didn't know whether they should continue, Huang Shang's cold voice rang out. Let him go! Xiao Ming snorted coldly, glanced at Huang Shang behind the crowd, put away his sword, and turned away with Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao looked at Xiao Ming in awe and followed him silently. Without paying attention to Huang Shang and the others' thoughts, Xiao Ming quickly gathered everyone after returning to the base. The first wave of beasts has been dealt with, but if the root cause of the monster's madness is not found, I estimate that more monsters will continue to fall into this state. We must stay in Yanlu town now. With Huang Shang and his men, it won't be that hard for us to resist the monster's attacks. After saying that, Xiao Ming looked at Mei Yang. Mei Yang, you are the strongest among us. I need you to take the risk and go into the mountain to investigate the source of the monster's madness. Mei Yang nodded seriously after hearing this. Well, don't worry, I'll leave right away. After saying that, Mei Yang turned and walked out. Xiao Ming, what do you mean? I'm stronger than Mei Yang. Chen Feng looked at Xiao Ming unhappily. Xiao Ming glanced at him calmly. You are not mine yet. Chen Feng. Lang, take a few people with you to the city to buy food, clothes, and other necessities. If possible, find a few workers. As he spoke, Xiao Ming handed his bank card to Lang. Lang smiled and took out the bank card. He didn't ask Xiao Ming why he was looking for workers. He just pointed to a few of his men and left with them. Watching them leave, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The purpose of looking for workers is to establish our own power in Jingshan town in the future, so the defense of the stronghold must be rebuilt. We don't need many workers. After all, we now have quite a few people with Earth-attributed abilities. With their help during construction, the work can be completed faster. Just when Xiao Ming was about to dismiss the others and let them rest, Lu Zihan suddenly stood up, with a hint of anticipation on his face, which had not been rippled for a long time. Big brother, I want to lead a team. Chapter 87 Roar of the 4th Level Monster. When everyone heard Lu Zihan's words, they looked over. Xiao Ming understood what Lu Zihan was thinking. He must want to prove his existence, and also to lay a foundation for the future destruction of the Chu family and the Deng family. Xiao Ming was very supportive of Lu Zihan's idea, but Zihan, we are too short-handed right now. I promise you, as long as we have more people, I will definitely let you lead them. Lu Zihan was not disappointed after hearing this, and nodded calmly, well, thank you, big brother. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Looking at Lu Zihan's back, everyone felt a sense of loneliness. Well, faced with such a situation, Xiao Ming had no choice but to let her figure it out slowly. Time flies. In the afternoon, Shi Lang and his team drove back. The cars were the ones that were originally parked in Jingshan town. It opened when we came to Yanlu town. In addition to supplies of all sizes, Shi Lang and his team also brought several workers. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Liang. He is a capable man. He knows all about construction issues. He. Shi Lang smiled and pulled a middle-aged man to Xiao Ming's side. Xiao Ming shook hands with Mr. Liang in surprise. Oh? I wonder why Mr. Liang agreed to come here. The conditions here are not that good. Xiao Ming was very confused about this. Originally, he just wanted Shi Lang to find some workers, as long as they had some knowledge of construction issues. But I didn't expect that we would invite a master over. Xiao Ming didn't believe that such an almighty master could be hired by just spending some money. That big brother, I promised him that I could make him a superpower. Shi Lang touched his head awkwardly. Yes, this is my only request. As long as I can become a superpower, I promise to stay here with you for a year. Mr. Liang nodded proudly. Although he is an ordinary person, he believes that his architectural knowledge can be used anywhere. Xiao Ming glared at Shi Lang unhappily, but he didn't blame him for making the decision on his own. Awakening potions? I have plenty of them now. It's really not a rare thing for me. If he could become a master of architecture in this way, Xiao Ming felt that it would be a sure win. So he smiled slightly and nodded, okay. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of potion directly from the system space. In that case, I trust you, so I'll give you this potion first. Drink it and you'll be able to awaken your skills. Mr. Leon took the potion and looked at it doubtfully. Can I become a superpower if I drink this? Seeing Xiao Ming and Shi Lang's confident expressions, Mr. Liang's heart suddenly became excited. With the potion, I can become a superpower. Son, wife, I will kill all the monsters in the world to avenge you. Thinking of his son and wife who died tragically at the hands of the monster, Mr. Liang's eyes turned red. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ming understood that Mr. Liang must have also remembered his sad story. So he said to Shi Lang, take Mr. Liang down to have a rest. Well, Mr. Liang, this way please. Watching the two people leave, Xiao Ming's heart suddenly became excited. Now we have construction workers and people with special abilities. As long as we find the root cause of the mad monsters in Yanglu town and Jingshan town and eliminate the potential danger, we can focus on developing our own power. Now people like Xiao Ming are using Zhu fruit for cultivation, and thousands of spirit stones have accumulated in his system space. I can't wait any longer. At this moment, a powerful roar of a beast suddenly came from the mountain in the east. Xiao Ming's heart skipped a beat and he quickly ran out of the room and onto the street. You heard that, too? Seeing Chen Feng standing on the street with a serious face, Xiao Ming asked solemnly. Chen Feng glanced at Xiao Ming and nodded, yes, a fourth-level monster. Hiss. Although he had this guess, Xiao Ming took a breath when he heard Chen Feng say this. I didn't expect there was a fourth-level monster on the top of the mountain. Thinking that Mei Yang hasn't come back yet, Xiao Ming became worried. It was this roar of the beast that startled Huang Shang and others in the town government office. Brother, this is the voice of that toad. Immediately, a second-level psychic stood up with a hateful look in his eyes. What, Alung, are you sure? Yeah, you can hear me from this distance? Everyone looked at this psychic in surprise and doubt. Even Huang Shang looked over. Lang nodded with gritted teeth, his eyes began to turn red. Of course I remember, it was the owner of this voice who ate the good brother I grew up with. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They all knew that Alung's best brother died in the mouth of a peak level 3 toad. If it weren't for his brother, Alung probably wouldn't have been able to come back at that time. When everyone was silent, Huang Shang, who was sitting on a chair, said in a deep voice, it's already level 4. What? Brother Shang? It's already the 4th level. Everyone looked over in shock. Yes, my feeling is correct. The momentum of this voice is definitely at the 4th level. Huang Sheng nodded with a gloomy face.
Huang Sheng felt sad when he thought that all the villagers he had protected were now dead. Now a 4th level monster has appeared. If it goes crazy again. Thinking of this, Huang Sheng looked at everyone, hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you want to leave here?" Hearing Huang Sheng's words, all the psychics were shocked.
Brother Sheng, no, even if I die, I don't want to die outside. Yes, Brother Sheng, many of us used to go to college outside. After the spiritual energy was revived, we tried our best and encountered many dangers on the way before returning home. Yes, Brother Sheng, although our relatives are dead, this is where we have our childhood memories. Looking at everyone's sad faces and extremely emotional, Huang Sheng nodded silently. Well, don't worry, we won't die. I promise you, I will restore Yanglu town to its former vitality. Okay, Brother Sheng, we will follow you till death. Everyone knew that Huang Sheng was comforting them, but they still roared excitedly. Looking at the excited crowd, Huang Sheng sighed silently in his heart. He thought of Xiao Ming. If he wanted to resist the mad monster and defeat the 4th level monster, he could only join forces with Xiao Ming. Thinking of this, he looked at the familiar faces and made a decision silently in his heart. Chapter 88. I went to kill that 4th level monster. As time passed, Mei Yang still didn't come back, and Xiao Ming, feeling restless, walked out of the room. Xiao Ming, where are you going? Gu Mingshuang was the first to notice Xiao Ming and asked in confusion. At this time, the other psychics were practicing outside or exchanging skills, and they all looked over here. Brother, where are you going? Shi Lang asked in confusion. I'm going to the mountains to find Mei Yang. Xiao Ming said solemnly. I'll go with you. Shi Lang raised his eyebrows and said quickly. Just when Xiao Ming was about to refuse, a superpower suddenly screamed, Mei Yang is back. Xiao Ming quickly looked towards one end of the street. Sure enough, Mei Yang staggered over here, dragging her injured body. As he walked, blood kept dripping from his body. Seeing this, Xiao Ming quickly flashed to Mei Yang's side, Mei Yang, drink it. Xiao Ming didn't ask anything else. He first fed Mei Yang a bottle of spiritual liquid and asked her to drink it. At this time, other people also gathered around. After drinking the spiritual liquid, the spiritual power in her body immediately recovered a little, and Mei Yang's complexion looked much better. Xiao Ming, I suspect there is something wrong with the water source on the top of the mountain, but when I was about to get some water, a 4th level monster rushed out. I'm no match for it, but luckily, I got a bottle of water. As she spoke, Mei Yang smiled and took out a bottle of water from her body. Let's not talk about this for now. Your injuries are serious. I'll help you go back and have a good rest. Xiao Ming said with concern and was about to help Mei Yang back to her room. But Mei Yang quickly broke free from Xiao Ming's hands. Under Xiao Ming's surprised gaze, he said, if there is really a problem with the water source, it is very serious. I will go back to the academy immediately and use instruments to test it. If there really is a problem with the water source, we must immediately block the water source on the mountain and not allow the monsters on the mountain to drink it. But, your injury. Xiao Ming looked at Mei Yang's wound, which was still dripping with blood, with concern. Mei Yang shook her head firmly. It's okay, I can use my spiritual power to recover on the way. After hearing this, Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment. Indeed, if there was really a problem with the water source and it could not be blocked in time, the monsters on the mountain would continue to go crazy. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming nodded and took out several bottles of spiritual liquid from the system space. Take these. Okay. Then I'll leave first. Mei Yang did not refuse. After taking the spiritual liquid, she drove away shakily. Watching Mei Yang leave, Shi Lang said worriedly, Brother, what should we do now? Do we just have to wait? The 4th level monster is not easy to deal with. Xiao Ming sighed and slowly walked back to his room. After taking a look at Xiao Ming's back, Shi Lang and the others fell silent. Everyone disperse and continue practicing. What are you looking at? Shi Lang waved his hand unhappily at the psychics around him. After returning to the room, Xiao Ming tried hard to think of a countermeasure. If there is a problem with the water source, then the 4th level monster that attacks Mei Yang may also have problems at any time. The beast tide is not scary. If that 4th level monster goes crazy, Xiao Ming really doesn't have the confidence to protect everyone's lives. Not to mention protecting others, he couldn't even guarantee his own life. After all, there is a world of difference between the 4th level and the 3rd level. I guess I would be knocked away as soon as we meet. Xiao Lan was dozing off on top of Xiao Ming's head. It seemed as if she didn't care about anything except Xiao Ming.
Xiao Ming was also speechless about this. Just when Xiao Ming was worried about these things, there was a knock on the door suddenly. Yi Mingyao's gentle voice came from outside. "Sir, Huang Sheng is here."
"Oh? What is he doing here? Let him in." Xiao Ming muttered to himself strangely and said to Yi Mengyao outside. "Fortunately, I didn't tell anyone what happened in the yamen."
Otherwise, if Shi Lang knew that Huang Sheng had attacked him, there might have been a commotion outside by now.
Not long after, the door was opened and Huang Sheng walked in with a heavy face. "What? Have you calmed down?" Xiao Ming looked at Huang Sheng, who was sitting opposite him, with amusement.
"Xiao Ming, I'm sorry for this morning,"
Huang Sheng said calmly.
In fact, he knew in his heart that Xiao Ming was not to blame for the villagers' deaths. Xiao Ming had already told them about the monster, but they didn't believe it. They can only blame themselves for not believing what Xiao Ming said.
"It's okay, just tell me what you want to see me about." Xiao Ming waved his hand indifferently.
Seeing Xiao Ming speak directly, Huang Sheng did not hesitate and said calmly, "Xiao Ming, I want to join forces with you."
"Oh? Now you are not worried that I will swallow up your power?"
Xiao Ming looked at Huang Sheng playfully. Xiao Ming has always known what they are thinking. He admitted that he did have the idea of conquering Huang Sheng and the others, but now he really didn't care.
He is just a mutant.
He has the awakening potion, so it is not difficult to cultivate him. There is no need to go to great lengths to win over a group of people who are unhappy with you. When Huang Sheng heard Xiao Ming say this, his face turned slightly red. Just now, he paid attention to the cultivation level of Shi Lang and the others. He was shocked immediately. Shi Lang has actually reached the 3rd level of strength.
How long has it been like this?
And he could feel that every psychic outside had a strong spiritual energy. After a closer look, I was surprised to see that they were all rare resources like Zhuguo.
Would someone with such resources want to annex his power?
Thinking of this, Huang Sheng became more confident about the purpose of his coming here. "Brothers, please sacrifice me in exchange for everyone's safety."
Huang Sheng's face showed a tragic emotion.
He looked at Xiao Ming and said, "Xiao Ming, I have thought it through. I cannot make decisions for my brothers. But as long as you promise to help me deal with the 4th level monsters on the mountain and resist the subsequent beast-tide attacks, I will worship you as my big brother and only obey your orders from now on." After saying that, Huang Sheng looked at Xiao Ming sincerely. After hearing this, Xiao Ming laughed in his heart. He was very jealous of Huang Sheng. Moreover, he didn't believe that as long as Huang Sheng followed him, his brothers would not come. However, he couldn't agree so readily, otherwise it would seem that he was too important in his heart.
So he deliberately showed a disdainful expression. "Oh? You are very powerful? Or do you think I really need a 3rd level psychic?"
Huang Sheng was immediately furious after hearing this. "Xiao Ming, a man can be killed but not humiliated.
If you don't agree, forget it."
After saying that, Huang Sheng pushed open the door and was about to leave.
"Haha, you're leaving now? I thought you, as a leader, would be able to keep your composure. Being impulsive is not what a leader should have."
Huang Sheng paused, turned his head and looked at Xiao Ming with a gloomy face. "What do you mean?" Xiao Ming chuckled and waved his hand to take out the Divine Fire 100-slashing sword.
"Wait here. I'll go kill that 4th level monster." Chapter 89, Fighting the 4th level monster. "What?" Huang Sheng was suddenly shocked.
He glanced at the small snake coiled on Xiao Ming's head, thought about it, and hurriedly chased after it. "Xiao Ming, stop, don't be impulsive." Although he really wanted Xiao Ming to kill the 4th level monster on the mountain right now, he knew that even if Xiao Ming had a 4th level giant python, he would not be a match for the monster.
In fact, to put it bluntly, going to the mountain is not as simple as just facing that 4th level monster.
You know, among monsters, the hierarchy is very strict.
I'm afraid that as long as the 4th level monster roars, countless monsters will appear. "Brother, I'll go with you."
Shi Lang outside saw Xiao Ming rushing out, with Huang Sheng screaming to try to stop him, so he followed him without thinking.
Xiao Ming rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. "Do you know where I'm going? Why are you following me?" I don't know, but I'll go wherever you go, brother."
Shi Lang touched his head embarrassedly and laughed. Looking at Shi Lang, this big guy with a tough look on his face, Xiao Ming was moved but also speechless. In just a short while, Gu Mingshuang and others had gathered around, looking curiously at Xiao Ming who was holding the long sword. Huang Sheng ignored the others and looked at Xiaoming anxiously and said, "Xiaoming, you can't go.
You will die. Then don't worry about it. Just remember what you said." Xiaoming waved his hand indifferently.
Without waiting for others to ask, Xiaoming said directly, "I'm going to the mountain to kill monsters.
Wait for me to come back. Don't worry, I will be fine."
After saying this, he ignored Huang Sheng's dissuasion, put the knife on his shoulder, and walked towards the mountain as Meng Yang mentioned.
This.
Looking at Xiaoming's back, Huang Sheng's face was full of guilt. If it weren't for me, why would Xiaoming go up the mountain like this?
Huang Sheng's appearance made Lu Zihan and others even more nervous. Shi Lang asked loudly, "Hey, Huang Sheng, where is my brother doing?"
Huang Sheng glanced at him and sighed. Xiaoming went to the mountain to kill the 4th level monster.
What? Haha, Xiaoming is looking for death.
Chen Feng said excitedly.
Why are you so excited? Gu Mingxuan looked at Chen Feng with raised eyebrows. The people around also looked over angrily. Cough, well, it's nothing. I believe Xiaoming is confident. Chen Feng coughed awkwardly. To be honest, he was really worried that Xiaoming would surpass him in cultivation in more than 20 days. Because he found that Xiaoming's red fruits seemed to be endless, and every time he took them out, he felt a little envious. So when he heard Xiaoming going to the mountain alone to kill the 4th level monster, he couldn't help but laugh. Although the people around him were not satisfied with Chen Feng's explanation, they were too lazy to argue with him now. Humph.
Shi Lang snorted at Chen Feng, then said, "No, I want to go with my brother." After saying that, he prepared to use his spiritual power to chase after Xiaoming. But he was immediately stopped by Yi Mengyao. "Brother Lang, wait, the gentleman must have his own plans, you'd better not go. Get away. Don't think that I won't attack you just because you are pretty. You have only joined us for a few days? And you dare to meddle in my business?" Shi Lang glared at him. Yi Mengyao was immediately startled. Shi Lang snorted coldly and was about to bypass Yi Mengyao and leave, but he immediately found Lu Zihan blocking in front of him with a spear. He really couldn't get angry with Zihan, but he said impatiently, "Zihan, get out of the way, I want to help my brother." "You want to hold big brother back, I won't let you go." Lu Zihan looked at Shi Lang indifferently, and thrust the spear in his hand into the ground, making a loud roar.
"How am I holding you back?" Shi Lang looked at Lu Zihan unhappily.
Ahem, what she meant was that Xiaoming has Xiaolan's protection, so he still has a certain chance of winning against a 4th level monster. If you go, she will have to split her focus to protect you.
Chen Feng coughed, then stood up and spoke. Alas, there was no way, mainly because Gu Mingxuang's angry look was really unbearable for Chen Feng. If you don't want to go, then don't go. What's the big deal?" Shi Lang pointed at Lu Zihan angrily, said this, then turned around and went back to his room angrily. With a bang, the door was closed tightly. Seeing his appearance, everyone smiled, but immediately looked in the direction where Xiaoming left. Except for Chen Feng, everyone's eyes were filled with deep worry. At this time, Xiaoming had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone. After taking a look at the mobile phone he brought from Huarong City, Xiaoming sighed. "I carry it with me because I'm afraid I won't be able to answer the phone when Xie calls me." He also tried to call Zhao Xie, but her phone was always turned off. This made Xiaoming worried and even more angry towards the Superpower Alliance. Even if it's for training, you shouldn't even be allowed to make phone calls, right? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Xiaoming called Meng Yang, asked about the exact location of the monster, and then headed up the mountain. Along the way, whenever Xiaoming encountered monsters, he would kill them with one strike. At this time, Xiaoming's strength had reached the 3rd level. Coupled with the sharpness of the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword, even if he encountered a 3rd level late-stage monster, it would basically only take a few cuts to deal with it. So we arrived at the top of the mountain without any obstructions along the way. Here, Xiaoming finally saw a small lake. Xiaoming murmured to himself, "Is this the source of water?" I looked around and found it was quiet, with no sign of any monsters. Xiaoming looked at the calm lake thoughtfully. Could it be inside? Little Blue. Roar. Xiao Lan roared angrily and transformed into a giant python. He glanced at Xiaoming lazily, then jumped high into the air and dived directly into the lake. Boom! The powerful impact caused a large amount of water splashes. Just a few seconds later, there was a sudden violent vibration under the lake. Boom! Xiaoming held the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword tightly. It's out.
His eyes were fixed on the lake, waiting for the monster to come out.
Quack. Roar.
Suddenly 2 roars were heard.
The water surface shook violently.
Immediately afterwards, 2 huge figures jumped out from the lake. Xiaoming seized the opportunity. His spiritual power had already been flowing into the long sword, and he chopped at the dark figure.
Boom.
A sharp and hot blade accurately landed on the figure, making a deafening impact sound.
Roar.
Blood splattered, but compared to that huge figure, this little blood was nothing. Only at this time did Xiaoming see clearly that this 4th-level monster was actually a giant toad. What made Xiaoming even more nervous was that because of his attack, the toad successfully diverted its anger and looked at him angrily.
Chapter 90. I want you to be buried with me. Roar.
The huge toad let out a roar that did not belong to it, and kicked its powerful legs backwards. Xiaoming stared with wide eyes as he watched the sky above him turn dark.
Brutal charge. Boom.
With a quick roll, he avoided the toad's crushing, and the powerful airwave created by the ground directly blew Xiaoming away. Upon seeing this, Xiaolan rushed forward and wrapped his entire body around the toad, and the 2 beasts quickly engaged in combat. Xiaoming got up from the ground in a panic and looked at the scene solemnly. He wanted to take action, but he couldn't seize the opportunity at all. For a while, there were constant roars of beasts at the edge of the small lake, and the fight between the 2 beasts made the ground shake continuously. At the other corner of the lake, the man in the black cloak gently scooped up a handful of lake water with his hands and chuckled, "A 4th-stage late-stage demon beast as a pet. This Xiaoming is really mysterious."
But that's all.
Since 1 bottle of beast blood potion is not enough to make a 4th-level monster go crazy, I will give you 4 or 5 bottles of it. As he spoke, the cloaked man took out 4 or 5 small bottles from his arms.
As his spiritual power shook, the bottle cap was directly blown away.
Then, it fell onto the lake's surface and turquoise liquid flowed out of the bottle. When it flows into the lake, the green liquid merges with the lake water. Putting away the bottle, the cloaked man looked in the direction where Xiaoming was fighting and chuckled, "Xiaoming, just play with it slowly.
I'm leaving now. I hope we can meet again next time."
After saying that, he waved his hand and the whole person turned into a black mist and floated away into the distance.
Flaming thorns.
At this moment, Xiaoming seized an opportunity and aimed at the toad with one hand. As Xiaoming finished his words, countless thorns immediately entangled him. Looking at the thorns entangled around his body, a look of contempt flashed in the toad's eyes.
But the next second, when Xiaolan used a water tornado on it.
Seeing a large amount of lake water being mobilized by Xiaolan and rushing towards it, it suddenly became anxious. He was about to break free from the thorns. But at this moment, the thorns entangled around it exploded violently.
Boom, boom, boom.
Although the series of explosions did not hurt it, the burning flames made it very uncomfortable.
Then a huge wave hit it and blew it away. Along with the waterspout, it rose into the sky. Bang! Roar!
A water tornado exploded in the sky, and the screams of toads were heard. Xiaoming looked solemnly at the huge toad falling directly into the lake. He knew that based on the fighting power the toad had just displayed, this move would not be enough to cause it to lose its life. Just as Xiaolan was about to chase into the lake, suddenly a toad's heart-wrenching cry of pain was heard from the lake. Xiaoming quickly shouted to Xiaolan, "Xiaolan, wait!"
Xiaolan stopped in confusion and looked at Xiaoming.
In fact, Xiaoming didn't know why he spoke up to stop it. Xiaoming is very confused now.
Logically speaking, if there really was a problem with the lake, then why was the toad just now fine?
The cry of pain just now finally reminded Xiaoming of this problem.
In the next second, there was a roar.
The toad jumped out of the lake again, but this time its eyes had turned red. The expression looked extremely ferocious and irrational. Seeing this, Xiaoming was shocked. "Oh no, Xiaolan, don't go into the lake." Although I don't know how the toad was fine just now, it's obvious that he has gone crazy now.
Roar! Following the toad's roar, huge balls of purple mist like gas shot towards Xiaolan's huge body like cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom.
Xiaolan quickly dodged, and the gas exploded on the ground, instantly causing all the surrounding grass and trees to wither.
Hiss, what a powerful poison skill.
Xiaoming took a breath of cold air when he saw this. The speed of this poison gas shell is extremely fast. At least Xiaoming himself knows that he has no way to avoid it. And if you get hit by the spray, you will probably die on the spot. This toad showed its unparalleled power from the very beginning, but it was not until now that Xiaoming discovered that its main attribute was poison.
Could this be a monster with dual attributes? He muttered to himself.
Xiao Ming silently put away the divine fire 100 slashing sword. Then a rocket launcher with a metallic texture appeared on Xiao Ming's shoulder.
He shouted to Xiaolan, who was fighting with Toad, Xiaolan, water tornado.
Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiaolan broke free from the Toad and used the water tornado again. The Toad had gone crazy at this point, and even though he knew the power of this move, he still went straight for it. Watching the water tornado successfully roll the Toad into the sky, Xiao Ming kept waving his hands to take out the spirit stone and put it in a slot behind the rocket launcher. At this time, Xiao Ming didn't care about the surprise that the spirit stone had been digested as soon as it entered.
He was very fast.
In just a few seconds, he had put in more than 200 spirit stones. It was not until the last spirit stone was put in and was no longer absorbed that Xiao Ming picked up the rocket launcher again and aimed it at the water tornado that was still in the sky.
Go to hell!
With a roar, Xiao Ming pulled the trigger.
Boom!
A powerful laser shot out straight out, and Xiao Ming was blown more than 10 meters away by the recoil before he could barely steady himself. He looked in shock at the explosion caused by the laser attack on the water tornado. A mushroom cloud appeared accompanied by an intense bright light, and Xiao Ming couldn't help but cover his eyes.
The blast blew him away again. Bang!
Xiao Ming didn't know what he hit, but he let out a groan and passed out. The sky gradually darkened.
The people waiting in Yanglu town were becoming more and more anxious.
Huang Shang looked at everyone inside. Alas, it's all my fault, otherwise Xiao Ming wouldn't have gone to the mountain alone. At this moment, he felt very guilty and thought that if he had not asked Xiao Ming so much, Xiao Ming would not have made such a decision. Everyone heard the explosion that just happened on the top of the mountain. Such a violent vibration was simply terrifying. And Xiao Ming didn't come down at this time, obviously he had met with an accident.
Mr. Huang, I tell you, if my elder brother doesn't come down, I want you to be buried with him.
Shi Lang rushed to Huang Shang, grabbed Huang Shang's collar, and roared ferociously. Although he didn't know what kind of agreement Xiao Ming and Huang Shang had reached, it was obvious that it was only after Huang Shang came that Xiao Ming planned to go into the mountains alone.
Okay, I'm willing to be buried with you. Huang Shang looked at the angry Shi Lang calmly.
But there are some things I need to tell my brother. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave.
Okay, I'll follow you.
Shi Lang snorted coldly and followed.
Captain, let's go too.
Following Shi Lang's movements, the team members he led stood up and followed.
No one present stopped their actions. After they left, Lu Zihan waved the spear in his hand and said coldly, I'm going to find my big brother. Having said that, he was about to leave.
Yi Mengyao and Gu Mingxuang did not stop him, but followed him silently.
It was obvious that they had the same idea in their minds. Just when everyone was about to leave, an enchanting figure appeared at the door. Everyone stop.
Mei Yang looked calmly at Lu Zihan and others who were preparing to go out and said in a cold voice.
Chapter 91. Do you want to break your promise? Mei Yang. When they saw Mei Yang, all the women present brightened their eyes.
Originally, Chen Feng was thinking about how to stop them, but when Mei Yang came, he was relieved.
What on earth just happened? Mei Yang looked at everyone solemnly, then asked curiously, where is Xiao Ming?
Tears slowly flowed from Lu Zihan's eyes, and he choked up and said, Mei Yang, big brother, go to the mountain to kill that 4th-level monster, but
what's wrong?
Mei Yang raised her eyebrows and suddenly became nervous.
The sir hasn't come back yet.
A few hours ago, there was a violent explosion on the mountain.
We are worried. Yi Mengyao took over the conversation, looking worried.
Don't worry, Xiao Ming should be fine, everyone go inside.
Mei Yang's heart tightened.
Although she was also very worried about Xiao Ming's safety, she obviously couldn't let these girls, who were only at the 2nd level at most, go to the mountain and cause trouble.
Really? Big brother is really okay? Lu Zihan looked at Mei Yang in surprise. Yes.
Mei Yang smiled and nodded, and said to everyone, you have to believe in Xiao Ming.
Well, I believe you, sir. Yi Mengyao nodded heavily.
At the beginning, Xiao Ming specifically emphasized to her that she should trust him. So when Yi Mengyao heard this, she immediately expressed her opinion.
We all believe in Mr. Xiao. All of Yi Mengyao's team members said in a delicate voice. Hearing this, Lu Zihan also nodded, okay, let's wait a little longer.
Seeing this, Chen Feng on the side breathed a sigh of relief. If Mei Yang hadn't come back, he really wouldn't know how to stop these girls.
The most important thing is that his Schwanger also wanted to go. Why would an ordinary person like you want to go up the mountain? Are you trying to cause trouble?
However, Chen Feng couldn't tell her this.
Okay, everyone go in.
I also have to wait for Xiao Ming to come back.
I have something important to report to him.
Mei Yang suppressed her worries and said to everyone with a smile. Mei Yang's smile boosted everyone's mood, and they were no longer so nervous.
They all nodded and returned to the room.
Watching everyone go in, Mei Yang turned around, glanced at the top of the mountain, and sighed heavily. At this time, Huang Shang, who had already arrived at the town government office, glanced at Shi Lang and others who were following behind him.
Wait here, I'll go in and give you a few words and then come out.
Shi Lang folded his arms and sneered at him. Okay, I don't think you can run away.
Huang Shang glanced at him indifferently without refuting, and walked straight into the yamen. Brother Shang, you're back. Brother Shang, what did you do during the day? As soon as he entered the yamen, Huang Shang was surrounded by all the supernatural people.
Looking at these familiar faces, Huang Shang felt endless bitterness in his heart. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, only these psychics were left among the group of villagers he had saved with great difficulty.
Moreover, they must leave now. They can no longer stay in Yanlu town.
Thinking of this, Huang Shang looked at everyone with a serious face and said, "Everyone, leave."
Why? Brother Shang, didn't we agree to stay in Yanlu town together? Yeah, Brother Shang, if you want to die, we can do it together. Yeah, Brother Shang. Everyone was shocked and shouted.
Well, to tell you the truth, I plan to join forces with Xiao Ming to resist the attack of the monsters.
But for us, Xiao Ming went into the mountains alone to kill the 4th-level monster. I believe you heard the explosion this afternoon, right? I guess Xiao Ming has met with an accident now. Huang Shang sighed heavily. What?
When everyone heard Huang Shang's words, they were shocked.
They were still shocked by the huge explosion in the afternoon.
I didn't expect that it was Xiao Ming who did it. What they didn't expect was that Brother Shang actually wanted to join forces with Xiao Ming.
Brothers, don't blame me. Without Xiao Ming's help, we can't hold on.
I can't just watch you die.
Huang Shang kept shaking his head and sighing. Brother Shang, we don't blame you. So, Xiao Ming is really dead?
A psychic said in surprise. Huang Shang glanced at him, hesitated, and nodded.
So, all of you go.
Seeing this, all the superpowers looked at each other in bewilderment. After a moment of silence, one superpower stood up, looked at Huang Shang solemnly and said, "Brother Shang, you can leave.
Let's go together."
Huang Shang quickly shook his head and retorted, "Just leave.
I have to give an explanation to Xiao Ming's subordinates." What do you want to explain? What do they want to do?
Suddenly, all the psychics thought of something and showed angry expressions.
Don't worry about this.
Xiao Ming sacrificed himself for us.
I can't just leave like this. Okay, if you think I'm your big brother, then get out of here and don't let me see you again. Huang Shang waved his hand impatiently. He turned and walked out of the yamen. Seeing Huang Shang's determination, all the psychics clenched their fists.
They know Huang Shang's character very well, and it is difficult to change what he has decided.
Are we really going to leave like this? After an unknown amount of time, a person with special abilities raised a question. Of course not. If we die together.
Most of our lives were given by Brother Shang.
I am not afraid of death. What about you?
Immediately, a psychic said loudly.
Yes, let's die together. Okay, let's get ready.
We'll take everything, including the villagers' tablets, and go find Brother Shang.
Good.
At this time, Shi Lang had already brought Huang Shang back to the house where Xiao Ming and the others lived.
Hearing the noise outside, Mei Yang and others came out. Kneel down.
Shi Lang looked at Huang Shang coldly. Hearing Shi Lang's words, Huang Shang frowned deeply. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated.
I am willing to be buried with Xiao Ming, but I will not kneel down. Really? Then I'll beat you until you kneel down.
Shi Lang grinned and punched Huang Shang in the chest.
Bang!
Huang Shang did not resist and was knocked back by Shi Lang's punch. His face turned pale and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth.
Good fight.
Shi Lang's team members all started yelling. Seeing this, Mei Yang frowned slightly. Just when Shi Lang was about to attack again, she stood up and said, "Shi Lang, stop."
Mei Yang, when did you come back? This guy harmed my eldest brother. Shi Lang looked at Mei Yang in surprise, then pointed at Huang Shang angrily.
Seeing Shi Lang's angry expression, Mei Yang hesitated for a moment and was very embarrassed. He knew that Shi Lang's feelings for Xiao Ming could not be stopped by just a few words.
Lu Zihan and others also told me what happened after I left.
Xiao Ming's departure is indeed closely related to Huang Shang.
It's okay, I'm willing to pay for Xiao Ming's life, just kill me.
Huang Shang looked at Mei Yang gratefully, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Shi Lang frankly.
Okay, then I'll kill you.
Shi Lang grinned grimly and was about to attack again. Mei Yang opened her mouth when she saw this, not knowing how to stop it. Just when Huang Shang closed his eyes and prepared to die,
Xiao Ming's voice suddenly came from the side. Ahem, how can you be my subordinate if you are dead? Do you want to break your promise? Chapter 92 Xiao Ming, you are despicable. Xiao Ming.
Big brother.
Gentlemen.
Mei Yang and other girls cried out in surprise. Huang Shang and Shen Feng were also shocked to see Xiao Ming sitting on Xiao Lan's body and appearing in front of everyone. Looking at the excited crowd, Xiao Ming curled the corners of his mouth and jumped off Xiao Lan's back.
Bang! Xiao Ming, your injury.
Looking at Xiao Ming's tattered clothes with bloodstains on them, Mei Yang and other women had tears in their eyes.
It's okay. Sorry for making you worry.
Xiao Ming looked at his clothes speechlessly. These are all caused by the fragments of the rocket explosion. Xiao Ming didn't expect that the rocket launcher would explode directly after the attack. He was also knocked unconscious by a piece of debris from the explosion. Thanks to Xiao Lan, who always stayed by his side, otherwise Xiao Ming estimated that after such a long time, he would have become the father of a monster.
Xiao Ming, it's great that you are not dead.
Huang Shang looked at Xiao Ming excitedly.
Of course I'm not dead. Not only am I not dead, but I have also killed that 4th-level monster.
Xiao Ming said to Huang Shang with a smile.
Then, with a wave of his hand, a huge toad appeared in front of everyone. Boom!
The huge toad fell to the ground and raised a cloud of dust. Seeing the size of the toad, Shen Feng on the side couldn't help but frown. How much storage space does Xiao Ming have? Even for someone with space abilities, it would be very difficult to open up his own storage space. However, Xiao Ming ignored Chen Feng's shock and looked at Mei Yang with a chuckle. Mei Yang, give Huang Sheng a few red fruits first, then come in with me, I have something to tell you.
Welcome to join us.
After saying that, Xiao Ming looked at Huang Shang with a smile. Then he said to the system in his mind, bind Huang Shang.
Ding, binding successful. Huang Shang's loyalty, 83.
Xiao Ming looked at Huang Shang in surprise, smiled indifferently, turned around and went into his room. Hearing Xiao Ming's instructions, Mei Yang hurried into her room, took out a few red fruits and handed them to Huang Shang.
Here, this is for you. Huang Shang looked at the things in his hand in shock and asked uncertainly, are these all for me? He also knew about this Zhu fruit. It was extremely rare and contained rich spiritual energy, which could be easily absorbed by people with special abilities. I didn't expect that Xiao Ming would give me a few as soon as I joined? I heard that this Zhu fruit cannot be bought for even $1 million outside? How many millions do you have in your hands? Well, it's for you. If you join us, you will have plenty of resources. Just focus on your practice and be absolutely loyal to Xiao Ming.
Mei Yang said seriously, then turned and left.
Well, don't take what happened just now to heart. Since Big Brother is fine, I forgive you.
Shi Lang touched the back of his head and said to Huang Shang with a laugh.
Huang Shang rolled his eyes at him. You forgive me? You punched me.
Hey, we're all grown men, why bother about those things? Shi Lang hugged Huang Shang's arm unhappily. Then he said to the team members behind him, listen, Huang Shang is my brother from now on, you are not allowed to bully him. The team members looked at Shi Lang speechlessly. I thought to myself, others are at level 3, and we are only at level 2. How can we bully them? While people were chatting outside, Mei Yang became serious when she entered Xiao Ming's room. Xiao Ming, I have told the dean about this matter, and the test report of the bottle of water source has also come out.
It does contain mental poison that is deadly to monsters.
And that kind of poison has never appeared in the world before.
The dean has already sent people to conduct emergency research on it.
We must cut off the water source as soon as possible, otherwise the monsters on the mountain will all go crazy one after another, and then we will be in trouble. After hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded solemnly, well, this is a big problem. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. The problem was resolved, and Mei Yang smiled knowingly. She also didn't expect that when she left, Xiao Ming had already dealt with the 4th-level monster. She couldn't help but glance at Xiaolan, who was coiled around Xiaoming's shoulder, and secretly sighed that she was really amazing. Obviously, she thought that it was Xiaolan who dealt with the 4th level monster. After all, she didn't know that Xiaoming possessed such a powerful weapon, but now it is scrapped. Just after the two finished their discussion, the sound of quarreling was suddenly heard outside. Xiaoming frowned and said to Mei Yang, "Let's go out and see what happened." Mei Yang nodded and followed Xiaoming. As soon as the two of them went out, they saw Huang Shang's brother standing on the street in indignation, shouting at Huang Shang. "Brother Shang, let's die together. We've brought all the villagers with you. You'll have a companion on your road to the underworld. Yes, Brother Shang, you saved our lives. Without you, we would have died long ago. You can't leave alone." "Yes, and that Xiaoming, he wanted to go up the mountain by himself. What does it have to do with you? Why should he let you be buried with him?" Hearing their shouting, Shi Lang couldn't help but step forward. But Lu Zihan immediately grabbed his arm and said, "Let Big Brother and Huang Shang handle it themselves." Fine. If Huang Shang wasn't my brother now, I would definitely teach them a lesson." Shi Lang snorted coldly, standing there cursing without moving. The others were standing on the edge of the street, watching this scene with amusement. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming and Mei Yang did not step forward, but smiled and watched Huang Shang decide how to deal with it. At this time, Huang Shang looked at his brothers speechlessly. "Everyone, I'm fine. I won't die. Xiaoming is not dead either. Look, that 4th level monster has been killed by Xiaoming." As he spoke, Huang Shang pointed to a pitch-black object on the side. Hearing Huang Shang's words, everyone looked over and someone recognized him immediately. "Fuck, it's this one, it ate my brother. Xiaoming really killed it? Brother, you really don't have to die? Ha, that's great." Looking at the excited crowd, Huang Shang smiled, but there was still a trace of melancholy on his face. "Brothers, I have joined Xiaoming. From now on, I am just one of Xiaoming's subordinates. This is what I promised Xiaoming." "Hey, Brother Shang, is that a red fruit?" "Yes, it was given to me by Xiaoming, but Xiaoming promised me that he would protect Yanglu town, so everyone can stay here without worry." When everyone heard this, they immediately stopped. "Holy shit, there is such a good thing, if you join you can get you fruit? Brother Shang, you are so unfair." "Brother Shang, no, I'm going to talk to Xiaoming too. I want to join him too. I can't let you be Xiaoming's subordinate alone." "Yes, otherwise if Xiaoming's other men bully you, we can help you, right?" Shi Lang was upset after hearing this. Who bullied Huang Shang? Lu Zihan quickly pulled him back and said, "They were just joking." Although she is not very old, it is obvious that she is smarter than Shi Lang. "Really?" Shi Lang looked at them suspiciously and touched his head. Huang Shang felt embarrassed after hearing this. He became Xiaoming's subordinate in exchange for the peace of Yanglu town. If you all join, what is the point of doing all this? But before he could say anything against it, he heard Xiaoming's laughter from behind. Then I, Xiaoming, would like to welcome everyone to join us." "Xiaoming, you are despicable." Huang Shang suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Xiaoming angrily. This guy thought from the beginning that as long as he joined him, his brothers would definitely join as well. Looking at Huang Shang, who was angry on the surface, but whose loyalty was not diminished in his mind, Xiaoming knew that Huang Shang was not really angry. So he chuckled, waved his hand, took out dozens of red fruits from the system space and handed them to Mei Yang. "Give them out." Chapter 93. It's time for us to set off. Xiaoming was very excited after accepting Huang Shang and the others, and immediately asked the system to bind all of them together. Although the highest loyalty to him is only over 10 points, Xiaoming is not in a hurry. As long as Huang Shang is here, his loyalty will slowly increase. Apart from Xiaoming, the most excited person was Lu Zihan. Just when Mei Yang was distributing red fruits to them, Lu Zihan appeared in front of Xiaoming with a spear in his hand. His bright big eyes just stared at Xiaoming without saying a word. Xiaoming touched his nose with a wry smile. He knew what Lu Zihan was thinking. But Huang Shang and his people said that they probably wouldn't obey orders unless they were led by Huang Shang himself. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoming came up with an idea. He looked at Lu Zihan with a smile and said, "Zihan, you also know their situation. How about letting you be the deputy captain first?" As he spoke, Xiaoming glanced in the direction of Huang Shang and the others. Lu Zihan was slightly disappointed, but he also knew that Huang Shang's team was indeed difficult to lead. So he nodded, looked at Xiaoming firmly and said, "Don't worry, big brother, I will make them obey me." "Well, okay, I believe you.
Xiaoming chuckled, then clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention, and then spoke. Okay, now our team is basically formed.
Lang team is called the Kamikaze Squad, and the captain is Lang.
Lang shouted excitedly, yes.
Big brother. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Yi Mengyao. Mengyao, the group you lead are all female psychics, so let's call it the Phoenix Squad. I now officially appoint you as the captain, and hurry up to upgrade to the second level. Yi Mengyao looked at Xiaoming excitedly. She knew that the official appointment would not change. She did not expect that Mr. Xiao would really be willing to let her be the captain.
Yes, Mr. Xiao. Seeing Xiaoming's appointment, Huang Shang and his people didn't seem to care much.
But now that they have become Xiaoming's subordinates and have received good things like the Zhu fruit, they are not ungrateful.
So just watch quietly.
At this moment, Xiaoming looked at them.
Huang Shang, the villagers of Yanglu town that you lead should be named after Yanglu.
Yanglu squad has the largest number of people, so Huang Shang will be the captain and Lu Zihan will be the deputy captain.
You two must cooperate well with each other. Yes, I obey your command. Huang Shang said loudly with a smile.
All the members of Yanglu team looked at Xiaoming with gratitude. Although naming their team after Willow is just a trivial matter, it can be seen from this small matter that Xiaoming cares very much about them. This made them slowly relax along with Xiaoming's uneasy mood. It seems that following Xiaoming is not a bad idea.
At least their leader now is still Brother Shang, right?
This is the thought of all the members of the Willow team. As for the appearance of a deputy captain, they just took a quick look and didn't care much about it. She is just a 16-year-old girl, and her strength is not much different from theirs. No one treated her as the vice captain, and everyone looked at her with a smile.
Facing the laughter of the crowd, Lu Zihan didn't care. He put the spear in his hand behind his back, walked in front of Huang Shang, and said calmly, Lu Zihan, Captain Huang, please take care of me in the future.
Huang Shang glanced at Lu Zihan in surprise. The skill level of his gun show just now clearly showed that he was not an ordinary psychic. So he didn't see Lu Zihan clearly in his heart and nodded seriously, well, let's work hard in the future. Seeing this, Xiaoming's mouth curled up into a smile.
He clapped his hands again, attracting everyone's attention.
When everyone looked over, Xiaoming's expression became serious. Okay, now that our power has been formed, the most important thing now is to build our base.
We can no longer stay in the town government office like before.
And now the first thing we have to do is to go to the mountain and fill up the lake on the top of the mountain with water.
Xiaoming, are you saying that the reason why the monster went crazy was the water source on the mountain?
Huang Shang said in surprise.
Yes.
Xiaoming nodded solemnly, then looked at Main Yang, please lead the Kamikaze Squad and the Phoenix Squad to the mountain in Jingshan Town with Lang and Yi Mengyao to search.
I think there is a problem with the water source there.
Yes. Main Yang nodded seriously, and then took all the people from the Kamikaze Squad and the Phoenix Squad away and headed for Jingshan Town.
Watching them leave, Xiaoming sighed deeply. Plans cannot keep up with changes, and his initial plan was to settle down in Jingshan Town. But unexpectedly, Huang Shang and the others have been subdued.
Xiaoming knew that they relied on Yanglu Town, so he had no choice but to set up base in Yanglu Town. After doing all this, Xiaoming looked at Mr. Liang and others who had been silent the whole time. Mr. Liang, we are going out now too.
We will leave some people behind to protect you. Please start choosing a place in the town and draw up a blueprint. When we come back, start building our base.
Okay, no problem.
Mr. Liang nodded confidently.
On that day, he went back and drank the awakening potion, and now he has successfully become a mutant. And after that, Xiaoming would send people to give him spirit stones from time to time. Although he received the spirit stones, Mr. Liang did not dare to use them because Xiaoming did not assign him any tasks, which made him feel embarrassed. Now that he has finally found a place to use his talents, Mr. Liang is very excited.
Well, Xuanger.
Xiaoming looked at Gu Mingxuan with a troubled look. He was not stupid and knew that this girl, Gu Mingxuan, had developed special feelings for him, but Xiaoming really couldn't understand why she treated him like this. It seemed like I had been either beating her or scolding her from the very beginning. So during this period of time, Xiaoming has not taken the initiative to talk to Gu Mingxuan, because he now only wants to snatch Zhao Xia back from the Superpower Alliance as soon as possible. But now all the people he could use have gone to do their own things, so the task of protecting Mr. Liang and others had to be left to Gu Mingxuan.
Hearing Xiaoming calling her, Gu Mingxuan looked over in surprise. Xiaoming, what's the matter?
Chen Feng on the side looked at Xiaoming vigilantly.
Ahem. Seeing Gu Mingxuang's shining eyes, Xiaoming felt very embarrassed. I am going to the top of the mountain with Huang Shang and others to fill up the small lake. The protection of Mr. Liang will be left to you and Chen Feng. TSK, what are you dreaming about? Chen Feng said with his arms crossed in disdain. Okay, leave it to us. Gu Mingxuang agreed happily. Chen Feng looked at Gu Mingxuang with a confused look on his face. Damn, Xuanger, you can't do this.
Xiaoming glanced at Chen Feng jokingly, nodded to Gu Mingxuang with a smile, then turned to look at Huang Shang, Lu Zihan, and others.
Okay, it's time for us to get going. Chapter 94. Is this still a third-level mutant? Afterwards, Xiaoming led Huang Shang's Yanglu team up the mountain at the east end of the town.
Along the way, Xiaoming walked in front and attracted the attacks of all the monsters. Regardless of whether the monsters were poisoned or not, as long as they attacked Xiaoming, they were all solved by Xiaolan with one move. Huang Shang and the others just followed behind and watched the scene silently. There were several times when the people in the team wanted to take action very embarrassingly, but were stopped by Xiaoming.
Are you kidding? How could I possibly let you guys disturb such a good opportunity to earn lottery draw points?
It was Xiaoming's behavior that made Huang Shang and others speechless and very moved at the same time. At this time, several psychics came to Huang Shang and whispered, Brother Shang, where can we find a leader like Mr. Xiao?
We don't even have to do anything to kill monsters. I feel guilty about taking this shoe fruit. Yes, Brother Shang, I'm embarrassed too.
Hearing what his men said, Huang Shang looked at them helplessly. It seems as if it's my right to take it.
The key is that Xiaoming won't let us take action, so there's nothing I can do. Well.
All the psychics looked at each other inside. Although it was comfortable not having to fight, it made them feel uncomfortable.
Lu Zihan noticed their discussion and walked over calmly.
His tender voice was filled with mature charm and he said, Don't feel awkward.
Big brother is just like that.
Of course, you can take action if you really want to, but you have to wait until the monster attacks Big Brother.
Why? Everyone looked at Lu Zihan curiously. Facing everyone's doubts, Lu Zihan shook his head and said, I don't know either. It may be the habit of the older brother. Oh, I see. Everyone nodded speechlessly. As everyone was talking, they had unknowingly arrived not far from the lake.
At this moment, Xiaoming, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and looked towards the lake with a serious expression.
Roar, roar, roar.
Countless monsters gathered around the lake, and they roared when they noticed Xiaoming and his friends coming.
The roars of so many monsters at the same time shook the sky.
Huang Shang and others also hurried to Xiaoming's side and looked at him solemnly.
Xiaoming, all these monsters are poisoned.
Huang Shang said seriously.
Yeah.
Xiaoming nodded. At this time, all the monsters around the lake were looking at Xiaoming and others ferociously, with red eyes, looking completely crazy. In the next second, all the monsters roared and rushed towards Xiaoming and others. Everyone, start fighting, and be careful to protect yourselves. Xiaoming shouted and launched a thorn entanglement directly at the group of monsters rushing in the front. Swish swish. Countless thorns instantly entangled a group of low-level monsters. They kept struggling in the thorns, and even if they were covered with wounds, it could not stop them at all.
Seeing the situation, Xiaoming's heart suddenly moved. Since the thorns will explode after inputting fire attribute spiritual power, what if we input earth attribute spiritual power?
Thinking of this, Xiaoming did so immediately. He slammed his hands on the ground, and a large amount of earth attributed spiritual power was input into the thorns along their route.
Buzz. With the input of earth attributed spiritual power, all the thorns entangled around the monster emitted a faint yellow light.
The next second, Xiaoming clearly discovered that although so many monsters were restrained at once, some of them were about to break free from the thorns and rush out.
The thorns suddenly became strong. No matter how these low-level monsters struggled, they could not break free from even a single thorn.
Seeing this, Xiaoming's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, adding earth attribute spiritual power can increase the strength and hardness of the thorns.
In other words, I can restrain more monsters?
Xiaoming originally estimated that after reaching the third level, the limit for him to be able to restrain 20 first-level monsters at the same time would be. But now, if the earth attribute spiritual power was added, Xiaoming estimated that even if he could restrain 50 first-level monsters at the same time, it would not be a problem. In other words, if Xiaoming was a third-level psychic, it would be impossible for him to restrain a fourth-level monster or psychic. However, by adding earth-attributed spiritual power, Xiaoming is confident that he can restrain even a fourth-level psychic for a few seconds.
Even though it's only a few seconds, these few seconds are enough for Xiao Ming to counterattack or escape.
This experiment seemed to directly open up Xiao Ming's Ren and Du meridians, making Xiao Ming feel as if he had suddenly realized something.
If that's the case, if I add water or other attributes into the thorny attack in the future, it will produce different degrees of enhancement?
The people around were constantly killing monsters, and Xiao Ming, under Xiao Lan's protection, fell directly into enlightenment. As he thought about this, a hint of enlightenment slowly appeared in his mind. He gradually became clear about his future development path.
Kill. Crack.
The thunder array released by Lu Zihan and the shouting and killing sounds around him instantly woke Xiao Ming up. After taking a look at the team members who were already covered in blood, Xiao Ming laughed.
Ha, thorns entangled. With a wave of his hand, he launched a thorn entanglement at dozens of monsters.
Just as the thorns were entangled in the bodies of those people and were about to be freed, Xiao Ming slapped the ground with one hand, reinforce.
Buzz. Under the surprised gaze of the crowd, dozens of monsters were tightly entangled by thorns and let out shrill screams. Blood kept flowing out.
Just when everyone thought that these monsters were going to be entangled to death by the thorns, Xiao Ming curled his lips and slapped the ground again.
Burst.
As spiritual power was output, all the thorns suddenly emitted a bright red light again. Then he began to tremble violently.
Get out of the way.
Huang Sheng screamed when he saw this. After hearing this, all the team members quickly got rid of their enemies and moved aside. Just as they had moved out of the way, there were sudden bursts of violent explosions.
Boom, boom, boom.
The explosion lasted for a full minute. When the dust settled, everyone looked over in shock and discovered that it wasn't just the monsters that were entangled in thorns. Even the monsters around were seriously injured by the explosion. At this time, the scene was filled with blood and flesh and screaming monsters. It was this move of Xiao Ming that actually caused more than 100 monsters to lose their combat effectiveness. Xiao Ming himself was shocked by this scene.
He didn't expect that the explosion caused by the reinforced thorns would be even more powerful.
The power was no weaker than the attack she launched when he first met Xiao Lan.
Is this still a third-level psychic?
Huang Sheng looked at Xiao Ming in shock.
Lu Zihan also looked over with admiration on his face. Chapter 95, Moving Mountains and Filling Lakes.
But while Xiao Ming was excited, he was also very regretful. That's more than 100 chances to win the lottery, and I just wasted them all. Looking at the expression on Xiao Ming's face, Huang Sheng and others were speechless. With such powerful skills, why would you still feel regretful?
What is there to regret?
Xiao Ming waved his hands at them. Okay, I'll leave it to you guys from now on. As Xiao Ming used his skills, all the remaining monsters attacked him frantically.
After hearing Xiao Ming's order, everyone seemed to be energized and wanted to show themselves in front of Xiao Ming, the new boss. Boom, boom, boom.
For a while, the sound of skills bombardment continued, and all the monsters that attacked Xiao Ming began a one-sided massacre facing Huang Sheng and others. Originally, these monsters only had the advantage in numbers, but now with Xiao Ming's actions, and with Xiao Lan by their side, it didn't take long before all the monsters were killed. After taking a look at the extra 100 draws, Xiao Ming smiled with satisfaction.
It's different when you have power.
The number of draws increases much faster.
But the consumption is also high.
After taking a look at the red fruits in the space, Xiao Ming was speechless as he realized that more than 100 and almost 200 red fruits had been consumed in just 1 or 2 days. Okay, all Earth-type ability users, release your abilities together and fill up this lake.
Xiao Ming ordered.
Afterwards, all the Earth-type ability users circulated their spiritual power and slapped their hands on the ground. As the Earth-based supernatural power was released, the entire mountaintop was suddenly filled with shining ochre light.
The next second, a boom sound was heard.
The ground began to shake violently. Under the gazes of Lu Zihan, Xiao Ming, and Huang Sheng, rocks kept flying out from the ground on the top of the mountain and thrown into the center of the lake.
Boom!
As time goes by, the water level of the lake continues to rise. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ming frowned. Huang Sheng looked at Xiao Ming and said seriously, "Xiao Ming, this will work. We must quickly fill up the entire lake, otherwise the water level will rise and the lake water will flow into the town faster."
Yeah. Xiao Ming nodded.
He glanced at all the Earth-type psychics who were already extremely exhausted after the battle. He waved his hand and took out dozens of bottles of spiritual liquid and handed them to Huang Sheng and Lu Zihan. Give these spiritual liquids to those Earth-type ability users, and ask them to use all their strength to lift the entire mountain for me.
What?
Huang Shang looked at Xiaoming in shock. He didn't expect Xiaoming's idea to be so crazy.
Let's go, trust big brother. Lu Zihan glanced at him and began to distribute spiritual liquid to each Earth-type mutant. Okay.
Huang Shang gritted his teeth and nodded, and began to hand over the spiritual liquid to the Earth-type mutant. Xiaoming glanced at them and said to those with other attributes, "Everyone, get down the mountain immediately."
Yes.
After hearing Xiaoming's order, all the psychics began to run quickly down the mountain.
After a few minutes, all Earth-type psychics had drunk the spiritual liquid.
Their eyes lit up, and they immediately felt that all the spiritual fluid they had consumed was restored.
And there was no feeling of discomfort at all. Feeling this situation, they looked at the remaining spiritual liquid in their hands with shining eyes. This is a good thing.
I didn't expect Xiaoming to have such a good thing. Xiaoming had no time to pay attention to their shock. The water level had already spread to the edge of the lake, and a lot of lake water was pouring out directly.
Start!
With a loud shout, Xiaoming pressed his hands hard on the ground.
Boom!
With a large amount of earth-attributed spiritual power output, the land near Xiaoming began to tremble violently.
Seeing this, all the psychics began to do the same action. Crack! Boom! Try harder!
Xiaoming gritted his teeth and felt the changes underground. The land began to rise obviously, but the speed was still too slow. As Xiaoming finished his words, all Earth-type ability users immediately began to output their spiritual power with all their strength. For a moment, the top of the mountain was filled with the roars of the psychics.
It's getting up! Huang Shang looked at the spectacular scene in shock.
Lu Zihan on the side was also very shocked. Although she believed that Xiaoming could do this, she didn't expect that he would actually succeed.
Rise! With Xiaoming's loud shout, the entire mountain suddenly moved. Boom!
Under the control of all Earth-type ability users, the flying mountain directly covered the lake.
Huff huff!
After doing all this, all the Earth-type ability users collapsed to the ground, and immediately felt the spiritual energy in their bodies being exhausted again. Xiaoming also took out several bottles of spiritual liquid while panting and drank them all. Glancing at the psychics who were reluctant to drink the remaining spiritual liquid, Xiaoming said with a smile, "Everyone just drink it, I have plenty of this stuff, as long as you work hard in the future, there will be no shortage of spiritual liquid."
Roar, long live Mr. Xiao! Mr. Xiao is mighty!
All the psychics looked at each other and cheered. This was only the first day of joining Xiaoming's team, and they had been shocked time and time again. Countless red fruits, magical spiritual liquid, plus Xiaoming's own terrifying combat power and a fourth-order peak monster.
Such people are now fully committed to it. Ding, Wang Wei's loyalty plus 46. Ding, Tian Qi's loyalty plus 43.
After a quick look, he found that the loyalty of everyone, including the psychics who had already left, had increased to 60 plus, and a smile appeared on Xiaoming's face. Huang Sheng on the side saw through Xiaoming's trick, which was completely a way to win people's hearts, but he didn't say anything. Seeing his brother smiling happily, he felt very happy too.
Okay, everyone go down the mountain.
From now on, there will be no more crazy monsters on this mountain.
Let's work hard to develop Yanglu Town and restore its former beauty.
Xiaoming said with a smile looking at everyone.
Okay, follow Mr. Xiao and restore Yanglu Town. Follow Mr. Xiao and restore Yanglu Town.
Everyone walked down the mountain shouting excitedly. Xiaoming, Huang Sheng, and Lu Zihan watched everyone leave and followed behind with a smile. However, when leaving the top of the mountain, Xiaoming thought about it and felt the spiritual power in his body that had been restored after drinking several bottles of spiritual liquid.
He waved his hand and released the thorn entanglement towards the original location of the lake.
Swish swish. Thorns sprouted from where the lake used to be.
Xiaoming, this is... Huang Shang looked at Xiaoming's actions in confusion.
Xiaoming smiled slightly. I let these thorns suck up the lake water under the land, so I don't have to worry about it.
You still think far ahead. Huang Shang suddenly realized and looked at Xiaoming with admiration.
Xiaoming smiled calmly. Let's go back and develop our own power. Under the starry sky, the three people's figures were elongated, full of elegance.
Chapter 96, Kill Magikarp in Seconds. When I returned to town, Main Yang and the others had not returned yet.
Xiaoming took a look at the huge toad corpse placed casually on the street and felt very hesitant.
Although he was very envious of Toad's skills. But this toad looks so disgusting that I really can't eat it. Huang Shang, you are familiar with this area. Do you know where there are some powerful water-attributed monsters?
Xiao Ming looked at Huang Shang and asked. Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Huang Shang subconsciously glanced at Xiao Lan above Xiao Ming's head.
Does Xiao Ming want me to praise his pet?
So, Huang Shang pointed at the top of Xiao Ming's head with a smile. Among the water-attributed monsters I know, Xiao Lan is the most powerful.
Xiao Ming.
Xiao Lan rolled her eyes at Huang Shang.
Xiao Ming coughed awkwardly. That's not what I meant, I'm serious. Huang Shang smiled embarrassedly.
Looking at Xiao Ming's embarrassed expression, he realized that he had misunderstood. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then his eyes lit up. I know there is a water-attributed carp king in the Weishui River, which is more than 50 kilometers away from here. It is said to be at the 4th level. But I just heard about it, I don't know if it's true or not.
Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. Level 4 Magikarp?
Even Xiao Lan raised her little blue head and looked over with interest. Well, although it spread quite wildly, all the people who have seen it are dead, and no one can confirm it's true. Anyway, no one dares to go to that area. Huang Shang said with a smile.
Okay, the Wei River is 50 kilometers away, right? I'll set off now. Xiao Ming nodded. Whether it is true or not, just go and take a look and you will know. It is not far away anyway. Do you want us to go together?
Huang Shang and Lu Zihan looked at Xiao Ming curiously.
They didn't know why Xiao Ming was interested in finding powerful monsters.
Seeing this, Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, no need. You can go and see how Mr. Liang and his team are doing with their drawings. Also, you can arrange for Earth-type supernatural beings to help build the house. I will give you 1 day to build the prototype of the house.
Okay, I will ensure that the task is completed. Huang Shang nodded seriously.
Watching Xiao Ming leave, Huang Shang smiled and said to Lu Zihan, let's go, and see Mr. Liang. Then he turned around and shouted to the members of Yang Lu team who were following behind him, everyone go back and rest. Earth-type ability players, get ready.
We will need your help tomorrow.
Xiao Ming found a car with gas in the town and drove off. There are still quite a few cars in the town, but no one has been using them for a long time. It took an hour to finally reach the Weishui River section. After parking the car on the side of the road, Xiao Ming frowned and looked at the wide river beside the road and said to himself, such a big river, where should I start to search? Just when Xiao Ming was worrying and was about to ask Xiao Lan to go down and take a look, suddenly a roar came from the side and caught Xiao Ming's attention.
Xiao Ming turned his head and looked over, frowning and whispering, is there anyone fighting? Isn't it true that no one dares to come here?
Suddenly thinking of something, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up and he said to Xiao Lan, change your form.
Roar!
A roar came out of Xiao Lan's mouth, and Xiao Lan jumped up, and when he landed on the ground, he had turned into a giant python. Xiao Ming jumped onto Xiao Lan's back. Without any instructions, Xiao Lan rushed towards the direction where the fighting sound came from. Not far from Xiao Ming and the others, a young girl with a ponytail, wearing a short-sleeved top and denim shorts that revealed her fair legs, was looking at the huge carp that was flashing golden light in front of her with fear in her eyes. Behind the carp, huge waves surged up and were about to hit the girl in the next second. From the aura emanating from the girl, it can be seen that she is also a 4th-level psychic. Originally, she had heard about the news about Magikarp and wanted to come over and meet him for a while. But unexpectedly, Magikarp's strength was beyond her imagination.
It was as if the pressure brought to her by this move of flooding Jinshan Mountain was extraordinary. Let 100 flowers bloom.
Of course, the girl would not sit still and wait for death. She let out a crisp sound from her mouth, and as her hands flew, beams of energy hit the ground. Beautiful flowers quickly popped out from the ground as the girl moved. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the huge waves were hitting the girl, countless flowers suddenly shook, and petals all over the sky shot towards the huge waves like a hail of bullets.
Boom, boom, boom.
Suddenly, the two forces formed a brief confrontation in the sky. But in this instant of contact, the girl's face turned pale and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Boom!
As the golden light all over Magikarp flashed again, the huge waves directly broke through the impact of the petals.
Ah!
The girl screamed and was directly submerged by the huge waves. When Xiao Ming arrived here, he happened to see this scene.
Tangled in thorns.
With a single wave of his hand, countless thorns rushed towards Magikarp. At this time, the Carp King felt Xiao Ming's attack and was about to dodge, but it was too late.
Immediately, several thorns entangled its body. Reinforce. Explode.
Xiao Ming released a series of energy, and with a few boom, boom, boom explosions, the Magikarp screamed and fell into the water.
Xiaolan, come on!
As Xiao Ming finished his words, Xiaolan rushed into the water like lightning. It was because of Magikarp's injury that the skills it used finally allowed the girl to escape. When the girl came out of the waves in a panic, she saw a handsome young man standing on the shore, looking at the rolling river surface seriously. Needless to say, the girl knew that it was this boy who saved her. Just as she was about to step forward to thank him, the water suddenly rolled violently, and a figure broke through the water and was knocked heavily out of the water. The girl looked carefully and was suddenly shocked. It turned out that the one who was knocked away was Magikarp. She was completely submerged by the waves and couldn't see clearly what was happening. It was not until Xiaolan's figure soared into the sky that she realized that it was this giant python that defeated Magikarp. Xiao Ming ignored the stunned girl. While the Magikarp was seriously injured, Xiao Ming waved his hand to take out the Divine Fire 100 slashing sword and instantly came to the side of the Magikarp and chopped it down. Boom! The sharp blade instantly chopped off Magikarp's head. Xiao Ming smiled with satisfaction, picked up the body of the Magikarp and prepared to leave. After thinking about it, I picked up the fish head as well. I could make a dish of chopped pepper fish head for everyone when I get back. This series of actions completely confused the girl. It was not until Xiao Ming rode away on Xiaolan that she reacted and wanted to chase after him. But it was too late. Xiaolan was much faster than her and disappeared from her sight in an instant. Suddenly, a look of regret appeared in the girl's eyes. She stood there for a while, then left in a disheveled manner. Chapter 97 Uninvited Guests. The sky gradually brightened. Huang Shang and Lu Zihan stood at the east end of the town and looked in the direction where Xiao Ming and the others left. Huang Shang sighed softly, Xiao Ming and the others haven't come back yet, and I don't know if they are in danger. When Lu Zihan heard Huang Shang's words, he supported the purple thunder spear with one hand, his eyes revealing full trust in Xiao Ming. She said with her mouth slightly opened, Big brother will be fine. Huang Shang looked at Lu Zihan in surprise and asked curiously, why do you trust Xiao Ming so much? Lu Zihan glanced at Huang Shang and raised the corner of his mouth, in my heart, Big brother is omnipotent. The corners of Huang Shang's mouth twitched and he turned to look at Chaoyang. Although Lu Zihan's words sounded very childish, Huang Shang felt the strong trust that these people had in Xiao Ming. For this, he admired Xiao Ming very much. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up. Isn't it the same for him now? Roar! At this moment, from another mountain not far from them, there suddenly came a series of roars of beasts. Huang Shang and Lu Zihan's faces changed at the same time. The next second, Gu Mingshuang, Chen Feng and a group of Yanglu team members hurried over. Brother Huang, could it be that the monster on the hill over there has also been poisoned? Gu Mingshuang asked with a frown. Huang Shang shook his head and looked seriously at a young man in the crowd. Josen, you have the ability to blend into nature, go up and see what happened, be careful not to be impulsive, be careful and safe. Yes, Captain. Josen nodded, and the next second he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Everyone only felt a breeze blowing by, lifting the leaves on the ground. Brother Huang, this skill is invisibility? Gu Mingshuang looked at Huang Shang in surprise. Tisk, isn't it just a skill similar to that of a chameleon? There's nothing strange about it. Chen Feng crossed his arms with a look of disdain on his face. You. All the members of Yanglu town looked at Chen Feng angrily. Chen Feng glanced at them with contempt. What? Did I say something wrong? Huang Shang raised his hand to stop the Yanglu town team members from continuing to speak. He looked at Chen Feng with a smile and said, yes, Brother Chen is right. It's just a skill similar to a chameleon. It's really nothing special. Huang Shang also noticed the discord between Chen Feng and Xiao Ming. He was also a little curious about what was going on between the two of them. Brother Feng, why do I dislike you more and more? Gu Mingshuang frowned and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng wanted to say something hurriedly, but was immediately interrupted by Gu Mingshuang. Okay, no need to say more, you are my brother after all. Chen Feng looked at Gu Mingshuang irritably. I am not your brother, I am your father's adopted son. I want to be your husband. However, Chen Feng obviously would not say these words directly. Just as everyone was waiting for a while, as a strong wind blew, Zhou Sen's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The members of the Yanglu team no longer cared about being unhappy with Chen Feng and immediately surrounded him. Huang Shang looked at Zhou Sen seriously and asked, what happened up there? Have you found out? After hearing this, Joseon calmed down his excitement and said to Huang Shang, "Brother Shang, there is a mine, a spiritual stone mine."
Really? Ha, that's great. Spirit stone mine. Ha, we are rich. All the members of the Yang Lu team were immediately excited. Gu Mingxuan, Chen Feng, and Lu Zihan seemed a little bored. I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be a spirit stone mine. Schwanger, let's go back. You didn't sleep all night last night, so it's time to rest. Chen Feng looked at Gu Mingxuan with concern and said. Yeah. Gu Mingxuan nodded, and the two left. Lu Zihan also looked at Huang Shang and said, "Captain, since the monster is not poisoned, there is nothing to worry about." Well. Looking at the reactions of the few people, all the members of the Yang Lu team were stunned for a moment. The same goes for Huang Shang himself. But they reacted immediately. Following Xiao Ming, things like Zhugua seemed to be inexhaustible, so of course they didn't care about the spirit stone mines. I believe Xiao Ming is the same and would not care much about such spirit stone mines. But Huang Shang looked at Lu Zihan solemnly and said, "We accepted Xiao Ming's red fruit and joined his team, but we haven't brought him any substantial help. It just so happens that this spirit stone mine is our gift to Xiao Ming." Yes, the captain is right, let's seize the spirit stone mine. Well, I agree. Grab it and give it to Mr. Xiao. Lu Zihan glanced at the excited Yang Lu team members and was very satisfied with their performance. However, he hesitated for a moment and looked at Huang Shang and said, "Do you really want to go? There may be a lot of monsters on the mountain. You know, once a spirit stone mine is discovered, it will attract all the monsters nearby. Monsters also have a huge demand for spirit stones. So, it's not just a fight between humans, there is also a fierce struggle between humans and monsters. Well, since you have no objection, Vice Captain, let's set off." Huang Shang nodded. Lu Zihan thought to himself that although his elder brother didn't care about the spirit stone mine, things like spirit stones were definitely better the more they were. If he could snatch a piece of spirit stone mine before his elder brother came back, his elder brother would definitely be very happy. So he immediately tightened the spear in his hand, looked at Huang Shang and nodded vigorously. "Well, let's go." Huang Shang smiled slightly, turned around, and said to the Yang Lu team member behind him, "Let's go." Afterwards, everyone directly activated their own spiritual power, and the team quickly rushed towards the top of the hill. The entire team ran through the mountains no slower than driving. However, despite this, it still took everyone half an hour to reach the mountain. At this time, most of the monsters on the mountain had already gone to the spirit stone mine. The few monsters that were encountered also quickly hid away after seeing Huang Shang and his group. We arrived at the Lingshire mine without any obstructions along the way. When all the monsters that were fighting saw Huang Shang and others, they all turned around vigilantly. Even the monsters that were fighting stopped immediately. Huang Shang quickly glanced around and found that the strongest ones were a few third-level monsters. This is a tough battle for them. Kill! A roar came out from Huang Shang's mouth, and all the psychics roared and used their own abilities. While they were fighting, several BMW SUVs drove over on the road not far from them. After hearing the noise on the mountain, the full car stopped. A young man in a white shirt and with shiny hair standing up got out of a car in front. Immediately, a number of bodyguards in black suits got out of several cars one after another. A white-haired old man walked quickly to the young man and said, "Master Meng, let's go to Yanglu town." The old man was very speechless. Originally, he was the one who had to do this, but Meng Hua, the eldest son of their Meng family, insisted on coming alone, so he had no choice. Meng Hua glanced at the old man after hearing this, and looked at the mountain with great interest. "Butler, there is a fight on this mountain, how interesting, let's go up and take a look." After saying that, he walked straight up the mountain. "Hey, young master, the mountain is dangerous, you don't have to go there yourself." The butler hurriedly followed with all the bodyguards. Chapter 98. Okay, just listen to me. Kill. Thunder array. Boom. As Lu Zihan used the thunder formation, the last monster died under her gun. At this time, the eyes of every member of the Yang Lu team looking at Lu Zihan changed, including Huang Shang. They had never expected that this seemingly very young girl could actually grit her teeth and fight to the death even when she was surrounded by more than a dozen monsters and had multiple injuries on her body. This made many of them feel deeply admired and ashamed. Of course, after using this move, Lu Zihan had already consumed all of his spiritual power. The right hand holding the purple thunder spear was trembling, and he stood firmly with all his strength to prevent himself from collapsing. "Zihan, good job.
Huang Shang also walked over with scars all over his body. He had just taken the initiative to face the attacks of several third-level monsters, so his situation was not much better than Lu Zihan's. However, although everyone looked very embarrassed, they all had happy smiles on their faces. The Lingshire mine has been grabbed. Come, I have another bottle of spiritual liquid here, you drink it first. Huang Shang took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from his arms and handed it to Lu Zihan. Lu Zihan just took a look and shook his head. I don't need it, you drink it, you are also seriously injured. It's okay. As the eldest brother, I should take care of you. Huang Shang smiled warmly and looked at Lu Zihan as if she were his younger sister. When Lu Zihan met Huang Shang's gaze, his heart was touched. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. She knew that Huang Shang really treated her as a sister at this moment. So he stopped refusing, nodded with red eyes, took the spiritual liquid and drank it in one gulp. Huang Shang was very satisfied when he saw this. He looked at the other team members and said, okay, drink the spiritual liquid to replenish your spiritual power. Then leave a few people here to watch and be careful of the monsters' attacks. The rest of you, follow me and wait for Mr. Shao to come back. Just when Huang Shang was about to take Lu Zihan and other seriously injured team members back first, he suddenly heard a lot of noise coming from behind. Everyone looked over vigilantly. They couldn't imagine that there was anyone in Yanglu town who would come here. Ha, it turns out to be a spirit stone mine. The first thing Meng Huo did when he arrived here with his butler and bodyguards was to see the broken spirit stones emerging from the ground, and he immediately burst into laughter excitedly. Who are you? Huang Shang frowned and looked at Meng Huo vigilantly. He could see that the young man in front of him was the leader of the other side. Following Huang Shang's words, all the psychics prepared for battle and looked at each other vigilantly. Meng Huo looked at Huang Shang and all his people with contempt, as well as the large number of monster corpses on the ground. Oh, not bad, you killed all these? When saying this, Meng Huo felt a little surprised. The stronger Yanglu town is, the better it will be for the Meng family. It's us, so what? Huang Shang said coldly. Ha ha. Meng Huo chuckled and waved to the butler behind him, introduce me to them. After saying this, he raised his head with a proud look on his face. Upon seeing this, the housekeeper quickly stood up and looked at Huang Shang and the others with an intimidating look. Listen, this is the eldest son of the Meng family in Taoyuan County, Meng Hua. What, Meng family of Taoyuan County? What are they doing here? Upon hearing the young man's identity, all the members of the Yanglu team were immediately surprised, and even their fighting postures gradually relaxed. Huang Shang also frowned deeply. Seeing this situation, Lu Zihan asked Huang Shang in confusion, Brother Huang, what's going on with the Meng family? After hearing this, Huang Shang simply explained to Lu Zihan, Taoyuan County is not far from us. It is our superior county. There are 3 big families in the county, the Meng family, the Kong family and the Chu family. I just don't know what the eldest young master of the Meng family wants to do in our Yanglu town. Lu Zihan glanced at Huang Shang coldly. She knew all about family affairs, but she was not particularly clear about the Meng family's purpose. No matter what they want to do, as long as it affects my big brother's interests, I will be the first to disagree. Huang Shang glanced at Lu Zihan and said comfortingly, okay, leave this to me. After saying that, he looked at Meng Huo calmly, I wonder what young Master Meng wants to do in our Yanglu town? Okay, we'll talk about other things later. Now the spirit stone mine you snatched is ours. However, considering your efforts, I'll give you 10%. You can leave now. Meng Huo glanced at the embarrassed Huang Shang and his group impatiently, with deep disgust in his eyes. Meng Huo looks down upon those people in the countryside who become people with superpowers. Not only is he covered in dirt, he also has no manners. Meng Huo felt that he was being merciful by giving them 10% of his spirit stones. What? We worked so hard to get the spiritual stone mine, and you just take it away like that? That's right, this is impossible, Brother Shang, don't agree to him. Meng Huo's words immediately aroused the anger of the Yang Lu team members. Lu Zihan also tightly gripped the purple thunder gun in his hand, ready to attack at any time. How dare you? If you say another word, you'll be in danger of losing your life. The butler stood up and exploded with his might. Following the butler's outburst, the bodyguard in a suit following behind also took a step forward. Boom! A strong pressure came over them, and Huang Shang and the others looked very ugly. The butler is actually a 3rd-level psychic, and except for the butler, all the bodyguards are actually 2nd-level psychics. It is conceivable how powerful the power of supernatural beings the Meng family possesses.
Brother Shang, even if I die, I can't stand this kind of humiliation. Yeah, Brother Shang, don't agree to them.
Everyone gritted their teeth and endured the pressure and spoke to Huang Shang. Looking at Huang Shang and others on the opposite side who were gritting their teeth and persevering, the contempt in Meng Hua's eyes became more direct. He looked at Huang Shang playfully, waiting for his decision.
If they objected, Meng Hua didn't mind keeping these people here. Although doing so may affect what the Meng family is going to do next, it doesn't matter. Listening to his brother's indignant words, Huang Shang's face was very conflicted. He really wanted to launch an attack on Meng Hua and the others regardless of the consequences, just like his brothers. But he knew that he couldn't make this decision, otherwise all his brothers would die here. Thinking of this, he was angry in his heart, but he suppressed his voice and said, "Okay, let's go." Brother Shang. All the psychics looked at Huang Shang in disbelief, including Lu Zihan. But Lu Zihan understood Huang Shang's difficulties after just a thought. She had originally planned to rush forward, but in order not to embarrass Huang Shang, she had to sigh deeply. "Okay, just listen to me and let's go." Huang Shang roared in a suppressed voice and dragged his tired body down the mountain. Seeing this situation, all the psychics glared at Meng Hua and the others angrily, and had to follow them with frustration. "TSK, a bunch of bumpkins." Meng Hua glanced at them with disdain and said mockingly as he passed by. His face was full of complacency. After hearing Meng Hua's words, all the members of the Yang Lu team clenched their fists. They felt extremely aggrieved. "Okay, leave a few people to watch, then report to the family and ask them to take over. We will go directly to their town." Seeing that all the members of the Yang Lu team had left, Meng Hua waved his hand impatiently. Chapter 99, You come, I won't say anything. Xiao Ming didn't know what happened in Yang Lu town. At this moment, he was quietly closing his eyes and comprehending the vague skills in his mind. In front of him, there was a barbecue grill with scattered fish bones all around it. Only the huge fish head was still lying there quietly. I don't know how long it had passed, but with a boom, a strong water-attributed aura suddenly burst out from Xiao Ming's body. At the same time, Xiao Ming suddenly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Water flooded Jinshan Mountain. "Ha, I understand." Xiao Ming did not expect that he actually comprehended the powerful skill of flooding the Golden Mountain. You know, a 4th-level monster has at least 4 skills. It is obvious that skills like flooding the Golden Mountain cannot be mastered at a low level. When eating the Magikarp, Xiao Ming was still very nervous. If he really couldn't comprehend the low-level skills, he could only use the water attribute as an auxiliary attribute to the Thorn Entanglement skill to see if there would be any other effects. Unexpectedly, I had better luck after taking it and realized the flooding of Jinshan Mountain. So Xiao Ming was in a very happy mood at this time. He sat up from the ground, glanced at the sky in surprise, and muttered to himself, "An entire night has already passed. I didn't expect it would take so long to comprehend such a powerful skill." Seeing this, Xiao Ming picked up the huge fish head on the ground, returned to the car, and drove back to Yanlu town. And it was at this time that Team Yang Lu returned to the town with a frustrated look on their faces. "Brother Shang, why should we leave?" "Yes, that is the spiritual stone mine that we managed to snatch with great difficulty." Looking at a group of dissatisfied team members, Huang Shang said coldly, "Don't I know? Or are the injuries on my body fake?" Seeing Huang Shang's appearance, all the team members were speechless, but someone still asked indignantly, "Then why do we still want to leave?" "Let's fight the Meng family, no matter if he is a young master or not." "Well said, let's fight to the death. You are willing to give up your life, but have you ever thought that all the zhugua that Mr. Xiao spent on you will be wasted?" Huang Shang shouted loudly. After saying that, he pointed to his heart and said, "My things were taken away by someone else. I am more angry and aggrieved than you are, but there is no other way. I have to consider everyone's lives and the entire team. In the future, use your brain and don't be impulsive." Huang Shang's explanation made everyone understand his difficulties and also made them realize that nothing can be done based on such passion. They all lowered their heads, with guilt on their faces for having just questioned Huang Shang. However, from their clenched fists, it can be seen that they are all very angry and indignant in their hearts. From the very beginning, Lu Zihan just watched silently without interrupting. Only after Huang Shang finished speaking did she stand up, looked at the team members and said coldly, "Don't worry, Big Brother will take back what belongs to us." After hearing Lu Zihan's words, the light gradually brightened up in the eyes of all the team members. Yes,
Mr. Xiao is so powerful, he will definitely be able to get it back. Yes, when Mr. Xiao comes back, I will teach that arrogant boy a lesson. Looking at the excited crowd, Huang Sheng smiled bitterly in his heart. It is not that simple. Meng Huo is easy to deal with, but the Meng family is not easy to deal with. However, he didn't say this out loud to dampen everyone's mood. Okay, we're at the base right ahead, let's go back too, maybe Mr. Xiao has already returned. After saying that, Huang Sheng led all the team members into the streets of the town and headed towards the stronghold. Not long after, everyone returned to the base. At this time, their base had been moved into the town government office. When I came back, I found that Mei Yang and the others had also returned. How's it going? Did you grab the spirit stone mine? I was just about to take Shi Lang and the others to support you. Mei Yang looked at everyone who was injured, but none of them seemed to be in danger of life and asked with a smile. Shi Lang also came over with a laugh, put his arm around Huang Sheng's neck and said, "Hana, Huang Sheng, you are so lucky. You got such a chance to make a contribution. If I were there, I would definitely bring people with me." Huang Sheng rolled his eyes at Shi Lang and thought, it's a good thing you didn't go, otherwise who knows how much trouble you would have caused. Huang Sheng knew Shi Lang's temper very well. He was an impulsive and reckless man. What's wrong with you guys? At this moment, Mei Yang noticed that everyone's expressions were not right, and she frowned slightly and looked at Huang Sheng. Mei Yang, we get angry just talking about this. We had already seized the spirit stone mine, but we didn't expect the Meng family from the county to come and take away the spirit stone mine that we fought so hard to kill the monsters to snatch. Before Huang Sheng could say anything, a psychic in the team spoke out angrily. What? There is such a thing? Huang Sheng, you disappoint me so much. If you meet someone like this, just beat him up. Don't care about him from the Meng or Li family. Shi Lang said to Huang Sheng angrily. Mei Yang glared at Shi Lang with her beautiful eyes and said, stop talking. What about the forces in Taoyuan County? I know a little bit about them. Huang Sheng did nothing wrong. What? It's still wrong that your things were stolen? Shi Lang widened his eyes and looked at Mei Yang in disbelief. Huang Sheng looked at Shi Lang helplessly, not wanting to bother with him, then looked at Mei Yang gratefully and nodded. Mei Yang, although they robbed our spirit stone mine, I feel that their purpose is not to come here for the spirit stone mine. What do you mean? Mei Yang asked with a frown. I don't know what their specific purpose is, but they will probably come to our Yanglu town, so we still have to be prepared before Xiaoming comes back. Huang Sheng shook his head and expressed his opinion. It's good that they're here. I can just take care of them. Shi Lang snorted coldly. Okay, Shi Lang, let me handle anything. If you continue to be so impulsive, I will tell Xiaoming. Mei Yang looked at Shi Lang and frowned deeply. She was very worried about her good brother Xiaoming. If I continue to be this impulsive, I'm sure I'll get into some big trouble. Seeing this, Shi Lang knew that Mei Yang was serious. He still respected her very much. After all, she was stronger than them, and she had left the position of secretary to the dean of the Academy of Supernatural Powers and voluntarily followed Xiaoming away. So he waved his hand irritably. Okay, I'll let you do whatever you want. I won't say anything. Okay. After saying that, he sat down on the chair next to him. Seeing Shi Lang sulking, everyone was amused and speechless. Where's the leader of Yanglu town? Ask him to come see me. At this moment, a clear voice sounded at the door. Everyone turned to look, and Huang Sheng immediately said solemnly, Meng Huo from the Meng family is here. Chapter 100. What a big tone. Mei Yang raised her eyebrows and looked over. When she saw a young man with a proud look walking in, she understood. Although he was very disdainful of the family forces in the county, he didn't want to offend them since Xiaoming was not around. Thinking of this, Mei Yang stood up and looked at Meng Huo and said, I am the temporary leader here. I wonder what business Master Meng has in coming to our Yanglu town. At this time, Meng Huo was already attracted by the scenery inside and did not hear clearly what Mei Yang said. His eyes kept scanning Mei Yang, Lu Zihan, Yi Mengyao, and Gu Mingxuang. He looked like a toad, almost drooling. Boy, Mei Yang is talking to you. Shi Lang had disliked this boy for a long time and immediately yelled at him. Asshole. The butler was about to stand up and scold Shi Lang, but was immediately stopped by Meng Huo, who reacted quickly. Meng Huo glanced at Shi Lang, then looked at Mei Yang, who was standing not far from him, with a smile, and kept shouting in his heart, Beauties, there are so many beauties here, all of them are so beautiful, I must conquer Yanglu town. He swore that he could never see such stunning beauties in the county town, let alone seeing so many of them at once.
He didn't expect that this small Yanglu town was actually a treasure town.
Fortunately, I arrived early, but I couldn't let the Kong family and the Chu family get there first.
Your name is Meng Yang, right? Hello, my name is...
Before Meng Huo finished speaking, Meng Yang interrupted him impatiently. She waved her hand and said, "No need to introduce yourself.
I already know you. I heard that you robbed the spiritual stone mine that my brother worked so hard to obtain?"
Well, yes, but I didn't expect them to be your brothers. In that case, it's not impossible to return the spirit stone mine to you.
Meng Huo smiled and didn't mind Meng Yang interrupting him at all. Would you be so kind? That's right, maybe he has some bad ideas.
The members of the Yang Lu team around him spoke angrily.
Everyone looked at Meng Huo with anger. You have no right to speak here. The housekeeper stood up and shouted angrily at team member Yan Lu. Damn it!
Shi Lang glanced at Meng Yang, gritted his teeth and cursed, then turned around and didn't even bother to look at them. He was afraid that he really couldn't help but rush up and beat up this guy named Meng Huo and the butler. Meng Huo sneered at the speechless Yang Lu team members who were scolded by the housekeeper, and said to Meng Yang with a chuckle, "Meng Yang, it seems that you need to take good care of your subordinates." Meng Yang said to Meng Huo calmly, "Young master, if you have anything to say, just say it directly.
Let's not waste time."
After saying that, Meng Yang sat on a chair at the back and looked at Meng Huo and the others quietly.
But no one brought them a chair.
Meng Huo was angry about such treatment, but he didn't care too much. "Humph, wait until I have you under the command of my Meng family, and then I can do whatever I want with you at the command of a single word, right?" Thinking of this, Meng Huo raised his head and laughed twice. Meng Yang is really quick to speak, so I will speak frankly. After saying that, his eyes changed and he looked at Meng Yang seriously. "I want your forces to join our Meng family."
What? You're dreaming.
Shi Lang couldn't help it anymore. He turned around and yelled at Meng Huo and the others. The aura of a third-level psychic suddenly burst out from his body. The expressions of all of Meng Huo and his companions suddenly changed. "Young master, be careful," the butler shouted and quickly stood in front of Meng Huo. His aura burst out and he rushed towards Shi Lang's momentum.
Boom!
The two forces collided in mid-air, creating a violent airwave. The powerful recoil force caused both of them to take a few steps back.
Humph. However, Shi Lang snorted coldly, showing great disdain for the housekeeper.
The butler looked at Shi Lang in shock at this time.
He had not expected that this small Yanglu town actually had a third-level psychic.
But then he immediately calmed down. He is just a third-level psychic. Although he is very rare in this small town, he is not a big deal to the Meng family.
Meng Huo had the same idea.
He sneered at Shi Lang and said to Meng Yang, "Perhaps you don't understand the strength of our Meng family. In our Meng family, there are more than 10 third-level psychics, and some of them are even in the late third level. They have the opportunity to break through to the fourth level at any time.
Giving you the opportunity to join our Meng family means we think highly of you, otherwise."
As Meng Huo finished speaking, all the bodyguards behind him burst out with their aura.
Boom! Suddenly, colorful spiritual power enveloped the entire yamen.
This made Meng Yang and the others all look extremely ugly.
Humph, aren't you just the Meng family from a small county town? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Gu Mingshuang couldn't stand it anymore and stood up angrily. Oh! Chen Feng reluctantly retracted his outstretched arm.
He was about to grab Gu Mingshuang, but failed.
You said this is Xiao Ming and the others' business, why should we care? The small Meng family?
Meng Huo and the housekeeper, bodyguard and others behind him looked at each other and burst into laughter. "Miss, you probably don't know how powerful our family is after the revival of spiritual energy.
It's more than just being rich, okay?"
Meng Huo licked his lips and looked at the beautiful Gu Mingshuang.
Oh!
Meng Yang and the others all looked at Meng Huo and the others with contempt.
They probably don't know that Gu Mingshuang is the apple of the Gu family as I. If they knew, they would probably be scared to death. However, Meng Huo felt very uncomfortable when he met their eyes, and waved his hand impatiently. "Okay, it doesn't matter if you don't agree today, but after we leave, if you come again next time, it will be the day of the destruction of your Yanglu town, you must think it through." When saying this, Meng Huo's eyes revealed a strong threat. Meng Yang, what are you waiting for? Let me go. Shi Lang glanced at Meng Huo ferociously, gritted his teeth and said beside Meng Yang. Meng Yang was very conflicted at this time.
Xiao Ming had not come back, and she really couldn't make a decision on her own, otherwise she would get into trouble, and she was worried that Xiao Ming would blame her. Just as she hesitated, Meng Hua's eyes slowly turned cold.
Okay, if that's the case, then we're leaving. You guys in Yanglu town can just wait for destruction. Humph.
With a cold snort, Meng Hua waved his hand and prepared to leave with his men. But just as they turned around, a figure walked in from the door carrying a huge fish head.
Destroy our Yanglu town? What a big mouth. Main Yang and everyone else's eyes lit up. Xiao Ming. Mr. Xiao.